who the community would ultimately be. And you've heard, some of those things, that a lot of people have experienced, like the radios that are in game, and the Soda app that is also available on the Apple iOS store and other stores, and or does for other members of the community, or sometimes does directly for us as the development team. That is one of the fundamental pillars. I would say it's the third stool, the third leg on the stool that allows it to stand up. And once we realized we had some members of our community that were contributing at such an amazing level, that we realized that our game, this world, would be far less without them. And there was, prior to the ONBs and Royal Warrants, there was no real way to single them out and say thank you and give them this recognition, so that they knew that we recognized their contributions, and also so that other members of the community would recognize their contributions as well. And in that way, perhaps not only celebrate these individuals, but encourage others to join the community and be a part of the community, serving each other, as us, all the members, as all the recipients of the Order of the New Britannian Empire have done. And we modeled it after the British OBE, the Order of the British Empire. So the Order of the New Britannian Empire is modeled after that. It basically means it's a knighthood. It's a knighthood of the realm for the ONBE. And a royal warrant is, again, modeled after something from British or European monarchies, where if there is not just an individual, but a business or a team or a group that is providing such good service that in the historical case, that the nobility of the would single them out and celebrate their contributions. And if it was a dressmaker or something, they would say dressmaker to the king, meant that the nobility recognized their work as being of the highest caliber within the lands, and would often give them a placard that they could put up at their place of business, so that anybody who walked by would know, hey, the quality of the products or services available here are at the highest possible standards available within the entire lands. And
I actually have a royal warrant and an ONBE just to show everybody what Richard is talking about here. Here is our royal warrant plaque, and as you can see here, it's in runic at the bottom. I think that's close enough for everybody to check out. There you go.
That's correct.
Did you describe the design here?
No, the coat of arms that is on there is actually based upon personal history, both in games and in the real world. And that, can you hold it up again there? Let me just kind of describe it. So people who are familiar with Ultimas will be familiar with the snake symbol that is in the very center of that. The shield also has the cross symbol on it. That actually is a symbol that comes from my wife's side of our family, the Caillou side of, and you notice my last name as now is Garriott de Caillou, and so that intertwining of the silver snake and the Caillou shield, the Caillou cross on the shield, is kind of the intermingling of our families. My Lord British moniker comes from the fact that I was born in England, so you'll see on there both a French fleur-de-lis that comes from my wife's side, the British lion that comes from my side, and the
the greatest.
In any case, that's you'll also, by the way, see that on the ONBEs. So if you want to hold up that medallion, you can hold that up as well.
Here, I'm going to switch over to the wheel camera. This is so beautiful that it is definitely worth deserving a zoom in. So I'm going to switch over to the wheel here. You guys get a sneak peek at some of the possibilities of the wheel while I'm doing this. And
oh crap, we need to refill it.
Yeah, we got a couple of gaps there.
A little higher. There you go. That's a good spot.
There we go.
I'll work on this.
All right. And okay, so now let's get on to the business of celebrating our community members who have joined us here today. And first, I would like to introduce Lace. And so Lace, for those of you who don't know her, she has produced numerous walkthrough videos. She's also heavily involved in the new player experience group, the Hospitalers, and she provides an amazing level of support for players' questions in the forum. She's, honestly, one of the most active and easily recognized members of the community at large. And frankly, we are overdue to celebrate her. Lace, I would like to first of all say thank you for being such an amazing contributor to this product and especially to the community itself, and to this world, to these lands, and the community that lives within it. I would like to grant you this medallion and induct you into the Order of the New Britannian Empire. So thank you, Lace, and congratulations.
Lace is on, joining us on the telethon. Lace, I don't know if you are listening or have anything that you did want to say about the ONBE. Otherwise, again, congrats for that. Well deserved.
And I'll pause here for a moment also just in case she wants to speak. I don't know if you're have a microphone set up there, Lace, but
yeah, no problem.
Do.
Oh, hi, Lace.
Hi.
Hi. Yeah, it wasn't letting me speak, but first of all, I'm absolutely just honored. I think this is a great game. Obviously, I've supported it, and really, I've got to thank people like Kazin Phoenix Fire, who found me on day 3, and I was like hesitant to join a guild, and then Wombi, who inspired me to make videos, and that's where all the video stuff came from. The other stuff was just creativity. But also, now I need to hold Barrick to a promise. It is my birthday today, and you said you would do a shot. So that's all I have to say.
Yes, great. Congrats. Happy birthday, Lace.
And not only that, but I updated the number up there.
All right. So, Lace, happy birthday also from all of us at Portalarium and Lord British personally. Barrick, don't forget, if we're doing a 15,000 shot, you've got to do 2. And I 2,500. So, very all right. Cheers. Thank you all.
Happy birthday.
So, Barrick, don't forget, you're up for the extra. Keep going.
I've got, well, I think I did 2 here. I usually go to a bar to 4 shots. I don't know what
we need to do more shots.
Oh, well, here's,
we
I got 3 right here.
We're about to do another one. I saw we were at 15. I brought a tag along.
Oh, we've got guests.
Hey, thank you.
Oh, I'm Jack Frost or Cynicist. I just brought some beer by the office.
No, that sounds great.
And so we make sure the players know where this is unbiased spinning. Will you stay around and do a spin for us when we get around to the spinning time?
Oh, absolutely.
Sorry, this is my 15,000.
Here.
Also known as 6.
Yeah, to make sure I wore a proper shirt today.
Exactly.
Cool. Wow. So that's not the only ONBE and the only delicious drink we have here.
Indeed. So if you will hold there, Jack, if you'll wait for a minute, let's do one more of these before we get on to the wheel spinning. The other gentleman who has joined us here today, another very special guest, Matthew, known probably to many more of you, and in fact really known to me, frankly, as Link of Hyrule. First of all, Matthew, thank you for joining us today. You have been, one of the longest-term, greatest contributors, that, at least from my personal perspective. I always see your work as I peruse the digital landscape of our community. I see you, in game, commonly. Your contributions have been, recognized over and over again, not only by me, literally, directly, personally, but been noted by the community directly, commonly as well. If you don't know, he ran one of the very first social media for the game. He also had done this a Week in Britannia podcast. You're obviously still very active in the chat rooms and forums, and especially the thing that I think is most important for us, it will be for the next couple of months, is helping new players get started. And so for all of that and more, Again, a very belated but very excited to be giving it. I would like to give you not only the physical medallion that Matthew was showing, but also induct you specifically into the Order of the New Britannian Empire. Welcome and thank you.
I'm very honored and excited for this. I would say I've been here since day one, and I was pretty much stalking your Facebook, waiting for it ever since I heard about the Ultimate RPG and everything. And I'm always trying to help new people, and I encourage everyone to, if they make anything, like any art or poetry or whatever, to post it on the Google Plus community. I'm not doing the A Week in New Britannia podcast anymore because NBN and a lot of other people have that pretty much covered now. I want to thank those guys for picking that up. But I am on and off doing kind of a skit. I don't know if you've listened to it, called Pre-Alpha. It's Pre-Alpha. And it's basically what got started was there was a lot of people complaining about all the bugs. And so I was just like, I'm bored. And my camera. And so I came up with all these voices with different characters and made this kind of skit of making fun of the people about all the bugs. But fortunately, we're getting closer to having a bug-free game, and I'm really excited to play and bring all my friends in now that we're getting the final wipe. So thanks a lot, and everyone be sure to check out the Google Plus community and post your stuff over there.
Excellent. That's a good point. We actually underserved, even I personally underserve. I'm a member of Google Plus and occasionally post there, but not nearly as actively as I do in the other areas yet. But hopefully now that we're expecting that we'll see somewhat of an increase of people joining now because of the final wipe. And so hopefully that will also reinvigorate us to give better support to Google Plus. But again, thank you so much for everything you've already done. Excited to be playing with you, now and in the future post-wipe on a personal level, and congratulations, much deserved.
All right, congrats you too.
And I just want you to know that anyone who wins an ONBE, I'm naming a Pokemon after you.
ONBE Pokemon. Okay. Nice.
And wait, do I see the number went up behind you again already?
It did.
All right, okay, that means one more shots all the way around.
We updated it again.
I brought one back with me, so.
I have a couple, so we're good there.
Oh. Too late.
All right, so we awarded 2 ONBEs, and we have one more. It's a Royal Warrant, and you described the Royal Warrant already, Richard. Maybe a quick introduction to that as well, and then just a refresher for everybody and who it's going to.
Yes, indeed. And do we have Seamus here with us? I didn't see him online, but even if we don't, as a refresher, we give the Royal Warrants to groups, teams, guilds, could be basically anything. Again, a community service organization. Instead of an individual, there are some both individuals and that are members of some of these groups. So there's a tiny bit of overlap occasionally in this case. But the group that we would like to call out this month to receive a Royal Warrant is the Guild EVL, which instead of standing for evil, but EVL stands for Every Last Virtue, and since they formed, which many of them had a history of being part of the BMC, the Britannia Mining Company. Every Last Virtue formed a core, an active guild that participates in many activities, including they've coordinated lots of events for the community calendar. And also helping us keep the SOTA website, keeping activities going on the SOTA website. And so EVL, by the way, you guys have done a truly great job, and I see that Seamus, do you go by Shay or do you go by Seamus?
Seamus, but my name is Shay, yeah.
All right, excellent. Well, thank you so much for coming here and joining us here today to represent EVL. You guys have just done such a phenomenal job of diving right in there and supporting the community at large and helping. When groups like yours help the community, it means that our meager 30-person team and our 1 to 3 customer service / QA people and our 1 community coordinator Matthew, can stay dealing with other things like fundamental stability and critical issues of that kind. Without EVL, our work would be much harder. Without EVL, the community I think would be far poorer. And so my thanks to every member of EVL. And thanks to you for representing them and coming here today to receive this royal warrant. Thank you.
And also, he has an incredibly epic mustache.
I do. You like that? Woo! It looks just like my avatar in game. I don't know if you guys have seen it before, but I tried to match it as closely as possible. But I would like to say, on behalf of Every Virtue is Lasting, thank you guys so much for recognizing the hard work we've done within the community. We really love helping people out and running really great events and all the opportunities we've been given to really do so. And we're going to continue to keep doing that as Final Wipe is now upon us. So we really appreciate the recognition in all of our hard work. So thank you so much on behalf of everybody.
Absolutely, and my apologies, by the way, for also not speaking it correctly. But I'm going to blame Matthew in this case because he put it in two different ways. In fact, I should have recognized that EVL is not ELV.
Indeed, it is entirely. I apologize. We have this internal doc to organize everything, and I'm sometimes a little dyslexic. Apologies about that.
And so let me ask you then directly from you. So it's not even every virtue; it's every virtue lasting. Is that correct?
It's actually every virtue is lasting. So the I is small, and it's actually that's why it's evil, right?
That's exactly. I love it. Love it. Well, now I can forgive myself for also always in game when I would always see it with the. I always kind of assumed it was this evil guild, using evil, but I actually appreciate it far more deeply now that I understand that it's every virtue is lasting.
Yeah, we're definitely all about the virtues and
wonderful.
Incorporating them in what we do.
Excellent. Well, thank you, and again, my apologies for misspeaking, and thank you for the education.
No worries, anytime. Thanks a lot.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, back to you, Barrick.
All right. Well, that was great.
Before we go back to you really quick, I just want to throw out there and remind people that if you want to actually receive your prize that you win, you have to be in Discord as your username, your Shroud of the Avatar username. Because if we can't find you, we can't give you your prize. So I already had one person contact me and they were using a pseudonym. So just double check. Thanks.
Thank you, Gina, for that. That's right. We recently moved to Discord. A lot of you who have been with the community for a while have been classically using IRC chat, and we have over 500 persons in the Discord chat right now that are actively talking about the game, and that is our main area to award prizes. So if you, like Gina said, if you're in Discord, please make sure that your name is accurate, and we'll be able to award the prize to you. 600. 605. Wow.
And for those who might have been watching me update the wheel, we're having a problem with upgrades right now. They're working on the upgrade stuff right now, so I removed the pledge things off the wheel for right now because we're going to do some spins here in a little while. We'll put them back on as soon as we get that worked out. They think they have it worked out right now. They're just trying to test it. But I saw a lot of chatter.
You're behind on a few spins already, by the way. Shouldn't you get two?
We're like 10
spinning.
spins or 12 spins behind right now. Also, I'm getting a list of names, usernames, for the people who did pay for the pledges so that all the people out there know who they have to thank for any discounts that they get, which I think is important for people.
I agree. So we'll read them all out when we get them all cleared. But in the meantime, Jack, give us a spin, Jack.
Well, Eric needs to change the camera.
All right, let's switch that camera. Zoom in on the spin. There we go. Oh, it's
not go around.
Okay,
we're going to go through the real Price is Right rules.
There we
it's
go.
official.
Pets 20% off for 1 hour. All right, let me announce
20%
that
off?
to our pet person.
Need to announce that?
Pets, 20% off for 1 hour.
That's 20% off for 1 hour.
Ken's not here.
We're going to hold until the next hour, I think.
You know, and I actually feel sorry for whoever keep the timers going for all these discounts because they got to put them on and take them off.
Yep.
Well, what a bunch of...
We were supposed to do it at the hour.
Right.
We couldn't control ourselves then.
We like giving
I
away
was told
things.
to. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so that was just one. Jack, we know we have plenty more to do here.
We have Jack on the wheel now. Special. There we go.
It's Jack.
Cast Fireball at the devs. I just added that one. I made it up. I'll be right back. We should probably wait until...
Wait, Chris, what does it mean?
Well, we get to cast fireballs at the devs.
But does that mean I have to go like log into the game? I'm not in the game right now. Do I need to get in there so you can cast fireballs at me?
I don't know.
We'll be doing that later. Stay tuned for the 10 o'clock, the 12 o'clock hour. We have a lot of shenanigans going on that we're going to be walking through the game, giving a world tour event, and I'm sure throwing around some fireballs. Speaking of world tour, just as a reminder to everybody, in-game there are regular hourly events going on. End of the world event, I believe it's called, is going on for 12 hours.
24 hours.
24 hours.
So it started at midnight.
I was in it
and
earlier
all the
today,
way through. There is a list of those events on the forums, and unfortunately I'm not in game, so I can't tell you what's going on where.
Yeah, just go ahead, stop into the forums, check the announcements section and general discussion sections. The community events section of the forums also has a bunch of events that we're talking about as well. So we have a refill, it looks like, of something special.
Cast Fireball at the devs.
Fireballs, oh yeah.
Time to do some fireball.
For sure.
Hang on, I'm going to have to go check the mini bar here to see what the closest thing I have to fireball is.
I can stick some hot sauce in this, but that's all I got.
Sure you don't want to work?
Yeah, that's true.
Got the Exxon Valdez captain over there.
Cheers. Wait.
Ching!
That tastes like cherries or something. All right, we're coming up on 1:30 here. This is the point of the telethon where we start to show off a little bit about the game, and we do that with a couple of the developers, many of whom you've seen or read about or heard about in the weekly updates. The weekly update of the avatars that we release every Friday. We have very cool displays, screenshots of some of the areas of the game. We've been focusing quite recently on Brittany and some of the suburbs and areas of Brittany, and we have Esteban, who has been hard at work on designing a lot of those areas, placing lots in those areas so that you can place your what are the different types of buildings and houses that people can place within the Brittany area? Like can you place a castle, for example, or is there a limit?
I don't remember what the type lots are in there. I know there's a ton of village lots. I know we tried to go for bigger lots and Brittany just make it feel grand, but I honestly don't know what the breakdown is.
So we got a variety.
All categories of rows to village to town to city. I think there's a couple dukes, but I'm not sure. Maybe Richard actually knows. I've been actually working on the code, so I've been keeping.
What was the percentage on the fence again?
20?
20. Okay, so let's go find Esteban. So we're going to bring him on camera. He's hard at work, I'm sure, tweaking things on Brittany right now. I will go find him. Chris, if you want to maybe throw out a...
Yeah, I'll answer some questions.
Okay.
The fireball is pretty good, by the way. I'm going to leave that one on the wheel for now.
Yeah, you know what's interesting about that fireball is when one of our community folks brought it in. Trying to remember who it was, with Casey or somebody. But yeah, most people were going like, "Oh, that's like too tough for me." But I actually really enjoyed it when I was down there. So
it's kind of more of a college liquor that I think people were saying that in the thing. It's really sweet, and it's kind of one of those if you drink too much, you get a bad hangover. So
yeah, but you know, in the meantime, though, when all of us are pretending that we're still college age,
It helps us stay young.
Exactly. Hangovers help you stay young.
So I'll take another one here on combat. Samargarian. I think I nailed it. Samargarian. Will we ever be able to craft Nihanto, Japanese blades such as katana, or other Oriental weapons? We do have plans on having weapon skins of various types that'll be available in game. We'll probably have a few more that are a little spiced up that'll be available in games as molds, but you'll be able to change the look and feel of weapons and armor and other gear. That's in the plan. We have not got to it yet. We plan on getting to it yet, or soon though. Just to give, there'll likely be not a whole new weapon type, but just a different visual on existing weapons. Just due to balance reasons, the fewer weapons we have, the better in terms of keeping things. But it will help make a look if you actually have like a katana, if that's the look you're going for. So, and we have Esteban here.
All right. So
Hi, hello.
Come on.
Hi, how's it going?
Okay, so introduce yourself to the community. I'm sure that they've seen a lot of your posts. You post frequently in the forums, right?
Yeah, I post quite frequently. So my name is Esteban Zaldivar, aka Sorcerer Steve in the forums, and I'm a world builder. I design a lot of maps here in Shroud of the Avatar, and today we'll be talking about some of those maps.
And I just want to say that Esteban joined us. He just posted that he had his 1-year anniversary as his first year in the games industry, and for a rookie year, Esteban has knocked it out of the park. I think he's.
By the way, I want to back you up on that, Chris, if I can. You know, Esteban, you weren't in here early. I'm not sure if you were listening to the feed, but I was commenting on how I think a great team, and our great team is made up of a mixture of people we've worked together for decades. Some people that are really experienced, but we've not necessarily worked together, so they bring new experience to us. But having a third kind of young, greenhorns, quote unquote, is also really important because they actually take on challenges a lot of the quote older folks may have given up on, and show us what can be done that we have, we've been wrong about, or new tools have come into existence, or new skills have been developed since us old guys went through the process. And I also just have to tell you personally here live, what an incredible job you've been doing, and not just of late. I mean, from day one. I mean, you hit the floor running, and I've been producing stuff at the uppermost levels of quality, and our community, they'll see the work, but they may not know every day which part's yours and which part's others. But I'm telling you, community, you go look at the stuff this guy's building. It is incredible every time. And of all the people building maps, by the way, one thing I've told to the other managers in the room will know this, that I always ask people to come kind of talk to me about, what the vision is, and kind of make sure that we're in sync on kind of how it all fits into the big picture. And but by the way, you rock on that too. You're anyway. I can't tell you and the community how excited I am about the work you're doing. So
and I just want to say he came into us, and it was kind of one of those things. I think we were interviewing about 6 or 7 people for the position at that time, and he came in for interview, and I honestly was expecting absolutely nothing because he zero industry, zero anything, and the map that he made, it was one of those things where we gave like a kind of a directive what to do, but the thing that kind of knocked my socks off for him when he interviewed with us was he took pieces that were already in there and used them in ways that other people had not used. So he took existing art, we basically gave him a pool of art and said, use this, and he took those and put them together in ways that nobody else did. And you can tell he was really thinking about it and like working outside of the box is the standard cliche, but just did a great job. So.
And we have some of that to show.
Love having you here. Right?
Yes, I believe we're going to tour Brittany, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the process.
Which machine are we going to
behind
do
that.
So we'll do a flip here for you guys.
I'm going to
Using that machine. Okay.
Yeah. I'll go talk on hip check.
All right.
Discord.
And while you're getting that up and running, just some points of some announcements about the flash sales. So we've run into a little bit of a hiccup with the discounts for the pledges. So the email that you receive lists the full price for the pledge. So it says you will have gotten charged the full amount, but it's actually showing what we actually charge you is the discounted amount. So and we verified that through the payment system. So if you look at what got charged in your credit card, you'll see that we charged you the discounted amount. It's just the email is sending you the wrong information. So our apologies for that. But we did verify that you got charged the discounted amount for those of you who took advantage of some of the pledge stuff. But because of that, we're gonna be confining the rest of the flash sales to add-on store items and bundle items only. For the rest of it.
You reported correctly, or why do those only?
Because we don't want to generate the confusion, because it's already generating support tickets and confusion related to that. So, and we don't think that's a fair spending of our development dollars dealing with support tickets related to a sale. So.
All right, very good. And by the way, Esteban, before you get started, look behind you. Mr. Spears has.
Oh my gosh, $20,000! Oh my gosh, we're inching ever closer.
5,000 away from. What is it going to get in 5,000?
$5,000 away from the Aeronaut helmets. That means everyone who gave $5 today will receive the Aeronaut helmets. Oh my gosh! And it is
Take your protein pills and put your helmet on.
It is only 1:37. So we are not even 2 hours into the telethon. Wow. So we may have to be coming up with some more stretch goals, it looks like, at this rate. So thank you, community. And I should do I'm gonna do a jig. All
right, Star's doing his jig. Oh, you do a jig, not bad, Star, not bad. Esteban, you can do that jig too, or do you take a drink? Or everyone on camera.
So you gotta put your arm in, you gotta kick the piece back.
Yeah, kind of.
Well done, gentlemen. Well done.
Yeah, right a bit, yeah.
All right. So, all right. So Esteban is we put a big challenge in front of Esteban and Richard Mady a few releases ago. So originally, Britain was going to be, we had always envisioned Brittany to be multiple scenes, but other than it being multiple scenes, we didn't have much of a plan beyond Central Brittany. We knew we were going to have Central Brittany, but we hadn't really defined, and we knew exactly what we wanted inside the center, but we really didn't know much beyond that. So Esteban was given the assignment to build Central Brittany, which is, we're going to start with talking about Central Brittany, but then he and I worked on the plan for, okay, well, once we built Central Brittany, what do we do from there? What are all the neighborhoods going to be around Central Brittany? The idea of, like, once a core was established, as the city expanded, what was the characteristic of each of the areas as it expanded? And we kind of, between myself and Esteban and Keith Quinn, who some of you might know as Sanyo, and Richard and Lum, all of us kind of collaborating back and forth, kind of came up with a plan that you guys all see now, which we finally, in Release 32, it will be coming to fruition with the sort of the last piece, which was Brittany Estates. And that's how we kind of came up with the characteristics of each of those neighborhoods.
Right, yeah. Yeah, and so today I myself built a Brittany Central, Brittany Fields, and Brittany Wharves. Like, those were the sectors that I myself built. I was just going to talk a little bit about, how we get to the Brittany that we all know right now. And, I thought it'd be great if I could show some of the initial concept stuff. This is stuff that is shared at the very beginning. Let me go ahead and do a screen share so you can see what I'm seeing.
Yeah, let me give you focus.
There we go. There you go.
And
so what you're seeing right now on screen, like this is the first. So when I got a Jira, a note, basically saying, build Brittany. So this was the first SketchUp I did. And so every great map here at Portarium starts out with like a chat with Richard. That's how we start out. And then Richard gives us his vision, and then we as designers get together with artists and we try to make that vision come true. Now this was the first mock-up of Brittany. So as you can see here, it's very vague. So these green dots are supposed to be player lots. Obviously they're not to scale. You got basic geography, blues water. You got a road layout, and you got signs of walls going around the city and stuff. But at the same time, I made the SketchUp and then just chatted with Richard back and forth. I try to keep initial SketchUps fairly vague, just because as a world builder, once you start working with actual terrain, there's going to be a lot of changes, and so I'm just trying to get a basic idea of that I can push forward to Richard and say this is what the city's going to be like and stuff. But yeah, so this was what would become One Day Brittany, and then we started the world building process for Brittany. Yeah, so I just want to share with you guys, and this is a version that Richard later modified upon. So this is just Richard kind of giving his direction about.
Can I explain that direction?
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
Just because that's funny that you still have these specifics, because as I look at that too, I was even thinking when you showed me the first one, I was rewinding in my own mind what my advice was, and I'd forgotten that I sort of made this sketch. And so the folks in the office will know that I'm a bit of a symmetry buff, and which is more than just a buff. I actually think that the layout of streets and things need to help you understand where you are and not get lost at every corner, which I think is easy to do when you don't have, in a game you don't have as good of peripheral vision or otherwise situational awareness that you do in the real world. And so you can see on there what my little purple and pink was to reinforce that center alley going from the shore a straight line back to the castle of Brittany, and then the kind of northeasterly and southwesterly roads again showing a fairly symmetrical layout, so that it in my mind framed things nicely, or a little more tightly, and kind of fulfilled something I thought would kind of help players appreciate it and find their way around.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, the premise for Brittany, as you just said, was having the castle as kind of like the center area, but at the same time having the dock side or the port side also be a hub. So like as a player, there's 5 entrances, exits going in and out of Brittany. They all go to the neighborhoods, and then one of which goes to the graveyard. But no matter where you come in from those entrances, you're not so far away from one of these POIs or points of interest, as we like to say, dockside or the castle. And going in line with what Richard said, if you recall, Richard, the instruction you initially gave me for Brittany Castle was Neuschwanstein Castle, Walt Disney Castle. So a castle with multiple levels and spires. And so that was the initial idea for Brittany Castle, kind of a Neuschwanstein, Walt Disney feel. And yeah, the castle itself becomes a focal point in the map, and you can see that from anywhere in the map. Yeah, and so I would like now to go in engine, if that's possible.
Yep.
Got Unity in here. Just to kind of show you guys, a typical day in the life of a world builder. Unity.
Oh, I think we may have to go to this machine. Yeah, we'll have to go to this machine.
This machine?
Yeah. All right, we have to switch. We have to switch machines. While Esteban does that, we're going to do another spin of the wheel.
Spin, spin, spin.
All right. Balloons and airships are 25% off for an hour.
Balloons and airships, 25% off for 1 hour. Poor Dallas, poor Tass. Keeping up. Airships.
Unity.
Yeah, project's just opening up. Takes a minute to open up Unity.
Okay. All right. So yeah, we use Unity, and we set up these computers to have it on one, and we need it on the other. We can't use it on this one.
Seems like that computer does have Unity installed.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. So while we get that set up, as a reminder, we are on Facebook.com/Shroud of the Avatar, Twitter.com/Shroud of Avatar. There's only 15 characters for URL. When you sign up for URL on Twitter, you only have 15 characters to work with, and Shroud of the Avatar, I believe, is 16 characters. So we're one over, so we had to decide what to do with that. We also have a new Twitch channel. This is the first time we are live streaming this telethon right now on Twitch. Many of you are watching it on Google Hangouts. That is being streamed to YouTube. And that is what we use normally for our telethons, but if you would like to join our Twitch chat, we also have that twitch.tv/Shroud of the Avatar as well. So we are promoting that on all the social channels and letting everybody know exactly what we have going on. Let's see, how long about do we have for that?
I would say about like a minute.
Okay, so
I mean,
it's pretty
it's
slick.
just like...
Yeah, it's really slick.
Yeah, there we go. Okay,
we got it up and ready to go. Okay, so...
Make sure it shares correctly. I can't see it yet, so check and make sure that works.
To use it, we have to use it on this computer. Can you get it on this one?
I don't think so. I mean, we'll just play the game then. We'll just
okay.
play the...
Yeah, you want to run it on the game? Let's do that.
Yeah, because we're not... I don't think...
All right.
Yeah. Unless...
All right. So... In the meantime, while those guys are bringing that up, I'm going to look. I've got the chat room open, so I'm going to look for a question in the chat room while those guys are going on. And yes, I see people chatting in there just about the different ways that people can participate in chats and Twitch and everything else. And we know that people are fans of one form or another, but fear not, we're going to try to support as many as we can simultaneously, just to let people participate in the way that they're most comfortable with. I personally have to be a big Twitter user, just because that way people only send me a short question and I can only send them a short answer. But other members of the team and other members of the community obviously prefer different ways of communication and participation. So we try to support as much of that as we can. Somebody's mentioning gold piles. You know, by the way, that is not lost on us. The gold piles is something I think is important and aesthetic. And I actually think there are some gold piles right now. You may not have seen them yet. They're in Artifice, but gold piles should be more common a bit later in the game as well. We'll weave them into other places where you get to see them as piles in game, which I think looks cool. Will the Edelman package be 10% off today? That'll be Star that has to tell us what their long-term plan is for the potential of discounts of packages. Star, can you, if you're got your ears on there, do you want to repeat kind of your plan for the discounts that have already rolled up? What do you plan to do with those, and which ones are you going to put going forward as a possibility on the wheel?
I have no. So what? I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying for the things that have shown up already as a discount on the wheel, are they still they're still active, and you're just blocking any new ones from showing up? Is that the plan?
I still don't understand the question.
Well, the specific question that somebody asked is, will the Edelman package?
No. So no pledges, as I announced earlier. There is an issue with the pledges where there's a discrepancy between what is communicated and what is charged, and because of that we are not going to do any pledge discounts during the telethon going forward. Our deepest apologies for that, but because of the potential issues related to that, we do not want to create confusion for our customers, and so we are very sorry, but we cannot do pledge discounts during the telethon today.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much for that clarification, or repeat, as the case may be, but I was being asked, so I passed on the question. And someone in the chat room, tell me, Stephen, when you're ready to go back on.
It's loading up map.
All right, so we'll just grab questions, while we're waiting.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Somebody was asking me about taming wyverns or dragons or some of the bigger creatures, and you're going to see pretty much every system you see in the game. We will continue to expand. Taming being, one of the key ones. I mean, taming is already popular, and we plan to support it and expand it over time. And so I don't think anything's off the table from a potential future tameability. So yes, keep observing and trying, and over the time we'll get more and more things that you can drag around as a pet. Somebody else is asking if I could about if your lot placement date is August 24th, can you place a house in a player-owned town or not?
No. All lot placement is governed by the same rules, regardless of whether it's in a player-owned town or not.
Very good. Thank you very kindly, sir.
All right. Let's see. All right. So. If you do not go through character creation, you will be a ghost. So if you do not go through the initial sequence.
Oh.
So if you skipped.
We can travel as a ghost. It's all right for the first demo of the day.
I think. We're gonna.
Sure.
Alrighty. Well, we'll traverse the land as a ghost. There we go. There we go. Alrighty, so right now we're standing at the docks in Brittany. So, the first few days of building Brittany, or building any map, I would say, are pretty the most crucial.
Might want to add game time to make it during the day.
That's true.
Yes, I concur with that.
Console not coming up.
There we go. Time.
Just typed it.
There we go.
There you go. Okay.
Alright, so now we can see.
There
Yeah, I was saying, the first few days of building a map, I would say, are pretty the most crucial. It's typically on day 1 and day 2 when, base POIs are set up, or points of interest are set up. And, day 2 comes around and it's about, trying to come up with the aesthetic for that area of the world. And, that involves like getting your textures together, getting your trees together, your tree palette, your grass palette, and other various, architecture too. And so that's initially how Brittany started. And once I kind of have an idea of like the aesthetic of the map, then I usually start, just start digging in pretty much. And so for a map like this, like Brittany, where it's a city built on multiple levels of elevation. And, that's something that I always like to do in my maps, is to have, various geographical changes. Even the maps that are centered around plains, I still try to have some dynamics there going, so where it's not totally flat, you got hills or dips and creeks and stuff like that. And so for Brittany, the city's built like on these terraces, with the castle being at the highmost point of the map. And so like on the first initial days, it was just about, just pretty much I just place blobs here, blobs there. I just, lift up terrain, dip down, and just get some changes going in there.
So it was sketching out like here's where the waterfront will be.
Exactly.
Here's where the top of the hill will be, where the castle, and here's where, and the big a big part of us establishing Brittany, of course, was we had to have this big encircling giant wall, like the outer wall, right, and then the inner wall, right. That was a big part of it too, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, and then working within the constraints of those walls, and so when every map is different for me. Like sometimes I won't build, so I won't do something by phases. So for example, I won't like texturize the entire map, or do height, elevation changes, or foliage. Sometimes I'll just focus on areas rather than doing steps per se. So for example, with Brittany, it was the Brennan Square, this area here, that this was the first area of the map that I first designed, and in a way kind of cementing what the map would be going forward. So it's when you come in through this entrance, which is the southern entrance, you come in and then you're presented with this broad view, right? So this broad view from castle up over here, you can see the castle way there, all the way down to ocean. So it was that view that kind of like pushed the creative vision, I guess you would say, for Brittany. And yeah, right. So like day 3 is setting up just the height map. Now it does get tricky though. It does get tricky because you do have to have a certain amount of flat land in order to accommodate player housing, right? So player lots have to be flat, and so it is a bit tricky because then you have to you want to have all these dynamic organic elevation changes, but at the same time you got to have like the flat land required for putting player housing. And so it's just a very fine line where it's like, so the plots have to come first. They got to be there in the beginning because you're essentially going to build around. Guy started dancing on screen. So the plots do have to come first because it's like got to have a notion of the flat land that's required, and so started focusing on areas. So the Brennan Square area here came together pretty well, and then I slowly started moving up north.
It seems that those players can see a ghost walking around since they knew to dance for it.
Well, they knew where we were looking. So we have to interrupt our broadcast for a second because we are now at the $25,000 mark. So what that means is everyone who gave $5 today, or will give $5 today if you're going to give in the future, aeronaut helmet. So everyone gets the fan emote and everyone gets the aeronaut helmet. We've already raised $25,000 and it's only 2 o'clock. We're only 2 hours in and we've already raised $25,000. It's an amazing community.
Yes, thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you. So
I'm very grateful my husband works at a hospital because I may need to go in for liver poisoning soon.
So I'm going to do a dance.
And speaking of liver poisoning, it must be time.
Esteban, are you going to do a shot and a dance or a?
I can partake in your dance.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to do a shot. Thank you, players.
Thank you, players.
Chris, are you going to do a shot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't I need 2?
Well, I'm only doing 1.
And I've also got, just in case I need it soon, I've got the Alka-Seltzer here going, just as a backup.
What's that supposed to do?
Make my stomach hurt less.
All right. Let's see. So I did a Salton and I did a jig. I think I'll do a waltz.
You need somebody.
Yeah, Chris, come on. You need to do the waltz backwards and in high heels.
But I'm gonna. What does that mean? I'm going to do some singing later. I've got some songs I'll dedicate.
That what means that's the old statement that goes, Ginger Rogers did everything Fred Astaire
I know.
backwards and in high heels.
But what is that implying to me versus Star? Is that suddenly I'm Star?
He was already performing the lead in the waltz, so you needed to do the follow in a waltz.
All right. All right, so there's
I'll see you later.
There's this waltz celebration.
There you go.
All right. Good job.
Alrighty.
All right. All right. Back to the tour. Oh wait, looky, we've got a bunch of players who are dancing in front of you.
Nice.
They're totally going to troll you the entire time you are touring Britain.
Alrighty, let them tag along. Yeah, like I was saying, going back to the process of designing Brittany. So once I get basic elevations in, plots in, then I can start texturing. Now texturing, terrain texturing as far as that goes, and that's something that I will start doing on day one, and that will keep on going all the way till the end of the map. And even then, because terrain texturing, you could do so much with the details, right? And with a map this size, it's going to take all of the 3 weeks, 4 weeks that I have to make this map just to get everything textured. And so yeah, terrain texturing is going to take up wide range of time. And here we're walking into Brittany Castle. So one of the cool things that I had in mind while designing this castle was that, from the distance you see this big castle. But, being able to go in, and as many of you may well know, like this castle has about 7 stories. So being able to go up into each one of those floors, I think that's really cool, because as a player, whenever I play games, I see a big castle and I kind of expect to go in there. It was a lot of fun building this castle. It was built off a modular set piece. And so right here we're standing in the main lobby, and there's kitchens, dining rooms, bed chambers. So a lot of these, some of these assets, I guess I should say some of these assets, were made by Scott Jones, one of the artists here on our team. And I essentially took some of those assets and then put them together in what became Brittany Castle. Some modifications were made, added some specularity to the floors, so you get that really polished, finesse look.
And also on that note, just watching this and realizing how much spec we're seeing in this, we didn't realize it, but for R31, spec maps were broken completely in every aspect of the game. So that stuff you're seeing right now, like the reflections on the floor from lights, that was actually broken in R31. That's fixed in R32, and it's awesome.
And yeah, as we continue up the castle, you get up into the bay chambers, libraries. And so when it comes down to propping, as you can see here, which there's a lot of propping, I always try to think this concept I have in mind, but I just frame it as the clutter of everyday life. So, the smalls that people would have as they go about their day. And you can especially appreciate that once we get down up into the bed chambers, I guess I should say.
Cool. So another brief interruption. We should give out some prizes.
Yeah, you better, because you got other things to do too.
Oh yeah, we have to do another shot, or dance, or song.
Well, before
because we raised another $2,500.
Oh, wow.
While you get ready for that, let's go ahead and give out some prizes. First, we have 2 store credits. First one goes to Sneaky Pete, and the second to Troll. And we are also giving away a Razer Chroma keypad. Do we have one to show?
Yes.
Yes. For your future ponage, that goes to Eagle, E-A-G-E-L-L, Eagle. And courtesy of Relics by Rild, we have an Oracle t-shirt that is going to Kerr, K-E-R. And that's your prizes for this hour.
All right. Woo!
Thank you, and congratulations to you guys and gals.
Chris, you're going to do yet another shot?
One more shot.
Here we go. Oh, I'm going to pop out this last shot of this round.
Okay, all right.
I just had my lunch, so I think I can absorb this one.
I'm gonna do mosh pit. So
I'm gonna open up another mini bar. Oh, mosh pit. All right, star. Another mini bar.
all right, back to the tour of Brittany. So where are we now, Esteban?
So now we're just outside the castle in what is the north portion of the city. And one of the things that I also try to do in a lot of my maps is have open areas. So open areas where they could just be park greens, they could be gathering areas for the player. You'll see a lot of that too in some of the neighborhoods, Brittany Wharfs, Brittany Fields, and yeah, just thinking about opening open areas where players can congregate. And also, when it comes down to housing, I'm always thinking about like having areas that have good vistas, having areas that players would want to live there. I'll go on a little tangent here, but like the map I just recently finished called the Town of Spite. That map is going to have a lot of great vistas. There's going to be areas where.
Wait, what did the players say? Wait, players have left a message for us.
Oh, have they?
Wait, look.
Oh. Shop at Virtue Oasis.
There's an advertisement that players have left there.
Nice.
I wonder if they.
That's very cool.
They probably saw that we were going to do a tour.
Oh.
And left that for us.
Go get a good shot of it.
Yeah, there you go. All
yeah,
right.
That's nice. Yeah, the perfect example of putting player housing to good use. And
Yeah.
It's prime location here.
Yeah, it is a pretty prime location right next to the castle.
For some of you that may not have noticed, there's various street signs around Brittany, and those street signs have names, and those names correspond to the developers. So I named various streets in Brittany are named after developers. And this area right here happens to be Hutchison Heights, named after art lead Michael Hutchison. So yeah, you'll find the streets have names, and they belong to us. Going back to
belong to us.
Belong to us. That's correct. So yeah, thinking of where players would want to live. And as you can see here, there's another technique I like to use. Where you have terrain texture combined with mesh or object. Kind of strives for this very organic look. And sometimes people comment, oh, well, this map looks very organic. And part of, one of the many methods I do to try to achieve that organic scenery is also the concept of erosion. So you'll have like mud on the streets, mud kind of dribbling down the cliffs. And it's that concept of erosion that goes a long way too. Something that I also try to do a lot when it comes to map design is have variants of foliage. Now with Brittany, there's got to be a kind of a middle ground there because there's a little story behind Brittany. But I had something like 30 different varieties of trees, around 30. And it got to the point where it was too much, so I had to cull back on the amount of foliage in the map. So that's just a testament of how, kind of finding a middle ground between aesthetic and how well a map can perform.
Yeah.
But, having foliage and variancy in foliage will do a lot to achieve a very pleasant view. Even down to the grass. If you guys notice, there's like different types of grass. The grass, you've got patches and then different species of grass. And something that we try to do a lot in our maps is that whenever you're designing a map, you tend to get a lot of that repetition that comes with, painting grass or painting trees, painting textures. And by breaking that repetition, we get more of this organic place that appeals to the player.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
And to this day, I'm still polishing this map up. Whenever I get bugs for Brittany, so it's a never-ending quest to polish. Because like I said, we only have like 3-4 weeks. I guess in the case of Brittany, it was like 4.5 weeks to build the map, and that's really cutting it to the T in a map of this size. So whenever I do come around to do bugs, just sometimes I'll paint a little bit more. Try to keep that detailing process, forever going. So the map is always improving.
Cool. So let's jump over to either fields or wharfs. Which one do you want to do? We have time probably for looking at one of them.
We could do fields. There's some nice water in there. There's some nice water features in there.
Okay.
Is it Brittany Fields space or Brittany Fields no space?
All right. Well, while we're moving over there, oh wow. Okay, so we have raised. We're now up to $30,000 for today. Thank you,
Wow,
thank you,
Jesus.
thank you, thank you, thank you. Something tells me we may have underestimated the frequency at which we should be doing dances or shots or singing at the rate of the generosity that is happening today. But thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh my goodness! I was just looking down to catch up on Twitter, and look what happened.
$30,000. And we should do a spin of the wheel. Let's see. Obsidian Homes, 20% off. All right.
We're caught up on that second line now, right?
Yeah. Homes, some of the best looking homes, and
those are the big giant towers.
And by the way, since Star and I, do virtue and chaos, and the Star is in fact usually the virtuous one, and I'm usually the chaotic or evil one. I got to tell you, in my heart of hearts, since I think obsidian is a very dangerous material, one of these days in the future, I might convince the team to turn on insanity for people who live in obsidian houses. So just beware.
All right. Grab some. Happy $30,000, everybody. Shot time. Anybody else looking?
Yeah, hold on. I was going to sing, but I think I might have taken too many shots to sing at this point, and I should probably wait until
don't do any more. Do not do any more shots.
I'll do like a quarter shot.
Oh my
God. I'll get in Red Bull, so I'll be getting weak.
Really should not. You really should not. It is. I remind you, it is only 2 o'clock.
I know, but if I'm gonna do shots, I need to do them early in the day.
Oh my God, you are so doomed. You are so doomed. Is that it? And you notice I'm only pouring tiny. Cheers. Cheers.
Already got
Where's my glass?
Cheers. Alrighty then. Thanks everybody.
So how's the tour going? Good?
Good. We're now going to fields. All right. So as I mentioned at the top about the tour, so we knew that we wanted Brittany to feel like a really, really big place, but from a performance perspective, there's just no way that we could get everything we wanted from a giant city like Brittany to be all in one map. So we had to divide it up into multiple scenes. And we wanted each of those scenes to have a very, very distinct feel to it, to have its own characteristics. So, Central Brittany, that's the core, that's the seat of power, that's where the castle is, that's where, the main oracle conservatory is, and the central landmark for each of the areas around Central Brittany is that you can see Central Brittany. In fact, here I'm going to click over to the screen. You can see Central Brittany from each of the neighborhoods. So, now if you look at the screen, that's Central Brittany looking from, we're now in Brittany Fields, and Brittany Fields is that's the agrarian neighborhood of Greater Brittany. That's where they grow all the food. That's primarily where all the village-sized player lots are. It's the kind of the rural part of Greater Brittany, and that was kind of that was as Esteban and Keith and Richard and Lum and I were all sort of figuring out like what each neighborhood was going to feel like. We decided there was going to be an upscale one, there was going to be a gritty row lot alley kind of one. There was going to be a more mercantile one that was the wharfs, and then there was going to be this one that was going to be more like the farms. And that's where we are now.
Yeah, that's correct. And it's pretty great to have, like Star said, the castle in the background, because as a player, I think that's really cool. You get to live just under the shadow of the castle.
And by the way, too, if you get a chance, feel free to mention some of the secrets that obviously people with us today should be allowed to at least know enough about to go search for. Things like passageways, underground, that sort of thing.
Yes, yeah. So one of the hallmarks of Richard is to whenever we have level design chats, is to always have something hidden in the map, an Easter egg per se. And so each one of the maps that we've been cooking up in the last months all have Easter eggs, at least one. And so yeah, Brittany Fields is not the exception. Neither is Brittany itself. As a matter of fact, I'll vaguely say this, but if you guys search closely amongst the books in the library in Brittany Castle, you may just find something. So I'll leave it at that. But yeah, there's various Easter eggs, as hidden doors and secret passageways scattered throughout all the maps. And yeah, so going back to Brittany Fields, very agrarian. You've got lots of signs that there's agriculture, and something I also want to show, which is something that we're perfecting now in the world building team and going forward in other maps, is having like flow of water across elevation. So it's something that you'll see more prominently in places like Spite, for example, which has these great rapids coming down the mountain, and they culminate in these waterfalls which fall down into a stormwater lake. So that's one of the things that us on the world building team have really been trying to just add new spice to the maps, right? And because with every new map, you try to make it original, right? What is unique about this map, and having geography that is unique to a certain area. I think that's one of the strongest ways to have unique maps. And so for Brittany Fields, each of the neighborhoods has an emphasis on player housing. So for Brittany Fields, the emphasis is village lots. So you find a lot of village lots amongst the fields. And for Brittany Alleys, you got rows. Brittany Wharfs, you got town lots. Brittany Estates, you got an emphasis on city. And so here in the fields, you'll find a lot of village lots. Signs of agriculture, like this carrot patch. Wide open fields with animals. Unique POIs like this tree. This is a unique tree that I made just for this map. While we're building maps, something that I always try to do is keep communication flow between me, who is building out the map, and the person that is spawning the map. Now, typically, the people who typically spawns my maps are like Keith or Dan. Dan sometimes also spawns maps for me. But sometimes ideas will go back and forth. Like Keith will say, Steve, can we have like an area here for this and that? Vice versa. Sometimes I'll say, hey, Dan, Keith, I have like some pens over here. Like there's gonna be some. There's a farm over here or something. And so then the people who spawn the map, will will have a note to go in there and then spawn animals. But it's kind of like a back and forth process between the person that's actually building the map and the person that's actually populating the map.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Well, awesome. This is and so what was the biggest challenge for you building these Brittany maps? Was it from looking from the outside I think maintaining that illusion of all of these maps being right next to each other, that looked to me being one of the bigger challenges. The fact that you could see Central Brittany from each of the other maps, that to me looked like one of the bigger challenges. Was that pretty hard or easy or?
Yeah, that was a challenge. Yeah, it becomes a challenge, because there's only, these are big areas, but, when you're doing terrain work, you realize that sometimes you wish they were bigger, right? Because, I guess it all comes down to the biggest challenge is preserving illusion.
Right.
I'm going to summarize that. Preserving the illusion. Now, whatever that may be, in this case, it's like having a fake facade of Brittany over there.
Right. Because that's not real over there, right?
Yeah, exactly. If some player goes swimming out here, like what are they going to see? And so preserving the illusion essentially becomes the biggest challenge.
And for each of the neighborhoods that you guys built, it was slightly different, right? The illusion you had to make for, because it's a different angle, a different view of Central Brittany. But
if I can even add, the problem becomes very complex when you think of, where does the transition happen? Does the river or bridge or wall or gateway need to be in or out of various parts of the map? Very complex.
Yeah, and that brings up a great point because, like Richard and I had a whole bunch of chats about what he just said, like where are the rivers going to be, like where are the entrances going to be, how would the transition go? In Brittany Fields, points out, we have map reviews. That's something that happens here. We have map reviews once a week, and so that's good because it gives us iterative feedback. But this area did not used to be as dense, and that's something that Star mentioned. Coming out as you exit like Central Brittany, like what have more of a gradual urban. As you slowly exit the city, it's a slow, gradual change to over here where you now have more agricultural fields.
Yeah, because when we first looked at it, it felt like there was this really abrupt transition leaving Central Brittany coming out to this area, that it felt like there would still be some dense housing right outside the wall, clustered against that wall before it would start spreading out. So, yeah.
So going alongside that note, like where the river is going to be.
Sorry to interrupt, but the back wall behind you needs a little updating.
Oh yeah,
wow.
So more money.
All right,
Thank you.
32,500.
Oh wow, man.
That means Esteban, time to think of a new dance, or you better maybe sing a song or recite some poetry.
Jesus, I don't know any poems.
I know an entire book that is all in rhyme. However, it would take me about 40 minutes to recite. So, maybe if I decide to stop on the alcohol, I'll do a page at a time or a stanza at a time. Except it would still take all night.
I could do another jig for you.
All right. Well, it's time to do your jig then, Esteban. Let's see it. I will be toasting your jig.
I'll do the robot.
That's right. People in the chat room know that it's Hubert. Hubert's Hair Raising Adventure, written and illustrated by Bill Pete. The robot. There you go. Robot dancers. All right. And I am toasting the robot dancers with my vodka Red Bull.
Something like that.
All right. That was good. All right. Well, Esteban, thank you very much for the tour of Brittany, and thank you very much, of course, for your amazing work on the project so far, and for your first job in the industry, or
how are you enjoying it?
Taking names.
It's awesome.
Drivers? Are we slave drivers? Do we treat you terribly? Do we feed you enough cokes?
Yeah. No, I mean, I've had a great time here. It's been an excellent time. And one of the things I love working most about here is just like being able to, like, the creative freedom that I get when designing a map. I think that's probably the best thing. Of course, like the community, being able to like share ideas and people comment, oh, like this looks great, this area looks, I expect this area to look fancier or something like that. But the creative freedom of building maps is what I love.
Well, awesome.
Are you getting tired of me coming in and saying? Are you getting tired of me coming in and saying symmetry, line them up, staircase, doorways, line them all up?
Well, he still hasn't. I keep kicking that task down.
I know. You are the bane of my bug writing star.
Yeah,
I'm all off.
It's called prioritization. So.
I understand.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Esteban, and we'll do some points of order before we transition to the next segment. So for those of you just joining us, we're having our Summer Telethon of the Avatar Part 1. Today is your last opportunity to purchase a few things. The biggest one is player-owned towns. Today is the last day to purchase player-owned towns. At midnight tonight, we will be removing those from our store.
And it's worth pointing out to people, since somebody on Twitter earlier today had a misconception, I will repeat the clarification, which is when you buy a town online, it does not instantaneously show up in the game. It actually, we have to then go do work. We actually have to find a place for it and place it and hook it up and make the connections and set the sky domes and all the kind of things to set it up for you. So it takes at least 30 days before the next build for it to be in, and often as long as 90 days depending on how many others are coming in at the same time. So 30 to 90 days after you purchase a town, you will see it show up in the game. Plus there's work you have to do, which is fill out data about biome and placement and other stuff. So, but today's the last day. So if you want to play your own town, today is the last day for episode 1 that you will be able to buy a player-owned town.
It's also the last day that purchases of a property owning pledge will be coming with a house or a basement. So these are the original pledges from Kickstarter days that come with a house and a pledge. A house and a basement. Those houses and basements will be going away. You can still get bundles with houses and basements, but the original pledges, the houses and basements, are going away. And our telethon has stretch goals, of which we just made another $2,500, so we're up to $35,000. Thank you. That means that everyone who has spent at least $5 today will get some prizes, which I will describe here in a second. So that means everyone who gave us $5 today, at least $5 or more, if you're feeling generous, will receive the new fan emote that comes with a little equipable fan, an aeronaut helmet, and the hacked Oracle crawler pet. So if you've seen the little Oracle crawlers, the little steampunky mechanical minions of the Oracle crawling around, well, you'll have your very own hacked version that's your summonable pet that you can summon and have it follow you around.
I need to have a talk with these hackers. Where are these hackers coming from that I hear from? Who's been into teletypes to hack?
Only $15,000 more, and we will reach our current top goal of the Clockwork Wings. And it seems to me that we might need to be coming up with some other...
No, we already have it planned. It's already planned. We planned on making $75,000 or $100,000.
What?
Well, you're revealing the you're giving away. We're supposed to pretend we're having to make it up. You're blowing the... See, he's already had too much to drink.
Yeah, because we have made up some that go all the way to $1 billion, right?
Of course.
Other things, behind me we have our Wheel of Doom and Fortune. so that we will be spinning occasionally, which in fact we should spin right now.
Is the camera
I think we
locked?
should. And Star, when are you going to
Oh,
put up more of those signed posters? We need to put up more of those posters. You going to put up another block of
No,
posters?
we still have a backlog of spins.
Yeah, the screen doesn't quite show the top of it.
There we go. All right.
Wheel keeps getting bigger with every spin.
All right. Here we go.
Virtue, Doom, Virtue.
Viking City Bundle, 10% off.
The Viking
For an hour.
bundle, 10% off for the next
So go tell Dallas.
hour. How long is it? 30 minutes, an hour?
Viking City Bundle, 10%. City Bundle. Okay.
Chris, people are pointing out that we think you're behind a drink.
At least I was gonna sing a song.
No,
I'm behind two.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna spin one. I
Wait,
haven't done a spin
hold on,
yet.
wait, we gotta put something else there. Hold on. Wait, do I already have this one?
Kobold. I
Do
don't
we have
know.
Kobold Town on here yet? No. Okay.
You say 10%?
Yeah.
How long?
1 hour.
1 hour.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Spin again.
Pretty sure it went around. Hey, look at that.
All right. Okay.
What was it? Wait, I can't see what. What is it?
All right. And Viking Stronghold, 10% for 1 hour.
All right.
And Viking Stronghold.
All right, it sounds like I'm behind a drink here.
All right. All right. One more thing, and then we're going to go to our tour. So for every $2,500 that you guys donate, any developer who's on screen will be forced to sing, dance, or drink. So
And it's worth pointing out to Matthew that his scene shows up sideways.
his scene shows, the tour scene shows up sideways. Okay, I will point that out to him when we. I will point that out when we get to it. All right.
And just so you know, in the past, and with this one as well, the usual pattern is we drink until we feel like singing or dancing. Some people are able to dance earlier.
Except I just go straight for the dancing.
Except Star just goes straight for the dancing.
Yeah, because
I'm doing the drinking until I'm ready to sing.
Because I'm just a dancer.
All right. Dance.
Thank you, community. And we do have, I promise, we do have deep dives in the telethon later. And in those deep dives, we will be answering questions. I promise. Okay.
Esteban's stuff was great. I watched part of that.
Cool. Well, he's a rock star. All right. We're now going to go on a tour, which is not sideways. It is no longer sideways. All right. Handing it off to you guys. Wait, do I just click on it?
Can you guys hear us? This is Matthew Bear Anderson, Community Manager.
No, we do not hear your voice yet.
At all.
Nope.
Broadcast, your microphone is muted.
No.
Now
Can
we
you hear me
can.
now? Yay! So this is Matthew Barrick Anderson, Community Manager here in the halls of Portalaria. We have developers running left and right here. This is crazy. Take a look at the studio for a second here. Look at this. Hard at work, Star and Chris dancing, doing a little dance for us. This is fantastic. So this, I believe, is the first tour, certainly the first tour of this kind, with a phone being held and talking with people running by this very quickly so that they don't get nabbed here.
Trying to escape.
We have a wide-eyed Star passing by, other developers passing left and right. So this is Portalaria. This is where we do our work with Shroud of the Avatar. This is where we make the magic happen. This is where our live stream is. This is where blood and sweat, in case of blood specifically, is quite literally shed for you, the community. We're so appreciative of your work, and we try to make every day here.
Hey, don't forget to check
fun.
out the extra blood.
Can you help me repeat what he's saying? 'Cause I can't quite-
Extra blood.
Extra blood. Yes, that's right. All right, so we have the studio. We have wonderful hallways. What do these hallways contain? Well, let's spin around and start from the beginning. So we've got here, I think, nope, my mistake. I thought we had a Shroud of the Avatar image plastered on the wall. We have a little plaque somewhere in the office. This is like a 3-story building, and you go, to the search story that we're at, and you see Portalarium 275. I think that's Google. You can Google it.
We're on the second floor.
Second floor, and we are here in beautiful Austin. Austin is amazing, perfect for our studio. We love it here. And we found this building. How many months ago, Richard? It's fairly new, right?
Oh, we moved here less than a year ago.
Okay. Yeah, so it's fairly new, and we've been here a few months now, and we have the walls plastered with history upon history here. And I think actually, Richard, if maybe we can do this, if we scan the walls here, would you be able to describe? Is that doable?
Yeah, I sure can. I sure can. Feedback from the speaker on your phone there, so if you want to turn down the feedback. But yes, what those blue tags are is those are the birth dates of every member of the team. And you'll see about 10 of those there, and that's because 10 out of the 30 people or so that worked at Portalarium were born before the first game that, in this case, it's me by myself, wrote the teletype below. That's called D&D number 1. And if you scan down, you'll see the teletype. Scan down first to see the teletype. Down even lower, down below it, down below it. There you go, the teletype. And that's the teletype that that first program was written on. However, soon after, the Apple II computer came out, and that's where Akalabeth came from. And so that's the original Akalabeth. It was developed originally on an Apple II, written with the storage device of a cassette tape, and eventually a floppy disk, a 5¼ floppy disk. And I was encouraged to self-publish that once upon a time. And the publisher, California Pacific, first put it in a slightly bigger. There's Matthew Anderson's birth date, but yes, there's a Calabeth that was put in a bigger Ziploc bag, and they raised the price from my $20 to their $35. I didn't actually like their artwork that much, so that's when I reached out to Dennis Loubet, who created what became the final Akalabeth artwork. And with his wonderful painting and wonderful illustration of the manuals and stuff you see there too. And right in addition to this, you'd like to see the original piece of artwork. That is on the right of this is the original piece of artwork that Dennis Loubet created originally he created that actually for a Space Gamer cover for Steve Jackson Games. And then ultimately it became the cover of Calabeth. And we've lost, or at least I have lost, the updating of your feed. There we go, now I'm back. So this is actually some of the original code. So that's D&D 1 and Akalabeth, some of the original code of those very, very first games. And below this framed piece is the actual original Apple II. And so that is the original Apple II that Akalabeth and many of the early Ultimas were developed on. It's not running right now, but it does run. I commonly boot it up, and I have a few other machines for spare parts. After Akalabeth did well, that inspired the beginning of the first Ultima. That's the original artwork for the original Ultima. One of the things I like to point out about this is back in long before digital painting. This is not only a physical painting, but if you look at it closely, you'll see that the horse and rider is a separate image from the volcanic background. And that's because back in the day, there was no such thing as erasing things other than to paint it out. And Dennis was unhappy. He liked the horse in one version. He didn't like the background, so he literally physically cut it out and placed it in front of a new background as he was doing revisions in this piece of art. If we're going to continue on the art tour, as well as birth dates tour, we would then go to Ultima 2, there to your left. This is actually the only artwork that the only cover art that Dennis Loubet did not do. This Ultima 2 is published through Sierra, and they had their own artists that they worked with. That was Ultima 2. And then, by the way, just to show how other old-timers are in the building, these are the works of Dallas Snell. So Dallas, also known as Gorn, he created Ring Quest and The Quest, published those through Penguin, and then shortly thereafter he joined the very, very first days of Origin. And so that what you see there that says Origin on it, that is our first advertisement placed in Soft Talk magazine that was created before we even had a logo. SoftTalk just whipped that out for us to announce our existence. And you're seeing that even for the formulation of Origin, there's still less than half of the employees in this building were born before the founding of Origin. And Origin's first title was Ultima 3, Exodus. And what's interesting about Ultima 3, obviously inspired by the Fantasia demon from Walt Disney, although I can't tell you how many religious zealots wrote into me and called me nicknames that I love to this day. I was referred to as the satanic perverter of America's youth due to that cover that was inspired by Walt Disney. But in any case, the Fantasia-esque cover was our first product as Origin, seeing more people born about that time. But that's what actually inspired Ultima 4, getting sort of this, seeing how people play. This is the first time we got, quote, fan mail, and you could see how people enjoyed not only killing Lord British and all the villagers, but was receiving all this mail from people who were claiming that role-playing games were evil. And that inspired me to do a lot of philosophical research, discover the word avatar, which is now has become part of the lexicon of all gaming history. And Ultima 4 really became the first kind of game to focus on a player that was really you, personality profiling to get you there, and a quest, a story that involved virtues or deeper things than just level grinding. Then after Ultima 4, when you go over to Ultima 5, and Warriors of Destiny, and I began to focus on the bad guys and making sure that the bad guys actually had actions in the world. In fact, by the way, these Shadow Lords, in this case, are inspirational. You're going to see a lot of inspiration in Shroud of the Avatar from things that came forward from these other games. Virtues, the concept of virtues from Ultima 4. These Shadow Lords are a good inspiration for the Kabbalists that you're going to see coming online soon in Shroud of the Avatar, to make sure that the evil of our world is taking an active role and not just waiting for you to come find them and beat them up. That takes us over to this is when Origin finally. This is actually, I think, Origin's best logo. I skipped a couple of earlier logos, but there's the Origin logos. And I see we're going to see some folks working as we go by their office. Work hard, everybody. Work hard. Do slave labor, more pixels, fewer polygons, more pixels. That's the QA department. QA and customer service. There you go. Let's have a fight. Exactly. All right, they're ready to defend themselves here. Then this is actually my favorite Ultima cover, the Ultima 6, the False Prophet. The story of this game, to my mind, was really inspired by something that's contemporary again today, questions and discussions about racism, where you were taught by this cover in the beginning of the game to assume that these gargoyles were evil as they invaded the surface of the world and trying to kill you, but eventually you discovered that they have families and writing, and if you bother to slow down your genocide to look it up, you find out that in fact you are the false prophet who was prophesied to come and destroy the gargoyles, which you in fact are doing. So it's, anyway, in many ways, one of my favorites Ultimas. Then with Ultima 6, we actually did 2 spin-offs. We did Savage Empire, that was led by Warren Spector, another one of the great long-term producers in our industry these days. And next to that, one of my favorites also is Martian Dreams. Martian Dreams was sort of a Victorian science fiction type of product. And I have another visual glitch. I'm kind of stuck on Martian Dreams, so I'm going to wait here and see if I get the video stream back up for them to see where they are in their tour. But guys, I'm still stuck. I don't know if Lum, can I ask you if you are seeing them continue to update, or are you also seeing them stuck on Martian?
I'm seeing them stuck as well.
Okay, so it's not just me. So Matthew, we're going to need you guys to...
apparently his phone died.
Oh, well, that will do it. Well, that's as far as we're going to make it.
I guess that's the tour.
We will pick up the rest of that tour on the next version of phone charging, I'm guessing. So
Matthew is right here. Matthew and Jack are right here.
Can they hear me?
Well, through the mic, yeah.
Yeah, they went full battery this morning, but they obviously said the tour drained
getting the phone faster than normal. So we have a brief intermission here to find another phone, and then we'll be on our tour shortly, everybody. Okay.
Hey, no problem. Hey,
All right,
Lum,
give us 2 minutes, guys. Thank you.
no problem. Lum, that leaves you and me to hold down the fort here. Do we have any prizes queued up, or shall we take some questions?
Why don't you take a question and I'll queue up some prizes?
Very good. Hang on a second, everybody. Let me kind of bring up the chat window here. I've got the soda chat queued up. Very long extension cords people are suggesting. And people commenting on nice to see all the old artwork. Yes, we will. I think so too. That's one of my
I actually have a great Richard question queued up. It's from Mandalar. He wants to know a little bit about the history of the kobolds and Vikings and their relationship to chaos and order, if there is one.
Excellent.
No, those are kobolds and Norgard, not kobolds and Vikings.
Yeah, and
Hey, I read it as it is.
yeah. Well, first let me talk about the kobolds for those who are not yet familiar. And let me frame it. It's going to take a little. The framing is going to take a little bit of description, so apologies for the length of this description. But there have been 400 years fictionally in New Britannia that have transpired since the Cataclysm. The Cataclysm being the collision of what was multiple moons. A large part of that debris fell upon the land. Not only, of course, was meteorites of moon fragments falling, obviously disastrous to the whatever it might land on the ground, and those are the shard fall locations in the game. But additionally, if you imagine laying such waste to big parts of the land, even those places that weren't directly destroyed, cities that weren't directly destroyed, if the areas of farming or other support were destroyed that might ship food into a city, those cities would begin to starve. Those people would ultimately abandon those cities and move out to more rural areas where they could feed themselves. And so the economic collapse, even amongst those places that weren't hit immediately or directly, was also fairly rapid. And so we saw the emptying of the old world, the abandonment of many old cities, even those that weren't directly destroyed. You saw civilization collapse to a much earlier state, and even the magic of the world that was fundamentally based upon the astrological movement of the moons and the stars, even that would have been profoundly interrupted, profoundly changed. And we'll get back to you, Matthew, in a little bit. I'm going to finish this story here before I get back over to you. And so, for about 200 years, I would say that civilization was radically set back. And but what happened about 200 years ago, and is chronicled to a significant degree in the Blade of the Avatar books, was the rise but then ultimate fall of the Obsidian Kabbalists and the Obsidian Order. And it was the Obsidians that first figured out the changes in magic and able to bring magic back into the world in a kind of a new way, kind of a shadow of the old way, but new syllables, new reagents, things of that nature that were required to kind of pick it up and move forward. And that finally brings us over to the kobolds, where if you think of kobolds and elves and the ogres and the satyrs and the fauns, and some of the others I'm not thinking of, the imps perhaps, those were creatures that were created by the Obsidians and used in the Fomorian Wars in an attempt to press their domination of the land. So
Now, you're not saying the kobolds were created by the Obsidians. They predated the Obsidians.
Sorry, thank you, Scott, for that correction. But they were...
they actually wrote out the Cataclysm in what is currently Skrek.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lum. Apologies. You are correct. I was on an incorrect thread there. But if you read the Blade of the Avatar, you will discover that the Obsidian rise or attempted domination was not successful. They ultimately were defeated. In fact, the
Hello.
virtues come into play, as you will see if you read the Blade of the Avatar. It's
Yeah,
how
not a
why
lot
it
of
did not
talking
work.
going on anyway.
But since then, and for near
You're
that
just hunting
time,
here. We
the
just killed
Titans,
dragons
who you will also read about
and the
in
Phoenix.
the Blade of the Avatar,
Yeah, and then you'd be coming over to
got
Pax
together to create and expand the influence of the Oracle. But the Oracle, which many of you who are already playing have already met, you have already seen technology, kind of clock-punkish technology spreading into the world, and it turns out that is one of the primary contributions to social advancement by the kobolds. So the kobolds are sort of this tinkery race. We used to have a class in old Ultimas called Tinkers. And they are the group that has on their own been sort of advancing technology, advancing these capabilities, and whether it's the ethereal radio, whether it's the wind generation, geothermal energy generation, the ethereal amplifiers, there are some weapons and things that have not yet come online. Those are actually developments of
Winfield,
the
I think,
kobolds.
left this for the
But you'll
time
also,
being.
for
He's
those
going to be
who've tried
coming
to venture into
on,
the Courage quest,
getting
which
set
we
to go
have
live
hold
on
at
the
moment,
broadcast.
but you may have already seen a little bit of intrigue associated with the kobolds and be they friend, be they foe, and sort of
Try
what's
to
their
poke him.
beef with humanity and how does that evolve. But in any case, it is the kobolds to whom we owe a significant thanks, or really helped bring about this technological revolution within the world through the times, from all the way back from the Cataclysm through to this day. And Scott, do you want to add anything to that, or any other corrections before we move back over?
No, I mean, you pretty much covered it. It's just basically what happened was that the kobolds have a very different society from humans. There's a lot of parallels with Ultima 6 and the Gargoyles, obviously. But it's a little different in that the interaction wasn't as sudden. It was more just a lot of culture clashes and a lot of humans not understanding how kobolds work and vice versa, and humans thinking kobolds were just really silly for giving away their technology, not trying to, make a good deal for it. Kobolds think that humans are mercenary and have no virtue or honor, and eventually it came to blows. And you explore a lot of that in the game.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Lum. And let's go back. I see that there is a cell phone back on, logged in as Matthew, although Matthew seems to be in the main broadcast room.
So let me go ahead and whip out these 4 prizes real quick then.
Okay, Matthew, we can't hear you, so we're going to do the prizes, and then we'll turn it back over to you to either finish the go on with the tour or whatever you want to do next.
Okay, so the first one is a store credit, and remember, all these prizes also come with a Sword of Midras audiobook, so you can listen to some of what we're talking about in terms of the lore. Store credit is won by Hooya, and Whooya. And the challenge coin is won by Greyhawk. The Darkstar Hobloth card, the commemorative Hearth of Britannia card, is won by Dunkelza. And Relics by Rild is offering a Tempestry shirt, which is the symbol of the School of Water. And the winner of that is Slegnor, Slegnor. I think that's Slegnor, not Signor. Let me check. But anyway, that's your prizes for this hour.
Bravo, bravo. And so let's see if we can switch back again to the main room. We can't hear you still in the main room, so you are muted in some sense of the word, or your microphone is offline. And good question. Can't hear you still. So let's. I see the roving phone. Maybe the roving phone will come visit. Oh, I see they're trying to close off doors. Okay, I'll finish the tour. Let's continue with the tour. Barrick, do you want to hit the do whatever's required to send the focus of the camera over to the roving wanderer? Actually, let's see, guys. Did we just finish with Ultima 6? Yeah, so we actually should be 7. There we go. Thank you. And Ultima 7, The Black Gate. This was actually the game we were working on when we were acquired by Electronic Arts. And I personally find this kind of funny because for those of you who see it, we were still at that time sparring with or making fun of Electronic Arts due to the Pert Snickwa, which is Trip Hawkins spelled backwards, pirate, and/or the sphere, the cube, and the tetrahedron. These primary objects that were also the EA logos that also became the manifestations of evil, and of course those were the signs of the Guardian, and that was Ultima 7. And then we moved over to Ultima 8, and by the time we get to Ultima 8, people by now should realize that one of the things we enjoyed doing in plot lines in Ultimas was pushing people out of their comfort zones. And of course, I don't think playing games, role-playing games in general, is evil, as I suspect most of you don't either. And I don't think symbols like a pentagram, in fact, invite in the devil and that sort of thing. They're obviously in tons of movies and tons of literature all over the place. And in fact, if you know the history of the pentagram, you know that a pentagram was actually considered a very biblical symbol up until the time of the Knights Templar. In fact, many churches have pentagrams on it that are Templar churches. It was actually an attempt to discredit the Templars when those became, quote, evil. But I put a pentagram on the cover of Ultima 8 originally, and there were a lot of stores that wouldn't carry it because of that pentagram that scared off a lot of retailers. So we made an alternate version of it without pentagrams. Then we get over to Ultima 9, which was sort of the culmination of especially the packaging of an Ultima. Love the cloth maps and the fictional books and the tarot cards and all the other things in the Dragon Edition that made that, I think, very cool as a fitting finale for Ascension, Ultima 9 Ascension. And even though technically UO shipped before Ultima Online, we put that one at the end of the list here because it sort of represents the opening of a dawning of a new day. It's often considered the first true massively multiplayer game, and our team is credited with the coining of the term MMORPG, a mouthful to make it slightly shorter, the horrible phrase massively multiplayer online role-playing game. And it also benefited from Ultima 9 and UO were, I think, these really beautiful packages, and is one for those of you who got in early, got in during the Kickstarter era. In that first year, we were producing packaged physical goods that we will ship to the very first royal founders who chose to get these physical goods. Many of you will get that. Then we're going to go ahead a little more quickly now. That's the tapestry of the original painting of the Tapestry of Ages by the brothers Hildebrandt. But if you spin around, we'll see, after UO, we split off to form what was very briefly known as Destination Games. It was almost immediately acquired by NCSoft, the next little piece. And when we founded NCSoft, we brought on and/or acquired, we worked with and then ultimately acquired groups like the group that did City of Heroes, the group that did Guild Wars. We released our own product, Tabula Rasa, and then we split off again and formed this company, Portalarium. As Portalarium, we actually first did a smaller Facebook game just kind of get our feet wet and get up and running as a group. We did this game called Ultimate Collector, which was actually, I think, a pretty darn good game, even though our timing was not particularly good, I don't think, for the free-to-play social app days. And so we moved right back on and got back into the thick of what we planned to do originally, which was go make games more fitting of us as a team, which is back into the role-playing game, hardcore role-playing game era. So if you continue around to your right, Mr. Camera Holder, or Ms. Camera Holder, whoever you are, since I don't know. Here we are at the Shroud of the Avatar area, and you can see not only the sigils and this mosaic, that was made by one of our own community members. But there's a Zonz, I think, there somewhere, this cool speaker system made in Germany, and the glass case where we keep a lot of mementos down through the years of awards we've received, everything from Lego miniatures, shot glasses, patches, and all kinds of other bits of both history and current things that we've done together. So that's the Artifact Tour. And I'll let somebody else, if Barrick is still around, or if whoever the camera holder is, if they want to go and show off offices and say what kind of people are in them, that would also might be a kind of a fun thing to do.
Oh, you unmuted it. Hello, this is Barrick again. I was summoned.
Yeah, we're saying here. It's time for you to take over. Maybe show the offices.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's swing around here and do. We have a wonderful 3 o'clock hour with fiddlers. We want to get to that, but first, there's a couple cool areas of the office here yet. So back past the history, we have the, what do we call this room, guys?
Art room 2.
Art room number 2. And what are we doing here?
Dancing.
Yeah, that's right. We have Fletch. This is our dance room on the weekends.
Go dance.
Okay, so this is actually really cool. What are we drawing right here right now? I have not seen this myself yet.
So this is all purely conceptual, and it may or not be the final concept or whatever. But so we were redesigning some of the dark elves for the game. These are the NPCs that you fight in the game. So what we're kind of doing is we're revamping a lot of the assets. I originally came on to try to kind of update the look and aesthetic of a lot of the assets in game. So like as I've been working here, I've been improving armors and characters and stuff like that. And yeah, this is the dark elf concept facially. There's a couple tweaks I'm gonna have to do to that. But yeah, that's what that is. And then I just recently today completed steampunk headphones, which you guys probably saw earlier. So that'll be in game very soon. And yeah.
All right, thank you, Fletch. Appreciate it. We got a couple of other things we're designing. I see butterfly wings. I think we talked about those briefly. We've got a few that I'm not sure actually how to call them.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can show all of these or not.
All right, we got a flash of that. All right, let's move on here. We got other things in the works. We also have a secret window. This is when we knock on the window to get his attention. Chris Spears, programmer here, programmer room. How you guys doing? We're on the live stream here. Say hello to the community of like 1,000 viewers right now. This is crazy. We got a programmer room, right? Number 1, programmer 1, or what do you call the room?
Engineering.
Engineering. Oh, the engineers. Hard at work making the game not crash. And I heard that this last build that is going out to the community tomorrow is so much better on that. Isn't that right, Chris?
Yes, we went ahead and commented out the crash decline code, so you feel like it's alpha beta that we'd intentionally left in all along. Now clean, and tomorrow's release will be crash free. And that is mostly true, except for the part that we were doing it intentionally. This is actually Saint one and only back here managed to track down a couple of the last crashes yesterday. Not to give him all the credit, because everybody in this room is awesome.
Might have also caused all
He might also have caused all the crashes, but this is what happens when you implement a lot of the features in the game. So many of the crashes.
All right, crash room here. Let's go on to the next one. All right, got some old relics here. We got boxes of T-shirts here. Giving away these on the live stream. It's gonna be good. All right, cases of museum. You saw the awesome old stuff already. Want to keep up with me? Let's go. Got a kitchen. Don't want to see that. And my room with my computer, and also Mom here, who is managing the prizes and giveaways.
Actually, I'm trying to work.
And trying to work. You're doing hard work on.
I'm trying to fix Harder's paddle skates so you can actually get through them.
That's important. That's good. All right, thank you, Lum. Hey guys, introduce yourselves real quick.
I'm B. Cotton. Everybody knows. I just do a lot of system design, and pretty much everything that Chris doesn't do kind of falls down.
Hey, how's it going? Finn's favor, troll hunter in game. I do a lot of programming, design, visual effects, and kind of whatever needs to be done. Working on the cool kobold townhouse. Got some secret doors in there that seem to be flying off the hinges when you interact with them. So
and you were the guy who did the puke, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. That's we have a
You're
puke
welcome,
emote
and I'm sorry.
the community loves that. What are the couple of the other emotes that you've done?
Pretty much any emote with any kind of visuals tied to it, or just helping set up all the emotes with and get them up in there with from the animator Matt who you saw earlier. Everybody kind of has their fingers in all the bowls of pudding. So
and the
you kind of mix a piece of it, I'll create a piece of it, animators will create a piece of it, and then we'll run back through and fix all the timing, and then something will change. We'll run back through and fix all the timing, or update cool things, or make variances because the client likes a certain thing. So we're like, cool, they want variances of those. So then we find out different ways to kind of supply like the smoking. We got some cool stuff with smoking, fire breathing, and juggling. Of course,
smoking with the pipes that we've been
and then all the juggling. Sorry.
What?
Keep this one sideways. I'm sideways.
Oh, nice.
Ready to go this way?
It should be locked.
Now it's a Google.
What does it do?
Let's see what they say.
You're back.
Okay, we're back.
And now we're back. Okay, Google Hangout shenanigans. So this is Finn, who's been doing animations and the puking and all the other stuff in the game. Awesome work. Thank you very much, buddy. You mentioned smoking. We're gonna go see some smoking. Let's go. We did. So what do we call this room, guys? We have a name for it. The World Travelers Room. Is that what I heard? The magic land of art and design. This is where Esteban here. Let's go to Esteban for a brief second. You've seen Esteban on the live stream. Here is his office and studio. He is the one who makes the design of just quick 2-second, like what do you do again? Just sort of a refresher.
I'm part of the world building team. I help build the maps on Shroud the Avatar, and at the current moment, I am fixing a terrain issue with water.
Oh, that's okay. Well, good luck on that one. And we also have a couple of other world builders, designers. If you guys wanted to introduce yourself just real quick, we'll go down the line.
I'm Reed Rolo, Junior in Five Bernard. Started here in February, and I've been focusing on optimization.
Everybody, I'm Michael Hutchison. I'm the lead artist on the project. I do a bit of various things, including asset building and scene building. And the thing that you probably experienced most of what I've had a hand in is the player-owned town maps of every different biome that we have.
Keith Quinn, Sanio on the boards. I'm a level designer. I do a lot of the end-line stuff, like put in wolves and zombies and other bad guys throughout the world. I also update and create new scenes sometimes, like thing and the underground passages. Right now, I'm sort of on hold with stuff about the latest things we've been doing is adding life to scenes Sultan and Martyrs, giving the NPC schedule so they go somewhere to work, somewhere else to go to sleep. And while they're in the various places, they do certain special things. From Mike Tonto.
Kind of Keith's counterpart here. My name is point man on hot implementation. Any changes you want made on the guy who's making them generally. Also, a killed cistern. Working on artist emotes. Hey, me. You did this.
Hey, Richard here, taking over. Whatever the feed is that you guys were using has died. Lummis, do you concur with that to make sure that you see what I see or hear what I don't hear?
Okay. Don't forget delay.
No, yeah. Hey, so Matthew, your phone's not working well.
Yeah, the Google process.
It's back now. We're seeing Scotty.
But we're not seeing you very well, Scotty. So the synchronization and jitteriness is largely inoperative, and now you're
You broke
sideways.
the tour, Scotty. Come in here. I've got a wired connection.
Yeah, Scotty, go see Scotty. Yes, Scott, I'm talking to you. Go see Lum. Go introduce yourself in front of Lum's machine, please.
Come here, Scotty. Come right here. Tell them who you are.
There we go. Should I put it on? There we go. Hey there, I'm Scott Jones. I'm one of the environment artists as well as kind of a general jack of all trades guy. Do a bunch of stuff. Recently, I guess I've been working a lot on a mixture of icons and interface. Right now I'm doing a pass at the night sky so that when you put on the astrolabe, you get to look at these amazing constellations sort of artistically rendered out. Most recently before that, I've done some world building and in the form of the artifice interior, exterior, and exit, and of course the mysterious confluence chamber. The other stuff I've been working on recently that a lot of folks have been seeing and been excited about have been the very pipes they were talking about earlier that Finn has been working on the special effects for. So that whole variety of things has gotten a lot of attention, and hopefully you all are going to have fun with all that stuff. Thank you for letting me co-opt this loan.
No problem.
We'll be talking to you guys later.
He's in the main room. You can go ahead and turn it off.
All right, I don't hear the phone coming back online. I see the main room is filling with people, but Barrick and Chris, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear us now?
I think you can hear us now.
Can you hear us
I'm
okay?
hearing an echo.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, good. All right. Don't know what happened there. We are good to go here, though. Was the thingy muted? Yeah, we got this little magic
mute.
pod here, yeah, and it has its own mute in addition to the live stream as well. So, as I was saying, as you were trying to read my lips, 3 o'clock is when we start the Hospitaller hour. So the next 45 minutes or so, we've got Jack. Jack, come over here. You guys in the community know who Jack is, right? Jack is from, introduce yourself again.
I'm
500,
either
both
Jack
of
Frost
which have gone
or
by.
Jack Citizen, and I am
All
part
right,
of
we're, yeah,
the
47,500, so you
I'm already
thank you,
sorry.
yes. Thank you very
That's
much.
too short. Get Star back here. That was Jack.
So people know Star and I are like 4
Okay, let's bring Winfield in, and I'm gonna go find Star.
Well,
so you can take them all at once if you want. We
By the way, yes, we should stop and celebrate this. I saw
I'm gonna do
these
my
things come
shot,
on Hip
sing
Chat,
my
but we
song.
others.
All right, here we go,
4,000,
Chris.
45,000 and 47,500, both of which have gone
Wake up,
by.
Richard.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're, yeah, 47,500.
All right, I've not had enough drinking that I'll do my do a song. I'll do a couple dedications today. I'm only going to sing the first couple verses, though. Weep for yourself, my man. You never be what is in your heart. Weep, little lion man. You're not as brave. You're not as brave as you were at the start. Rate yourself and rake yourself. Take all the courage you have left. Waste it on fixing all the problems that you made in your own head.
That's two shot. Get Star back here.
But it was not your fault, but mine. Courage you had, and it was your heart on the line. I really fucked it up this time, didn't I, my dear? Didn't I, my dear? I'll stay the rest of it.
I didn't know if you were going to jump
Beautiful.
your phone.
I'm weeping.
Well, was that not we did the thing, right? Where's the thing?
The PG-13.
PG-13 sign. Where did it go?
PG-13. PG-13 framed right here. We got it somewhere.
I know you can sing.
I can't sing.
I didn't know.
Are you in the choir? The boys' choir?
No. I just sing when I'm drunk.
All right, so let's do a
I'll be back
swap
later.
here. I'm gonna take your seat there, Chris. Thank you.
You gonna drive?
All right.
Remember,
Yes.
the first half hour is hospitalers.
Hospitalers. That's right.
Hospitalers.
Hospitaliers.
Or hospitaliers.
I think hospitalers.
Hospitalers.
Yeah.
There's three
Sorry.
pronunciations.
Yeah. Okay. So if you could, did you introduce yourself, Winfield?
Not yet.
Okay, please do.
Hi everybody, I'm Winfield. I'm one of the backers in Shroud of the Avatar.
And you're a fisherman.
And I'm a fisherman. Yes, Lord British. And so I'm glad to be here. Just happened to be in the neighborhood, stopped in, and try to help out during the telethon and stuff. And we are not fishing right now. We're going to talk about hospitalers today, which are players helping players. So.
Okay. So we're very happy that we have such an awesome community. I've been with the project for 2 months now, and ever since meeting you, Winfield, and talking with the guys on MBNN and all of the other groups, we have others in the chat right now with us from the Hospitalers, from just the general community, everybody who's been, well, not everybody, but some people who've been active. We wish we could bring everybody in the community to chat with us during this hour, but we literally have a 10-slot limit. I think we're almost at that already. So why don't we, if anybody, let's start with Amber Rain. Are you there, Amber? We'll just go down the line in case they're not ready. Brian, Wrath Phoenix, are you there?
I am, yes.
All right, Wrath Phoenix. A lot of people know you, I'm sure, in the community. Do a quick introduction and what you do to help out the community.
Actually, I believe Amber is actually ready if she would like to go first, since you called her originally.
Please do, Amber. Click the box.
Click on Amber.
Yeah. Perfect.
Or maybe not.
Okay, all right, go for it, Wrath Phoenix.
That's all right. That's all right. My name is Wrath Phoenix on the forums, Kaz and Phoenix Fire and Game.
Why isn't this working?
It is now.
Oh!
There we go. Go ahead. Go ahead, Amber.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out. Go ahead. I'm having tech issues.
That's all right. We all have them. I'm leader of the Phoenix Republic, which is an alliance of guilds and towns in Shroud of the Avatar. I've been involved in hospitaler movement from very early stages, and I just kind of very, very proud to be a part of the effort, and thank everyone that's been a part of the effort, because it's been really crazy.
Okay, we got
Violation.
Yeah, Duke Violation. Hello.
Hi. So I'm Duke Violation, and I guess my comment on where I am with this program is more actively doing it than making the Hospitaler program itself going. It's something that Winfield and I talked about without a name, and I've always tried to help people, and I've only recently moved into trying to be associated with the Hospitaler program, and my biggest comment to everybody is, if you want to help people out, this is the best way to do it. This is the best way to get involved. There's a great framework here, and if you can actually push forward on associating yourself to a larger group and giving yourself a time of day that you can dedicate to helping people, the entire game is going to benefit with it. So just try to give yourself an hour or so a week that you can say, I dedicate to this program, and help new players out, and everybody's going to benefit.
Yeah, that's right. It's absolutely right. This community is fantastic in getting together and just really helping out each other, and that's what the Hospitalers are all about. So who do we have next on the list here with us?
That's
Lazarus.
Lazarus.
Okay, Lazarus. Hello, Lazarus.
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you, Laz.
Yeah, we got. You can see it beautifully. You've got a nice setup there in the back with the green screen. Normally we see you on NVNN with the, the corner there and the showing off the. Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. And you are based in which city?
Florida, Deltona.
No. No, we're not talking about real life here today, gentlemen. All right, and we have somebody else with us who has been quite instrumental in engineering a lot of the Hospitaller group itself. Isn't that right, Dallas? Why don't you introduce yourself? Tell you've been with the community quite a bit longer than I have, so you have a lot more to say, I'm sure.
Well, yeah. A lot of people don't know that I retired out of this business back in '96, and I didn't come back until 2006. I took a 10-year sabbatical. And I left because I was kind of I lost interest in games that people played by themselves, and I kind of missed the massive growth of the MMO world. We launched Ultima Online actually about a year after I left, and but toward the end of that 10-year period, the last 4 or 5 years of that, I spent studying human happiness and well-being, and all the research pretty much proved that almost all of our happiness, and I prefer to use the word well-being actually more than happiness, comes from our interactions with other people. And as I was studying that more and more, I dove in and started seeing what was going on in the world of MMOs and online community playing, and that's what brought me back. And we founded Portalarium, almost 7 years ago now. And we dabbled around in a few Facebook games, which we weren't too good at, before we went back to our roots and started this product, Shroud of the Avatar, which has been going on for about 3 years now. And when we founded Portalarium, the first thing I did was I spent about a month writing our company principles. And it says right at the very beginning that our purpose, and I don't remember this exactly, but I'll try to quote it as best I remember. That our purpose is to create fun games and virtual worlds that promote community, learning, goodwill, and people playing together. That's the founding purpose of the company. And it's all because, I realize that human happiness is tied up in people being with people. And so, while most of the people are engineering the fun factor of this game, the fun combat system and the crafting system and the decorating system and all that, I've been kind of behind the scenes trying to make sure that the right amount of social engineering is going into the product. The things that, science has shown that having, here's the technical term I'll give you for well-being. It's a high frequency of non-negative interactions with a few chosen others where there develops a mutual concern for each other's welfare. Now, I'll repeat that. High frequency of non-negative interactions. Now, notice they don't have to even be positive. They can be neutral. And when I say non-negative or neutral, I'm talking about emotional flavor to it. So anyway, I needed to make sure that the product had a high frequency of non-negative interactions occurring between people that begin to actually develop mutual concern for each other's welfare, which happens through time and frequency of interactions.
And I think we've got with the community, like you guys here who are gracious enough to be in the area, to be able to visit us, and to help us out here on just filling up the room at the very least, but I have so much to say as well, to talk about with the community and to show that this game is, based on what Dallas is saying, based off of the community. This is all about the community, and we work super hard to do our best to not only design a really good game, but also design a really good platform for community interaction.
You all may notice, since I'm the one who's been writing the email in the update for most of the past 3 years, and since Barrick has come on board, him and Star have actually taken over writing the lion's share of that. And but you may notice that since the very beginning, since I was more or less in charge of it, I made sure that sucker was filled with community-related information, community events. And and I was the one that made sure that we created an area in the forums where people could actually post what their community events were going to be. And I pull from that every single week. We pull from that to put information in the update about where people can go to hang out with other people.
Yeah, so we actually have been, over the last several weeks, been refining this and getting more feedback from community leaders, those who are creating these events, that are putting them into the community events section of the forums. You can go to the forums, check that out, and we look at that every week, put it into the weekly update. Also have on the front page of the website, you go to the community tab, I think it's called community tab. Community tab, it's one of the tabs, drop down, and you select events, community events, something like that. Super easy to see once you get there. I don't know why I can't remember it right now, but that's okay.
When it comes to people being with people, the thing that's first most important is introducing people to each other. I mean, people can't hang out with other people until they meet those people. You got to meet them first. Yeah. And that's why a good host or a hostess at a party, they spend all their time when a new person comes in the door figuring out which group to steer them to, where to take this new person in the party and move them over. I think you might like hanging out with these folks over here. They help ease them into the party. When Winfield here actually is the first one that posted on the forums many months ago about the Project New Player Initiative or something like that. I think that's what it was called.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a minute, but we can roll up.
Well, that's why you pulled me in here, I think.
It is. Let's talk about it now.
So I saw his posting there, and he of course copied me on this private message with about 30 other people. At the time, it was probably only about 10 or 12 other people because we had a limit on how many people you could.
We only put you in there, Dallas. You could add.
So I could add other people, yeah.
Yeah.
But obviously, the subject was something that's very near and dear to my heart because to have a community, it's not enough for people to just have events and stuff. You've got to find ways to bring new people in, and you've got to find ways to make those new people feel wanted, that they want to be there, that they matter to other people. And it's not just enough to have engaging content, you've got to have engaging interactions with other people. And so the New Player Initiative was something that I gave a lot of my focus. I read everything that these guys posted, and the thing must be up to maybe 50 or 75 people on that list now. And from that, grew the Hospitaller movement. And the word Hospitaller actually came from Richard initially. We were bouncing around words as to what to call these community members that
helpers, helpies.
Yeah, mentors. We had all sorts of names going, and when I described to Richard what this group was trying to do, he goes, "Oh yeah, that sounds exactly like the Hospitallers in the Society of Creative Anachronisms, the SCA." And he goes, "They're called Hospitallers," and he started pulling up pictures and showing me stuff that where he went to events and they had chests with the Hospitaller symbol on it that were filled with clothes that the newcomers could actually take the clothes, and so they would be dressed the same as everybody else. Plus literature was in there that they were handed out at it. And he goes, "So let's call it Hospitallers," and that's how the name stuck.
So now Hospitallers, and also the experience of getting into the game, helping out in general, is open to everybody, right? There's anybody can join Hospitallers.
Initially, there was some discussion about maybe there should be some sort of a sign-up process or some initiation rites, some qualifications somebody should meet before they could be designated as a Hospitaller. And at the end of the day, our goal was to not have there be any barriers at all to people wanting to help other people. And so we just put the title. We gave the title to everybody. Every single new character that starts the game has in their list of available titles the title Hospitaller.
So it's not turned on automatically. You
It's
join,
not.
you jump into the game, you look into it,
It's
and you're
not.
like, I want to be a Hospitaller. Check.
That's correct. But we wanted Hospitallers to be able to spot new players, you know. And if I could have had my druther, I'd had a neon sign over new players' side going, I'm new, I'm new, I'm new, come talk to me, come talk to me. Even if I don't want you to talk to me, come talk to me, and show me the ropes. And so, you know, we didn't get the neon sign, but we did get a title called Outlander instead of Noob, and everybody starts with Outlander, and we put the tech in there so it defaults to on, and you got to go turn it off. And that way all the Hospitallers in the game can spot the new people that have the word Outlander over their head and can go introduce themselves. So that was some of the main tech that we put in. My role in the Hospitallers group was to let these guys run with it, and I would do my part to champion any technology enhancements we needed, such as this new titling system. And because of the new titling system, we also reworked the colors of the titles, which was a holy project too, by the way. There's only so many colors, and there's so many, you know, a limited number of things that you can show. And I learned a whole lot about color blindness during that process. And we haven't taken these steps yet, but we've worked out, you know, what we're going to do for the people who have colorblind. They'll be able to select different palettes, and as soon as we have time for it, we'll put tech in there so that we have symbols to go along with the titles and the colors, so they can look at the symbols. Because there's some people so colorblind, there's no palette that works for them. But anyway, we made the color changes so that the color of the Outlander is different and the color of the Hospitaller is different to help make it easier. As close, I'm trying to get as close as I can to that neon sign over their head, okay? And
Star won't let you put neon.
No, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't let me.
So we'll be able to. We have the game actually up and running here, and should be a little faster than last time. There was some connection problems earlier in the day in showing off some of the work that Esteban had, but we've looks like we're moving along pretty good here. And I see a few Hospitallers on my screen here. So when we're ready to show the game, I think you're going.
I'll drive.
Winfield, drive for me.
And
All right,
I'd like to add to what Dallas said. So a bunch of us have been here before, and a lot of people in the community over the last couple of years have, you know, grew up in you know, Valemark and other towns like that before Novi was created, just getting along with each other and helping each other out. When we discovered Dallas with such enthusiasm, as he just portrayed, the rest of us players were like, we want to latch onto this, we want to help. And so everybody you see on this stream here who signed in this morning for this session are people who have helped create ideas for players helping players. In fact, you know, Kazan Phoenix Fire, he's always in game helping people. Amber's always talking about it and in game as well. Roper is out there putting things on for people to learn about in game. We have people creating videos and tutorials. Now I say we, it's basically we just had this little starter group with concepts, and we talked to Dallas. Now it's completely public. Now this whole Hospitaller thing is completely open. Everybody can get involved, and I think, and I'll ask some of my colleagues here to chime in. I think the concept now is we don't want people to help people carry that Hospitaller tag, and maybe, you know, between all of us together we can recommend how to smartly and do it best to help new players stay in the game, get through the first-time user experience, and get into the game and not drift off 6 hours after being in the game. The longer we keep them in with people, meeting people, and the community, like Dallas said, this game's going to last forever, as long as you guys keep the servers up, okay? It'll last forever. So I'd like to ask, who else on our stream here would like to...
I would actually like to add a point to that, too.
With the box there.
Yeah, so...
There was also the Soda Help site, which was created by Rick Algarian, which has been a really fantastic piece of technology to be used in the Hospitaller effort. Who's actually here. Perhaps he could talk a bit about that.
Yeah, that's a very, very massively useful website that Algarian created called sodahelp.org, which is sort of the home of the Hospitaller movement. new players can actually go there to post questions if they can't find the hospitaler in the game. I managed to get a book that was written by a member of the hospitalers called the New Player Guide or something. I forget the exact name that it is in the game. We got that published inside the game in everybody's inventory, and we put it on there, the website for sodahelp.org. So if they couldn't find help in the game, they could go there and post questions. Eventually, I'd like to have a bulletin board in the game, where people can post requests like that without having to go off to another website, but that's future tech.
We also have quite a active community in our own discussion forums, and just recently, a few weeks ago, we created a new player section of the forums right at the top. So if you're a new player, and even if you have not jumped into the game yet, and you have questions, and you just want to say hi to everybody, and just to ask a few basic, like, how do I get started? You can go into the forums there as well. Just go into the new player section, say, hey, my name is, and I have this question or two, and the community will be more than happy to answer them, and the developers usually are in there as well.
And the other thing I want to do to help with technology for players to learn about what's going on inside the game, these community events, as you will. Every week we publish in the weekly letter the community calendar events. We have a place on our website where we try to pull the data from Avatar Circle community calendar, and also the other one, Soda Events calendar. I'd actually like to have a live calendar in the game eventually. And I'd actually like for that calendar, if you turn it on to get notifications, that it'll pop events, reminders to the chat window. It says, hey, the hospitalers meeting is about to happen in 30 minutes over in an Owl's Head somewhere, and so that we can not only use our wonderful community members, but use the technology and the system itself to steer people towards each other. Don't know when that's going to happen because we still got a very full plate, but that's been on my to-do list for 3 years, to try to get that stuff to happen.
Yeah, we got a lot of ideas, and please ask us, put posts in the forums, and contact us and let us know. If you have an idea, you're playing the game, you're enjoying it, you're having fun, and you would like to see something that would especially help new players, if you're a new player such as yourselves, please let us know. We're always open in talking with you guys. And speaking of community, we're just talking about getting everybody together. I'm looking over here at Winfield is on one of our other computers, and I will switch the screen over to show you what we are seeing in the game. We have a party going on here, so let me get that switched over. There we go. We are which town?
So we are currently in Paxler City at our castle lot. This is set up of how it will look after post-wipe, so we can help as many players as we possibly can. Because I can place this lot in group 2. So I'll talk to them. I was talking to Dallas. I'm trying to impress Dallas.
I see the hospital symbol spelled out there with was that books?
So they have they use books in the game here to go ahead and make the hospitaler logo. And then you see people with the hospitaler tag on their heads. They're about ready to play a game called the FAQ game, the Frequently Asked Questions game, where people pick a box, they get a letter pulled out of the box, they're asked a quick question like where do you start, and or what is the capital of Novia? Oh, it's Brittany. Or how do you go into combat? Press Z. So these are games that we can do as communities to help a lot of new players. And actually, you see a lot of people juggling, and people know how to.
So I hate to interrupt.
Yes, sir.
But we've raised $50,000 today.
Yay!
That is huge.
So sorry to real quick.
Absolutely.
So thank you, community. We have raised $50,000 today. That is an incredible achievement and an amazing testament to your generosity. I am incredibly humbled. You guys just support us beyond what I could possibly expect. You make all this happen. Thank you. That means that we have achieved every single stretch goal that we announced earlier today. That means that everyone who has given us $5 today gets the fan emote That includes a little handheld fan. Ooh, it's hot. The aeronaut helmet, the hacked Oracle crawler pet, and the clockwork wings. And you know what that means? That means we need more stretch goals because we met all these.
And has anybody thought about any more stretch
It's like we didn't plan for this.
Make them up now, or else.
Let's make it up. Just pull it out of thin air because we hadn't planned for this.
Juggling flaming chickens.
We didn't plan for this. Just making this up. Just totally making this up. Okay. So the next goals are at $65,000. If we meet $65,000, it will be a hacked Oracle flyer pet. So the little Oracle flyers. If we make $80,000, it's going to be another pet. This one's going to be a really wacky, weird one. So it will, you know, the little airship. It will be a tiny little version of it as a pet. So it'll be a little tiny version of the airship as a pet.
Float around behind us?
Yes.
No way.
Yeah. So it's a little shrunken version.
How much more money we need for that?
We need to hit 80,000 to get a little
Easy.
Version of the airship that follows you around.
All of us get one of those.
Everyone who gives $5 will get a little airship that follows you around as a pet. A pet airship.
How much to make that a chaos airship?
Yeah. All right. So.
Chaos.
Well, if we make $80,000, then maybe that'll be the next one. So we'll see.
The queen of chaos, or mistress of chaos.
All right. So thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt, but wait, hold on. Sorry, I have to do a shot there for all that. So wait, I got to do a shot and some dancing or something. So thank you.
Here, thank you here as well. That round.
That deserves a Starleton too, I think. Okay. Starleton. So.
Clear the floor for the Starleton.
All right, thank you.
Hey, I'm going to have to get back. I want to say one thing before I left, which is that, you know, we call this the new player project. We've also dubbed it Players Helping Players. I want to point out that even more importantly, underlying Players Helping Players is players being with players. And really, Players Helping Players is kind of an excuse, actually, for people to hang out. And more than anything else, people just need other people, whether they're helping each other or just hanging out. So my advice to all current hospitalers and future hospitalers is it's even if somebody doesn't need help, just walking up and talking to them. Remember what I said earlier about high frequency of non-negative interactions? It didn't say whether those interactions had to be helping them or whatever. It's just interacting with them. So my suggestion is know that just going up and saying hi, which I know is part of the hospitaler playbook, you know, to do that if nothing else, is one of the single most important things that all players can do for each other in this game to make them feel a sense of belongingness, which that concept of belongingness is the biggest factor in our well-being, and quite honestly, that's why I do all this stuff.
And in fact, Dallas, I can jump in too. That's also why we tried to make some very simple things like emotes that are tradable, that are that are things that reteachable. Just so you can go like, oh hey, I see you're doing the Macarena. Teach me how to do it, because why not? And it creates an interaction opportunity between people. And so we're trying to seed things into the world that give people these excuses to interact.
So the more belongingness we can create, in every person in this game, then the longer that this virtual world is going to continue to exist for all of us to hang out in. So anyway, folks, I got to get back to doing some work. Thanks for the invite to come in and speak about this. My pleasure. And thank you, Winfield, for having started that thread many months ago.
Many of us started, but only one person could start the thread, but many of us came up with the idea.
Absolutely. Okay.
All right. Thanks, Dallas.
All right, so what else do we want to talk about, guys? We got a few more minutes.
So I'd like to have all the hospitalers say more, and I'll just drive the computer.
Yeah, that sounds good. So we've got several hospitalers on screen. Is anybody want to say anything about what you do in the game, or anything at all? Just this is the time to just chat about it in the community.
And you can put on the video here.
Oh yeah, let's go.
I actually introductions left too.
can I actually jump in and recommend that Rick show the website and how easy it is to use? Because until 2 days ago, I didn't realize it took 15 seconds to sign in on the website.
Oh, you mean like Darian? Yeah.
Yes. SodaHelp.org is.
So he's sure
is
you want
awesome.
to do that right there? You can.
No, Rick's online.
Oh, okay.
So he's right next. Right.
Hi there.
The one waving wearing the black shirt.
Gotcha. You're on screen, Rick. Thank you.
Okay, glad to show you guys what it's all about. I'm not exactly sure how to show you my screen.
Screen sharing is one of the options.
On the left side here, I'm a noob at this. Let's see here. What's that expecting?
While he doesn't have SodaHelp.org was stood up as part of our group. We're like, oh, we want to be able to have people go to a place on the internet to get help, not just always in game. And that's kind of what this is about.
There you go. We can see it now.
Okay, great. So basically, for a new player's perspective, you do not need to log in to use the website. You simply could come over here to help me in game, and it brings up a form that you fill out. Not all the fields are mandatory, mind you. It's really quick to do. And it will create a request that other Hospitalers see to meet you in game and try to help you one-on-one. If you have just a question, another form will populate, and you just describe what your question is, and it populates into our FAQ database, the Q&A page. Basically, Q&A page, it will show your asked question, and it'll tag it differently once it's answered by the team of Hospitalers. We all get notification that a question was posted. In fact, it automatically posts to our Twitter stream that a new question has been posted and asks us to unite and come together to answer this question. So another thing on the support page, which is kind of nice, and you'll see if you, there's 3 categories for Hospitalers logged in to assist. There's people actively seeking out players, which currently we have none. In-game projects, currently nobody working on an in-game project, and you see that Duke Violation Cloth and myself are logged in working on out-of-game projects. I am not in-game right now. I apologize, my computer will probably explode if I try to do all this at once. And then we have just 3 basic tabs for sharing web resources. Now keep in mind, I do have functionality that was broken when we switched hosting services. It'll be up again soon. These web resources, in-game support locations, and tutorial video tabs, and there's some wonderful videos by the recent ONBE winner Lace here, all posted, all of our videos. These pages will be embeddable on other people's fan sites, and you'll notice that there's a recommend video button and a view recommendations button, so we can all work together to build these resource lists if we post these elsewhere. And then way at the bottom here, on all pages in the footer, you'll see a Hospitaler membership request and tools interface. We did not want anyone to think they had to have a login to use the site. So you click there, and it takes you over to our interface, and sure enough, you can see we have lots of tools available to us, to include adjusting your availability. And like what Duke Violation Cloth had just spoken, it is just a 10-15 second thing. It remembers your last session, and then you just hit update availability, and boom, you are showing available to the world to help them. So it's kind of a way to globally announce you are available for help. And if there's ever anyone that wants to walk through the website, just message me in the forums, and I'll meet up with you and give you a one-on-one walkthrough.
So, Garian, a quick question. Anyone can become a Hospitaler, sign onto this site, and sign up as a Hospitaler, right? There's like no difficulty doing that for anybody. Anyone who wants to help other people can just sign up and do this and get access to all these extra tools as well, right?
And create your own little
and create your own biography and get in game and help people. And
absolutely. I think we really haven't come up with any sort of a vetting process. I think really the only thing I've thought of is if somebody obviously posts a welcome message that's malicious, I probably will not approve their account. But you know, there's even some people that are obviously English might not be their primary language. It's actually one of the features for the site is to identify what languages you do speak, and when you click into Hospitaler profiles, you can look for somebody that speaks your language. And in fact, we have charts available to show. If you click the question mark on the top right-hand corner, there are charts that show all the languages we currently have available. And if you click the bar on the chart, it'll show you which Hospitalers speak that language.
So if someone just wants to help interpret for others who are not English speaking, they could join Hospitalers and people can find them, I take it.
I think really there could be a lot of different avenues people take when they join the site. We don't really specify how they contribute, and that could definitely be one of them.
And you don't have to be part of the site to just get on your avatar, turn the Hospitaller tag on, and kind of sort of follow the Hospitaller code to help people, with respect and honesty and all that, and off you go, right? So you don't have to be part of the site, but you can add to the site, be part of the site, and get more capability, I guess.
Yeah, I think Richard's waving that we have to drink.
Oh. Over to you, Lord British. What are we doing?
Yes, we are now at 52,500.
Uh-oh.
So here we go. 52,500, trying to keep up.
The number is changing.
I'm going to just speak to Dallas the Star and others about the wheel. I think it's about time to put up some more of those autographed pictures, but I'll leave it up to them to figure that one out. But
I think it's time to give away some prizes, actually. So Lum is ready to go on that. What do we got, Lum?
Lum waved you off.
I got it. Okay.
Okay.
So the first winner is store credit. Ree Robin wins store credit for that. And then we have another copy of the Sword of Midras hardcover book. Kadra is the winner of that. And then a Shroud of the Avatar t-shirt being modeled by two of the three people on the screen right now. And Bahamut is the winner of a Shroud of the Avatar t-shirt. And then we have two different challenge coins. One is the Lord British symbol, and one is the Dark Star Chaos symbol.
And we have some of those here. I'm going to switch to we got the wheel offline here, so I'm just going to zoom in here. One of these challenge coins right here. Always keep it in your pocket. Somebody may always challenge you.
Yes.
It's happened to me way too many times here, and I did not have my coin ready.
And the winner
Challenge you, sir.
the winner
I challenge you. Oh, you got here. Now I owe him a drink.
Yeah. The winner of the Lord British Challenge coin is Yskonin, Yskonnyn. And the winner of the Dark Star Challenge coin is Andreas Whitefire.
Congrats, Andrew. Congrats, everybody, for winning a prize.
Hey.
So our hourly prizes, we're giving away prizes every single hour, just as Richard also mentioned. We have the Wheel of Doom and Crying, or Wheel of Doom and something. I forget what the second one is. Fill in the blank.
Fortune and...
There you go. Thank you. And as a reminder, everybody, this is the Shroud of the Avatar Summer Telethon of the Avatar Part 1. We have another telethon in August. We have over this next, starting tomorrow, the end of Final Wipe, the beginning of Persistence of the game.
Everything becomes real.
Everything becomes real. It's going to be amazing. I'm going to flip one more time over to the party we have going on in the game. There are hourly events in the game by the community.
Lord British is there.
Lord British is dancing with everybody else. This is going to get even crazier as time goes on. We also have a 10 o'clock to midnight. Midnight being the final wipe, folks. That's when the servers shut down and it all becomes dark temporarily until tomorrow's excitement. And 10 to midnight is when everybody starts jumping into the game, and we want everybody to start following us around for the tour that Lord British and Dark Star are going to give as well. All those details are on the main website. You can also follow us on social. I have to do this. I am the community manager and I love social. Twitter.com/ShroudOfAvatar. Facebook.com/ShroudOfTheAvatar. We also have our fancy new Twitch channel up, twitch.tv/ShroudOfTheAvatar. And we are live streaming this also on Twitch, but primarily right now on YouTube. So you can go to youtube.com/Portalarium. And if you're actually watching this, you're on one of those, obviously. But you can also get this if you missed it. You'll get it as the archive goes on place on YouTube as well. So I think I did most of the social on that. Is there anything else we want to say before we move on to the next segment?
How much time do we have for this?
We have 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay, we hold weekly meetings, voice meetings for hospitalers. Everybody's invited to go. It's on 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time, U.S., and there's a TeamSpeak channel we go into, and anybody can come. And new players, old players, hospitalers, people with questions, people with ideas. So please join us. And at the end of that meeting, I always go around, I help moderate it. I go around and I ask people to say, how did it go? So if we can, for the next 4 minutes, I'd like to start with Amber Rain. Just tell us a little bit about why you're passionate about Hospitalers, and then go on to Brian and Laz and Elgarian, I think, are the 4 that we have on. Amber.
I would love to. Now that it's all working, hi everyone, Amber Rain here, High Priestess of Chaos, even though I have a bunch of other names. I'm really passionate of Mistress of Chaos, Queen of Chaos, you got it all. I'm really passionate about the Hospitalers because I am all about helping people. Since day one of my main things was Avatar's Radio, as people may know. And that was there so that information could be passed out to help players out. We also have the church that's there to help players out. But the Hospitalers is something where I can also put my passion and my desire to help new players out, learn of our world in a way that we have come to embrace it. We want to help them embrace it. And that's the best way to do it, is the Hospitalers.
But by the way, I have to jump in here, Amber, because now that you're speaking and recording and on camera properly, you win the great look and ambiance surround. I bow to the amazing job you have done with your presence today, for which I thank you for deepening the coolness of the event with your presence.
I couldn't do this without going full cosplay, and thank you.
All right, Cousin Phoenix Fire, Brian.
Sure. Well, I mean, a lot of people know me by now, some don't, but those who know me know that I've basically been doing this since I started playing. I love getting introduced to new players and trying to help them. Years ago, I founded the Novian Academy, and I started doing things very early on with that. New player outreach has really been important to me. And I've always found that I go out and I find really interesting people in the wild and I help them or converse with them. And then I have people like Materio, who created the community app, and now Lace creating the events and videos, and of course always Justin supporting everything in the Hospitalers and to me, and so many other people, that how can you not be more inspired to go out and help more people and get introduced to more people, especially when you find out how enthusiastic they can be. And now we have people like Elgarian with Soda Help, who helped tie this all together. So all I can say is, I mean, I've always done this, but the real heroes are all the people who rallied behind that cause, behind what Winfield was doing and, Roper was doing, and stood up to actually create the sites and support the people and meet the people on Discord and all that. So thank you. I'm just happy to be a part of it.
All right. Next up, we have Violation.
Violation.
If he's ready.
Well, do you mind if I speak a moment about SodaCon, Varric?
Yeah,
you mentioned at the end of this hour that I could say something there. Is that not a good time?
No, that's perfect. Go for it. I did not.
It's community.
I didn't get a chance to tell about our only Shroud of the Avatar convention that's coming
as
up.
we reserve enough time for the other Hospitalers.
Yep, go for
It's
it.
your program.
So go for it?
Yep, go for it.
All right. So I actually have a little bit of a reveal here. I tried to give you a heads up on this, Barrick, but I haven't been able to connect to you for the last couple of days. There is an upcoming Shroud of the Avatar convention that Winfield over there has been a rock for me, but I've been working with Portalarium and several players and trying to coordinate a player gathering on the East Coast where the developers can come out to the East Coast and people that wouldn't normally get to meet them could. But also, very important to me that a lot of people miss at a lot of different opportunities to meet developers is they hang out with each other. So one of my favorite parts about being able to go on my Duke tour was being able to meet Winfield and Duke Gregor and other players. So this convention is kind of taking the best of both worlds. We're going to have some developers come out and we're going to have a lot of players come out. The big reveal that nobody knows yet is we're already planning SodaCon 2 and 3. So Brickbat already was looking at putting together another SodaCon, and he's looking in 2017 at a couple of SodaCons. And one of the things that SodaCon is not is in a single individual or a single group. It is the entire community and everything that is Shroud of the Avatar community. And we are happy to throw out that SodaCon 2017 Central will be at Indy, Gen Con Indy. Brickbat said he guarantees he will make sure it happens. So he is going to be the contact for SodaCon Central. His contact is now on sodacon.org, the official website. We're focusing on SodaCon East still right now. I have no details to give you about SodaCon Central, so it is just in the beginning of the planning, and Brickbat's got a lot of stuff that he's been dealing with. But I just want to take a moment and say, yeah, SodaCon is what we make it. As the players, it's whatever we want it to be. So it's kind of exciting. Sodacon.org is the website, and the new framework we're going to go into is kind of like PAX, where we push SodaCon East into east.sodacon.org, and we'll have new websites show up for the other ones. So, yeah, look forward to seeing everybody there.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, that's going to be exciting. We're going to be there. It's going to be a crazy, crazy convention, I am sure. I can't wait, and I know you guys can't wait to meet other community members on it.
I want to meet everybody.
Yes,
so come on,
everybody.
if you're in the East Coast, you're within 100 miles or even 300 miles, come on down.
All right,
Hang out
I'm
with us.
going to flash the game one more time. This craziness that you see on the game, this is happening everywhere throughout the world right now. It is the end of the world event. Make sure you go on the website, check all the hourly events that the community is putting on. Speaking of hourly, we have our next segment. Thank you, everybody, for attending. Really appreciate it.
You got to give the last two.
Wait.
Oh, do we? Oh, we have two more. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yes.
Lazarus.
Yes,
Sorry,
Lazarus.
and people are more important than time.
So Lazarus.
Hi again, guys. Of course, Jack and I are very happy to be part of course, the hospitality organization, as well as big backers of Shroud of the Avatar. We've been waiting for this event for the longest time. So far, congrats on all that fundraising, guys. We're going to see if we can't get that little airship to follow us around at 80 grand. But to go along with that, Barrick, do you mind a quick plug on the helping hand that we have just released? Is the world ready for that yet?
Sure, why not?
The new app.
The helping hand is what we talk. Oh yeah, that's right. I think so. I was going to promote that, you know.
I know that, and we have a new app out there that was generally designed just for be a helper for myself, and I put it out there. You'll find it on the site. It's got everything from all the past postmortems, this telethon, all the latest help videos. Links to the Hospitaler's website, Soda Wiki, Shroud of the Avatar, and more. Of course, all the community stuff that you want at your fingertips. And you can get that for free on the NBNN site. Just want to let people know you can use it on your iPhone, you can use it on your Android, and you can use it on your web browser. So you can keep it up on your screen for handy access to all those little things you guys need every day. But love this stuff. Love being part of the group, and you guys can look us up in Owl's Head at any time when we're live or not live. Just if we're online, we're more than willing to lend a hand and answer questions for you folks out there.
Hey, and you know what? Let me jump in there too. Just the end of that is as you know, there is nothing more than that I enjoy than seeing one of your tweets going out that you guys go live midday every day. And if I'm free, which I'm often, of course, as many of us take our lunch break near the middle of the day, if I see that tweet go by and I've got a chance, I like to jump into live and sit there and hang out with you guys and kind of hear not only a lot of the official news that, frankly, I haven't read at all because Dallas and the Star put out so much, and so I get to hear a lot of the news I frankly need to hear anyway. Plus, hear from other members of the community and see what's going on live around you guys. It's a real joy. So for any of you that have not had the chance to listen in to the midday broadcast of NBNN, it is a ritual that I personally enjoy greatly. I thank you all for continuing to do it, and I suggest others come check it out if you haven't.
Thank you. We enjoy it when you pop in, as well do the viewers. The viewers all get excited when they see Lord British show up on the scene. And it's always great because they get a chance to pick your brain. You're never too far to answer questions for them either, and that's what we love about this community is you guys are not out of reach, very easily accessible to the community to answer questions, and you do so every month, faithfully for 32 months now, and many, many, many more years to come.
We do have to thank one more hospitaler, or allow them to have their closing comments, and that's going to be Elgarian or Rick.
Absolutely.
We're going to include ourselves real quick.
Yeah, I'll try to make it really fast, guys. Of course, you don't have to be a Soda Help user to be a hospitaler. Turn your hospitaler tag on, boom, help somebody, you're a hospitaler. But I want to give a shout out to 4 people that did create hospitaler accounts. Carl Shadu, Shugo Miyamoto, Jacob White, wow, thank you, and Rubus Bramble. Thank you for joining our ranks. And we also got a Soda Help question. Perhaps sometime during the telethon this question could be answered. It is from Leisha. Hello, I don't want to focus on PvP or PvE. I want to play Soda to become a chef. I want to focus on cooking. Where do I start? I have friends playing the game to help me with others, with the other aspects of the game. Thanks,
Let me take this one. Let me take this one because this is such a near and dear to my heart one to answer. And there's good news and bad news on this front. The good news is I am one of those people. If I had to pick one system that I spent the most personal time on trying to detail out and give a framework to, it was the farm to table aspects of the game, going from seed pod to growing and watering and weather and seasonality and nutrients from carbs and proteins and fats and moisture even, and how that might help your body, mind, or spirit over time, and how cooking might preserve those foods, and how fermenting would create alcohol, and how alcohol was a basis of not only beverages you might enjoy like wine and beer of various types, and it could be even aged, but also how it was the solvent inside of many potions and therefore might even have an effect on your limit how much you could drink before it had some adverse effects of other kinds. So that is the broad plan for food. I think that people are going to really enjoy it in total aggregate. The bad news is that I still have to fight. You know, just like every other developer in the team. You know, I Star is the drumbeat guy that gets to set the priority between workload tasks of various members of the team, and he prioritizes that based upon systems that are dependent upon other systems. So the ones that are foundational, that have a lot of other systems to be built on top of them, have to be done first, or they will hold back other parts of the game. And so the food system actually isn't impeding other parts of the game, and so therefore it tends to be the slowest area to evolve. And I've got to turn down the game. I'm here in Pax Lair, and it is, people are playing music up a storm. So it is coming. There's pieces and parts of it in now. You know, most of the major materials are available in meat and vegetable from animals or fish or plants. But I would say there's still a great deal of expansion of recipes to go in. The brewing and fermenting and distilling is not really in yet. But the framework is there. It will continue to be expanded. Over the next 6 months, I think you'll see a lot of forward progress on the chef aspects or the cooking aspects of this game. Very excited to see somebody else as excited as I am about it. And so, go chefs! How's that?
Go chefs! Go chefs!
There's an NFL commercial.
Chef British!
We're the chefs.
I am the cook in our household, by the way, too.
There we go.
Just as a point of truth, I have actually tried to make wine. It was terrible. But I do cook on the occasion we eat at home. I am the chef for the whole family. So I am a deep appreciator of the culinary arts, even though I would not say I have any particular skill at it.
And Princess Kinga catches the fish.
She does catch the fish. That is in fact true, and she enjoys cooking as well. She enjoys cooking as well.
Hello, Gina.
I know, Robert.
All right, so we got one.
Well,
Okay, we're good.
Jack, real quick.
We got an echo. Gina or somebody.
Echo.
Okay, we're good. All right.
Yeah, so I would like to thank everybody for actually helping other players, because one of the things that I've done even when I was streaming, it really is about bringing people into the game and helping everybody out, because not all the systems were as easy to figure out as as humanly possible. So not everything was intuitive, and players helping players actually makes the game so much better. And it's one where it's like, this really is about the community, and players make the game, and it's going to make it either succeed, which I hope for, or fail. And so I want to really thank the Hospitalers group, and thank you for having me. Thank you for allowing me to fly that Outlander tag all the time. I'm almost always an Outlander for some odd reason.
And I'd like to thank the Hospitalers group and also Jack, because I don't even know how many months in a row Jack has brought us beer when we're in our worst point of our crunch, where everybody's stressed out and up here until 10 o'clock for a week in a row, basically. So
yeah.
Many thanks, Jack. You're our real-life hospitaller.
Thank you.
Not to be confused with the hospitaller.
Right.
Hospitalier.
And finally, me, Winfield, I appreciate everything all the hospitalers, hospitalers, hospitaliers have done. There's like 3 different pronunciations for that. Being a hospitaler is, I think, one of the best things about this game that we have not seen in, well, there's been other games that have had such groups. But this is something very open where we can help others. And we can take pride and humility in doing that as well, both sides. That, to me, is going to make this game and our player community go a long, long way. And I've been in Ultima Online. I'm still in there for 17 plus years. Ultima 4, I started with that, and now in Shroud. So this is my lifelong adventure, to be involved with player community personally. And I know a lot of people in this channel right here, right now, that is their lifelong dream, to be involved with player community and help each other. So I'd like to clap for the Hospitalers who've been out there and the Hospitalers to come.
Thank you, Hospitalers. Hospitalers. Thank you for
Hospitalers, hospitaliers.
Yes. All right. Thank you guys for stopping in on the live stream. Thank you, everybody on the live stream. Really appreciate it.
So just so you know, once we spin the wheel, we had a problem earlier where we spun the wheel and something came up and people immediately went to buy it, and we had not entered the discount yet. And we had to do some extra paperwork. So please, once we spin the wheel, just know that it'll be on there sometime soonish. But 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, 5 to 10 minutes. But it won't be up there immediately, so don't immediately go and buy stuff and then be like, oh, I didn't get my discount. So as you guys are walking out the door, we need a couple of spins here.
Oh, we all just need to buy something.
It has to go around once, or we put you to death.
I didn't end up on Jack.
Cold Town, 10%.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, we'll send that out.
I'll go tell Dallas.
Winfield? Just so you know, in my package I wrote up, I had a Winfield package where everybody would get a free fishing pole and 100 worms.
100 worms and a free fishing pole?
It didn't happen.
Well,
we can always add it.
200 worms, not just 100.
Right. That's kind of what I thought too.
Okay, so Global Town 10%. We'll get that up to you guys shortly.
Oh, it's not updating.
I just told Dallas.
Okay.
All right, so we got.
I'll log this guy back in.
And there's your shot.
Yeah, thank you. There.
All those drinking.
I think this is not mine. This is somebody else's.
Okay, Phil, where are you going? Why aren't you spinning over here?
Am I spinning?
We're like 10 spins behind.
Oh, you're going to add the Winfield package?
No, I'm not going to add the Winfield package.
What's the Winfield package?
That was my proposed package. All
right, Winfield.
What
do we got?
All right.
Oh, wait.
There we go. We got Star there.
Prosperity tools. So they can buy for the fishing pole of prosperity.
Fishing pole is in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey, there you go. Winfield, you gave everybody some fishing pole access.
And Dallas doesn't have nearly enough to do right now, so why don't you guys go out and you guys can tell him about the prosperity, about the 2 things you spun.
Excellent. Buy that one because you get a fishing pole in that package.
See, Brandon.
God, it was giant.
There you go.
Shot.
Yeah.
What is that?
Sorry,
I don't know
know
that.
that. Sorry.
And what is
Sorry.
it?
It's,
I'm sure it's 43.
This one, I think.
Oh no. Our plan is
Whiskey.
you. Giving away all your stuff.
Oh, we got a special drink. Okay. Very particular. You can minimize the game if you don't want to shut it down.
I was going to shut it down just because
Oh, right.
he's going to log in elsewhere.
Okay.
All right. All right, so hello everyone. I'm back. Did you miss me? So as we mentioned a little while ago, watch out for that.
I'm tripping over your prizes.
As a thank you gift for all of you amazing backers, everyone who is a backer of Shroud of the Avatar, as long as you're a backer by midnight tonight, you will receive a portable Aether vibration device, which will let you tune into our radio stations wherever you are just by donning it, wearing it in your helmet slot. I just posted that to our website and to the forums, so you can see, because Fletcher put up that on for you guys to take a look at, and so check it out, and with details about that. So thank you. You guys are amazing. Our next little bit segment here is going to be about crafting. So this is a chance for you guys. Can you bring up the Google Doc maybe? That's been kept up to date. So if you guys have questions, reminder, you can put questions up in Discord related to crafting, economy, vendors, etc., and we will answer those. So we'll just
start through them.
Yeah, let's
jump
right in.
Vendor and economy stuff, since I'm on that.
When and how will I be able to rent a vendor in game? Great question. This comes from Elfilbon. Well, it is your lucky day tomorrow. Tomorrow. It was your lucky day. Well, sort of. It's your lucky day tomorrow plus whatever your group number is for lot selection. So in Release 32, in-game vendors will be for sale. So you'll be able to spend gold in-game to buy a vendor for the first time to place on your property. Up until now, vendors have only been available through pledges or bundles. And so, but in Release 32, we made it so you can buy a vendor with in-game gold. And as soon as your lot selection number comes up and you can place your house, you'll be able to go to a merchant in-game and buy the vendor. Where can they get those?
Yeah, that's one thing we kind of discussed about. We wanted to put stuff associated very specifically with houses, so it's actually on the housing merchant. Same way when you buy housing deeds and you buy basements and you buy the basement hatch, there's a vendor on there that you can purchase that you can place. Yeah, I thought about putting him other places because most of the time, we have sometimes we sell the deed that turns into a house, but we've never really sold a merchant before. So it was wasn't exactly sure, but I think we're moving forward since that's something that's specific. I wanted to break it separate from decorations because it's not really the decoration merchant. So we just put him on the same one where you buy the houses and the deeds will be on there.
All right. Actually, Redfish had the same question. When we're going to introduce those? It's going to be next release. Redfish also wants to know what are our thoughts on conventions for the vendor nameplates. What about having them function like NPCs where you have to talk to them to find out their names? Otherwise, they have a generic title like an NPC does. Ooh. So whether vendor, blacksmith there. Oh, I like that a lot.
Idea.
In fact, that is a brilliant idea that would fix a lot of the immersion breaking stuff of like spammy spam that you see with vendors right now when you walk through towns of like, you know, buy X, selling X, blah blah, spammy spam. So
I agree. That's a great idea. Somebody, you can write that one down?
yes, I'm totally writing that down. Can you see me writing that down?
I guess I'm writing it down.
I'm totally writing that down. I'm writing that down with my mind.
I got it. I got you covered.
Okay. That is a great idea, Redfish. Congratulations, Redfish. That is a great idea. Let's see. Redfish also wants to know what are our thoughts on tying vendors to houses in some way, that they have to be in the house. They have to have a schedule and go to sleep at night, so they have to be more like people versus just like vending machines.
Well, we did. It's important to point out that we actually specifically didn't do that with some of them, and so we can make an individual choice per character in the game as to whether we think they need to go to bed or not, based upon how important we think it is for the service to be there 24/7. And in some cases, we let people go to bed and you can wake them up, and in some cases, we've decided that those things need to be awake all the time.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, maybe I can see sometime in the future us creating some differentiation between vendors and making more human-like or more life-like vendors versus more machine-like vendors. In fact, that could be a difference between an automaton vendor versus a human vendor. Maybe.
Good thoughts, though. These are good thoughts.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it just seems like it'd have to be an option because, obviously you would want your guy there the whole time. From a strategic perspective, you'd want him there the whole time. But I get from a lore and immersion perspective, it is nice to see them respond to kind of the day-night cycle. So I like the idea of tying it sort of to what type of merchant you buy. We could have one that is 24/7 merchant and then one that isn't. But I think you obviously have to have the option there because from a strategic perspective, you want to be open all the time.
Yeah, I mean the kind of the point of the vendor is to be there when you can't be. Right. So having them on a schedule while immersive. Yeah, I don't know. It's a give or take. It's interesting though.
Yeah. I did update the board behind you, as you might notice.
Oh yeah, so more money. Thank you.
All right. Don't be too excited about that star now.
Thank you. No,
blood alcohol level?
What? I've been very good about pacing myself. Unlike
I haven't.
Unlike someone who has something important happening tomorrow.
Oh. Yeah, somebody turn on the switch, don't they?
Asking to pace themselves. See,
I trust the people that work for me completely.
This is a cup of coffee that I'm enjoying right now.
But that means you're gonna have to. I've still got my Red Bull and vodka going. So
okay. Well, I switched away from whiskey to now I'm drinking the Kraken.
Oh yeah, mixing up the alcohol is certainly going to help.
I'll take a shot now. I'll sing next time. If we had 57, if you guys want to hear me sing, I'll sing it.
All right, I'm gonna do a little bit of a shot here.
That'll shut down the money flow.
And then, all right, B, are you gonna join us? Oh no, he's already got his. He's all mugged up. Look, he's ready to go.
There we go.
Cheers. Cheers. Thank you, backers. Woo. All right.
So what is the next milestone of not drinking but gifts?
65,000. So only 10K to go and get another pet.
Come on, 10K. Let's go. Let's get another the flying oracle bug. Let's go.
Now, while I hammed it up about us not planning the next ones, we really don't have anything after 80,000. So I really do have to come up with something after.
I already told people in Discord if we get to.
And by the way, Star, are we going to keep getting asked a lot? Are we going to put back up the more than 25 of the for sale pieces?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention. Yes, thank you for reminding me. The poster with the spin thing is back for sale. So if you want to torture us with more spins and you also want a signed poster.
What section of the store is it in? What section of the store
do they? It is in the game services.
So it pretty much look like this. We may modify the actual picture, maybe slightly different, and then Richard and Star will sign it somewhere in there.
So we're going to sign it on the white part for you.
And if you want me to sign it, make sure and send an email.
Okay.
If you want us to bonk him on the head with it, we'll just do it anyway.
All right, back to the question. Since we're supposed to be
answering to put some blood on it, just let us know and we'll take care of that.
No blood, please. All right. Mayday wants to know, will being a GM crafter mean more than just less fuel used? Right now, there is very little reward for getting to 100 plus skill. Is that true?
I mean,
a little bit.
I mean, for the most part, the skills is. The higher skill than the greater sort of effectiveness. So, there's not any specific thing, whenever you get to 100 that's different for most of those. So, Grandmaster is kind of what we kind of use to kind of describe certain ranges of stuff. But we're definitely still tweaking a lot of the effectiveness of the crafting skills and sort of what those lead to. So, while we've done a lot of work in sort of expanding the actual functionality of crafting, we still got to go back in and wire some of the skills in better to make them more effective. We've started doing some of that stuff, but I think kind of across the board, we need to make sure that every point in a skill, makes some small difference somewhere. And a lot of times it does make a difference. Just it's hard for you guys to see that. So, while early on in crafting, there's a lot of information that we kind of hid from the players. We've tried to start bubbling more of that stuff up, and we're going to continue to do that so that you do see. As your skills goes up, that there is this specific difference. So it's kind of a one-to-one. While there's probably always going to be things that are somewhat hidden, we still want to make sure that, as it goes up, you see a tangible benefit.
And crafting is a lot like combat in that kind of the numbers, it's really just that number is plugged into a formula. So
Sure.
there are continuous advancements. There's not just anything like, oh, you hit 100,
Sure.
and now it gets like some big bonus. So it's very much like that, where it does continue to add stuff. That probably long term will continue to add more things like titles and other elements that you can do that you'll get from Grandmaster and things.
Yeah.
Kind of trophy pieces don't really affect things.
Yeah, and we really want to continually add more and more benefits, more content, more bonuses, more recipes to crafting. We basically want to keep growing that the content and the functionality of that system over time. And so we just made more money and we need to spend. So
many times.
I'm not going to do a shot. I'm going to spin and dance. Maybe even
spin.
Okay, wait. So I need to. Let's go to the spin camera.
Oh yeah.
Spin cam. All right. Oh wait, Jack left. But well, if it goes, we'll just spin again if it goes on. Yeah. Oh wait,
that's the one that we just erased.
Okay.
Good job.
Rick.
No.
Get Rick.
Excellent.
We're not stopping there. I'm spinning again.
Okay,
too.
we gotta spin again because he's not there. Okay, gotta spin again.
Anyone in his office?
Stone statues, 15% for 30 minutes. Woo!
Stone
statue.
I'll take care of that. Okay. All right. And I'll go tell them. And then I'll write some new stuff. Okay. All right. Meanwhile, these are all questions. So, what are there plans on bringing in? Oh, we got to click on the thing. You got to click over there.
Do the thing to make the thing happen.
Click on the thing to make the thing. There we go. Back to the thing. can we craft clothing to dress our vendors with? If a merchant sells certain objects, can that vendor randomly wear these objects to display these wares? We do ultimately want to make vendors customizable, but B and I were actually talking. B has some ideas that's not exactly related to that, but tangential to like an ideas about it. You want to tell them about the merchants and the racks?
Yeah, a lot of it right now from the dressing up the NPC perspective is kind of more of a sort of tech and sort of speed issue. The fact that our NPCs are built as kind of a one sort of FBX, and you can't itemize them in the same way as you can a player. But I think somewhere down the road you want to be able to dress up your merchants and things like that. But I think before we get there, one of the areas of clothing is in sort of, I always say we want to support a blacksmith looking like a blacksmith. So I think before we get there, we'll probably tackle the aspect of clothing that is associated with crafting that gives you bonuses for different crafting categories. So, right now, the only kind of crafting benefits you get is off the tools. Now, we could easily, move those benefits over to be clothing, but I think the key there is sort of to create some equipable clothing sets that make crafters look like crafters, and then also incentivizes them with benefits like that. So you want to be able to have, gloves for the blacksmith, or maybe it's a thing where the gloves help with blacksmithing and smelting. There's some kind of crossover there. But I think before we get into sort of itemizing, the merchants like that, just meaning from a tech side, I think we'll deal with itemized clothing that incentivizes players to dress like a crafter, so that if you do want to be, a blacksmith, or you do want to be a tailor, that we have something that makes you sort of look more like that. And I could see extending those clothing to NPCs as well. And I think you want to do all kinds of things to itemize summoned creatures, or NPCs that you're putting on your lot, or things like that. It's mainly just more of a sort of tech constraint initially, that I think from a lore perspective and from a immersion perspective, it would be good to get to that point. But I see us sort of itemizing the player in an interesting way first, and then finding a way to extend that onto the NPCs and things like that.
Totally unrelated comment. I just saw some people commenting they're trying to get to a party and they were crashing out zoning. If you guys hit up Violation, he's on the chat there in a couple places. He has a semi-hacky patch fix that I gave him that is kind of a preview of the crash fixes for tomorrow that will probably fix all of your problems. So hit him up and he can help you with that.
And there's a question here from Ice Queen asking about what changes to gathering skills can we expect to see in the year to make them more interesting and fun. Right now we've kind of we haven't definitely touched the gathering skills in a while. We recently made some advancements there to where we kind of broke apart our meticulous collection role and are kind of treating it separately. So one thing we did was we normalized the time for a meticulous collection role. So when you initially mine something, there's a certain amount of time, and that time used to be used every subsequent meticulous collection roll. So if, say, for instance, there was like a 30 seconds to mine, and you kept getting a successive meticulous collection roll, it would be time each time on that. And so we changed that to be a static time, to where meticulous collection is kind of a separate thing. And I think also, we made it to where that is a separate loot bundle, to where we can separate those things out. Because previously we were just duplicating the initial loot bundle, and we kind of ran into some balance problems with that. But now that we have those things broken out, I think there's some interesting things we can do from the meticulous collection side, that maybe those things represent, there's things you can get through meticulous collection that you can't get through normal gathering. From a lore perspective, or at least from the name of it, meticulous collection, the idea is that you're spending extra time, or you're getting to something that you can't get normally. So I would like to add certain things you can only get through meticulous collection, whether it's body parts or extra elements or things like that. Just as in, there's access that the meticulous collection gets you. So I think that stuff is things in the very short term that we can do. But I think also we've discussed some we've kind of redone salvage to a point to where, when you salvage an item, you have a potential to get things back. And I think somewhere down the road we might be able to roll something like that in, to where maybe you bring something back and then you kind of refine it, and then you get multiple things out of it. So I think there's some ways we can kind of extend that with current tech that we haven't really discussed too much, but I definitely see ways to make the gathering stuff almost multi-layers of loot rolls would be good. But definitely the meticulous collection stuff we've done kind of tweaked that recently, and I feel pretty good about the skills there. So I think it would be more about introducing unique elements to meticulous collection, or finding a way to kind of treat it to where you're bringing something back from gathering that then you're refining at the table. So I think there's definitely some ideas there along that route.
There's a good one that you and I were just talking about yesterday, in fact, from Cinderia, that I think we were talking about for maybe hopefully next release, about when can we enchant and masterwork taming whistles.
Yep, that was definitely something we did previously. Our enchanting and masterwork, it was based on some existing data because we were trying to not create kind of more new data, but then that meant that that data had existing context. So me and Zach broke it out to where there's completely separate data that we're defining, and so that meant that in this current release that wands and staves masterwork differently than bludgeoning weapons, because the goal there is to get it to where you can get focus benefits, regen benefits from masterworking a wand and a staff instead of bludgeoning skill benefits, where you masterwork a mace, you're going to get potential to have bonus on bludgeoning skills, but it didn't really feel right for you to masterwork a staff and get bludgeoning skills, because that's really not what the archetype is. So since we did that, we can kind of there's two things that aren't tied, and one thing we added in was the ability to uniquely define a taming necklace. So I can call out specific taming necklace enchants, kind of in the same way we do with masterworking of bludgeons, unlock benefits for bludgeoning skills. We can do the thing now where we have enchants on taming necklaces that synchronize well with the taming tree. And there's a bunch of existing JIRAs about balancing and making sure that those skills are more beneficial. So I think synchronizing with revisiting the skill tree and making sure that those skills properly level up and have benefits. I think we can do a thing where you itemize the taming necklaces in a way that synchronizes with the taming tree. Because I think that's, since we have this unique item that's associated with these unique skills, then it offers us an opportunity to kind of, to kind of link those two things together, so that then you can, itemize your taming necklaces so that they affect your skills and potentially, the creatures that come out of them. So that stuff will be pretty exciting, and all the tech is there. We just need some sort of time to implement it and get it tested.
Mr. Lum, I think we are due for some prizes, if you don't mind. While he's queuing up, let's see. Bowen Bloodgood wants to know, has functionality for items like weapon racks been considered yet? Yeah, so we're missing a fundamental piece of tech to allow us to make wearables also deco items, but we absolutely want it. We know the players want it. We want you to be able to use your weapons and your armor and any equipable items for display stuff. Like, I mean, one of the obvious ones that we wanted to do was, so we had, for mini releases, we had the hat quest, right? So one of the really obvious ones was we wanted to have like a hat rack, so you could display all your hats that you earned, and not to mention like a weapon rack, and like a big thing for art. So it's in the queue. It's just been kind of it's one of those ones that I have the unenviable job that I know frustrates Richard to no end of being the guy who has to go through JIRA each release and assign priorities to everything. And so that is one of the ones that I continually kick down the road. I think that one, there have been JIRAs related to that in our system for 3 years probably.
Yeah, I'll say, one thing I've always wanted in the game from day one is, you to be able to retire a sword by putting it, above on the mantle. and then you have an ability to take that sword off and use it again. I think if we can get that kind of cycle, that you've got your specific sword that you've used for a while, but you've decided to retire, that then we can kind of preserve some of its uniquity so that it is kind of displayed. Previously we worked on a game where it was about display cases and displaying things that you owned, and I think we want to get back to that at some point. So that's definitely an area where there's a lot of expansion there, a lot of work we need to do, but I think that's something we all want, either being able to have a dummy that you can put armor on, or have a sword that you can put above the mantle. That's something we definitely all want.
That's always been the plan of making sure that you can retire things as you both outgrow them and decide you don't want to repair them anymore as they get more and more difficult to grow, to repair. So that's always been the plan, to make sure that you can put those up somewhere, whether it's suit of armor or weapons or whatever, so that you can have those kind of memories. That also fits in with the long-term goal of having things that track, what this thing has done, so it can be like, this thing's killed 27 satyrs, and you can. Sorry, just watching Star on the board behind us.
$60,000. Thank you.
There's somebody banging the
truly amazing. Guys, pardon the interruption. Star's doing his dance. Is that coffee or is that a drink there going?
Oh, it's a drink.
All right, excellent. Chris, what you doing there?
I was going to sing a song here. I already had an extra drink, so.
All right, sing a song while I knock off the
lyrics ready.
I got the lyrics ready. I pulled it up. This one was for my wife. As most people know, during the project, we had our first baby. So this one was for the wife. Pray God you can cope. I stand outside this woman's work, this woman's world. Oh, it's hard on the man. Now his part is over. Now starts the craft of the father. I know you got a little life in you left. I know you got a lot of strength left. I know you got a little life in you left. I know you got a lot of strength left. I should be crying, but I just can't let it show. I should be hoping, but I can't stop thinking. This one also is to Be here, who is a new father.
Oh, yeah.
Who just went through this as well. So
yeah.
I'll stop there to stop the torture. Kate Bush is not quite my octave.
You're too late. You're too late. Too late.
Missed it.
Can you pretend to sing again?
No.
I think that's all I was ever doing.
All right. Back to the questions. So we're at $60,000, so only $5,000 more, and we'll hit another stretch goal, which is another Oracle pet. This time it's the flyer one. We already got the crawler, and so now we'll hit the flyer. And then after that, it'll be the $80,000 one, which will be the little tiny airship pet. Crazy.
And I already leaked that the $100,000 stretch goal is me singing "Let It Go."
Wow.
The Frozen song.
But how is that going to manifest itself as an in-game stretch goal reward?
It'll be a little snowflake song you do.
Everyone gets you in the game. All right. Are we still missing alum for prizing? All right. Okay. Maybe Mr. Anderson can track down alum for prizing.
I can do prizes. How many do we need?
I don't know where we are on the queue and what is and things like that.
Okay, give me a second to poke around and investigate, and I'll have some winners for you.
All right. Okay. So let's see. Next question is from Greyhawk. Will we get working beehives someday? We get wax for candles and honey for cooking, and the bees would pollinize the plants. And
I'll put a jury in for it right now.
That sounds awesome. That's a really cool thing. Yes, someday.
I'll put it in a Jira, and it will sit there until Star lets it go through.
Yes, that would be really awesome.
And in case you haven't noticed, we blame everything on Star because he decides what thing gets on the schedule from the request. So if there's anything that you love, it's Star's fault. It's not in the game yet.
Yeah.
Just get used to blaming him.
Yes. I'm the killer of dreams.
Richard's included.
Yeah. Let's see. All right. Bellhaven wants to know, what are the plans for agriculture? So agriculture needs some love. We know that for sure. So we want to definitely make it more. It needs some user interface love. It needs to be a lot more usable than it currently is. We also water. Right now, you have to go like buy water as an ingredient for a merchant. Like you're actually going to be able to like harvest water, rain, like when it rains, rain is going to actually factor into, that's in the long-term plans of factoring into agriculture. The weather systems related to the different parts of the world are going to really affect that as well. So there's a whole lot of regions, weather systems, the ability to like get water from like a well or from like a river or a lake and things like that. Those are all other fertilizer. That's another factor that's going to come into it that we haven't implemented yet. So those are just a few items that are coming up with agriculture that we just haven't gotten to yet.
Yeah, really, sort of agriculture and fishing are one-offs. So most of the work with those we don't really leverage versus the other skills. So those things kind of have like unique recipes and unique functionality and things of that nature. So that's why those kind of, when we work on the general crafting system, we kind of do stuff that applies to all the skills. But certainly agriculture, needs some specific work that'll work with public gardens. There's kind of some crossover there. But that and fishing definitely are kind of one-offs that require some unique attention.
All right. It looks like we have a Lum back for some prizings.
We do. Are we ready for some prizes?
We are definitely ready for some prizes.
Okay, so we have a challenge coin won by Siznow.
Woo!
And a Sword of Midris hardware edition owned by Sithel. And a mug from Relics by Rild. Lolinia wins the mug. And the big one for this hour is a Kobold two-story row house. And we are giving this one to, drumroll, Akinma Zatochi. Akinma Zatochi wins the two-story row house.
Sweet. Congratulations. Awesome. All right. Back. Congratulations, all the prize winners. All right. Just some points of business, and then we'll get back to questions. As a reminder, today we are doing some explorations. So today is the last day to purchase a player-owned town. If you have been thinking about purchasing a player-owned town, today is your last opportunity. You have until midnight to purchase one. If you are thinking about purchasing a pledge, today is the last day to purchase one of the original pledges and still get a house or a basement. You can still purchase pledges up until August 22nd, but after midnight tonight, they will no longer include a house or a basement. You will have to purchase those separately. Those, just a reminder about those. Also, we are doing some stretch goals. So if you spend $5 of new money today, you can't use store credit, you have to spend new money, but if you spend at least $5 today during the telethon, you will be eligible for some prizes. We've already blown through the first big chunk of them. We've already gotten the fan emote, the aeronaut helmet, the clockwork wings, and the hacked oracle flyer. The hacked oracle crawler, and we're about to hit the flyer. So contribute. Back to the questions. So let's see. Violation wants to know if rain's going to factor into agriculture in the future. Can I use the rain emote to factor into that? Yeah, we should make that work. Yes. Let's see.
I'm the Jira guy. I'll enter that as a Jira just to make sure it doesn't get lost. I know that's in the original design, but or at least it's been discussed, but I'll make sure it gets tracked.
All right. Let's see. So, let's see. Jackknife wants to know when will we get more dye colors, like some more muted tones, or off-white, or olive, or green, or khaki. Right now, we're a little. We've got a backlog of character tasks. There's some polish work we want to do on the creatures and things like that, but we definitely want to get to some more colors. We also want to create some more exotic colors, like some color cycling and glows and things like that. But we definitely want to get more dye colors in. We also want to get, there's a long-standing one that we want to get in, which is enamels. Be able to do colored enamels for metal armor, so sort of an after effect that you could do for metal armor.
There's a lot of dye colors.
Yeah, we do have a lot of dye colors already. Let's see. Those are all the crafting ones I see. So.
Well, we've got some special guests here if you want to invite them in.
Oh, we have some special guests. All right, I'm going to so we're actually almost at the end of this anyway, so we're going to let B go. So everyone say thank you to B.
Thank you.
B rocks. Thank you, B. All right, we have some special guests. We crashed their first telethon, so we invited them to come do the same. And we even stole one of their ideas.
Right here.
So you might recognize.
Who could it be?
You might recognize this. So we stole your. So Todd and Gordon from Crowfall, friends of the project. So
Star, what does this have to do with Crowfall?
What?
What does what have to do with Crowfall?
Todd got that one.
I just want to tell a Crowfall story, and they probably haven't heard this yet. Richard. To play Pokemon. We were walking around to Pokestops, and we saw a couple of young kids out walking around too. And they started walking with us because they were obviously going to the Pokestop, and we were talking Pokemon. Where do you guys work?
We're driving.
And they're like, Artcraft? It's like, really? It's like, and then I don't think Richard recognized the name. He knows Crowfall, but he didn't know Artcraft name. And then I was like, Richard, that's Crowfall. And said, oh, so you guys are on Crowfall.
So our interns probably.
So your young kids did not recognize Richard Garrett at all, had no clue who he was.
That's very
and walked
depressing.
around with us for a while.
That's really depressing.
We hunted Pokemon together, and then they had to go back. So.
And yeah, in fact, we invited them to go to a few more Pokestops with us, and they actually declined because they thought they had to be responsible and get back to work.
They said they had to get back to work. They were worried about being away from work.
That's the right answer.
Yeah. We'll keep them another day. That's what that means.
Anyways, that was our encounter with Crowfall people. In case you're wondering how close our office is, we're so close we share Pokestops.
Yeah.
Yep.
Share Pokestops.
One highway exit away from each other.
So, how are things going with you guys?
It's going great.
Yeah.
It's not as crazy as it is over here right now. Seems like you guys, you've got this craziness, and you've got, the actual wipe and launch coming right on the tail of that. So I can tell just walking through here, people seem a little frazzled, excited, but really frazzled.
Yeah, well, and we're super smart that we, so we have our final wipe and going persistent, and we also schedule telethon the day
That's right,
before.
exactly.
Because that's the smart thing.
Like you
right?
do.
Right. Yeah.
Well, we hope to be there in about a year or two.
Yeah.
Face the same pain.
All right. Well, we look forward to walking down and bringing you guys some more booze.
You sure you don't want to do a shot? You guys are driving.
We're both driving.
Come on, buddy. Spin the wheel.
Or do you want to spin? You want to at least spin the wheel because we got this idea from you. You can spin the wheel.
I'll spin the wheel as long as you guys don't have my name up there.
No, your name's not on there.
There's
no trick. There's no trick. Wait. Okay, wait. Please tell this story.
So we put our wheel up, and one of the interns actually took a bunch of batteries and taped them underneath my name. So the first 4 times we spun it, it landed on me. The last time, what clued me in is it came down to my name, kicked up, and then came back down and settled. And I was like, okay, wait a second. So.
The first clue should have been that the ticker was at the bottom.
Yeah. Well, I'd never seen a Wheel of Doom before. So.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Well, now you know.
Now I know.
Yeah.
And just so you know,
never trust an intern.
cast Fireball at the devs, that you guys do have to join us in a shot of Fireball.
Oh, okay.
Fireball whiskey. It's pretty
All right,
bad.
so don't get that.
Pretty bad. It's called.
Come on, spin the wheel.
I want it to spin for each of you.
All right. Oh, that's not right.
I didn't go around yet. You gotta go around. Here we go.
Suspicious.
Reese. Okay, so Reese.
People don't know who Reese is. Attenwood. How about Attenwood? You guys know Attenwood?
Reese.
He's one of our he's our
Reese, you're
QA
up.
lead who is also in game constantly talks to
Oh, cool.
All right.
Sorry,
Reese.
my fault.
Yeah, Reese, you're up.
What we got?
Do you want? Oh wait, you have your choice. Do you want
the Kraken
or do you want the Jameson cast me?
I'll do the Jameson.
All right, there you go. Wise choice, sir.
Is there a choice?
All right, Reese,
There is no.
introduce yourself.
I'm the Attenwood. I'm the QA lead. Got my custom shot glass here with Plague Doctor mask on the side of it. Thank you to Casey Cupcakes for that. Salut!
Oh boy.
There we go.
All right.
Now dance and sing a song.
No, he only has to do one. He only has to do one thing.
Give me,
Well,
hit me another
Trevor,
two
you
times.
guys spin the wheel there?
Oh, we have to spin it
Yeah,
twice.
Yeah, we can do this, Ben.
Okay.
We stole this idea from you. Yeah. We got a
No, we don't even know our own rules.
I'm just going to stick around just in case it's me again. I'm excited.
We're about like 8 spins behind too.
Cast Fireball to devs.
What happens now? I'm very
Everyone has to
concerned.
drink Fireball.
Oh, all right. I'm in the room.
Only the people in the room.
I'm not letting you pour though.
You mean Gordon actually was the agent of chaos for this round? I am so surprised.
All right, here.
What if we don't have Fireball?
Instead, you're drinking if you want to get into it.
This is what I
There
came
you
not
go.
to do.
Look,
Play
see,
along.
look that.
That's just
Those
what
play along.
Yeah, I have to make myself a whole nother round of drinks. So here we go.
All right.
Where are you,
is it
Matthew?
all at once?
Here.
I'll join you.
Yeah, here. All right.
Wait,
Cast Fireball. There you go.
Uh-oh.
You have to do it. All right.
Get in the frame.
Doing good.
All right.
Get in the frame.
All right. Cast Fireball at the devs.
The
Thank
crow
you.
ball.
To
The
Crow
crow
Ball.
ball.
Thank
Crow
you,
Ball.
guys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Boom, boom. Okay.
Oh God, that is bull.
It is horrible.
What?
I thought it was pretty good.
No, that's pretty good.
That's like a college
Yeah.
drink.
It's kind of like candy.
It's a ski drink.
Yeah.
It is warm you on the slopes.
This is the kind of thing that you start drinking it, next thing you know you're in trouble.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is. Absolutely.
Big trouble.
All right. So what are we on next? Combats.
Combat next.
Yeah, we got 5 o'clock combat.
All right.
Hey, you guys want to talk combat? You're experts, right?
No.
Not in your combat.
I just want to come by and say hi and make sure that you guys, have the best great day that you're going to have, because it is a great day.
Nice.
There's projects are all focused on getting to this point.
And just to be clear, we don't want you guys to go play Crowfall, but between midnight and 9:30 we will be down. So go check out the website
Except
for
we don't have a
Crowfall.
test.
We won't have
We are
anything to
running
do
a
in our
test.
game.
You
So
told us we should put up a test.
go put up a test between so you can keep them.
Anyway, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for having us
Thank you.
out.
Yeah,
Congratulations,
thanks,
guys.
man.
It's a big
Chris?
step.
Yeah.
I'd like to say you made it, but this is where it starts.
Yeah, this is where it started. Yeah. We're just
You made
about-
it to the beginning.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
All right.
All right. Now we're on to our next segment, which is going to be combat, if I believe I remember correctly.
Should we get the foam swords out? We haven't had the foam swords out all day.
Oh, foam sword.
In the old days,
Also,
we used to have the foam swords.
I've been hearing some community shenanigans going on in the game, and I'm going to take a look at that. But I may be popping in here every 15 minutes or so and updating.
Oh, that's right.
our
There's
viewers.
something. There's something going on. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, right.
So stand by, everybody. If I interrupt, don't worry, don't panic. I will let you know what secret elements are going on in the game. So don't mind me. I'm just looking for the paper.
All right. So, just like we just did just now, our last segment was about crafting, where we just went through all the questions you guys had about crafting and the economy. We're now going to do something similar with combat and see where it takes us. So, gonna scroll through here, see if
There
there's
may be combat questions at the very bottom. I've been pulling through from the beginning of this morning.
So I think we answered one of these earlier. Chris did, and when he comes back, we might answer that again for viewers who weren't here at the beginning. It was 2112 Starman's. Great question, like Rush album, love it. About focus. So when he comes back, we'll talk about that one. So Uncle Sven wants to know, when will poison and ignite weapon work on arrows for archers?
Want me to jury it?
Well, no, because that's a pretty subtle. It's not that easy to answer that because of the way melee and ranged are balanced against each other. So, arrows are a consumable, whereas a melee weapon is an equipped held item. So,
well, a lot of it too is the rate of fire.
Right.
If you say, do 1 to 10 damage when something hits, whenever you swing a sword. If you look at a sort of time interval in 10 seconds, how many times you swing a sword versus how many arrows go out, right?
But if all the arrow does is set the "you're on fire" flag on the thing that it hits, the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth one won't make any difference other than with one stroke it was on fire.
Yeah, we just have to look at the technicalities of it. I think that's the reason why is sort of the balance there involved, and how it's sort of how the skills synchronize with it as well. So.
It would have to act completely differently than the way it does on the melee weapon. Yep. It would have to be a completely different effect, basically. But there should be the idea that there is some kind of equivalent like that.
I'll put a jury in for the equivalency question.
Let's see. Sammer Garian wants to know. Actually, we should have talked about this one in crafting. But Sammer Garian wants to know, will we ever be able to craft Nihonto, these are Japanese blades such as the katana or other oriental weapons? Yeah, actually, we've been talking about this a lot, about the idea of visually different yet statistically identical weapons and or gear in general, and so as a way to differentiate yourself as a crafter, the idea of molds or skins or and we're not actually far from that technically, and it's something that we absolutely want to support for sure.
Yeah, I think if you look at sort of the weapons you can craft in the game, those really are kind of, the archetypical categories, like a katana would be similar to a longsword. You can see that as a variant. Like a dirk or something would be a variant on a dagger. So I feel like that, we kind of have the baseline, archetypes for those. So we're kind of trying to balance those as far as effectiveness and the skills associated with them. But definitely we're going to try to expand, the visual nature of all those, but keeping sort of the archetypical definition of it very similar. So we've definitely talked a bunch about that recently. So I expect us to, when some of the other stuff calms down, that's something that's not too hard for us to get to. We just haven't focused that much on kind of unique weapons like that. But if it fits into kind of the lore of the game, if it fits into, the direction we want to head, definitely expect more interesting visual variants of archetypical weapons that are in the game.
What did I miss?
Combat. We're under combat. And for people who weren't here earlier, I thought we should answer this one again.
Okay. This is we made some focus changes that have been somewhat unpopular among some people. It is largely due to trying to get the point. We had your focus as you level up increases. The power of spells as your spell level increases, but the focus was not increases. And there were two things actually. There was one that we made it so the focus cost starts scaling up above level 40 with the power of the spell, so that your focus cost goes up, which kind of matches up with the player. the player focus pool, trying to keep that at a level. What we're trying to do is we're trying to force changes. This did also allow us to increase the power of the spells a little bit, so that those spells were a little bit... Eric's freaking me out over there. He's got a bullhorn and he's pointing it at us.
Keep going.
But it allowed us to increase the power of these spells, because you used to be able to just spam, 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 and you'd never run out of focus ever. And you used to do that till the end of combat. This allows us to actually increase the power of those a little bit, but now it's actually a thought and you have to try to plan and think a little bit more.
Community event alert in game. This just in. Due to a faulty discount teleport scroll bought by Shandy Chapman, Wolftam and Celine of Wake Up New Britannia are now lost in Novia. Aldo, their program manager, is distraught and asks any avatars available to search for them. A series of cryptic clues has been uncovered that will help determine their location, and the first person to find Lost Wolftam and Lost Celine will win $25 in store credit from the Wake Up New Britannia coffers. The first clue is, you may search high and low, but they are not in the Wake Up studio.
Oh, that's a terribly difficult clue. High and low, but they're not in the Wake Up studio. I was logging into the game to go chase that, but man, that's going to be tough.
Save
When does
Wolftam.
Clue
I
come out?
think probably half the people at the studio have talked to him, and he's a great guy.
When does Clue 2 come out, man? I'm booting up the game right now so I can go search.
On the focus thing, though, so we will continue to evaluate that. Right now, I think that it may be a tiny bit punitive on the focus cost, but I think it's actually much closer than it used to be. It used to be way low. People never had to think about focus after about level 50 or 60. And what we're trying to do is force people to actually not just sit there and spam, 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 spam. Like actually make cast meaningful. Actually try to get multiple guys in the targets for AE spells. And yes, it does involve some weights between combats for some people, but I think it's actually much more reasonable. You can clear that if you want to. I don't know what that is. Okay. But yes, and as just a reminder for those people who weren't and earlier when I was talking about this, don't think that just because we've gone to a final wipe and we're not going to wipe characters anymore that we will not continue tuning things. If things are out of balance, we will continue to fix them. We will continue to balance them. If we end up, obviously people will be crying and sending me hate mail and horses' heads in my bed and all that stuff over time as I continue to nerf things. If we nerf things too heavily, we will come up with a system to give you like a token where you can use it to de-level a skill to 0 or 20 or something. And regain that experience. You can spend it on something else. If we nerf something seriously bad, like what I just did for Chain Lightning over the last patch, then we will probably give you a way to recoup that experience. If you want to say, F air magic, I'm out of air magic, because it's no longer crazy overpowered. Right now we don't have that, though. For the first week or release or two, for the first month or two, we will be watching these things carefully, though, and balancing them. But then we will hopefully will have some type of system in place so we can do that for you. Sorry?
Where
B?
Which ones did we just...
I just did the first one.
Oh, okay.
I talked a lot.
Let's see. Do the combat. Combat pets. So Cinderia wants to know, will the access to combat pets become harder to not unbalance combat? Yeah, we know that the whole sort of taming tree, that needs... And again, that was one of the... me as Mr. Priority Guy, there's actually a whole suite of tasks related to taming that I've had to kick down the road a couple of times now. We actually have all of those. Let me close the chat because it's my chat.
I see.
That we've had to kick down the road a couple of times, that we know what we need to do to get that better balanced. We just haven't gotten to it.
Yeah, a lot of it is, as you guys know, a lot of the skills in the taming tree don't, as they increase, they don't really change that much. So, for example, summoning. Summoning, while the one to tame something, has effects. That the fact that when the skill goes up, then you can tame bigger creatures and have a easier chance of taming stuff. The summoning skill doesn't. So it would probably be something in that area, because I do get the fact that that's an easy thing. That's an easy powered thing to trade to a low-level person. If I can go tame a high-level creature, go give it to a low-level person, and they can summon it up. So we're looking at making it to where the summoning skill controls the power of the creature that you summon, such that such that he gets powered down a little bit based on your skill. So that if you have a summoning skill of 1, and you get a level 50 creature, when the person with a summoning skill of 1 summons it, it's not a level 50 creature. Now, a lot of that is basically, having the ability to take a creature and with a single knob turn its power up or down. And we hadn't had that tech till fairly recently, so creatures were kind of they had certain exact stats. But now we have the ability to, based on the level of a creature, we set the stats, we set the power, so that if we change that level, the power of the creatures can change. And we did that for balancing reasons in sort of the normal creatures, but one of the primary reasons why we did that was sort of balancing of your companions or balancing of summoned creatures, so that those guys can change and that all their powers will change with them. Because level, if you change the level of a creature, it changes a couple things on it, but it doesn't necessarily change as much of its power. But if we use level as a main thing in defining everything about the creature, that allows us to turn that up and down. And we can extend that also to summoned pets and things of that nature, to your fire elementals and things like that. Most of the pets, whether they're tamed pets or summoned pets, are pretty static power. And there's a couple of the skills and a couple ways you can alter those, but expect through enchantments and through different things you're going to be able to power up your summoned pets or your tamed pets through skills and things of that nature. But we get the fact that that's something that is lacking, and we have some of the tech to do that. We just kind of have to wire in the skills properly to kind of turn those numbers up and down.
All right. Let's see. Alcides wants to know, are there any plans on adding attunement to the weapon and armor skills, i.e. heavy armor attunement could add hit points?
So I've looked at those type things, and I think that is doable. For those who don't know, right now in all the magic skills, there's the concept of attunement, which is both how effective you are with school in general and also how resistant you are to school. And it's based on the average skill level in the school. So we could do the same thing for all the weapons schools. We've talked about doing that. It's just figuring out how to apply that to all the schools in a way that doesn't unbalance things. I expect we will do something like that. I continue to balance and add those type of things. So I try to get people to think about like their character's school rather than just thinking about like analyzing each individual skill. It will not be for tomorrow's build, obviously. Unless I leave right now and go work on it, but Star might shoot that down. But yes, I do like the idea, and we have talked about that idea before in the past, and it is probably something that will work its way in terms of everything has an attunement, so you can be a sword master. And you get a benefit to all sword skills based on your average sword skill, basically just trying to discourage I really just want this skill and that skill, not all the skills. I'm not really a sword guy. I just want to have these two skills that are unbalanced. Barrett's coming back with the bullhorn.
Community event alert, community in-game event alert. We have an update. A new second clue has just been revealed. So far we know that they are not at the Wake Up New Britannia studio. Here's the new clue. If Lost Wolftam and Lost Celine you wish to see, check within the boroughs of Brittany. Remember, the first person to find Lost Wolftam and Lost Celine in Shroud of the Avatar will win $25 in store credit.
Ooh, that gives me a big clue. That's gone from no clue to a giant clue. I know where I'm headed.
All right. Let's see. McTavish asks, can Corpians please drop carapaces on harvest since they are basically made of carapace?
Good point.
Do we have any carapace recipes, B?
Well, it's one of the...
Yeah, it's a key sort of catalyst, so it would be a really bad idea to do that. But we could add a specific different carapace that is specifically to scorpions and add that.
Well, you could also just make it a rare drop.
Well, B, humor them.
Well, it's
We'd
not
love to do that.
What are you doing raining on parade there,
worse,
B?
but
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we can have a scorpion carapace that does something.
Also, that reminds me, for those who haven't heard, we did do a pass on looking at what was actually generating, what was actually driving the economy. This for live is we get ready to try and be a realistic economy rather than just, you know, some scenes were giving 20K per hour, some were giving 2K per hour, and that type of stuff is the type of thing we look at it in terms of how much money per weight is kind of what people, you know, kind of try to target. Just for those who are sad, I know that I've already upset a few people because is it ectoplasmic residue?
Yeah.
After actually digging into the numbers, ectoplasmic residue is pretty much the driving force in the economy, even though it had absolutely no purpose and it was just a leftover quest item that the quest had been removed probably 18 months ago.
Yeah, about 18 months ago.
And then the item was left in game, and it was really light, and it dropped off of almost every undead, and was a full value item because it wasn't like a weapon where the weapon would get damaged and decrease the value.
Yeah, it was before we had kind of the tech to kind of restrict, to add drops to drop on creatures in certain zones. So it was done for a specific zone, but it was added to all creatures and just stayed there. So we have tech that if we implement a similar quest, it won't happen again. But yeah, it definitely got removed.
And I just saw someone stating 2K per hour, not even close to that. So that's one thing we've had to pick our numbers in terms of what we expect our hourly rate to be. We based those kind of looking backwards in terms of what people were making minus some of these unbalanced elements. We know going forward for the first month or two that those numbers are not going to be what people are averaging. So when we say that, oh, people might be making as much as 5K an hour or 7K an hour, we know that for the first month or two, players are not going to be doing that. We know everybody's going to be fairly broke and just trying to get by for the first month or two. So.
Yeah.
All right. Baron Drokus wants to know, will I be able to summon multiple skeletons someday? Well, remember the part where we were talking about balancing combat pets and having multiple summons? Makes it exponentially more challenging to balance. We have talked about that. I mean, but in order to balance that, we would have to adjust their overall DPS downwards as you were summoning more. So you would summon more, but their overall, we would have to manage their DPS to be the equivalent of a single one.
Yeah, since you can pursue, almost any path in the game, there's not something you'd be giving up. It's strictly an additive thing. So those guys would have to, their contribution to combat would have to be kind of split up. So it's difficult. If we said you can summon 2 pets, but you're missing out on this, then we have a chance to balance it. But with the way, we kind of have our open class system, it's difficult to figure out how it, what you would be giving up to get, 2 summons.
Incredibly rapid focus drain, and then they go away.
And this comment isn't related to combat, but it is related to stuff I was just saying. People were questioning, why is it okay to make 20 to 30K per hour harvesting and it's only 2K per hour for combat? So harvesting, you actually make the numbers that we're talking about in terms of money generation is actually what it would sell to if you went and tried to sell stuff to a merchant. Definitely, there's some things, if you go and focus on harvesting just the right stuff and sell it to other players, you can make much higher numbers, but those are really money, that's money changing hands from one person's pocket to another versus money actually being added to the economy. The numbers that we look at largely are how much money is being added to the economy as a whole. So as for what people are harvesting, we expect that to totally level out in terms of if you can make a ton of money harvesting one thing versus another thing, guess what? Players are going to go do that thing, which will drive down the price of things. But we will definitely keep a very close eye on all this stuff. We do have tons of metrics in place now. We can see all these numbers and where people are making money and what they're making money off of.
All right. Let's see. Jar Laxol says that with spells like Blink, Dash, and other fast travel options, fast travel spells, players are able to travel across the screen faster than anyone could hope to run. Ice Bolt and Field and other slowing spells do not get the job done. Any plans on giving us some way to slow them down or nerfing those movement spells.
Deserves study. I'll jury it.
So they do, with some extra effort, sometimes some extra reagents, you can move across the screen quicker with those things. That is, I think, if people who are non-spellcasters are demanding that they have the exact same, movement capabilities as people who are spellcasters, I don't think that's going to happen. There are advantages to being a lightly armored spellcaster, especially. I think that's not something we can really balance.
But we do need to make sure that there are good enough counters there. So I mean, if there's not enough ways to counter those fast movement spells, we'll look at that. I mean, we have historically had issues with our slow the slow effects with ice stuff, and so if there's issues there, we'll look at it.
You got a jury for it.
Xavier asks about adding an option to auto attack to not attack non-aggressive mob unless you initiate the attack.
Richard, maybe you can help me with this, but I think that might actually be in for.
I think it's already fixed. I think that's already fixed now for the current build.
We cleaned up a lot of that stuff. I think people who have been having complaints about that type of stuff will be very happy with R32. There's a lot of things that have improved. And as I see people who are in Dev Plus, they've been commenting a lot on EE is the greatest thing ever to happen to the game, which is basically we added an interact key. And when you walk over a mob, a corpse, you can pretty much hit E to start the loot and E to take all. It's an interact key, so it makes looting things and other elements really, really quick. That's one of the other things that came up from that serious pass looking at how the keys work, which is all thanks to Richard actually playing all that stuff and yelling at me and Lum and One and Only and Wizard Smoke and a few other people. So thank Richard and others.
All right, let's see. Seeing scrolling down. Let's see. Will combat skill? Sindog wants to know, will combat skills include dynamic stacking changes and then release an effect once the stack count is met? Not sure what they're asking.
Yeah, not planned. I think that's a way that people would not want to play. I mean, I think what they're talking about is you can stack stuff, and when it hits stack 5, it'll pop automatically for you.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's something that most players want, because they may want to stack. A lot of the PvP tournaments and other tournaments, they basically will get together, get their stacks together ahead of time, and then enter combat, and then they drop all their stacks of anything they've stacked up. And also, for those who don't know, when we're talking about stacking, that is the rune weaving stuff, but really it's specifically tied to putting a spell. If you're playing in dynamic card mode and you're putting a spell, dragging it, put it on another spell that's the same or skilled the same, it actually builds up the power of it slightly, and it's a very slight modifier and a slight focus decrease. So for those who didn't know what that was.
Let's see. Scrolling down, looking for some more combat skills. Black Tortoise wants to know, can we get melee staves in the game, and what weapon class would they be? For example, a quarterstaff or bow staff, and would it be bludgeon or polearm? Currently, staves are bludgeons, aren't they?
Yeah, but they're still itemized like a mage.
Right. Yeah, staves and wands are kind of the bastard stepchildren right now. We haven't really done a good job on those yet.
Definitely need love.
We definitely want to get around to looking at those. We know they.
For it.
I mean, currently, right now, they have the most powerful itemization for casters. So there's unique modifiers like reagent, reagent use reduces reagent use. and max focus and things like that. So there are some modifiers that are only on cloth armor that are only on staves. So the idea is to itemize those in a way that a mage would use them. So right now, wands and staves have, itemization that a mage would want.
Well, I just saw that we raised, I think it said 67. Let me make sure that's right.
Oh, yep, that's what it says, all right. 2, that's 2!
67,500. Oh, wait, so that means we met yet another stretch goal.
Woohoo!
So, that means that you guys got another pet. This is
excellent. So now we have the hacked versions of both the crawler and the walker. By the way, if you guys deploy those, I have a suspicion the Oracle is going to be pissed off about it. And if that wasn't already in the design before, it's going to be in the design soon, because I'm going to add a JIRA in that the Oracle is not going to be happy if her walkers and crawlers see pet walkers and crawlers walking around nearby. In fact, she might even try to retake them. That's what I'm going to put in as JIRA.
Uh-huh.
So there.
Okay. All right.
And for those who missed it, I already announced the 100K stretch goal in the Discord chat, which is that I will sing Let It Go for all of you.
Oh, my.
I'm not sure if that is a reward or a punishment.
That's going to make us stop at 99.999.
So thank you, backers. Thank you.
Cheers.
All right.
Here's one for me.
Just for those who are curious, I am drinking the Kraken.
I am drinking vodka.
All right. Let's see. All right. All right. I'm just gonna let's see. Let's see. I'm just jump around since it looks like we're out of specifically combat questions. Let's see. Are we going to add more monster variety? Yes, over time. Let's see. Will there ever be trade ships and warships? Long term, we do want to have ship travel, but not in episode 1.
Sophie says, prizes?
Oh, prizes.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do some prizes. Oh, and we should spin the wheel. We need to spin the wheel. Hold on, let me spin the wheel.
Yeah, in fact, how many spins are we down? Somebody done the count?
Chris!
Woohoo! Yeah, you win.
The Kraken!
And if we get to 70, I'll sing another song. I'm not sure what it is yet.
I'll spin again. Ooh, Elven Armor, 10%.
Elven Armor, 10%. Get your Elven Armor. And by the way, Elven stuff's all gotten so much cooler.
Way cooler.
There's a question here. Someone asking about do the previously mentioned taming summoning changes coming also apply to magic summoned elementals. Once we have that tech implemented for taming, then it'll be easier to kind of dynamically change the power of your pets. And so I expect to be able to implement some of that stuff along your summoned pets as well. I mean, any of the tech that we work on for taming can be moved over to that. Now, it'll probably be through itemization, through sort of enchants that you put on things that then will power up your creatures, so that you might have different armor sets or different rings or different amulets that help power up your summoned creatures. So I expect it to be something more along those lines. We have some of the skills in the taming tree that increase the level and strength of your tamed creatures. So I expect to do something along those lines. And I've been wanting to go to the point of itemizing their skills better, to where to where they get new skills based on certain things, or that they get skills that have extra effects. So we're pretty close in having that sort of tech. We just need to kind of design it out. But you really want those summoned creatures to be more dynamic than they are now, based on your power, either skills or itemization. So
I've got a long question here from Alcides in chat. Question: how do you feel about the sacrifice that must be made for wearing full plate and shield for mitigation benefits gained through testing? Actually, it feels much more powerful to use a shield spell such as Death Shield. And this is for those who are new or haven't been paying attention or just returning to Shroud. So there's the 8 spell schools, and how much fizzle is added by armor depends on the school. When you get over to the one side of the tree, anyone have a Glacier? No one has a Glacier left. Death magic, air magic, and fire magic are all much more difficult to cast in plate mail than the other side, which is water magic, life magic, and earth magic. So this is kind of the choice you have to make if you want to be part of that fast, like air is kind of the fast, dexterous type thing, and then death magic and fire magic are both like kind of serious damage, DPS type schools with little else other than just damage and destruction. That's one of those choices you kind of have to make, is it's really tough to be a full plate wearer and cast those type spells. Right now I feel pretty good about the balance of those things. I will be keeping an eye on it now. That's one of the things that we've been trying to watch things as we move along here up to the final wipe, but we know there's no illusion here that everything's perfect and we're not going to see something totally different, because really a lot of what we've been seeing is up until this point people have been experimenting. We know people have been experimenting, and now that's like, okay, now it's game time. Now we're going to see what people are really doing. I've had at least a half dozen people tell me that I know some stuff that you don't know that I'm going to wait until you guys do the final wipe to use. So that's kind of the stuff we're waiting to see. We're waiting to see that type of crazy, here's all the stuff that is super unbalanced and the super power build that will come out as soon as we're actually final wipe. And as I mentioned, there will be nerfing, and if we do serious nerfs, we will have a way that we will let you, like, okay, you nerf that thing, okay, well, I'm going to go try something else and basically change that and get some more experience points back to spend on other stuff. So, but that will, oh, here it comes.
Don't worry, that's the last time that will happen, because Seamus McGinnis has found Lost Wolftan and Lost Celine in-game. For the last hour, they have been hiding. And what I'll do, because they're still hiding, for anybody else, even though the $25 gift card is already allotted to Seamus now, you can still find them in the game. They're going to be waiting for anybody else who wishes to find them. So I'm going to mention the last of the clues that were given to me should they still be hiding, which they are, so you can go and still find them. The next clue would have been, so far we know that Waptam and Celine are somewhere in one of the neighborhoods of Brittany. W is for West, and W is for Whiskey. The place where you'll find them might be the next clue would have a little risky. So far we know that Waptam and Celine, not in the air but underground, near a place where gulls are found. And your last clue, if $25 in store credit you wish to spend, which is already taken, sorry, find this crevice with a stone dead end. So that's in-game. They're in-game right now. And I'm done today with the bullhorn.
Although I like that bullhorn. That was kind of fun. At least it's, I'm not in the room with it.
I'll surprise you guys later, perhaps. Stick around.
Oh, that'll be awesome. All right. Did we give prizes away? Did Lum give any prizes?
We did not. We need to get Lum back on here.
No, Lum prizes.
You do know that we had planned to do this at the top of an hour, and we're early now.
What? I don't care.
Okay, you don't care. Store credit. Amazing wins $10 in store credit. Paston Bane wins a Shroud of the Avatar T-shirt.
Froji wins an Oracle coin courtesy of Relics by Rill. And the top prize for this 40-minute period is Vas Flam, who wins a Kobold Village House. Vas
That has
Flam.
a cool name.
Sweet. I knew Richard was going to comment on that. All right. I saw a couple comments in here. BDF, Baron Droxus Fondalors, I just say BDF because I don't like saying his name, gave the feedback we shouldn't reward people for finding the exploits. I kind of think we do need to reward people when they find exploits and we nerf the crap out of them because they are helping us balance the game. And it's one of those things that over time it will be an ever-decreasing problem of people finding the exploits and us hammering them down. So that's kind of the reward that people get for staying ahead of the curve of finding the most overpowered element in the game at any given time.
All right.
Can I spin the wheel?
Did you guys answer this one already?
We are way over time, by the way, on moving on to story NPCs, new behaviors, polish.
No, that's at 6.
25 minutes.
I'm on East Coast time.
Keep drinking, Richard. Keep drinking.
But we could move on to that. Would you like, if you'd like an extra half hour of time to talk about that, which I'm sure you could fill.
I'm sure I could, but no, so sorry.
Did you answer that one?
We did not answer that one. We kind of touched on that a little bit. Jarlaxle, one of the better combatants out there, as I've seen in the PvP tournaments and other stuff in the pre-release times. We'll see how he holds up in the post-release or the post-final wipe. I understand a lightly armored caster with speed spell should have the ability to get away, but no, for all eternity. The run-in nuke and just blink dash away all day. Increase focus cost, make castable twice per day, anything like that. So there probably will be some balance of that type thing. I know that's one of those semi-griefing type things, is if you're a tanky type and have no way to deal with the ranged people or lock them down, stun, any type of stuff, charge. It's really easy for people to get in, and they can basically outrun you with blink. That's kind of the theme of the earlier stuff. We will continue to look at that. We'll probably make the blink cooldown time be longer, which is probably the easiest thing and the least punishing thing to people. It will still give them a good advantage of getting away, but just making that cooldown time longer, making the focus cost a little bit more, is probably the first place we'll start. But again, this is type stuff that I have probably 50 pages of metrics set up and ready to go that I will start watching tomorrow morning at 9:30 in the morning and see what people are doing. And we'll keep an eye on this stuff and balance it out as needed. But that is one of those things I know that is frustrating, especially to the tanky types. And we're not trying to make it so you have to play a fighter, mage, cleric, thief type to be competitive. If you want to play a pure tank, we want you to be able to do that. So we'll be keeping an eye on that type of stuff.
Let's see.
Summon the Hangout chat, by the way, too, if that's Atos being asked, what's your plan to address there's people with 50 to 60 GM skills cavorting about?
So that will be, there will be some players who are doing that. It will be much harder going forward as we've removed the experience bonus going forward, and there's also been some balance to the how much experience is rewarded for things. There have been a couple of issues that were just easily farmable elements. Those will exist, but again, there will be, as experience gain slows down, decay will become a little more of an issue. I know people cringe when I say decay, but now is when that actually starts taking effect and does keep that under control. But again, honestly, 50 to 60 GM skills is in an individual combat is really not that much better than 10 to 12 GM skills, because there's really not any way to use 50 to 60 GM type skills. It's really about it's more, that's kind of what we'd always said was we have the curve steep at the end, so it kind of forces, as you gain more and more GM skills, it really forces you to it gives you more options rather than making you super, super powerful. It does help a lot just due to passives. That is something we'll probably continue to look at and continue to balance, though, going forward.
All right. Let's see.
Just so people know, I'm going to sing when we hit 70.
You're going to sing? All right. I'm so excited.
Song. I know.
What are you going to sing for us there, Christopher?
Okay. Scanning. I'm just going to grab general questions then. All right. When will we see more mini-maps in the game, especially for the overworld? Soon. In fact, in release 32, not the first build, but patch 1, there'll be updated tracking maps for all the player-owned towns going in the game.
32? What do you mean 33?
32, patch 1 for release 32. There will be updated tracking maps for all mini-maps, tracking maps for all player-owned towns. And we'll hope to get more maps in soon.
There was actually just a question on more data for tracking of combat logs. There's actually someone is just releasing a third-party add-on type thing for a game that does do the log parsing and shows you damage per second and shows you damage per spell and a ton of other things. That we gave them the tentative go-ahead, release it, and I forget what it's called. I know who made it, Parallelogram and Spec and some of the other guys, but I forget what the actual tool is called. But that information should be available, and that's one of those things is we've been tight, especially in the UI department. We have not put much effort into. But the players absolutely want that type of stuff, so we're glad that they have gone ahead, and we've actually done a little work to make sure that they can continue to support that going forward. But anyways, that type tool is available, and you will be able to have that type of information.
Star, can you tell us more about how the lottery for housing lots is going to work?
There's a whole hour-long section about player housing, which I will definitely talk about.
Star's looking forward to that.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Are in-game mounts still far up in the future or getting any closer? They are still in the future, episode 2. Let's see. The areas the overworld map that are field. Oh, well, but we do have the coconuts, you know, so those of you who don't know, you get some coconuts. Adventurer pledges and above get coconuts that if you equip them, you travel slightly faster. They make a cloppy clop noise.
Someone's asking about the crash physics, or the physics crash with the clop. I need to see, this is why I need to sing instead of drinking wine.
I agree. I tried to warn you.
The physics crash with the clop. Yes, that has been fixed in starting in R32. Everything is magical. Tomorrow, everything's going to be amazing. Frame rate will be twice as good. There'll be no crashes, and everything is fixed. But yes, the cloth physics is actually that issue has been fixed. It's and we've also submitted that to Portalarum or to
Unity.
To Unity.
I'm gonna drink.
Is that me saying it?
Drink.
Yes, we've submitted that to Unity, and they verified that that is a bug and that they will be addressing that in the future.
I've submitted code to Unity, and it's going to get sent in.
We fixed the crash of things. There's a source of code and there's things.
Someone also just asked about unarmed combat. No, it's going to continue to suck for at least the near future until we get the normal combat balanced out. I know there's people requesting martial arts and other type of stuff, but until we get the kind of the mainstream combat stuff balanced and figured out and nailed down to the point that we aren't feeling like we have to nerf stuff on a monthly basis, unarmed combat will probably continue to be weak and uneventful, but it'll make for great boxing matches.
Let's see, Dot Funky wants to know when we'll be able to craft varying kinds of daggers, hunting daggers, combat knives. That ties to the question earlier about being able to craft like the Japanese style swords, which ties into us wanting to create visual variants of weapons that, while basically statistically identical, would at least be visually different, and so this would go along with that. So soon, maybe not release 33, but maybe as soon as release 30, maybe release 33. Depends. We got a lot of stuff to do with release 33. Maybe release 34.
It's not that far off, though.
It's close. We have most of the pieces we need to do it, really. I think it would be. I think we in discussing it, it's much easier, right, we think, for weapons than it'll be for armor.
Definitely so.
Yeah, because of molds, because we have
and just from the art perspective, it's easier
yeah.
to make a weapon than it is, the armor pieces and armor sets and things of that nature. But I expect, in at least semi-near future, we should be able to have variants on weapons, just because there's not as much. The tech is pretty proven and the art is fairly minimal. So.
All right. Let's see. Jeff Go wants to know, who's also apparently Scarlet Rose, wants to know when wyverns are going to be tameable, which are these small dragons. So currently, any which are considered mostly boss level type creatures, those are not tameable. Only after we get taming to a really good baseline, which it's not there, would we consider any of the higher level creatures like that. But even then, that was one of the notorious.
Yeah, but
everyone's favorite thing about
for this, which is that's the same problem as taking multiple pets other than the CPU time. And I agree that's a huge problem. But I think it does deserve some time for us to noodle on how can we make the cost of having one of those boss things around so high, or some other negative event associated with it so high, that you get the coolness factor of at least being able to wade in temporarily with something like that.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, all the pets, whether they be summoned, tamed, or whatever type pet you have, and it's all kind of fall in the same category, that we have enough variables in the equation right now that we need to get the baseline figured out and nailed down based on real data that we know we'll only get the real data post final wipe when people are playing like how they're really going to play long term. So that's one of those things that will continue to evolve. A lot of these things that occasionally people mention from, well, UO had this, that, and the other thing. It's like, well, yes, UO did have this, that, and the other thing, starting at 4 years in or 5 years in or 2 years in. But they did not add those on day one. We're going to be keeping an eye on all that stuff, and we will be continuing to expand all that stuff at a much, much, much faster pace than probably any game has in the past. But right now, for day one, we just want to get combat nailed. We want to get basic melee, basic casting stuff nailed, and then we can start adding in the other stuff.
All right. Let's see. Is there any word on Leo's Templar wants to know about the Guild Alliance feature.
Star and I are sleepy drunks, by the way, in case you hadn't noticed. We need to get some coffee out here so we can pour some whiskey in the coffee.
Also, it worked till 11:30 last night. Any word on the Guild Alliance feature, Alliance chat channel, small guilds, big groups want to create multiple guilds, main guilds, city guard, militia groups that are already formed alliances like the Baron League. We absolutely know we need to get this in line. Want to get that there. It's in the queue, hopefully before the end of the year, but it's a little ways off.
And just so everybody knows, we know in terms of long-term stickiness, guilds, and this type of stuff that Star was just talking about and Leo's Templar are talking about, they're absolutely huge in terms of keeping people in the game, keeping them interested, building that community. I hate to sound too much like Gorn, but yeah, building that community and making people feel like they're part of something bigger and a part of a big community is immensely important to us. We will not have it there day one. We do have some mechanisms where people can cooperate. We will get more formalized systems in place over time.
Let's see. Live Vein wants to know: will taming collars be adjusted in creation costs, or is it intended that taming be a high-cost skill to learn? We do intend taming to be a high-cost skill to learn. I mean, there's a reason why a lot of high-end players have, obsidian bears. It is definitely an added DPS. It's like having a whole extra, weapon in your hand, constantly spitting out DPS.
Sure. And also the difficulty of the creature is modified by the chance to consume a collar is modified by the difficulty of the creature. So if you're trying to tame stuff that has a low level, then the chance of consuming a collar on failure is less. So we definitely implemented that as a way to make it such that if you're trying to tame a lower level creature, if your tame is successful, it automatically consumes it because you've used it. But there's a chance that if the creature is low level and you're taming it, that it doesn't consume the collar. So we did that because we know that the price to craft those things is really high. So as you try to tame more difficult things, then the chance of losing one on failure is higher. So.
But B or Chris, what is the cost during deployment of a pet that gives a higher cost to having tougher creatures out during combat? Anything?
I'm not clear on the question. You mean in terms of like the ongoing costs of like it draining your focus pool, or?
That's exactly it.
Yeah. And that's the type of stuff we will continue to balance. We've made several changes to it. This is probably more in B's court.
So there's some tech we're still missing. So the design is supposed to be that the higher the power level of the creature, the faster and the bigger the focus drain. There's a piece missing there, so it's not yet doing that. But that's the design. So,
just for those who I saw a few comments fly by. I just caught up on Discord stuff, but just to emphasize some highlights, the crashes people have been seeing in R31 have mostly been fixed for tomorrow's build. Everything will be amazing, and that includes the Linux issues. Will not be in tomorrow's build, but they should be fixed in patch 1. Send your checks to one and only at care of Portalarian.
Yeah, he's the one who fixed the crashes in the Unity engine and has fixed the Linux issues. So he has pulled multiple rabbits out of the hat. It's amazing.
And Richard tried to give me credit for fixing stuff this morning, but as I said in my stand-up this morning, yesterday was spent massaging one and only shoulders, and also being a rubber duck for him. For those who don't know, there's a programming concept. Sometimes you just need to explain stuff to somebody to understand it, to know what you need to do yourself, and so that's called rubber ducking. So you might as well have a rubber duck on your desk and then just explain it to a rubber duck. So for a good part of yesterday, I was the rubber duck for one and only to bounce ideas off of, because just explaining it to someone then makes it obvious what the actual problem is. So, but yes,
by the way, again, because we've described this as a Unity bug, which is in fact is the truth, it does bear repeating what a great job or how nice Unity was to us during this period of time as well, to really bend their process and their rules quite a bit to help us make sure we could have a good, stable launch tomorrow. They gave us behind the veil access and bending of their general rules of management of code base in order for us to be able to do this to get this thing as stable as it was. So many thanks to Unity. Unity, we've many times thanked Unity for how quickly we got this off the ground in the beginning back at Kickstarter, how quickly the community with the asset store allowed us to build prototypes. And we continue to be huge fans, and this last 72 hours has proven again how thankful we are to them.
And also, I'll second that. You will probably hear me cursing in the forums in the chat on Discord on all these things cursing Unity, but honestly, me, 4 of the engineers on the team came from working on Unreal before moving to Unity and Portalarium, and there has been no talk of us trying to like figure out how to switch back. There has been a little talk, but it's really just more to relieve stress. So that's one of those things where every game engine you use, once you really get deep into a game, you start hating it. Unity is honestly still the most amazing product out there in terms of development velocity. There's some stuff that Unity or Unreal does a lot better than Unity, but in terms of development velocity, there's absolutely nothing better than Unity. So we will continue to evangelize it, even though we occasionally curse it under our breath. And they have been, as soon as we made our problems light with the people at Unity, they were immediately super cooperative and helpful on things. So
yeah.
So hugs to Unity. I will probably still continue to curse them just as you continue to curse your car and whatever else you have problems with in life. But they've been great, and the engine's great. So.
All right. Bambino wants to know, does stacking still only reduce focus usage? Does it affect damage also? Are there future plans for the benefits of stacking?
There will continue to be, right now it does reduce, the primary thing it does is reduce focus. There is a tiny damage or effectiveness increase, but honestly, especially with the changes that just went in recently, the biggest thing is the focus decrease. I look forward to Bambino and others trying that out for me and telling me you're right, wrong, this needs change, that needs change. Bambino's been one of those guys who's been off and on helping out with combat for multiple years and has always given great feedback. So I look forward to him correcting me on anything I say wrong here today. But yes, right now it decreases focus and it's a small power increase. We just can't make it too big of a power increase because then it pretty much forces people to play in a certain play style they may not want to play. Because honestly, yes, stacking is tedious for those who do know how to do it and do it well. They love it, but I hate forcing tedious gameplay mechanics onto people.
All right, so we're here at the end of this segment. The next segment is going to be about story, NPCs, new behaviors, where we're going to talk about what's going on. And we're going to have to reset the Hangout and we're going to send out a new link because Google Hangouts has a limit to how long a Hangout can be. So we're going to be closing this one down and sending out a new link. So stand by for that switch, which will be coming soon. And just for those of you who are, so let's do a wheel. Let me go to the
wheel cam.
The wheel cam. Wheel cam. Sven.
Here we go. Pots 5%.
What?
Player-owned towns, 5% off. Get them while they last.
1 hour.
Midnight is the end.
What? Oh wow, that's huge. All right. So a few points before we make the switch. Just a reminder. Let me switch focus here. Today we're expiring a few things. So speaking of that, player-owned towns. Player-owned towns, which have just gone on sale for 5% off. They are expiring today at midnight. So this is the last opportunity to buy a player-owned town for episode 1. And we are also expiring houses and basements out of the original pledges. This is you can still buy one of the original pledges that haven't expired through August 22nd. However, after midnight tonight, they will no longer have houses and basements. So by midnight, if you'd like to have a house or basement included in one of those pledges. Also, we are, as you can see, we've raised quite a bit of money. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. You're amazing. You're amazing. We love you. That means that we've met so many of our stretch goals today. That means any of you who have given at least $5, spent at least $5 today of new money, you will receive a new emote, which includes a little handheld fan. Ooh, it's hot. an aeronaut helmet, a hacked Oracle crawler pet, clockwork wings, Da Vinci style things, a hacked Oracle crawler pet, a hacked Oracle flyer pet, and if we make it to 80,000, a pet airship, a little miniature airship that'll follow you around. Crazy, it's wacky. If we make it to 80,000, I gotta think of something else. I got something in mind. Pretty wacky. All right, I think I'm gonna hand it over to Matthew, who's gonna make the switch. Thank you. You guys are rocking. I will be back at 7 to talk about player housing.
All right,
What's
thank you
it
guys.
sent again?
Story time. Yep.
Story time.
Yep.
All right, I will be on Discord here shortly to do a AMA type thing for anybody. If I missed your question during the combat stuff or the crafting stuff or whatever, feel free to hit me up on chat here shortly. What?
Stop. Right, like that? That red button? Should I press the red button? Is that what's going on? To reset it?
Yeah, we can reset.
Does this reset the whole world?
It does. We'll have to repost the links and all that type.
Okay, so we're going to reset this, guys. We'll repost the links on social, so stand by for that. We'll put it in Discord chat and on Twitch for all of you who are watching on Twitch. There's a little bit of delay here, so stand by for that link, and we will get that to you shortly. We will be back. Intermission.
And we'll be joining you right back in a minute here, folks, as soon as we get that new link. You're watching Telethon of the Avatar on NBNN.
Community and everything that is Shroud of the Avatar community. And we are
like a hawk. You guys are seeing this right now. So I'm going to.
It's you're probably one of the few people watching, so we can give away secrets.
We can, yes. I'm going to jump out because I want to make sure that the community knows what the link is. So if you guys want to chat about the 6 o'clock, what do we got here?
I think we have to open up with, before you leave, why don't you update that number?
We got a new number.
We have a new number.
What do we got?
Is it a bigger number? It's a bigger number. It's going in the correct direction. We're not actually spending the money.
What is that?
Oh.
Go ahead and erase and then update it.
It goes up to 70.
70.
Yes.
All right.
Now we have to make a command decision. Who here is going to do a shot? I'm going to sing because I'm going to be driving in a bit. So while you guys get your shot ready, and this is
I'll do a little dance.
Yeah, you can dance along with us. Okay. This here's a tale for all the fellas trying to do what those ladies tell us. Get shot down because you're overjealous. Play hard to get. Females get jealous. Okay, smarty. Go to a party. Girls are scantily showing their body. Chick walks by. You wish you could sex her, but you walk standing on a wall like you was Poindexter. Next day's function. High-class luncheon. Food is served and you're stone cold munching. Music comes on, people start to dance, but then you ate so much you nearly split your pants. A girl starts walking, guy starts gawking, sits down next to you, starts talking, says she wants to dance because she likes to groove. So come on, fatso, and bust a move. Why didn't you come in with the chorus?
Is it bold, you think?
Okay, I think I've probably eliminated all our viewers, so we're safe now.
I continue to promise them 100K stretch goal is me singing "Let It Go."
Yeah.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Just
Let it go. I can sing it pretty well. I haven't done a song yet. I've done a couple of shots, but
I'm afraid to look at this word.
there actually is another version of that song. Some college students changed it, and I can't say it because there's swear words in it, but it's like.
I just sang "Bust a Move" with no. I think we're officially PG-13 at this point. Do we have Discord up anymore?
Discord is in here. It's buried in my list of stuff here. I can't seem to keep this.
We're organized.
Wow! Look at all
I
of
like
this.
the chaos of it. It's interesting. It's real life.
I think somebody closed it. Okay, what are we talking about?
Story. We need to get Richard here.
Story and NPCs and.
We need to get Richard in here. Where's Richard?
We didn't close it. Oh no, I must have hit it.
Well, we can introduce ourselves in the meantime.
Yeah, why don't you guys? They all know.
So my name is Keith Quinn. I'm Sanio on the message boards, and I'm a level designer, and I help to add life to adventure scenes, such as not just putting in the bad guys, but also making sure that the townspeople are going to bed at night and lighting their candles and drinking too much at the bars and such.
And I'm Dan. I'm Plague of Locust on the forums. I do a lot of similar tasks to what Keith does, but I've become the point man on POT change implementation. So as I mentioned earlier, if you've had some changes that you've submitted, my own changes, name changes, ownership changes, I generally just take care of that stuff.
Or if you never had your player-owned town set up at all, then we'll put it in the first place.
All the new pots.
Yes.
And also worked on Kiln Cistern.
What'd you do in Kiln Cistern?
I did all the things in Kiln Cistern.
Great, from scratch?
From scratch.
If you don't like the puzzle, or if you do like the puzzle,
yes,
Dan is the one to refer to.
I'll take all your complaints.
I also did Brittany Sewers, speaking of underground areas. The current portion of Brittany Sewers, where you can get in from Brittany Central, or you can get in from Brittany Alleys, meet in the middle, and then work your way toward the boss fight center of the sewers. I did that part, and there'll be more coming. Dan's starting to just think of a next section that will be from the Brittany Estates and Brittany Fields, and then eventually there will be a connection from Brittany Wharfs and Brittany Graveyard.
I got a concept for the puzzle for that area, and some ideas for some of the areas that connect to it, but work in progress on that.
Well, that's us.
Yes, and as Keith mentioned, we are doing a lot of the scheduling stuff. I worked on artists in particular for this release.
Scheduling being when NPCs have night shifts, and day shifts. Somewhere they go at night, somewhere they go during the daytime.
Right, change up their behavior based on the time of day.
Yeah. I've actually been working on Exeter, so Exeter won't be in today, but some of the Exeter changes will be in soon. Some were already there, but there's some like slight improvements going on. But Sultan had a big overhaul with its day and night schedules, and as did Arteris. Arteris has many more NPCs in there, so it probably it's a bigger deal.
Yeah, it's a work in progress too. There's a lot of NPCs that are on schedules with animations, with emotes, but there are some without schedules with just emotes, and some with just vice versa. So there's more to do.
You guys were already live before I jumped in, and so
Richard appears.
We're just introducing ourselves.
All right, good. And Lum, you guess so you two are both done, and Lum probably doesn't need one, right?
You all know the Lum.
Everyone knows the
Well, yeah. What did I do? I take it my stunning 80s rendition did not go out. It is a tragedy.
Let people do it again.
No.
Yeah, I think everyone had the link before we did, so you should be good.
But actually, Lum, since your introduction was at the very beginning 6 hours ago, why don't you, let's do go, Gina and Lum, why don't you two introduce yourselves again? And then I'd like to give sort of a preamble to story stuff too before we break it back up into individual discussions of work. Lum?
Well, I'm Scott Jennings, Lum the Mad, and I tend to be the lead story wrangler. I work with Richard a lot, trying to bring what his and Tracy's writings was into something we can implement in the game, which means that he and I butt heads and horns and whatever other things come up. Antlers, yeah. Anyway, mainly we've been working for the past couple of months on the new player experience. We think new players are pretty important for the long-term health of the game for obvious reasons. And but hopefully we're going to get back into making Path of Love, polished and feature complete, and moving on to the other new starting zones and getting Path of Courage polished as well.
And Gina's been helping you with some of this?
Excellent. And Gina?
I'm Gina, and Fire Lotus, for those of you who know me from Community. I'm now a content writer for the game, and basically do what Lum tells me to do, and what Richard tells me to do, which isn't always the same thing, which is fun. But basically I do secondary storylines, so the little extra side quests and the little virtue quests that you're seeing popping up in different areas, a lot of those are what I'm working on right now.
And thank you, Gina. And Richard Gary, Lord British here. And the preamble I wanted to give, or the early commentary I wanted to give here to the story section, goes back to describe a little bit about what the focus has been for the whole team. That's been a little different for the last 60 days than it was for the 90 days previous to that. Many of you, I'm sure, noticed that prior to 60 days ago, we were sort of on a mission to get a little bit done in the game everywhere. And there were a number of reasons we did that. One, I sort of wanted to see the whole framework of the story across the globe. Another motivation was that since player-owned towns were popping up all over the globe, we wanted there to be places for people to go find resources at the same time all over the globe, versus some people live in a highly finished area and some people live literally in a wasteland of emptiness. And so we went on this kind of go thin on the story, go cloning on the environment, to make sure that at least it would all be present for everyone, was sort of the two theories of that. The problem became with both of those aspects, actually. On the story side, the story and quality of NPCs and interactions in towns, is that many of you sort of got the impression of that's what our target was for the game's quality. They looked at it and said, well, I can sort of see a thread going here through the town, but NPCs aren't getting up and going to sleep, and they aren't emoting, and they're not. They don't. There's no like side quests. There's just sort of this very loose, very thin framework, which of course was the step one plan, but really gave everybody an understandable level of concern about what is actually the target of where we're headed. Similarly, all the clones meant that even for me as one of the developers, there are new towns, even high-quality finished spaces going in so fast, none of us can see no one person can experience them all, at least not deeply, as well as all the other content going in the game deeply, simultaneously. And so even I would go wander around in other parts of the world, and I'd wander into a map, and I'm going, it's a cool map, but it seems to me pretty unfinished. I actually don't know if it's a clone that's just been started, or if somebody has put it up online and thinks it's at some level of completion that I need to start writing up bugs for, or I just couldn't tell even myself very well. So therefore, for you as players, it would be again understandingly alarming that you would see all this content and you weren't really sure how to interpret it, or it could be interpreted negatively. And so that's why you began to see us putting in things like these work in progress signs that we're going to now put in towns, not until they're polished and perfect, but until they're sort of alpha state really ready. And so, and at the same time, we started really marking things that are quickly cloned or very considerably early in its development process. We're going to leave those signs up in there. And concurrently with making that decision, I, who I'm responsible for the go thin and wide decision, reversed my recommendation, and instead, we need to go and not only worry about the new user experience, but we need to focus on starting with the new user experience and as deep as we can get into the game. Let's get everything up to a level of quality where people can see and understand what the target is. And so even though so what you're going to see tomorrow when we go live is very close to that target. There's still going to be some bugs. There's still going to be some things we're going to need to revise. But as a broad stroke, when you land on the Isle of Storms, when you move into the starting city, which, by the way, we recommend that you ultimately move over to the City of Love, is the one that's Solace Bridge is the one that's most complete, the Path of Love. When you go from there to Sultan and you see all of the NPCs operating on schedules, when you see the side quests happening in the graveyards and kids running around on the streets setting off fireworks, when you move from there over to Arteris, and Arteris is sort of where you can then see the work in progress. You'll see it's sort of, Dan, I'm not sure if you said what percentage done you considered it, but you'll at least see that that's where we are at in this process of really adding in these qualities to show you what the final target is closer to being like. And at that point, if you, at least I would argue, and I sincerely believe this, I'm sure many of you have heard me describe over and over again, starting from the day we pitched this project, I've always said, we want to have virtue quests that are reminiscent of and as quality, generally speaking, of Ultimas 4 and 5 and 6. We want to have a world simulation that of completeness of interactivity with the world itself that is reminiscent and target equal to what we pulled off with Ultima 7. And if you're playing in the massively multiplayer type environment, we want to have a virtual economy and ecology and interdependency of characters and groups that is reminiscent of or at or beats the quality level of Ultima Online. And I actually believe for the first time in the development cycle of this whole project that I can now play those first 3 or 4 or 5 maps and I can go, this, I believe, will do it. And I've told the team this before I came up here to the East Coast when I was there a couple. I've been there for a month previously. I went office to office to make sure I told every member of the team that I believe we now have the beginning of this game developed to a level where I believe that it's persuasive, minus the fact that it's still not done and there'll be bugs and other things. But fundamentally, if you look at that experience, I hope you would agree, and to the degree that you find other tweaks that we think we need, you, the players, the community that we're building this for, let us know and we'll correct it. But I hope and believe you will see that we are really at that mark now, and it makes me very excited, and I'm very excited to see what you, the players, think starting tomorrow afternoon.
Well, Richard, you ready to take some questions?
Sure. Unless did you guys have any more descriptions you wanted to give to kind of where you guys are at, or did you get through that enough? I knew you were doing introductions, but I thought you might want to talk more kind of about kind of your favorite aspects of the game, or the plot, or the side quests, or things of that nature before we take questions. But I'm happy to dive right into questions too, if that's what you'd like.
Yeah, I think we should. So first one is from Baron Drakis. And he's asking if we're calling the event that's going on right now, this second, anything special. If the Cataclysm was the fall, are we in the rise or the return of the avatars?
Oh, I like that suggestion. Hey, lead story guy, what do you think?
That's a good question. I mean, we kind of are already implying, as you go through the Isle of Storms, that and we've referred to elsewhere that this is basically the fourth age of New Britannia, and yeah, I think we are officially entering it with the end of the world as we know it, and everyone feeling fine.
But I like the concept of, if not even, and maybe even the exact words of the rise. The rise of the avatars. So tomorrow we will see, the avatars have visited and come and gone over the last few. Since year 400. If you remember, when we turned the servers on, that was year 400 in game. And so whatever year this is in game, somebody in game can pull it up. I'm in the login screen at the moment because I timed out. But we ought to look up the in-game time in the morning and mark it as something. We may change the
beginning of the fourth age.
Sorry.
The beginning of the fourth age.
The beginning of the fourth age, and we ought to give it a name like the Rise. But we'll noodle on the Rise, and great suggestion, Baron.
Next one is an easy one, and I know you're going to enjoy answering it. Will Lord British have his traditional court jester in Brittany once everything is in place with regards to NPCs and questing?
Oh, well, I do enjoy that one. And by the way, it won't be Lord British, however, because Lord British's castle is not on the Isle of Novia.
Lord British, your castle is in another princess.
But there is but Arabella will hold court in Brittany, and yes, you will have a jester. And I'm not even sure we've described it publicly, but
no, we have not. So you are giving away. You are telling something.
Okay, so then in which case I'm spilling the beans. But some of you may know that we have an affinity for a certain jester. That at least this particular jester and I have Twitter battles and occasionally LARPing battles, and I was drawn to this particular jester due to his abusive reviews of earlier Ultimas. And when I say the word abusive, I mean it very carefully stated, in the sense of what this particular jester did was kind of rip our earlier works for all the right reasons, and rip them in ways that implied both a love of the world and a desire to help it remain as high quality as possible. And so the jester that I am referring to is probably known to many.
Oh, they know. I'm watching Discord, and even with the few minutes lag, they know.
Oh, they know. Okay, well, I'm talking about the Spoony one. And so Spoony the Bard, who has truly endeared himself not only to Lord British but Lady British. You will see we've been actually collecting quotes. Anytime on Twitter, we occasionally banter back and forth about the virtue questions, like what would you do if you found an uncounted purse of gold. He makes up his own versions of these things that I've been collecting and sending over to Lum. So we have a deep repertoire of Spoonyisms that you will see come into the game here soon.
We will be adding Spoony along with the rest of the NPCs in a release to be named later, or as our glorious Cracker of the Whip will designate. For the next question, that question was from Dancing Shade, by the way. The next question is from Lord Andernet. Please share your thoughts on what the thinking is for long-term goals for avatars post-storyline. And I know I saw another question in Discord from someone else asking when we were going to start talking about episode 2, so maybe the two questions go together.
Well, they probably do, but in this case, I'm actually going to not give a very good answer because we do have an end game plan for episode 1, but I'm not sure we should really talk about it in detail.
We haven't revealed anything about it yet. Yeah.
No, and I'm not sure we should here and now, other than to just let you guys know we're of course well aware of the fact that when we get people graduating out of the story of episode 1, and before we really release much detail in episode 2, there has to be a strong elder game, and we believe we have that in hand from a design standpoint. And of course, once the cat is out of the bag, everyone will generally know it. But I still think it's something that is better to beat around the bush than describe at this stage until we get closer to the launch of episode 1. But suffice to say that it absolutely, positively has to do with the title of the game, The Shroud of the Avatar.
Yes, people have been asking, when are we adding shrouds?
And so, trust me, that is the focal point of the finale of episode 1. And I'll tip a little bit of hint there to also just describe how there are multiple ways to resolve your future, and so that will be part of the Elder game.
Next question is from Duke Avery. Will players be able to earn reputation or celebrity within the storyline? At some point, will NPC characters recognize players and already know their names, or possibly offer them jobs directly? Well, one of the first characters you meet in the game recognizes you directly. In fact, both of them do. And the second one that you meet, the Oracle, doesn't even bother to ask you your name. She already knows.
I have something to add too. NPCs, we're working on something where NPCs will be able to recognize you, how virtuous or anti-virtuous you are over time. So the more disreputable you are, they'll sort of...
That's actually in this release. We got that working, so that's going to be in tomorrow.
Yeah, and so by the way, so for those of you, who are dead set on managing your representation, or your reputation, sorry, know that you already shall see starting tomorrow that the guards, the suspicion of the guards, your karmic aura that precedes you due to the status you have in the virtues, will already make the guards respond to you a little differently. The air about you will mean that if you have a positive air from a virtueness standpoint, the guards will start saluting you and talking to you by name and giving you some positive vibes. Conversely, however, if you're not doing otherwise, you'll begin to see a bit of this from the guards, and we'll go from there. And pardon, I have to answer my door. It's my dinner.
Okay. Well, then I'll answer this one myself then, because it's a little more technical. Wambi is asking if we need a way to reward those who have successfully completed a player-created quest. One solution would be to have a chest with a combination lock, the code for which is discovered digit by digit during the quest. Can we have this, please? Well, that seems a reasonable question, and we need to discuss that. It's kind of sounds a lot like an email system where you basically are just, emailing something to someone and you're giving them the key to the email or whatever. I mean, I know that we've got that we've been definitely trying, as part of the public quests, public chests and things like that to enable, people to make their own rewards for quests. That would have to be added to the schedule. It would require some programming work, not a great deal, and so I can't promise yay or nay. It sounds reasonable, and I'm glad, and of course, if Richard was here and listening, he'd probably say, yes, we're going to do it right now. Let's do it tomorrow.
Yes, we're going to do it right now. Let's do it tomorrow.
Damn it! We weren't fast enough. All right. Next question. And we're probably going to... Oh, we've got some more Annas. Elfinwan, what can we do after we've raised all our major skills, crafted each item, and visited every dungeon? What do you plan to offer us in terms of events or endgame content? What do you do after you climb every mountain? Richard?
Can I? Whoop! Wait! There are my cameras back. Sorry, I was. Yeah, I could hear you all, of course. I was, but trying to getting my mouthing.
He really wants to dig into this question.
Well, first of all, don't forget one of the great advantages of the multiplayer aspect of the game is to help solve that problem. In the case of a solo player game, solo player games don't have permanent elder games that go on forever, or at least not often or not well. And one of the great advantages of the tools we're making is, what I'm looking forward to is all the player-created content, not only the events that the community is putting on for itself, but frankly, we're giving people the ability to make books, to set chests, to set. Eventually, coming soon, we'll be setting traps or creatures to guard things. You're going to be able to create entire quests and missions of your own, and then we're going to even build in ways to rate those things, and so that you'll be able to avoid the unfinished or unfun content and find the high quality content. And so, and by the way, so that's even stuff that goes beyond Ultima Online. And so, all the giant successful MMOs of the past are still around with us, not because of all the development, partially because of all the development of the development team, but mostly because of the contributions of the community. And so we are trying to pump capabilities into the community tools to make sure that you all can surpass anything that we do. Long, frankly. You're already doing it.
Yeah, okay, I'm not going to let you eat, Richard, because I know you're going to like this question. Bowen Bloodgood is asking, and I bet you all I had to say was the name, but are the names of the planets finalized, and when do we get to find out what they are? Because I have books to write, and I need to know.
Well, we have a temporary set of names for the planets, but no, I'm not yet personally settled with them being permanent, and so... and I just haven't gotten around back to reviewing them. They may be finalists. I mean, they were a first draft that may be good enough. But if you're talking about adding fiction on top of it, I'm not prepared yet to make that call. But that's coming soon because we're finally circled back to astronomy. Our artist Scott Jones has just been finishing up the what do you call the constellations? The constellation maps. And so anyway, it's timely again to think about it. So hold that thought.
Okay. And I'll let you eat a bite here because here's a question I can answer. Undra Jawsy Tanner, in parenthesis, has the Oracle been consulted in regards to the large meteor that has appeared in the sky? Well, if you're talking about the shattered moon, yes, you can ask the Oracle about the shattered moon and there will be an answer. Right now, the Oracle is in flux. If she really needs an operating system upgrade, translation, we need to actually add dialogue for her so that she refers to a lot of the plot NPCs and items that are in the game currently. It's kind of frozen in time to just after we're done working on the Hidden Veil for that period. So desperately needs an update. She does comment on the Shattered Moon though, and a Cataclysm and things of that nature. If you ask her about that though.
And hey, and also by the way, just so I can take a few bites before more questions come, I really would like all not you and Lum and not me, but the three others, to talk about not only the stories that have gone into, but especially some of the little subplots and side activities that go on in maybe not the Isle of Storms, but especially Solace Bridge with the young child. Going over to Sultan with the things I alluded to and whatever else you've got in there, and then talk about Arteris, Dan, too, about because I know one you did not get to yet, but I know is in the queue is the lovers scene and such. Just give us a little overview of both some of the virtue, where is it at qualitatively, NPC individuals, main missions, and side missions. And I'm going to turn on my camera so you don't see me shoveling shit in my mouth for a minute.
Yeah. Why don't you start with what you've been working on with Sultan?
So Sultan had some day-night schedules already in there. Some of the refugees would be either sitting by the campfire or moving to their tents. Some of the people in town would go from their bedrooms to the inn or their workplace. Now, Sultan, there's two main activities that NPCs do. There's the day and night schedules, but also once they get there, they do something. So, for example, the barmaid in the tavern, she will go to the tavern, and while in the tavern, sometimes she'll clean a mug, sometimes she'll sweep the floor, and sometimes she's got a few other things that she'll do while she's there, while she's working. But then when night comes, she'll leave, like when the sun goes down, she'll leave, she'll go to a home, and there's not that many homes around, so it was tough to find a bed for everyone. But she'll go to a home, and she'll probably sleep for some amount of time, sun will come up, and she'll make her way back to the tavern. Also in the tavern, there's a bard, and he'll play his music sometimes. There's the innkeeper who also, cleans mugs, pulls out his list of tabs to make sure that people are paying up. There's one of the patrons is a little bit of a heavy drinker.
That list in his hand when he pulls it out, correct?
What's that?
And you see the list in his hand when he pulls it out.
He pulls out a piece of paper, yeah, and he's checking. There's someone who drinks a little bit too much. He's always like pounding it back, and while he's drunk, he'll do a little dance, and sometimes he'll go out back and
we have that emote now for that. Yes.
He will reset himself so that he can come back in and drink again. We also have one of the trainers, the combat trainer. While he's waiting for people to talk to, he's practicing his Tai Chi and his shadow boxing and doing some jumping jacks. So he's making sure that he's staying fit. Our blacksmith is always walking around checking to make sure all the equipment is up to snuff. Our guards still on patrol, making sure the lights turn on at night and turn off in the daytime. There's children now in Sultan running around. There's a couple in town running around playing, and there's a couple more in the refugee camp. And then at night they'll go to bed. There's a little bit of a restless sleep for them as they're trying to toss and turn while they're in their bedrolls. So a lot of activity going on in such a small place. But in Arteris,
yeah, I know Dan's done a ton of work for Arteris' release. Why don't you talk about some of that?
Yeah, Keith alluded to this, but one of the big things that we ran into for these day-night schedules is the availability of beds. The scenes weren't really planned with the number of beds that you would need for everyone to be able to sleep, even if you divided them. Like with the guards, they have day and night shifts, so 2 guards can use 1 bed. And so that,
right, a lot of our beds are used by 2 different people, and hopefully they don't try to use it at the same time. We're trying to make sure that this bed might be used by a day worker, and then when they're out, a night worker comes, sleeps there, and then they all stay.
Right. So in Arteris, so that's part of the reason some of the guards don't have day-night schedules in Arteris, but of around 70 or 80 guards in the scene, half of them are day shift guards and they go to sleep at night, and the other half are night shift guards sleeping in the day. And to get those beds, to find the beds to use, I used some at the guards barracks in the center of town, but there were also, luckily, the 2 castles on the east and west side of the town that had a guard's room and a lot of beds there, so that really made a lot more bed availability.
So in Exeter, I'm pretty sure you said this. We have a little fun sometimes.
That was actually the first part of first hard test scheduling was in Exeter.
When I was doing an upgrade of the schedules, I noticed that the chickens have a day and night.
I was trying to set up the chickens on a schedule and it wasn't working. If you got them
They
to
work
work
now.
All right. Because I want
it.
them to chase after people, and yeah, you saw what I was trying to set up with it.
Yeah, I put in a chicken coop as well, so their nighttime area now is they have an official nighttime residence.
I'm sure chickens have never had schedules in any of our earlier products.
Never.
Is there, and besides the drunken Sultan, do you have any fun stuff in Artemis?
Yeah, there's this kind of a cute thing. It's kind of a subtle thing, but there's one at the outdoor stands where where the shops are. There's a guard that patrols past there, I think during the day. And when he gets to, well, let me get back to that. There's a shop there where the guy hawking his wares comes to the front. He's doing his animation. Hey, come by, and then he'll go out of his way to face the wall behind him to sneeze on occasion. And then the guard that goes past his stand will sneeze towards the stand at that point on his patrol. So kind of undoing the sanitary efforts of the vendor.
Must be a lot of dust in that corner of the marketplace.
Well, I got some sleeping dust there.
Or they've got it out for that shopkeeper.
So I think that we're being ordered to perform.
Consume?
Yes. The total needs to go to 75,000. Wow. So do you guys want to drink?
Wow.
Sing or dance?
I'm gonna do my dance again.
You're gonna do your
By the way,
dance?
that's a double. That's a double.
What are you gonna sing, Dan?
Something from MF Doom. If you can call it singing, it's hip hop.
Okay.
But
do you want me to call up the lyrics for you, or you just know them?
I'll remember them and then
Okay.
I'll be good to go. But
all right.
Let me get this going here. 75. How many?
I had new drinks delivered to me here since I'm running the mini bar short. So.
Right.
Well,
I'm looking up my lyrics. I'm going to continue to give blackmail material to everyone I know. Do you want to go first, or do you want me to?
Yeah, I suppose I'll get it out of the way here. All right. Villain hold the mic like he's mean and his tummy hurt in a clean pair of ripped jeans and a bummy shirt. Wondering, would you clap your hands if he was friendly? Dap the Dan dipped and pretend to be Fendi and gold selling? No telling. Slap the fan hand down, tell him no yelling. Doom, all capitals, no trick spelling. Got what it take to get it through your thick melon. As if you
How can I explain when there are few words I can choose? How can I explain when words get broken? Do you remember there was a time when people on the street were walking hand in hand in hand? They used to talk about the weather, making plans together. Days would last forever. Come to me, cover me, hold me. Together we'll break these chains of love. Don't give up, don't give up. Together with me and my baby, we'll break these chains of love.
That's right.
Yes, thank you.
Now, by the way, I have a request for the community, which is any of the sing songs you have on here. I hope somebody puts a thread up with the timestamps of the.
I think Sarah's actually been recording these. I've been seeing her point cameras at me whenever we start busting moves.
She's been trying.
We need to put them in the game. All these to go into the game as sound bites.
I think something got switched so that it's not automatically switched.
I just checked Discord. Please more.
See, this is why I'm actually doing shots and killing my liver.
That's the best choice.
I'll sing at 80.
You'll sing at 80. What do you, oh, okay. You're gonna drink with me in the meantime. So.
Oh no, that's his personal.
I'm not on camera. I'm gonna drink back in my room. I'm trying to mix mine up so I hydrate a little.
All right. Well, thank you again very much, community. Everybody out there. Again, it's just such an amazing ride we're on together. We are so thankful for your support. We are working diligently to deliver the very best thing we can for you. I hope we've continued to demonstrate that, and I promise you we will work towards that. But thank you. All right, Love, do you want to go back into some more questions?
Sure.
Let
Let me unlock you. I think we locked ourselves.
Locked.
Okay, try to say something. See if you
test.
There you go. Okay.
Right.
So, Sundaria is asking, we enter Novia through a portal. Is there any plan to let us find a portal back during the 5 episodes?
Well, the plans for episode 2, 3, 4, and 5 are such that I would say the plan for episode 1 is lock solid, relatively speaking. The plan for episode 2 is mighty darn loose, and the plans for episode 3, 4, and 5 exist slightly, only so we have a sort of a framework for it to lay out, and a portal back home to Earth, where I assume most of us came from, has not been on the plan. However, the plans are so loose. I'm not sure if that would have come up in our own internal deliberations between now and then. But since you brought it up, I think it's a pretty clever idea, and I will make a JIRA right now just to codify it.
For episode 1.
No, not episode 1. Fear not. But at least so we consider it in the future. For probably not episode 2 either. That sounds like I'm going to put it on episode 3.
Do we even have episode 3 in JIRA?
I'm going to put it in the summary. 6 versions EE for episode. No, we do not have. We have episode 1 and we have episode 2. And
that should tell you how much planning we've done for episode 3. MMMO Kalak. Will there be dungeons in the game in honor of Dastard, Covetous, Despise, etc., or are they locked by the evil copyright demons?
Generally speaking, they are locked by the evil copyright demons. However, they are just straight English words or Latin words, and so the way I'm sort of fielding that myself and feel comfortable is, I think truth, love, and courage. While those are principles that we have used before, they're also principles many others have used before, including the thing that solidified my faith and confidence in truth, love, and courage. Is going to sound weird, but when I was settling on that originally, I happen to be a big fan of The Wizard of Oz, and I equate truth, love, and courage to the Scarecrow for truth, the Tin Man for love, and the Cowardly Lion, of course, for courage. And so I think those are pretty universal, and I think the other virtues, honesty, etc., are pretty universal. So I don't have any qualms using them. However, that being said, while I don't mind using any of the virtues, etc., we are not going to go back and use the exact layout, the previous world layout, the previous world cities, the previous world anything, other than to do things, like the same way the new world was built on with terminology of the old world. I mean, New York is named, of course, after York in England, and there's not much about New York that is very much like Old York, other than the people move from one place to the other, and we love their old city and use some aspect of the old names, and so. To the degree that we're going to do homages to old city names, that is purely when we can or feel comfortable doing that, but by no means do we mean to imply that it is the old world.
Kuba Tries is asking a philosophical question. From the game point of view, do our avatars, ourselves, stay in game indefinitely, or are we actually going back and forth between New Britannia and the real world? Which kind of reflects back on, Sundaria's question, I guess.
Yeah, so I think it is a related question, and to me, you are staying in New Britannia for the duration of the story, and that's why I actually found the earlier suggestion of will we find a lunar rift home to be pretty interesting. I do think it's not like the movie Avatar, which of course they borrowed for our term, but. Where you log in and log out, and otherwise you're back in your human body back on Earth. In this case, it's more like The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, or the Chronicles of Narnia more broadly, which is, you find a gateway in, and eventually you likely, hopefully, will find a gateway out. And there may be multiple types of gateways. In fact, that's one of the things I really liked about the Chronicles of Narnia was all the different ways they found to get back and forth between the worlds. And there very likely is, and I would assume the answer is that yes, there is, other worlds to visit through those lunar rifts. Not only your home world, but many others potentially could be visited.
This is a question I can actually field. Mandalar is asking, where did the Norgardians, I assume he means the Knights of Norgard, come from? Are they avatars or denizens of New Britannia? They are denizens of New Britannia. Their leader is King Granis, who is a particular kind of avatar called the Titan, which you learn about in-game, and you interact with Granis specifically. But the Knights of Norgard themselves are natives of Novia. They're natives of the former Empire of Norgard, and when that fell apart in the Obsidian Wars, Granis organized the Norgard as more of a kind of militant order, similar to the Knights of the Round Table, very, based on knightly concepts of chivalry and that sort of thing, and you learn a lot about this in the game. So, no, they're not avatars. The avatars are you guys, the guys who are trying to help them out.
Although you did give a hint about something that I think I'll riff on a little bit, but not go too far, which is the Titans. So, well, in fact, let me go back even before that and talk about avatars in general. Another thing that I would say we borrowed from the concepts described commonly in the Chronicles of Narnia is that the flow of time is different on Earth than it is in New Britannia. And where I think in the Chronicles of Narnia, when you were gone in Narnia, 0 time transpired on Earth while you were gone. In our case, time is just different in the sense of the flow of time is asynchronous, and while you might think of 1 day in New Britannia being 1 hour on Earth, because that's the clocks are sort of synced at that rate, we do not mean that they are constantly and forever. There's not hiccups in that time that could drive things considerably further forward or back, but they are asynchronous. They're not connected. The time flow is not connected, and that explains. But I think an important point to add in is that whoever you are, part of the mythology that I've kept constant in the Lord British's lands is that your avatars all age at your age, and so if you are from Earth, no matter how much Britannia time goes by, you are still aging at your earthly rate. That way our graying visages gray at the rates that we Earthlings will age at, which is why you, the Avatar, can come back now after spending so many previous epochs in the lands of Lord British, pardon, and still be around and alive. But the locals, sadly, are aging at their current age at their own world, and that also explains how Granis and the other Titans are so long-lived. They are, as Scott mentioned, they are avatars from somewhere else. We've not really specified where else that might be. We've never clarified if that is Earth or yet some other destination.
Actually, we kind of have.
You have?
Yes, if you talk to Granis, he does give you a little bit of background, and he explains a lot of why he formed Norgard and what led him to that.
Ah, very good. Well, then
I will leave the rest of that for players to discover.
Very good. But it is true that is one of the profound differences between avatars and native-born Britannians is their rate of aging. And also this pesky thing that locals would describe as reincarnation, where you get brought back to life. And so that would create, if you think of on Earth what it would be like if there were certain people who sort of magically showed up, who magically were long-lived and tended to resurrect. That would obviously be very disruptive to the local existence.
And they do comment on the in-world specifically a lot about how avatars are very annoying that way.
Yes, indeed. All right, thank you.
We have a couple of related questions about little more technical features. I'm not sure if it can or even set to comment on it, but we can try. Bowen Bloodgood is asking if there's anything that we can tell him about future book features, such as being able to choose customized book covers, other interesting features, and related, Baron Dracus is asking if there's plans to support authors more specifically so that well-written books are not easily taken credit for by other players. We've gotten to the point in New Britannia where we have to have copyright laws.
Yeah, that's there's two related issues. One is, do we plan on expanding books? The answer, of course, is yes. Player-created content is one of the things I'm most excited about, and you may have heard me. I'm going to give an example. It's plays, not books, but it kind of falls into the same category of books and paintings and plays. If you think about these, and I'm going to use plays as a metaphor for a very specific reason. I've seen plays in New Britannia. I went to see plays in Old Britannia. And in Old Britannia, of course, the puppeteering of your character, the emoting of your character, was incredibly limited. And so I would say that plays not only were, generally speaking, not that well written, but I would also say they weren't necessarily particularly well performed because Keith there was doing the majority of the acting already. He's already
while you're talking, he's actually performing the UO. Yes.
I was in some of those plays, but you're bad mouthing.
And so if what in my dream world of the future, this is what would happen. We're building a theater. You may notice that Central Brittany has a theater in it, and my dream world is that theater is ultimately going to have you'll be able to rent it for gold, and when you rent it, there'll be keys to come in one side for guests that the owner or the renter will be able to sell tickets to, and they'll be able to go in the back door themselves with their actors and to be able to put on a play, and they'll be able to raise or lower a glass shield in the middle to prevent guests from watching to jump up on the stage and interrupt the play if they so need it. But the goal of this is that if you have the ability to manage a theater where you can literally charge people to come in the door and you can physically keep them off the stage, and we give you good puppeteering and performance capability for putting on the play itself, and maybe even with voice through the radio, etc., then maybe there's some good plays will be put on. But there'll also probably be a lot of bad plays put on, just because if you think about art in any way, shape, or form, there's good art and there's bad art. And so therefore, I would then expect the NBNN, if nobody else, to start reviewing plays and start saying, that play is worth your 10 gold piece ticket, and that play is not worth the 2 gold piece ticket they charge because it's so bad. And then, of course, that means those reviews have value because it will save you a bunch of gold. And so maybe NBNN will be able to start charging for the print of their newspaper broadside because it gives you information that helps you spend your money wisely. And thus, a real virtual ecology will come into existence or be heavily supported. But the side effect of that, though, is that suddenly copyright becomes an issue, because if somebody can say, oh look, the NBNN review is worthwhile because it's printed on a piece of paper, I'm going to grab one, copy, paste it into my own, and I'm going to charge 1 gold piece instead of 2 gold pieces, and people buy mine instead of theirs. And so limited edition digital objects and copyright protection will be an issue, especially as we if we are incredibly successful, we will have this as a problem. I would argue at the moment this is not a problem because as much as you would like to say, hey, don't copy my stuff, there's very little economic disadvantage to having somebody steal your stuff. It's still insulting, it's still maybe offensive, and it still hopefully deserves some protection, but I expect what's going to really get Star to prioritize it, or Chris to prioritize it, is when it starts affecting the economy. And so but I hope one day we get around to things like paintings on the wall. I can go draw literally original digital bitmaps. They can literally be put in the game. They can literally be sold, and they cannot be copied. And even though that's a huge data issue, memory gets cheaper every year, and so I hope that we eventually reach that state. There you go. Oh, are you guys pointing at the hip chat?
Yeah, I was wondering if we wanted to acknowledge that yet or not.
Shut me up.
What?
It's a good way to shut me up.
Apparently, I'm thinking Dallas is getting a little loose with the definitions here.
I don't know. We're close. 77,500. It's a start. And who maintains the back wall?
Oh yeah, let me update it.
And Star, are we still selling framed pictures, or are we sold out of the next round?
Oh yeah, we got to spend. Hold on, let me update this, and then we got to spend. Ooh.
Apparently, we're like 15 spins behind.
15. Okay, do 5, Dallas and Star, whoever you are. I'm getting drunk.
It's Star. This
oh shoot! Well, speaking of that. Cast Fireball on all the devs. So what you know that means?
Okay, so we got to drink 1 for the marker, and a Fireball for y'all.
Fireball.
Against my religion.
What? we just hit.
Does the player cast a fireball in it?
Yeah, the player cast fireball.
I call party foul. I've got to drive in 10 minutes.
Dippy Bird. Well, don't fill it up.
What's Dippy Bird?
Dippy Bird.
Hey. Yeah, actually, somebody didn't explain Dippy Bird. On our schedule somebody was supposed to explain Dippy Bird.
It's Dippy Bird. Oh.
This is Casey Cupcakes.
I'm just going to give you a little bit because you're already 20,000 sheets to the wind.
Let it go.
Let it go.
All right. All right.
Okay, sure.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, wait. Matt's
We're
going to
gonna
do
do
fireball.
fireball.
Matt's doing fireball with us. All right.
Everybody take your glass.
Go to this fireball whiskey.
All right. There you go.
There we
All
go.
right.
Fireball.
Fireball.
Cheers.
Cheers. All right. Ow! Ha-ha!
Hey, Darkstar, there's a specific request for you to do a rap.
For
For
who?
me to do a rap.
Yeah.
I haven't had enough to drink yet, so we'll see later.
All right. I'm telling you, it's been requested.
All right. I have acknowledged that there's been a request.
All right.
All right. All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for story hour.
Yes. Story time.
Story time. I'm sure it was
Prizes.
finding and fantastic.
I am handing off the prize baton to Gina if she is on. Gina, are you ready to give away some prizes?
I'm here. I'm not necessarily ready. I'll go ahead and do that.
All right. Well, Gina's getting ready to give a prize. I'm going to give another spin because we're behind on spins.
Way behind.
No, 10%. We're going to erase that one. Yeah, we're erasing that one. All right, Viking Robot, 10%.
Can we switch it to be a Kraken attack?
No, we're not doing
Kraken attack on the devs?
We don't need any more drinking on it. All right, I'm going to go let Dallas know, and then I'm going to come back and talk about houses. All right. Oh.
Looks like I'm on camera all alone now.
Hey, I'm here.
No one's here.
Hey, me and Gina are both here.
Oh, sorry. What is the next
Like Fred?
anyways? Housing? Yeah, let the water. No, we're not going to talk about water lots. Never mention water lots.
What's a water lot?
Water lot was the result, for those who don't know, water lot, the secret is water lot was the result of too much of this during the Kickstarter. We still suffer the state due to
How do you feel about water lots? What is their cost-benefit analysis?
All right, yeah, not good. But it is great for the fishermen.
All right. Looking at our let's do some points of procedure before we get into the housing talks. Big number up there, 77,500. We are only $2,500 away from our 80,000. What? From our $80,000 goal, which will be
singing my next song.
Which will be a tiny airship pet. Everybody wants a tiny airship pet. That means that anybody who gave us $5 today will get
And
the fan emote. Ooh, it's hot. An aeronaut helmet. Hacked Oracle crawler pet. Clockwork wings. A hacked Oracle flyer pet. And only $2,500 away from tiny airship pet. And if we get the tiny airship pet, we just came up with the $100,000 goal, and it is pretty freaking awesome, let me tell you. And we're going to reveal it here in a second.
Wait a minute. Wait, is it in the hip? What? Wait, what?
I can't wait to see how we do it.
Yeah, yeah, it's an awesome idea. We still have to figure out exactly.
Is that what I see in the manager's hip chat?
Yeah, I don't know how we're going to do it, but it's going to be awesome.
Oh my God.
It's not going to look like the picture you're looking at, Richard, but it's going to be awesome. All right, so
I have prizes ready if you're.
All right, prizes.
Okay, so our first prize is a store credit, and a reminder that all store credits come with a. Is it all prizes come with the audiobook, or just the store credits?
Yeah, all prizes come with the audiobook.
All prizes. So all prizes come with the awesome, if I do say so myself, Sword of Midras audiobook. The first winner is Lou. Lord Lou, you are the winner of a store credit. Congratulations. Next up, we have a challenge coin that we're giving away, and that's one of these cool guys. Sorry, a little drunk. And that is going out to Asclepius. I think that's how you pronounce that. And if I screw it up, I'm sorry. Next are two really big prizes, and I don't have any of these to show off to you guys, but the next prize is an Alienware prize. So an Alien Tact X headset. Woo! They're nice. That goes out to Zap.
Oh, it's this thing.
That right there. Nice stuff. So congratulations, Zap. You are the proud owner of a new headset. And finally, we have from Relics by Rules an Lord British embroidered cap, which is phenomenal, but I gave mine to my husband because I'm softy. And that goes out to Idris Deshane. So Idris, congratulations. You are getting a cool new topper.
All right.
And Star, I want you to read the manager's hip chat or the Google Hangout chat, but yes, let's roll on in.
Okay. All right. So the reliquaries are on the wheel, dude. So
put more on it. More.
All right. Anyway. Okay. So in addition to our stretch goals, just a reminder that we are expiring all player-owned towns. So after midnight tonight, this is your last chance is to purchase a player-owned town for episode 1. So if you've been thinking about wanting to own your very own town in Shroud of the Avatar, this is your last chance. So get ready to purchase your own very own player-owned town. So let's just jump. Oh, and we're also expiring houses and basements from the original pledges. So this is your last opportunity to purchase one of those pledges and have it include a house or so if you've been thinking about purchasing a pledge that includes a house or a basement or upgrading one of your pledges, this is the last opportunity to do that and have it still include a house or a basement. So that's it. All right. Now let's jump right in and start talking about houses. And I'm going to start scanning the sheet for questions. And we'll be pulling stuff from chat as quickly as we can. And we'll talk about player-owned houses and player-owned towns, and if we run through all those, we'll just start grabbing other questions as we can too. And if we hit $80,000, we'll talk about what our $100,000 goal is. So, All right, so Elren Silvertree wants to know, asks, can we elaborate on the plans with housing as they relate to crafting? Will there be the ability to change the appearance of exterior through the use of different materials during the construction? We have talked about that long term. That's not in scope for episode 1 right now. The only thing we have planned for episode 1 is the ability to just make a planned house. So we introduced or we are introducing as of tomorrow 4 houses that you can craft. Those are the new shingle roof style houses, so 4 of those can be crafted. That's the first time players have been able to craft a house. It takes a lot of material to make a house, as you might expect. And there's no difference in materials. That you can't vary the materials to make a different result. It's a pre-planned set of materials with a pre-calculated result. Maybe in episode 2 we'll expand that to be a little more flexible, like the material system we use for gear, but not in episode 1. But we definitely want to do that, in the future. We actually want to do that anyway. For the game itself. Okay, our coworkers are horribly mean. So we just got our evening food delivered, which is barbecue, which is our tradition. So on Crunch Week, our release week, we have this cycle of food. So Monday night is pizza. So it's this ever-escalating pyramid of deliciousness. So it starts with pizza. Well, it's actually from a really good pizza place. Called Pine House Pizza, and then we have Lucy's Fried Chicken, which is really great fried chicken, but then it's barbecue on Wednesday night, County Line Barbecue. And so our meeting room has a window, so our coworkers, while we're in here doing this hangout, are walking by with plates full of barbecue and holding it up against the window. Like, is that nice? It's not very...
Standing out there eating it.
It's just really not nice, is it? It's really mean. All right.
But before you continue, one of the things that maybe you were about to talk about is one of our long-term hopes for the housing system, and the tech hasn't been devised for this yet, but one of our long-term hopes for it was that depending on which house, or depending on which player-owned town you are living in, or maybe even not even linked to a player-owned town, say for instance you have an Alpine player-owned town, all of our houses currently, when you place them in that town, won't look like they naturally fit in that player-owned town. That is to say, they won't have snow on the roof, for instance. So one of our long-term goals is to hopefully be able to link up a change in the material of your house to the type of environment that you happen to be in. So maybe if you're in a swamp, the materials that are naturally a part of that house, they'll be the same materials, but a variety of it that will make it look as if it had been sitting there for a while, or, in the specific case of a snowy town, it would have snow on the roof. That is a way of that we hope to be able to customize the appearance of things with regard to houses. But I could see an extension of that someday, with the user being able to change materials. But we haven't really talked about that too much, and that would be a long way off.
All right, let's see. Moving on to the next question. Let's see. In fact, this is.
I made a section for housing. That's what I'm trying to organize questions, but I'm drunk, so.
All right. It'll go perfectly. All right. So there's just a general Rufus Disparity had a question about the deed lottery. Will it apply equally to both standard deeds and pot-only deeds? And actually, there were several questions about the lottery system in general. So I'm going to back up a step and just describe lot deeds in general for the audience. So right now, there are basically 3 ways that you can acquire a lot deed for Shroud of the Avatar. So you can get a lot deed through a pledge or a bundle, and that lot deed is tax-free, meaning you'll never have to pay any kind of taxes to upkeep that lot. And you can get that through a pledge, and those pledges are expiring. The pledges are expiring at the end of on August 22nd, or bundles. The bundles we just introduced over the last couple of weeks. And you can also acquire a deed through our add-on store. Those are taxed. Okay, I have to put a pin in that. I'm going to come back to the explanation. Because we just raised $80,000. Oh my gosh! Woo! Thank you so much. Thank you, community. You are so amazing. You are so generous.
Wow, I was just tweeting to my wife that we were at 77.5, and I had to change my mind and tell her we were at 80.
You sure did. That's easy for you to say, Richard.
Richard.
Hey, and since you didn't do it, I'm going to do it now too. We've this is our first time to stream also on Twitch, and I read that we have 450 plus viewers watching us on Twitch right now. So I would like to give a shout out to all our Twitch viewers. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm so sorry we have been so lackadaisical in supporting you in times past, but the world is ending and the world is starting, and so now is a good time for us to join you. And thank you so much. And if you haven't gone to shroudoftheavatar.com and joined us, please do. And for those who have, thank you for helping us get to 80K for the day.
Thank you.
You're here. Thank you.
All right, and I'm not going to do a shot. I'm going to honor the request to do a rap. It's one of my favorite from the Beastie Boys, Paul Revere. Now here's a little story I've got to tell about 3 bad brothers you know so well. It started way back in history with Ad Rock, MCA, and me, Mike D. I had a little horsey named Paul Revere, just me and my horsey and a quart of beer. Riding across the land, kicking up sand, chairs posse on my tail cause I'm in demand. One lonely beastie I be, all by myself without nobody. The sun is beating down on my baseball hat, the air is getting hot. The beer is getting flat. Looking for a girl. I ran into a guy. My name is MCA. I said howdy. He said hi.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Yeah, nailed it. Totally.
All right. All right. We'll come back to that. In fact, because I'm going to keep going with that.
It's better than cats.
Better than cats.
Spin.
What?
Spin like the wind, man. We're way behind spins.
Oh, spin. All right. We got to spin.
Yeah, people are yelling for spins. They've been yelling for a while.
All right. Hold on.
You're way behind in spins, dude.
All right. Wait, and now you're bringing food in here? What?
I know. Well, people, just so people know, the normal every release.
We already explained all this.
Welcome to 3 minutes ago.
Welcome to 3 minutes ago. All right.
So we normally eat in here, so this is screwing up our normal pattern. Just so you know. So I'm going to eat in here anyways. Here's
Viking Village. All right, Viking Village, 10% off. Okay, I gotta go tell them that.
You're not stopping there. That's a nice house. But
while you're doing that, spin another one, Chris.
Yeah.
Blood Reliquaries, 10%
off.
Hey, that's the one I've been lobbying for. I've literally been trying to message Jim to get that one done. Guys, these Blood Reliquaries are my favorite thing we've done in a long time. We had a lot of fun making them. I had a lot of fun torturing Star and making him nearly pass out and lie on the floor. It has been a great media story, and at a time of when we were trying to get a little bit of press, and it worked very well. And a few of them have already been picked up by some of you in the community, and I really thank you for that. But we have a few more left, and we're hoping to give them a little juice because I'd love for these to while some part of me would like to keep one pair for us to have here at the office. That feeling is not strong enough to want me to prevent you all from having them instead. And so 10% off the Blood Reliquaries. I hope that is inspirational enough for you to consider them. plus, if we sell just a couple of those, it'll put us over the. We're close now to reaching the highest day we've ever reached. I think if we get to 90, that would be close to matching our highest day. If we break 100, I'm pretty sure that would be the highest ever. Is that accurate?
The Blood Reliquary thing is in the Make a Difference store, so part of the proceeds go to a good cause.
Oh yeah, so 10% of your purchase of the Blood Reliquary goes to a blood charity of your choice. So you, the purchaser, get to decide which blood charity the 10% of the purchase goes to.
And also, we talk about the Blood Reliquary stuff occasionally, but one of the things I think that gets lost in the excitement or fear factor of it, depending on where you are, is that it's actually the reliquary itself is actually made by a pretty well-known artist. This isn't just something that I went down to Home Depot and bought like a plaque or something and we threw that stuff on there. That's actually made by somebody who's notable.
Okay, so since we reached $80,000, which all of you get a tiny airship pet. It's crazy, it's a tiny airship. It's a little tiny airship. What? Who thinks of that kind of thing?
Who has two thumbs and thinks of that kind
Whatever.
of thing?
Anyway, okay, so here's the $100,000 goal.
Uh-oh.
So now that we hit 80,000, we had to think of something. And so here's
100,000 goal.
And by the way, this was literally made up on the spot. This is post-drinking, made up on the spot, truly not pre-considered before this moment. So we may be getting ourselves in all kinds
not
of
considered.
This may be really problematic, but it is cool.
Not considered at all. Not pre-considered.
And I think it's just so you know, it's like a Korean thing. But there's like this is pretty big money right here.
No, this is German in its origins, I think.
No, he's talking. Chris is talking about
There's
on camera.
Twitch stream. There's Twitch streams where you can like pay me to eat.
We're conflating lots of ideas right now. Okay, stay on target. Too much drinking. All right. So this is why I paced. All right. So the $100,000 goal. If we reach a $100,000 goal before midnight, everyone who has given $5 will receive a one-man band steampunk-style wearable. So it's going to have a whole bunch of different instruments built into it. It's going to use our ABC music instrument system to play music, marching around.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy, I tell you. This is crazy.
It's going to be some sort of crazy Dr. Seussian steampunk thing using our music system.
The drunk is strong in this one.
It's going to be pretty wacky. We're pretty sure we can pull it off. So, and all you guys have to do is get us to $100,000 and we'll figure it out. So, and thank you again. Humbled by what you guys do. Now back to the question. So
get us there because I really want to see this thing in the game. That's for
considered by your
it's
humbling.
Very well considered.
It's been very well considered, Richard. All right. So back to the deeds. So, but there. So we've got deeds that you can spend real dollars on. But there's also a lot of lot deeds in the game that you can get with in-game gold. But the way you get them in the game, starting in release 33, is through a lottery system because there are a limited number of them in the game because we don't ever want people to buy a deed in the game because there's a limited number of lots. We didn't ever want someone to be in the situation where they would buy a lot deed and then not be able to have a place to put it. Because we feel that's a sort of very frustrating experience, and that was something we saw happen a lot in Ultima Online, where people would get a lot deed and then not be able to find a place to place it. And so,
and also just to be clear, we don't want people just be able to like go put them on a vendor like they've been up until now, because day one it will be nonstop people hammering the vendors until they're all gone, or the merchants till they're all gone. Or if we make them like really high priced, and okay, guess what? Congratulations, all the richest guilds in game the lone single guys, you will never get one because the guilds will beat you out. There's multiple reasons that we did it this way, but it basically ensures everybody has a chance.
Right. So we're not going to have them. So in the game, they won't be purchased directly because they would sell out quickly. The richest people, the people with the most in-game gold, would buy them out. They would sell out quickly. So instead, we're going to sell them through a lottery system. So basically, everybody in the game can buy lottery tickets. There'll be different prices based on. You can buy the lottery tickets for the smaller lots are cheaper than the lottery tickets for the bigger lots. The actual prices for the lottery tickets are are fairly affordable compared to the prices you would have paid otherwise for the property, because we're sort of spreading the gold sink amongst a lot of players. So you'll buy a ticket. We'll run the lotteries fairly frequently. Maybe we're not finalized on the frequency, but as much it might be as high as a week, but not more than a month. So as high as weekly, but no longer than monthly. And so people buy these lottery tickets. Your lottery ticket will entitle you to have the right to get a deed, and that'll work the same for regular deeds or deeds that are restricted to placement in player-owned towns. And the question came up because player-owned towns, we have over 330 of them now, and so that represents a lot of potential lots in the game, and so players have been wanting us to basically open up the floodgates for lot deeds for player-owned towns, but we want to control the number of the lot deeds for player-owned towns similar to the numbers. We want to constrain them. Well, I'm going to finish the thought, and then we can get to the shot. We want to constrain them similar to the regular lot deeds because, again, the number of lots in a player-owned town is a potential, not a guarantee, as opposed to the number of lots that we place, which is a guaranteed number. So we want to carefully meter out the lot deeds and pots. So that was a very long answer to what seemed was a simple question that Rufus Disparagi asked of, will player-owned town lot deeds be in the lottery like regular lot deeds? And the answer is yes. All right, so we made another 2,500. Thank you very much. Players, we're now up to $82,500. Thank you, players. You guys are amazing. It's stunning. All right. Spin the wheel!
And do the wall behind you. Spin that damn wheel.
Wait, hold on. So let me just explain. So Dallas, who's been running the sales stuff and the expiration stuff and the prices and things like that, had to go. Ken has taken over for that. Ken just took that over. We just threw a bunch at Ken. Let's spin the wheel. Let's give him just a second to let's give him a minute. Spin. Okay. Let's give him a minute to catch up. We're going to spin the wheel in a second, okay? But
update the board at least then.
So 8,002. Did everyone do a shot or did you do it?
No, I already did one. I'm going to do another one as soon as you change that wall.
Wait, what?
Whiteboard.
Okay, okay. All right. 7,500.
Are you kidding me?
85K. Spin the wheel. Spin the wheel.
Excellent.
Oh my goodness.
All right, I'm going to finish this off and start a new one.
Guys, we were within striking distance of the best night ever, and
wait. So I gotta do some more.
No, I'm
He told a little story that sounded well rehearsed. 4 days on the run, and he's dying of thirst. The brew was in my hand, and he was on my hip. His voice was hoarse, his throat was dry, and he asked me for a sip. He said, "Can I get some?" I said, "You can't get none." He had a chance to run. He pulled out his shotgun. He was quick on the draw. I thought I'd be dead. He put the gun to my head, and this is what he said. Now my name is MCA, I've got a license to kill. I think you know what time it is, it's time to get ill. Now what do we have here? An outlaw and his beer. I run this land, you understand, I made myself clear. We stepped into the wind, he had a gun, I had a grin. You think the story's over, but it's ready to begin.
All right. I can't follow that up. I'm going to wait until 87.5, and then I'll do I'm thinking either Fur by Blitzen Trapper or Skinny Lover by Bonnie Bear.
And I'm gonna spare you all my singing and or dancing and just go for the booze.
All right. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Housing section. All right. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Let's see.
875. We're gonna sing the song.
Oh my gosh. What? More money again? Okay. Wait. No. Let's answer a question. Okay. We need to answer questions and not just do this. All right. All right. Strickney wants to know snap to grid for placing on lots, not just fences. When I built my super pyramid, it was a pain stacking and placing all the blocks.
40 hours of gameplay.
Yeah. Yes.
Which deserves to be noted. Which deserves to be noted as a joke that goes around at our office. Anytime we think we've screwed something up so bad, we believe that it's going to take all of you forever to overcome something we've implemented in a really crummy way. We actually go 40 hours of gameplay to describe our errors. So when you hear us saying 40 hours of gameplay, it does not mean we really believe it's a good thing. We're using it as a humorous anecdote of look, we have to make all this content, and if all we do is slow down your progress, that by definition means we've added more content.
It's giving ourselves a hard time.
Yeah. And look, the steps have actual collision to them, so you have to jump up each and every step.
By the way, guys, Star, stand up, go behind you, change the board.
All right. So to answer the question, so we definitely want to give you guys more tools to help with snapping things together and aligning stuff so those are coming. By the end of the year, we hope to have those a lot more robust, not just for individual lots, but for player-owned towns as well. Let's see. Mandalar wants to see pictures of the new Cobalt and Viking homes that are not yet posted on the bundle store. We hope to have those by Friday. Sorry that's taken a little longer. We got sidetracked trying to get the telethon up and running and the release out tomorrow. We hope to get those up as quickly as we can. I gotta step out real quick for something.
To call AC,
yeah.
Please. We are up here. If you go past 6 o'clock, our AC shuts off at 6 unless you call and tell them to turn it on and pay. It basically just gets warmer and warmer up here, and people are just noticing that it's getting kind of warm. All right, I said I'd sing here, so I'll do. It seems like I'm going to be singing quite a bit more because I certainly can't drink too much more.
Okay. All right.
So I was going to sing.
Well, yeah.
I'll do "Skinny Love" by Bon Iver, which if you haven't seen him live, he's amazing. It looks like Bon Iver, just so you know. Come on, skinny love, just last year. Pour a little salt, we were never here. My, 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 my. Staring at the sink of blood and crushed veneer. I tell my love to wreck it all. Cut out all the ropes and let me fall. My, 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 my. Right in this moment, this order's tall. And I told you to be, this is kind of a long song. Told you to, the Star's got to go take care of the vacuum cleaner, guys, so I'll keep going. I told you to be patient, and I told you to be fine, and I told you to be balanced, and I told you to be kind. And in the morning I'll be with you, but it'll be a different kind. 'Cause I'll be holding all the tickets, and you'll be holding all the... All right,
wow.
So
wow.
Oh,
it's
wow.
like sitting right next to him.
Wow.
Okay, well, by the way, that was nicely done, Chris.
That was very nice.
It's not for you.
Why are you holding up Excedrin in response to my song, Richard? I don't understand.
It's not in
what the
response to your
reference-
song, but I'm about to just take a little heavy dose of Excedrin because I have this feeling already that it's only 8:30. I've got
90,000. We got to sing again.
Oh my God! World famous.
Next song.
Dies of a drug overdose.
All right. I think I'm 2 behind. Well, I need to do 2 because I'm gonna do a shot and I'm gonna do some more rapping. All right. Thank you, players.
Richard,
my
just so you
last
know,
one, so
acetaminophen and booze do not mix. You should not mix acetaminophen and booze.
Honey.
Aspirin, I think.
Honey
Is it aspirin or is it acetaminophen?
Aspirin, caffeine.
Honey is good for hangover prevention.
There's a little acetaminophen in it too, but that's all right.
It is true.
Honey will just
it helps
sugar
you,
will
no,
pull out the.
it helps you metabolize the alcohol. Look it up.
Now I got the gun, you got the
goes to
brew.
sugar.
You got 2 choices what you can do. It's not a tough decision, as you can see. I can blow you away or you can ride with me. I said I'll ride with you if you can get me to the border. The sheriff's after me for what I did to his daughter. I did it like this, I did it like that. I did it with a whipple ball bat. So I'm on the run. The cops got my gun, and right about now it's time to have some fun. The king of Iraq, that is my name, and I know the fly spot where they got the champagne. We rode for 6 hours, then we hit the spot. The beat was a bumpin' and the girlies was hot. The dude was staring like he knows who we are. We took the empty spot next to him at the bar. MCA said, yo, you know this kid? I said, I didn't, but I know he did. The kid said, get ready, cause this ain't funny. My name's Mike D, and I'm about to get money. Pulled out the jammy, aimed it at the sky. He yelled, stick 'em up and let 2 fly. His hands went up and people hit the floor. He wasted 2 kids that ran for the door. I'm Mike D and I get respect. Your cash and your jewelry is what I expect. MCA was with it and he's my ace, so I grabbed the piano player and I punched him in the face. The piano player's out, the music stopped. His boy had beef and he got dropped. Mike D grabbed the money, MCA snatched the gold. I grabbed 2 girlies and a beer that's cold.
Word.
Wow, that is a violent song.
Yeah. You asked for rap. All right.
I think that's actually hip hop, not rap. Just to be clear.
All right.
I would not have recognized that if not for the wiffle ball bat line, which I very clearly remembered.
All right. Let's see. All right.
And they're making fun of my white boy dancing over here.
All right. Let's see. Barbarian King. Any plans to implement a property rental system? Which a collector can come to each lot to collect rent without the need of renter's presence. We do actually want to implement a system so that property owners can rent out to other players. So that is something that we want to implement for sure.
Aren't one-way chests in place now? So chests that you can deposit in?
Yes,
just
but
not as automated.
But yeah, it's an honor. I mean, that's still an honor system. So there's
immersion. You have to manage it yourself and evict him yourself. Immersion.
Yeah, I mean, with the permissions, through a combination of the permissions and one-way chests and things like that, you could basically do it manually.
One-way chest.
So there is a way to do it with in-game systems as they exist today. But there's no automated way to do it yet. But we can get we're getting there. We have the bones for it. We just need to flesh it out more. Let's see. Come on, give me a pot question. I want a pot question. I saw one earlier. It was in like sort of a catch-all though. I'm scanning.
It's all right. I'm still doing the food porn stuff down here, so people can just.
But by the way, Stir, you haven't updated the wall behind you. It might be perfect. Go make it perfect or something.
What is it? Is it 90K now?
Yeah, we're past 90K, dude.
That long ago.
We're slacking.
I saw a pot one earlier. Maybe I missed. We should spin. Wambi wants
spin.
Wants harmless ghosts as pot decorations. Okay, we can.
That's a great idea. I'm putting it in the drawer right now.
So just so people understand a little insight into how our tasks, how we do our tasks and our backlog. So we basically have what we call a backlog. So and all the backlog is basically a big giant repository of every single thing we would ever want to do on the project ever, and every bug, everything that's broken in the game ever. And then I basically sort all of that into releases and priorities. And so anytime we have an idea or something's broken, we enter that into our system, our tracking system, Jira. And so when Richard says, "I'll enter the Jira right now," he's saying he's going to put that into our backlog. So and the default is that those all get assigned to me. And then I get to decide what to do with them. So if you go to and the default is they don't get to assign to any release, and so which is like right now there's like 3,000 of these issues sitting in.
But periodically we sit down and review them. And periodically, when waves of things come up when we're working on say crafting or recipes or whatever else, we go sweep them all out of there, and I help push them forward, and the interplay between you and I, which I think is very successful, is you're always the disciplined time and money person, and I'm always pushing for thematic ideas that I pick up from the community and/or I think represents our historical successes in the past, and that balance I think is exactly why we, at least from the you and me management part of the project is succeeding. Of course, the real reason we're succeeding is a great team and a great community, but that's the bridge part that you and I play.
Yeah, and I think Release 32 is a great example of that. I mean, I think a lot of the polish that players are seeing is a lot of us sweeping up a lot of those tasks that we had been waiting till we had enough of the fundamental systems in place that we could get to getting those NPC behaviors in there, for instance, and getting the on-screen hint system working, and those kinds of tweaks and polish in the game.
So and a good example of the thing that Richard was just talking about. I know this is off the topic of housing, but a good example of that was the opening sequence on the Isle of Storms was a major focus of this release, and that included some of the things Star was just talking about, the pop-up hints and the guiding of the player, but it also included things that were that harkened back to the old Ultimas, specifically the interaction with the Oracle. We redid the Oracle in this release, and also did the presentation of the 4 ethical questions that she asks you, which is harkens back to older games and sort of the history of this project. And we did all that specifically because in this release we hope to be welcoming a whole new group of players who have certain expectations about what this game will be and what this game should be. But Richard felt very strongly, as the creative force behind the game, that this was something that needed to happen, and Star helped figure out how to reorganize priorities among the team members to make that happen.
And just so you know, if the players listening carefully to how you do your scheduling and all that type of stuff, and how that go about, they said that you should prioritize doing spins.
Oh yeah, they're doing spins.
Move spins to the top of the priority. They want at least 3 spins. I think they're due at least 3 spins.
Big money.
No fireballs.
Ooh, Kobold Village, 10%.
Is that already on there?
Yeah, didn't we already do that one?
No, Viking. We did Viking.
Viking. Okay.
Kobold
Village is 10% off.
Okay.
All right, Star, you do one.
Wait. All right.
Kobold Village, you can remember 2 things at once, and then I'll do a 3rd spin while you're gone.
Pipes, 30%. Woo!
Pipes, 30% off. pipes turned out to be strangely popular.
Get your smoke on.
Cobalt Village.
Here we go.
Pipes.
Here's mine.
All right, ready?
Woo!
What is it?
Atwood.
Hey, Mike, perfect.
Yes, sir.
Hey, well, you and me are the only ones here, other than our
take
hundreds
everything.
and hundreds of people out in the metaverse. I was going to say this with everybody else present, but there we go. Wait, I'll hold that for.
Woo! Atwood's
Hello.
here.
You're up, Attenwood. Pick your poison.
Let's go with some.
Oh, you're just a fireball.
We'll go with some fireball today. Salut!
You can be on camera. I'm in here doing the kind of the Korean thing where you eat food on camera for money.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, whoops. Actually, I'd like to.
A little bit too much time.
Before you go on to the next thing while Star's maybe writing it, hey, I was gonna throw something out for you, Mike. All of us on this project have to wear multiple hats, and we all, I think, very nicely throw in everywhere that is needed. And another thing I think that is really cool about our team is how we are all multi-talented. And by the way, even for our managers, all of us throw in, wherever is needed. And I know that you, for example, Mike, are always, you're not only always managing, you're also always building maps, and you're also always doing art. You're doing all three basically full time. So you got 3 full-time jobs on the project. But of those 3, the one that I've actually seen you do least often these days, because of the demands of the other ones, is actually build art and actually paint. And I, at least personally, really enjoyed watching you this last cycle get so personally involved in the Oracle to both make her look good, to build the models, to texture those models, to paint the scenes that show up around it, and then as those pieces moved off to other people, make sure other people did their parts also to shepherd something. I know you knew how important this was to me, and I just want you to know how much I appreciate that, because it was going to be a tough thing to get through, especially with Star behind you, always trying to resist everything that takes time. And I just want you to know I appreciate it, and I enjoyed watching your shepherding that thing through and adding creatively to such the details of that.
Well, I certainly appreciate you saying that, and it was something that was a lot of fun to do, even though we had some resistance to trying to get it in for this release. But I also have to make sure to give credit to the other team members, Fletcher, who helped with the texturing of the Oracle model, Matt, certainly, who did the animations, really brings it to life, and Leo with the
sounds are great.
All the sounds. Yeah, I mean, it was really a collective effort, but it was fun to see it through.
And I of course agree with all the other people that helped make it come together and work. And I trust, by the way, the rest of you that will get to see this tomorrow morning. I think you're going to really enjoy it. I know some of the Dev Plus folks have already had a chance to check it out, but for everyone else, tomorrow, I think you're going to be very pleased with how the new user. You're all going to be forced to go through the new user experience again, and I trust that you will enjoy it. Anyway, it was a lot of effort, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
For the old school players, don't just click through it either.
Yeah, and the if you hadn't seen it yet, the Oracle now has a sort of a different presentation that was spearheaded by Richard, and I think the end result of it is a little bit creepier. It definitely has a lot more character, and it definitely is a much more memorable experience, just visually speaking, if not anything else. Before it was kind of a sterile pin plate, and it didn't really do anything as you were speaking with it, and now it feels a lot more ominous. You're not quite sure if it's
friend or foe.
Friend or foe, right? So.
And
All
I think
right.
we have to do that 9250. We didn't do the 92500. So guys, we are within 3 drinks of breaking 100. Which, by the way, we may be at a record now. I don't think we have good enough accounting back in the early days to know. But for at 100, we for sure will be at a record day ever in the history of the project. I hope we make it there. I hope we get to give you all the one-man band. Boy, can't tell you how much we thank you all. What a great thank you series we owe you.
Yeah, I hope we have to consider something beyond 100.
Consider.
We haven't considered what's next.
Yeah. All right.
Just to be clear, though, Richard is the only one who doesn't have to drive home at some point tonight. So.
Yeah, my nap place is right there.
Yeah, he can literally just fall backwards.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Matherin wants to know will we be able to get message boards for our houses like we did in UO? Yes, we want not just message boards for houses, but we want message boards for the player owned towns as well.
Players were also asking an explanation of the lottery system, like how it's actually going to work. I think we mentioned it, but we didn't really explain it.
All right.
I'll explain it.
Explain it.
I'll explain it.
Mansplain it.
Considering how important it is.
Yeah. Considering how important it is, we should totally explain it.
I'm doing my food porn thing. So the lottery thing will be for, we expect it to start it early in R32. I believe that it will be selling lottery tickets. There will be a different type of lottery ticket for each of the for row, village, town, and city type lots. There'll be a different lottery ticket for each one. The prices on those will vary, but they'll be like somewhere around 1,000 to 10,000 gold. As you buy them, everyone gives you a chance on the roll. At the end of the month, we'll actually look at how many were sold. Do a random thing, pretty much like what we're doing right now in chat. Pick a certain number of names at random, and those people will receive the lot deed, not the right to buy a lot deed, but the actual lot deed. We expect the prices or the spending not to go pretty high, so we don't expect to charge a lot deed price after that. It won't be a ticket that lets you buy one. It'll just be here's the lot deed, because again, we expect them to be in pretty high demand. For the first few months, just to help populate the world, we will probably be giving out quite a few in the possibly 100 to 200 range per month. Still to be determined. We're going to look and see what the actual demand is week by week and use that to determine how many are given out. But that's pretty much it. It's pretty much you buy it, you buy a ticket, and you have a chance at a lottery. Or a lottery drawing, and if it comes up, again, it'll just appear in your bank as a deed appears in your bank, within a few days after the drawing is done. It's pretty simple, honestly, and the reasons for this are not, it's mainly because we don't want to just sell all of them immediately. We set a fixed price, they'll be gone immediately, and someone who starts 2 months into the game will never have a chance. We want the people with lots already in game to have a chance. We want to make those valuable, and this helps make those feel valuable, getting in early and getting the best spots. We want to continue to make it an economic drain by doing the lottery. It's a drain that will, how many lottery tickets buy? If the inflation is growing, people will be spending more of that money on lottery tickets, because there's only a few limited type items in the game. This is one of them, that there's limited land in the game. As they say, they're not making any more of it, though technically we probably will make more land at some point. And there's just lots of reasons to do it. We're not going to do the fixed price. Again, as I mentioned, we're not going to do the lottery or the bid, where it's just the highest bidder gets it, because either of those systems tend to favor the groups of people who get together and pool all their money, whether that be a guild or just a group of people. The lottery, everybody gets a chance. It does tend to favor, but at least you still have a chance. That's kind of the short version of it.
All right. All right. So, let's see.
And no limit to the number of lottery tickets per draw. That's part of the.
I'm kind of curious. Do you guys know how many concurrent players we have in? Because with my gigantic friends list, I'm seeing a hell of a lot of people in the game right now, and a lot of people are trying to join events and seeing multiple instances of a lot of events.
There were 400 or 500 last I looked, but that was very early this morning when things were just getting started. I honestly don't know what it's at now.
That's great. We're going to get lots of good data out overloading of the different scenes.
Yeah. McTavish wants to know we'll be able to place our houses other than in the center of our lots. I'd love to make a larger front yard. We definitely want to support that long term. It's not in scope for episode 1, but episode 2, we want to be able to support the ability to be able to move your house elsewhere on your lot. It's very complicated because of pathfinding and collision, but it's definitely something we want to support long term.
I did walk out. Some people were saying that, oh, I saw some lag. Just a reminder for those who joined in late and didn't hear us 4 or 5 hours ago when we mentioned starting tomorrow, we will be on the actual live servers. We've been running the QA boxes on these, QA servers on these boxes, but they are all dual hex core Xeons with 48 gigs of RAM, and I think there's 6 of them assigned to the cluster right now. That is moving from before we basically had 2 very low-end 4-core machines. So we're talking about order of magnitude plus increase in speed. And also just on Monday we finished the upgrade so that the live servers will be on fiber backbone. So they're directly on fiber connection into our machines, which is 7 gigabit per second, and the pings that I was doing was showing ping times around 12 milliseconds for most places. So anyways, the live servers that come up tomorrow should pretty darn fast and should never lag.
If they come up tomorrow.
The suspense. Let me drink some more. I'm sure they'll be up fine.
He's not pushing the button.
True that.
Yeah.
We have people who are assigned, and we told them to go home at 4 o'clock. So.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. So just some reminders. We're getting to the end of our housing segment. Reminder. Speaking of housing, tonight we are houses and basements from the pledge, the original pledges. So if you are thinking of purchasing a pledge that comes currently with a house or a pledge, this is your last opportunity to do so before midnight. After that, purchasing that pledge, it will no longer include a house or a basement. So this is your last chance. So purchase tonight. Also, player-owned towns are expiring tonight at midnight. Last chance. And as you can see, the giant number we got back there, $92,500 pledged so far during the telethon. Amazing, humbling.
Crazy.
You guys are amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You have made all of this possible. You have created this game. That's what crowdfunding is all about, is you guys providing the support to people like us to make this game. So thank you. It's incredible. It's humbling. I don't know what else to say. I say a lot, though. I say I don't know what to say, and then I say a lot. So thank you. We've reached almost all the stretch goals. We keep coming up with new ones because you guys keep giving us incredible generosity. So thank you. So the reminder, we've gotten the
Cancel, it's time for a shot.
No! Wow, another one. Holy moly.
No one updated the thing here.
I don't see it. I don't see it. It's not official till it's been posted somewhere. Where are you seeing that?
I don't see it.
I don't see it.
He didn't say. He hasn't posted it. I don't
see it.
He hasn't posted it.
It's time for spending, right?
I think Joaquin is trolling us.
Joaquin, are you trolling us, Joaquin?
Oh my gosh. All right. Thank you.
Now I see it.
So in the middle of thanking you guys, you give us more money. Thank you. All right. So our next. So while we're gearing up for that, our next segment is going to about scene and item design for our very own Scotty is going to talk about scenes he's built and some of the items that he's been building.
And we're giving away some special coins that he's going to be talking about.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
And he also has a special guest that made these unique coins.
Cool.
We'll talk
With his
about that.
bare hands.
With his bare hands. He's got hands like a bear.
Bare hands.
Yeah, it's a really rare condition. People born with bare hands. All right.
To 95K?
Situation.
Yeah. Cheers. Cheers.
95K.
Woo! 95. Change the ball.
I haven't been back 5 seconds and we're already drinking it.
Catch it. All right. Thank you. I'm going to hand it off.
All right, thank you guys.
Oh, yeah, I need food. I'm just kind of hanging around.
Hang around with us.
I don't have anything else to do.
We have
I'll
a
probably-
unique story to tell with the community. We have Scott Jones, aka Scotty.
AKA Scotty Cakes.
Scotty
Scotty,
Cakes.
is it actually Scotty Cakes?
Scotty Cakes.
It's like wow.
used to be a pastry chef.
Yeah, he used to be a pastry chef.
Really?
Yes. Oh. It's pretty good. We talk a lot of pastry stuff, a lot of chef stuff.
Okay.
Just
Well,
dig into the cooking.
wow, I didn't know that. We have so many talented developers here. It's like people cook, and Lord knows I can't cook. So that's interesting. We have amazing artists here too, and we have Scotty, who has brought a friend, a guest, over who has handcrafted. I'll show a little bit more of these coins, and we'll talk more about them. Handcrafted these coins. Okay, yeah, let's give it a zoom in. We'll do this a couple of times so you guys can see it throughout the hour here. There you go. We have 7 symbols on them. We'll be talking a little bit more about what those symbols mean throughout the hour, talking about a couple of different areas related to those symbols in the game, like artifice. Okay, we have, oh, I thought he ran by. Okay, and we're going to be giving away 7 of these coins. Every 7 minutes, we will update the community on a new symbol as we talk about the symbols and give away one of those very cool coins. Okay, so we're just plugging in.
I'm supposed to tell you that the whiteboard has not been updated.
Oh, what are we at?
We're at 95.
95.
I'll update that.
5,000 more until the $100,000 stretch goal, the one-man band wearable.
Is it legal to swap colors here? I found the book. We have like a blue and a yellow, and I could do a rainbow here.
Hey, which one should I plug this in, by the way? With all the images in.
Oh, the left one, please. Yeah, right
Left
over there.
one?
We're gonna
It's going to be a 5. That's cool.
I'm working on a nice skinny 5 here. How's that?
I'll sit there. I'm going to scoot around to the edge.
Nice.
I'll wait till.
I don't really want to be on camera. I just want to lean in and make faces every now and then.
Sure. You juggle these coins. I'd like to see that. Anybody juggle?
I juggle.
Yeah. No, not
Coins
today.
are really bad for
No,
juggling.
that's fine. I don't know if you want to hold these.
Well, sit down.
Well, we only need one at a time, right?
Sure.
Because they're all the same symbol. Yeah. So if you want to hold one, here you can have one too. We're giving these out to the community as well.
I want to hold one.
Here you go. Okay. All right. We've got Scott Jones here, aka Scotty.
Hey, folks, how are you doing?
Who is what's your title? And tell them a little bit about yourself.
I'm basically an environment artist, but I kind of do, like I said earlier, jack of all trades stuff. I'll do interface and I'll do concept sketching from time to time. Most of it is just me sort of kind of rolling with a lot of different ideas that come my way. And so, I'll do everything from appliques to the sky, which is what I'm working on right now. I may show you a sneak peek of constellations that you get to see when you equip the a doodad that Richard wanted me to add called an astrolabe, which is sort of a cool-looking weird necklace that lets you look at the sky and see cool stuff. But then I also do a lot of environment art and objects, and I build maps on occasion and things like that.
Yeah, Scotty's being a little bit humble with the building maps part. Scotty has built a lot of our most high-profile story maps, the ones that really require a attention to detail and a specificity of propping and that sort of thing. He's the one responsible for places like Artifice and places like the Hilt Underground, and he's really has such an attention to detail that he really brings those places to life.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and it's a lot of fun making those places too, especially because I get a chance to read really carefully through, and I love attention to detail. I'm kind of integral attentive that way, and I really like to seek out reasons to delve into fiction and really kind of nail it right if I can, which is why Nightshade Pass is the way it is, and I'll be showing you a little bit of Artifice a little bit later, assuming everything works right for us.
Oh, it's going to work perfectly. Don't you worry.
I wanted to start by also introducing Sir Frank. And one of the reasons it's cool that he's here today is not only because he brought those coins, but the coins themselves are one of the things that I designed. So it was really cool to see that come to life. I was going to show you some stuff from that process.
Do you have these images to show them? Otherwise, I can hold this up.
Oh, no, I have the images right here.
Oh, perfect. Okay, we'll get a good zoom in on these coins for you. They're really beautiful. And they're made of bronze, right?
Yeah, they're bronze.
Real bronze.
With
Brass.
Brass with a bronze patina on it to make it look like bronze. I say the closest thing they look like to the actual Kodo coins that we'll be having offered in-game, which I think the one in-game one is the gold one, right? But this looks like the bronze metal that we use for a lot of the stuff in-game. And we have 8 different metals that we're kind of focusing on. Now, how do I make sure that these things do their thing?
So we use a Google Hangouts sharing of the screen to make all of this work for everybody. So we're going to...
Pardon me, by the way, I'm a Luddite when it comes to this. I don't think I've really used Google Hangouts or chat or anything.
And you also use words like Luddite.
Luddite. That makes me happy.
One of the more articulate members of the team.
Is this computer? Not set up?
I have no idea. I think it has not been. It got knocked off the.
Yeah, that's
Hangout.
right. All right, let's see if we can get
back on the Hangout. Same thing with the spinning machine. If you need a time delay there, I can while you stall. You know what?
Yes.
I think we need to spin. Star's not here to stop me.
Spin, all right.
Wait.
Spin.
It's not time to
Set
spin,
this
is
up
it?
here.
Ben!
Oh, yes, we're like 6 spins behind still. We have never ever caught up from starting the. We just did that one actually. I'm gonna wipe that one off there.
That's Viking City.
Oh, Viking City. We did Viking Town before, didn't we?
Yeah.
Viking City, 10%. I'm gonna do another one, then I'll go tell Star. Viking City, 10%. Here we go. One more.
Kobold Row.
Kobold Row house. If you haven't seen the Kobold City house, it's amazing. It's like the best built
Hooray! 10% off.
Kobold Row and Viking City. Got it.
Yes, a special shout out to our senior environment artist, Bob the Builder. Bob the Builder, who is responsible for virtually all the houses you see in the game. He is a very creative guy who always has different ideas to bring the different houses to life.
And not only that, we've been able to rip off a lot of the ideas he did for some of the Kobold stuff that he designed, and I was able to then help Matey work on the map that he was working on for the whole, was it Skrek Underground City? So yeah, I was able to incorporate a lot of Bob stuff into those designs and make those Kobold areas really cool looking, and then of course Matey ran with it.
Yeah, that's a great example of how different people on the team wear different hats. Bob came up with the original aesthetic for the Kobold house. Scotty took those ideas and incorporated that into a sample scene for the Kobold underground areas. Kit bashing things together to come up with a visual style. And Matey took those ideas, added some of his own, ran with it, and that's how we arrived at the style of the Kobolds.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a Zoom.
Guess what time it is?
Oh yes. Speaking of, it's 7 minutes after. It's time to give away a coin too.
Oh, that's not what I was trying to say it's time for.
Oh jeez.
All people in here, go ahead and find your drinking.
$2,500 away
97.
from the $100,000 stretch goal.
So close.
Of me singing "Let It Go."
No,
Let it go.
not
Let
that.
it go.
Not the one that.
Both of them are true. Both are true.
The $100,000 stretch goal is the one-man band wearable.
I came unprepared.
Well, there's Jameson there, and you'll have to grab a party cap.
Okay, so while we celebrate that, we are giving away one of these wonderful coins. I will switch over the screen so you guys can get a good look at exactly the style and design. This is not to scale, nor is it not to the beauty of an actual coin being held in your hand, but you get a good idea of the front and back of these. While we select an actual winner, is there anything additional you wanted to say about this specific one in this first,
The first iteration of them?
Thank you, yes.
This first coin that Frank did, I was able to create, like I said, is going to be based on sort of the bronze look of our coins in the game. But there's one of 8, it's just one of 8 different kinds of metal. And so they'll be, the Relics by Ruled ones actually look different from this in that they look like freshly minted gold coins. And those, I'm kind of waiting to see those too. Do we know who has won that coin?
Almost, not yet. We've got Gina here in the chat.
So yeah, I'm gonna describe, by the way, now that we finally have these coins and we can finally kind of look at them up close, I'm gonna give you some insight into what some of these symbols mean. A lot of people have been asking about it online, and so we had kind of limited iconography when it came to the Obsidian Order. We had the eye, which was the symbol created by Andy Cortez, which you see on one side, the Obsidian eye, and it represents the actual being, the powerful sorcerer who ruled over the cabal of the Obsidians. It was called the Eye. And then, of course, on the other side of the coin, the flip side, is the symbol of the Obsidian Order itself, the 2 hands cupped and holding the floating obsidian shards. Which was designed by Stephen Donnelly, who was really great at doing some of the earliest iconography that we've been using. But of course, in his absence, we're now starting to kind of have to come up with new stuff. And so in the process, knowing that these 2 symbols were already approved, it was a no-brainer to use those. But then to begin to bring in some other elements to it, which, let me see if I can, does this let me? Yeah. So you can see that symbol up close right there, the one that Daniele made. Now,
let's go. Switch it. There it is.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so that's the symbol that Daniele made that you can see on the back of the coin. Now, what you're seeing, however, in the middle of it all is a portion of what I call the Obsidian Septagram of Dominion, which you may have seen in this form used in this piece of art in-game, and in a couple other places as well. We used it on the side of a wall of sort of a obsidian version of a chapel, and this Obsidian Septagram of Dominion represents the 7 corresponding points that represent the 7 lords of the Sorcerer's Cabal, and their thrones that you may have seen down in the epitaph sitting on that dais that you saw a minute ago. And it also represents the proactive aspects of rulership that were required to, that the Obsidian Order believed, were required to obtain power and command obedience, which are the core tenets of the Obsidian Order. Although you will notice that these have never been mentioned inside the book. Much like there's a lot of symbology behind aspects of our own government that we don't necessarily hear repeated every time stories are told about it. But at the heart and core of the Obsidian Order, their maintaining of power over the people that they ruled over was very important and was central to their ideologies. And in the very middle of this whole septagram is the culmination of the illumination and vigilance, supposedly, that was manifest within the ruler of the Order of the Obsidian Eye.
We have our winner for our first coin here.
Awesome.
Lilu. There's a great movie with Lilu in it. I don't know if anybody can guess that one. Leelu on Discord chat. Lilu, congrats on winning our first coin of the hour.
Multipass.
That's exactly right. You have won a multipass coin, bronze or brass.
So now you finally see at the points of the septagram what those runes mean. They're the first letters of these words. The Obsidians believed a ruling body must be strategic and thus have a firm understanding of a plan of success. They had to be tactical and therefore understand what must be done at a particular moment as opposed to an overall vision. They were desirous. They yearned for greater glories and grander achievements. They must be fierce, thus inspiring respect and fear among allies and enemies alike. They must be renowned, thus having forged a name and reputation from all of these traits. And they must be persistent and reinforced and maintain renown with consistent acts persistently and throughout time. And they must be endeavorous, thus striving to perform monumental tasks of worth, such as the building of the Tower of the Shuttered Eye and the immense construct under the epitaph that includes the whole Desolus area and the laboratories of the Reshapers, from which flowed all those horrors that we now see in the game, all the creatures that they made that became races of their own in time. So that's what you're seeing within the coin itself. All of these symbols are manifest inside the wonderful kodos, the crowns of the obsidians that we have now in the game. So that kind of gives you an idea of what's behind the coins. And again, we're just sort of scraping the surface of symbology, but as we need symbols like this, we come up with and maintain fiction to make sure that the ideas are consistent as we move ahead in the fictional development.
And we're still, in development, early access for the game, and we have, some time to develop and flesh out these stories, but they will be expanded upon and grow and added to.
Oh, you're not in the camera.
As the community becomes involved.
Yes, absolutely. Because as the community becomes involved and they become excited over things and start to have a chance to kind of speak out and ask more questions, then that also, of course, encourages us to come up with cool answers that we can then incorporate into areas within the game and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's great. We have we're doing this every 7 minutes. We have another coin to give away here.
Awesome. And
this one goes to Artemis, Aartemis. Congrats, Artemis. Let's switch to that other screen. Can you pull up the screenshot of the front and back of the coin?
Absolutely.
Then we can show everybody what you're winning here.
At least I say you can. There we go.
There you go.
How does this work?
There's the front and back of the coins that we are giving away. 7 of them for this hour.
Attention, attention. We have now reached $100,000.
Woo! That is amazing. That is amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. That's incredible.
Oh my God. Thank you.
So is Chris going to sing now? Or
let it go. You're everybody.
Wow. I'm so excited to hear it.
Shots are being poured as we speak right now off camera.
Yep. It takes a last to finish it off.
Thank you for that. I needed that.
There we go. The pass. Anybody got a follow up?
I do. I have my teeth.
Oh.
Okay. Just one of these better me because I did the last one.
Please don't.
And don't forget to update the board behind you.
Yeah,
we will.
Update
the board.
Tell me anything.
Do we have enough marker in there? Where's the marker for it?
A couple
Probably as far from here. It's over there. As far from here as you can get.
The rum stealing your thunder.
The dry erase.
Oh, that's
marker is
okay.
over there.
Man, $100,000 can steal my thunder any day.
All right.
Here, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Wow. Wow. Okay, so 100,000. Wow. And we still have over 3 hours to go. So we're going to get right back with you guys with a new stretch goal. We just have to carefully consider it.
Yeah, consider
it. Yeah. Richard came up with that term.
No, Star told me his idea for the post $100,000 stretch goal, and I don't think it's well considered yet.
Yeah. So, and we can partially blame Winfield for it if we go with this idea. So it's going to be good.
Somebody needs to hip chat me this reason. I need to hear this.
All right. Okay. All right. We'll be back. We'll carry on.
We'll consider your request.
We're going to consider everything.
Richard.
Carefully.
That's not a real word.
Pretty sure they coin new words every day.
But using that word in big is small.
Okay, so how did I bring this back up again? I'll start talking. Now that we've gotten that part passed, man, that's amazing. Again, thank you, folks. That's some incredible support and faith in us, and we are going to make sure we move forward with all due respect for that incredible amount.
And we're going to let Scotty and Frank catch up on stuff here, but I will be singing Let It Go here in a few minutes, and I will be spinning the thing, so don't go anywhere.
Awesome. Okay, so how do I bring this sucker up again?
All right, let's switch to that.
I think you have to control that, right?
Yep, I'm the master controller.
You're the master
So
controller.
just order me around at your will.
So the next thing I wanted to talk about real quick before we try to walk a little bit around Artifice is a recent thing I've been working on, which is the pipes.
Would this look better if we just zoomed in a little bit for people?
Oh,
you can
maybe.
do that there. Yeah, let's. I don't know if everybody on the live stream can see it, but we're gonna zoom in a little bit just to give you a little clearer picture. Excellent.
We can see it.
So the pipes for the game were something that kind of caught me by surprise. I'm myself am not a smoker, but I have friends that actually collect pipes, especially the meerschaum variety, the really cool carved ones. And but before we began, of course, the idea was that we had to bring some basic pipes into the mix too, ones that players could craft themselves, and then as well as pipes that were cool and special in a variety of ways that could be purchased.
You even created a pipe that had. I thank you for this. I am here. Let me switch this over. I wish I had my wolf shirt on. I'm proud to wear a Shroud of the Avatar shirt right now. But every other day at the studio, everybody knows I wear a wolf shirt. If I am not wearing a wolf shirt, like the 3 wolf shirts, you can get them on Amazon. They're amazing. If I'm not wearing one of those, I've had a bad day or something's wrong. It's raining out. I don't know what. But I love wolves. I wish I had one of those. What is it called? A husky. Husky. Well, it's
Or
not
like a Malamute kind of wolf mix.
Not a wolf. I know it's a dog, but yes, you're exactly right. And Scotty here actually designed a pipe with a wolf head on it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, that was the request because I asked for a couple different possibilities and you picked the wolf. So
yeah, so I just had to mention that. I really appreciate it.
No problem. So yeah, I mean, we went through, and there's so many pipes to choose from, a lot of weird varieties. You can look at these here right now, and you can see these are like pipes from Asia, and we're looking at stuff that several hundred years old. But a lot of these withstood the test of time. So you're looking at like Africa, weird stuff, clay, wood, things like that. Pipes from Europe that were also used to consider some of the more whimsical ones. And some more pipes from Asia as well. So we had to make choices, and we had to pick from different themes. And here you can kind of see the 8 pipes that sort of fell out from that and became the standard paradigm that we could kind of use. Did you want to interrupt and spin the wheel?
No,
not yet. Okay.
I'd love to spin the wheel, but actually, you know what? We have time for another coin giveaway. If we give number 3 of 7.
Let's do it.
Okay, awesome.
I'll be back in the spin and sing in just a few minutes.
Awesome.
All right, so.
Please
Can we spin you up? Can we attach you to the wheel and just
give you like one more hour and then maybe so. Thank you. Hi, August.
Who's the winner this time?
So number 3 of 7 of these coins is going to Cambria, like Cambrian explosion.
Cambria.
That's the period back
Life
in
on
our
Earth.
evolution. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm writing about that in my book right now. So Cambria, I just attached it to that. Cambria, Cambria. Congrats, Cambria, for number 3 of 7 of the coins. And which symbol would we say is Cambria's? Just to pick one. Which one are you on?
She must be fierce.
Fierceness, yeah.
Sounds like it, yeah. Okay.
So if we switch back over, we can look at the pipes that I made, and the cool thing with this is now that we have a lot of the new materials in the game, even something as simple as little pipes that you're only going to see them a little bit on screen at the time, they really do show off the materials and the abilities of Unity here. So you can see the basic 3 pipes that you can craft yourself: the basic metal, the basic wood in the middle, and then to the far right on top is the basic clay pipe. But then down below are some of the first pipes that you can actually buy, and we're looking at something that's fancy in the form of wood, and then as well as metal and clay, and then you get to the fanciful ones, the ones that are carved, and like the wolf's head that he mentioned. And so if you look at these, you can kind of see them from the side and from the front. This, of course, is your typical meerschaum pipe that is made from a calabash board, kind of Sherlock Holmesian. And then the wooden carved one that's been painted and lacquered to make it look like it's a skull.
That is amazing. That That looks exactly like those X-rays that they take of my back every year. the shape, remarkable.
Back in the old meningitis days.
Yes.
So yeah, you can kind of see this, and that was fun too. Again, all of it was made to
zoom in on that. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, you can kind of see more detail that way for sure. And then the metal, and you get the nice shine, the more complex metal that you cannot craft, but you can buy, and then the fanciful metal pipe in the shape of the dragon. And for that, I was able to use the dragon for our own game as the basis for that design.
And
I
people
just really liked it.
Can get that now, or will be able to get it?
They will be able to get it. I'm not sure how soon it's going to be available, but I know it's appeared on the add-on store, I believe, at this point in time. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Finn has been working on the special effects for these, and I really can't wait to see them in game. And then we have the wolf that Barrett was talking about too, seen from the side and from the front, so you can see all that detail. And again, this was based on carvings and sculptures from the 18th, 19th century, really early pipes.
How long? I don't even know this right now. Scotty sits just on the other side of one wall to me. In fact, you can probably hear me chewing my gum every morning. These pipes, they must take some time to craft. I mean, about how long does it take to make this wolf one, for example?
Oh, yeah, gosh. The funny thing is a lot of people think about it just in the form of as if carving it would be. I'm able to sculpt them in 3D Studio fairly quickly, but the reality is most of the time is spent getting the texture maps right, the things that basically wrap around it to make it look like the wolf as opposed to just a polygonal object.
And I'm going to switch back to it, but also the reflections, like it's going into the game, right? So it's going to have to reflect properly, and the shadows and lighting considerations and all of that.
Oh,
right?
yeah. For those interested in how this kind of thing is made, I mean, of course, you have the basic polygons, but then you apply 3 different texture maps to it. The base map called diffuse, which gives it all its color, and then you have a specular map that allows the light to play off of it nicely, whether it's shiny metal or whether it's more dull clay. And then you have a bump map that allows it to actually have lighting and shadow cast over it like it really has all those details hand carved into it. And that same level of detail went into the final set of 3 that I made after I made the initial 8, which were the pipes based on the 3 virtues. And you can see that they have not only do they have the colors of the virtues built into the stem decoration, but also the symbols of the 3 primary virtues as well, truth, love, and courage. Which you can see in that order right here. But in addition to that, in playing around with the idea of a lot of other pipes that were made with bearded men and wizards and things like that, beautiful women, I decided to use the sculpts made by Andy Cortez for the really large statues of the titans of truth, love, and courage in our game, and then use those as a basis for these pipes right here. Had to redraw and recreate a lot of the texture maps because they were made to look like stone, and I wanted to look like kind of old meerschaum, well-smoked meerschaum. But yeah, you can see the kind of level of detail in here that I was able to get out of them, all thanks to being able to start with Andy's incredible work on the Titans.
My, it's time to be interrupted again.
Uh-oh, what time is it?
It's another $2,500 time in the back wall. Somebody want to update the back wall?
Wow.
Nicely done. $2,500.
500.
102,000.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
And in honor of that, we have the next stretch goal identified. Brace yourselves. Brace, because...
But wait, before you say something...
What?
There's got to be one in the middle, I think.
No, this is good. No, there's nothing in the middle.
Okay.
We're going straight to this, and it's gonna be great. Okay.
This is mind-blowingly awesome.
It is. You want me to sing into it? I think I've got the lyrics up here.
It's shocking.
If I had $130,000, we'd buy you a house. I want to get to the important part. Let's see. K-Car, something about $3-4 million.
Okay, here we go.
Anyways, if we had $130,000, we'd buy you a...
Okay, so if we hit $130,000, so the next stretch goal is going to be at $130,000, okay? I can't believe I'm saying that. Okay, so if we hit $130,000 by midnight tonight, here's the stretch goal. It is a clockwork organ grinder monkey.
Oh!
So it's going to be a little wearable musical instrument that you crank and dang, 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 and a little pet clockwork monkey.
That will dance for you.
Yes.
I want
Oh my God, clockwork and Winfield.
That's
you have
awesome.
to thank Winfield. He helped come up with the idea.
That's awesome.
It's crazy. It's
clockwork organ grinder monkey.
Dance to the
What?
music.
I mean,
Dance.
who comes up with this stuff? Tiny airships, clockwork organ grinder monkeys, one-man bands. It's crazy.
It's totally crazy.
At this point, I will make sure people realize I've already explained this to Winfield, so I think the secret's out. But we make all the art ahead for the stuff we expect to actually reach.
Oh God.
We're so far beyond that we did not plan any of this stuff. So
No.
this is what happens.
This is part you, I believe, isn't it?
Yeah, this is crazy ideas that are going to get dumped on my shoulders later on. So.
You think the pipes look amazing? Just wait till you come up with all of this.
The organ grinder box. I'll probably do the box, and they'll be doing the monkey. That's for sure.
I was trying to do the bare naked ladies if I had $1 million, because that's part of one of the last lines is I want a monkey. Everybody wants a monkey. And if I had $1 million,
can we have winged monkey?
Winged monkeys. That's in another movie. I watch way too many movies. Which movie is that?
Oz.
It's
Yeah,
Wizard
Winged
of
Monkeys?
Oz.
Yeah,
I'm
Wizard of
thinking-
Oz.
Yeah, Wizard of Oz, and I swear there's other ones. Very popular. Unbelievable. That's amazing. All right. We were going to continue, but I have to give away another coin to
Excellent.
somebody. This is number 4 of 7.
That's
I
great.
want one of these coins. I'm going to take this one, actually.
That's
Thank you.
perfect. We're only 30 minutes into our hour, too, so we're
All
doing
right,
good.
Yeah, we're doing great. We got a lot more to show you guys. The 4th coin of the 7 that we have to give away goes to, and I apologize if I mispronounce, Morika Webb. Morika Webb. M-O-R-I-K-A-W-E-B.
Morika Webb.
Congrats,
Yeah,
Morika Webb.
congratulations.
That kind of rolls off the tongue.
Yes, it does.
All right, what else do we have to show everybody?
So before we try to jump into Artifice, the last thing I was going to show is actually the very last thing that I've been working on right before jumping into this room. And this is kind of a cool little surprise. Like I mentioned, we weren't sure if we were going to be able to do this, but it looks like it won't be that hard to do. The Astrolabe, which hasn't been seen yet in the game, and it really will only appear as an object that can appear on your paper doll. You can outfit it inside of the necklace slot. But if you do that, it will invoke a very special nighttime sky that will appear. It will replace the stars as they exist now, and it will add on top of them this. So what you're seeing here is you're seeing a variety of constellations which already are in the sky now in the form of the stars you can see, but you will be able to see over these.
Give it a double click. I think we can maximize
A double click?
Yeah, give it a double click. See what
I
happens.
don't know. It doesn't seem to do it.
Never mind.
That's okay. But I will zoom in, and so you can see all these different constellations that you'll be able to see and perceive behind the kind of mists and clouds of the night sky.
That heart looks like the one on Pluto without the flower.
Without the flower. But it's the heart of love, and of course we have all the 8 virtues represented here, as well as the symbol of the 3 primary virtues intermingled right here. And then in addition to that, if we go over off to the side, we will also see the bell, book, and candle of old lore, the symbol of chaos, which I'm sure will be a favorite of Darkstar, and then the symbol of ethical hedonism, the infinity symbol, and then the solid line through it. So all of those will eventually be viewable in the night sky. So it'll be really cool.
I have to interrupt you, Scotty.
What's that?
One more time. I just got word we are now at $105,000. I like that number.
Wow.
That's amazing.
That was fast.
Yeah, that was. We just went through a couple of things. It's like,
Yeah,
boom,
that
thank
was
you,
amazingly
community.
fast.
We really appreciate it.
Thank you so
the
much.
The more that
We're hardly having time to even settle down and change our subject back to our main subject.
I know.
I
It's
know.
Crazy. Yeah, you're so eloquent, Scotty, on moving.
Excellent,
something
Scotty, you
next.
silver-tongued devil. You're preaching to the choir or something. I don't know.
Well, good. I'm glad they're enjoying this, and
Yeah.
hopefully Richard has yet to see this. This is the first time he's had a chance to.
I know,
really
that's
look-
why I've been zooming in myself, and it's a bit hard to see with the remote, so it's kind of subtle. But I saw it, of course, as you were just starting it before I left town, and so yeah, it's very exciting to see it.
Yep. So now in all their glory. So yeah, there's more to come with that too. We'll be.
But
tuning
here's
that
to
as well.
you, all of you, our wonderful backers, supporters, and citizens. We do this for you, and we thank you for the opportunity. Here's to you.
Here, here. We couldn't do it without you.
You know, if you're not drinking, you've got to be singing a song or dancing. So one or the other, dude.
Well, you know,
get your butt off that seat and do a jig or something. I'm serious.
A jig? Okay.
We can't go on until you either sing or drink or dance. Your choice.
Okay. Well, then how about this? Here, I'll sing something. Since it's all fantasy inspired, I'll sing something from Tolkien. Ready? I'll breath you thoniel, si livren penya miriel, o menel aglar el hanath, na hairat palhandiriel, o galadrem in enorath, fanuelos lelinathon, nefayar si nefayaron, nefayaron. There we go.
Bravo, bravo, bravo.
An Elven song.
And community, I sure hope you send us the time code for that one again, so that we can capture all these to make them singing rocks in the game.
Oh, that's awesome. I don't know. Should I allow that? I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, why not?
See, now I'm embarrassed. Okay, so there you have it. Now let's see if we can. Now let's see if now that you've had a little sneak peek at some of the stuff I've been working on recently, as well as something new that even Richard hadn't seen in full force yet.
But by the way, Scotty, let me just throw in one more thing too. I said this. I'm a little behind the time on this, but so maybe you've already said this. But it's worth pointing out that if you go to Relics by Rild, the coins that you guys are giving away and that you guys were talking about a little earlier, those are for sale.
Yes.
And right now they're available for 50% off. All Relics by Rild merchandise if you check out with a code, one word, all caps, Final Wipe.
Yes, absolutely, and especially because though we're giving some of these away right now, the ones done by Relics by Rild are like this, except they're shiny gold, and they look like they're more newly minted. So it'll be neat to see both varieties, and of course to own both varieties. And you can only get the gold ones through Rild.
Here is a close-up of the actual coin here, and in the veins in my forehead too.
Enjoy the veins.
There we go.
Yeah, they're really hefty and really nice.
Blurry. Let me get the other side here. I might be upside down.
Yes, it is, but that's okay. Now it looks like a weird Pokemon. There we go.
We'll do the front side in case that's missed. And then you see the 7 symbols on the perimeter.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Richard, for that reminder. I think it's great. So, okay, so help me here. Now, if I want to go ahead and get into, because this setup is very different from what we normally have.
Fire up the game?
Yeah, if I want to go ahead and fire up the game, how did you all get that done before?
Well, let's do another coin giveaway. It's time for that. So we have one more winner. We are on number 5 of 7. Goes to Jarl Laxle, I believe. Jar Laxle. Laxle. Congrats, Jar Laxle. That may be pronounced differently. I'm not sure. I apologize if I mispronounced that, but our 5 of 7 coins goes to Jar.
Maybe Jar Laxle?
Yeah, maybe.
Jar Laxle.
Yeah, that sounds a little bit like a medicine, but that's good.
Okay, so.
All right, so let's fire that up.
Because I want to fire up the editor.
Actually, if you guys can give me 20 seconds, I'll get this.
Oh, that'd be great.
Here.
So some of you all have already had a chance to see the exterior of Artifice, and that was actually the beginning of the work that I did on Artifice early on. I knew that I had a lot coming down the pipe as far as what had to be achieved for the interior of it. This is one of Richard's babies, especially because of the fact that this has the kind of interaction inside of it that very few, if any, of our other dungeon areas and underground areas will have. Very specific and very exclusive to Artifice. And
this was Star's Bane from beginning to end, because of all the custom stuff in it.
Yeah, absolutely, because it requires a lot of us, especially the programmers and designers, to hook all this stuff up. Really, really cool functionality, and I really can't wait for it to come online. A lot of work was put into it, though, from the visual end of things, too. And I had a lot of inspirations for that. But the exterior, at least, the part that you all have been able to wander up to and see, but not yet walk through the golden door, was inspired by ideas of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon and other ancient ruins, Greco-Roman origin, which other portions of that particular area of our world are meant to have this kind of references to them. The whole area of Elysium, and in fact the whole Elysian Plains, is a callback to Greco-Roman mythology. and the idea of the satyrs and the fauns being there all kind of hearken to that kind of thing. And so as you make your way across the plains of Elysium from Xenos, and then work your way up the little trail up the hill, that's where you'll start to notice that the ruins up ahead are inhabited by the satyrs and the fauns who tend them. And the ancient columns and the crumbling bits and pieces are still vibrant with plant life and other growing things. And the whole area looks almost as if it's maintained not just by excellent gardeners, but by enchantments as well. And of course, that makes even more sense once you get closer to the Golden Doorway itself.
We are starting in Cottage Grove. I was dancing a little. This is my copy of the game. I was dancing a little bit earlier with the community. The community, to update everybody really quick, every hour there's something going on in-game. Community is putting on their own events for the End of the World Party, which started at the beginning of our telethon, goes until midnight when the final wipe occurs, and the servers are shut down until tomorrow morning when they are brought back up for the beginning of Persistence. So check out the game as well. Jump on in. You can go to the forums, shroudoftheavatar.com/forums, and get
and although I have to say I've been joining in periodically and joining some of these things, we have, as you might expect, a crush of people in tonight, and getting into the locations for the parties is actually quite difficult. So don't be surprised if when you get in, you have a hard time reaching the high concentration zones of the game. But please do join and explore on your own, and whether or not you get into that one zone or not. And that's why at the end, we're going to do our tour and hit many cities at once to help spread people out.
Can you teleport ours?
So, hey, Richard.
Sounds like you guys need the lake to do some spins. What?
Yeah, please. Although,
spins?
Richard,
you guys need to get the...
from in the game, you've been getting into Artifice yourself from in the game. Is that right? By going through a special back door?
Correct.
Okay. Then we might be able to help us do that real quickly.
I would just say use the zone command if you're on a GM client.
We are. Yep.
Okay.
And it looks like we're loading in right now. This is
fantastic.
Exciting.
Thank you much. I appreciate that.
When you showed the Artifice to me, my first week on board at Portalarium here, it was amazing. Yeah. What did I say? Did I say something else?
Don't judge, man.
Don't judge my speak. What is this? Yes. No, it was beautiful. It was amazing. So
thank you so much.
And it's come so far since then too.
Yeah, and it has a long way to go, I guarantee you. But once it's finished,
if the community, if you're curious on a little bit of what Artifice is, we have updated the community with screenshots in our weekly updates. You scroll back to I think the 3rd or 4th week ago, and we have some screenshots in there. But right now we are in the game, so we're going to swap over to that and give you a little tour in game.
Exterior. So yeah, this is the exterior I was talking about. The areas that you all have already been able to kind of explore a little bit, and being able to go up and into this means that you'll eventually, once we have the functionality going, you'll be able to walk through the Golden Doorway up above. This is the part where, as you get closer and closer to the top, it becomes more verdant.
Risk of falling off the cliff.
Yeah,
it looks like here.
Talk about the Scotty. Why don't you talk about how you built this map and what kinds of things you were looking at as you built this map?
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, the ideas for the Hanging Guards of Babylon were a big inspiration. Of course, there's only images that people have made to kind of fantasize about what the Hanging Gardens, one of the lost wonders of the world, actually look like, and really no one knows. But luckily using pieces that we already had and then kind of tweaking them, changing the style of the colors of their stone, kind of like all out really well. And I even though I couldn't with existing art, I couldn't exactly mimic what Stephen Daniele came up with. Some of the earliest sketches that he did and concepts that he did for Artifice contained this sort of stony look with waterfalls falling down and cascades, and then of course the crumbling stone and the entrance to Artifice itself, which just like this you see is indicated by the glowing golden doorway. If you have won the lottery at Xenos, then you're given leave to enter here, and the satyr will welcome you to go inside. But now we will be stopped, and we're going to have to change. We're going to have to zone into the Artifice interior at this point in time.
So eventually you'll just be able to walk into it, and it'll fade to white. as you walk up to these glowing doors.
That's right. The cool thing is that Finn was able to create for us a significantly different way of kind of transitioning that allowed us to transition not only inside the map, but also transition in a way that, as he said, it fades to white instead of dark. So as you walk into glowing portals and such, it'll fade to white and everything will fade out, and you'll really smoothly transition to another area. It's magic.
Scooby-Doo transition.
We're using our GM commands to
Yes, to try to find our way inside of here real quickly. Hey, Richard,
we should do a spin.
Yeah, we should do a spin while we're
If we hit 110,000 before I leave, I'll bust open the bottle of Don Julio. And
we had one of those.
Have a bottle of Don Julio reserved on my
see if we
desk.
can find it.
I'm biased.
Hold on just a second.
We're going to do a couple spins here. We're going to do 2 spins.
Yeah,
I've been promising I'd
yeah, we
bust
need
in and do
like
some
the
spins.
technical
Spin time.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right, Frank is
Okay,
spinning for us.
Oh,
Spin that wheel.
All right, spin it around once. Oh, imagine that!
Wow. Reward, 20% off.
Well done.
What is it? What is it?
20% off Kodos for 1 hour. We'll get that updated in just a few minutes. For anybody who wants to stock up who's concerned about it, now's the time. Frank, you want to give us one more? That was off.
Koda's 20%
Well
off
done.
for 1 hour.
That's not something we're likely to do once the game is going on and people actually realize how valuable they are. So.
Yeah, just give us a moment to update that. We'll get that started right away.
All right. Oh, snap.
Kobold Strong.
Old strong. 10%.
Kobold Strong.
Yeah, I was going to say something.
Kobold Strong.
That's the stronghold, the Kobold stronghold, but is it
Strong Man the Verminator. 10%.
Okay, we're going to find out on that one.
We'll figure out what that is. Somebody knows.
Meanwhile, I'll kick the machine and turn it off there. Didn't that last?
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Do that. So I got to raise that. Remember, if we can reach 110,000 within 5 minutes, I bust open
You're
the
leaving,
Don Julio.
you're leaving in 5 minutes?
I'm out of here in 5 minutes.
Don Julio?
Don Julio.
5 minutes, guys.
5 minutes. That's what you get.
Why don't you during the tour, you gave everybody an introduction. Who are you? I don't know who you are. That's what everybody.
And he sits next to me.
That's what everybody. I'm doing this for the community.
Yeah, by the way, it's been long enough. We should all do introductions again. We probably have new people online now.
Yeah, that's probably a good time for that. So in case anybody is just tuning in here right now, we are running our Shroud of the Avatar Summer Telethon event Part 1. This is the celebration to our upcoming Final Wipe at midnight Central Daylight Time. Final Wipe is the last wipe of the game where we go to persistence, the beginning of persistence in the game tomorrow morning. And so we're celebrating today. We have our Wheel of Doom and prizes and shenanigans. We have prizes we're giving away to everybody as well. We've got coins that we're giving away this hour. We're going to have some more prizes at the end of the hour as we talk more about the game. Get your questions. So if you're just tuning in right now, a quick update for myself. My name is Matthew Anderson. I'm the community manager. I run the Twitch social channels. And we have here Scotty, who is presenting a lot of his work in the game right now. We're about to enter Artifice and show you a little bit more about some of the in-game areas that he is designing. We also have
Finn Staver, programmer designer.
The guy who has designed the I can't laugh at this every time. The puking animation. If you haven't tried the puking emote yet in the game, it is pukingly awesome.
Again, you're welcome, and I'm sorry.
And we also have Hutch.
Yes, Michael Hutchison. I am the lead artist on the game, and I am also involved with making maps. Most specifically, the player-owned town maps. But I also help in creating the overall art style of the game and helping the other artists on the team reach the sort of cohesive visual presentation of different art assets in the game.
And then a guest of Scotty's, who is the proud designer of these coins that we are, it's a little bit zoomed out. We are giving away 7 of these coins. If you want to grab one, and we'll give a zoom into
Vanna.
There we go. There's Vanna White here with
hand model.
Back of the. These are high quality. I think it's brass or something. So they don't break. There you go. So the 7 symbols on the other side, that's the back. I believe the front has the 7 symbols. Do I have that right?
The back has the 7 symbols,
of course,
and the Obsidian Order symbol, and then the front has the eye of the Obsidian Eye.
Yeah. So it looks like we're logged in the game. Let's give one more of those away, but not that one. Number 6 of 7. We have 2 more to give away here. Number 6 of 7 goes to Brielle McPherson. Congrats, Brielle McPherson, for winning one of the coins today.
Excellent. Okay, so now we're going to switch and walk around into areas that many of you all have not seen yet. They've not been hooked up. Only a few who have had a chance to visit the office have been able to see this.
All right, here we go.
So once you make it up and through the golden doorway at the entrance of Artifice, you will enter into this area. This is the main entry hall, and it's a waiting zone, a waiting area. And you will see wonderful benches here and there, just waiting for you to sit and rest. It's been a long journey all the way from Xenos. But as you wander around this area, you will start to notice that there are 3 more golden doors. And if you turn around and look back the way you came, you will see that there is no golden door leading out. There is only these immense bronze doors that have a strange locking mechanism containing holes for 3 keys. So it should be no oddness to you that you would find 3 golden doorways leading away from this entry chamber with its oculus looking up. And by the way, if you have been following any of the stuff online, you've been able to see a lot of these images, but nothing this close, and you haven't seen any of it in action. And in front of each of the golden doorways is a little hint of what you'll find inside. Opulence surrounds you on all sides here as you pass into the first of the 3 great chambers of Artifice, offering the heavenly rewards that you've heard so much about in Xenos, and it compels travelers all across the Elysian Plains to come and find it. In this room, you will see an area that will eventually be occupied by those who will greet you and welcome you to a room of youth and vigor. Here, lounging on chairs and in beds in the streaming sunlight that comes through these windows, regardless of what time it was when you first came into this place, always sunlight, always beautiful. And wandering around this room, you'll be invited to join these people. Doing this, however, would only delay the inevitability of you wanting to seek out what's in the other chambers, but of course, why not take your time and enjoy? You'll be able to look at all these items on the shelves and read what strange and miraculous things they surely contain. And then, once you have a chance to look around the room further, you'll see that there's this strange puzzle box right here that contains a mystery that you will have to figure out the way in to be able to see. And you will find that in each of these 3 chambers, there's a similar puzzle box, just like that one. Why don't we look at some of the other wonders that Artifice will hold for you? Passing back inside the waiting area, the Great Hall, you will see another golden door. This one's surrounded by dishes, viands, and drinks of all kinds, beautiful and delicious. Cornucopias spilling over with food and dishes steaming. But it's inside this chamber that...
Can I stay here?
Apparently it's a birthday party for Lord British. But inside this room is an endless feast. On all sides are wonderful spreads of foods of all kinds and varieties, delicious sweets and sweet.
By the way, we should definitely say, if you didn't already, that there are spoiler alerts to be had here.
Oh, there's no doubt. And there are some things I will not talk about and give away. But here it is, yet another puzzle box for you to explore. Let's look at some of the other rooms then. Believe me when I say there's lots to discover here, and all these things you could pick up and take with you. Of course, you could also just sit and consume them and enjoy the gluttony of the moment. After all, this is paradise, isn't it? Here we have the 3rd chamber, richer still than the first 2. Glittering gold and coins, vases of incredible value full of obvious riches and wealth, chests to look at and explore, to take things from within. All of these are but a precursor to the room beyond this doorway, a vast treasure chamber. For those of you who wonder where I was going when I wanted to create this, I was inspired by the Sultan's treasure chamber in the Terry Gilliam film, The Adventures of Baron Munchausen. But if you wander around this room, you'll see all kinds of amazing treasures to loot and take, swords of inestimable value, thrones like the kinds you've seen before, but this time covered in sheets of gold, scepters of rulership, and shields and harps spun of the finest metals. All of these things wait for you in this chamber, and you may take your pick of them, one and all. Look around this room, and you'll see all kinds of incredible things. Statues made of gold and effigies of wonder and beauty. All here in Artifice. After all, everything's better in Artifice. You'll hear it from everyone once you're inside the game. So let's move outside of this room. And Richard, it's up to you how much you want me to show them.
I think you can continue. Continue.
Okay,
I like the way you're describing it.
We'll continue a little bit further. Eventually, something will allow you to open these doors with the 3 keys. And beyond is a stony chamber, older, more ruined.
And behind those doors
blocking your way.
You
can peek through them if you'd like.
What's behind the doors? I'm curious to know.
What's behind the doors?
But before you go on,
we have a new goal. We've just met 107,500 right behind you.
I don't think it's a new goal. It's just drinking.
That's just a drinking goal. Okay, you just 107,500 is what we're at right now.
107,500. Thank you so much, everyone.
2,500 closer to a monkey, not flying monkey.
Here, 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 here. Cheers to all of you.
Cheers to everyone.
Thank you. Do a jig now, Chris. Scott. Who are you?
There you go.
Oh, here, we got Chris doing a jig.
There we go.
107.5.
107.5.
Come on, Finn. Come on, we got to get Finn's bottle open. You got a few minutes.
Oh, yeah? Well, I was going to say, 110. You got $2,500 to raise in just a few minutes.
$2,500.
I opened the Don Julio.
The Don Julio is ready for action.
The Don Julio.
So you'll see here inside of this chamber is a wonderful viewing area.
I'm going to give our last coin before we get into. Oh, that's so beautiful. That's so amazing.
Absolutely.
One more
last farthing.
This is our last.
This is
our last coin. What are we calling these coins? Do you want to? Yes, please.
The crowns of the obsidian.
Coins.
My last farthing.
Are you managing the camera positions? I guess so.
There's the front of the coin, and then we want to show the back with the 7 beautiful symbols, and these are made of.
These are brass with a bronze patina.
Yes. And this coin, the last of the 7 for this hour, we have other coins we're giving away yet on the telethon here until midnight. This coin goes to Dow. D-A-O. Dow. Congrats, Dow.
I cannot get focus.
That's fine. That's
You'll
fine.
just have to imagine.
You've just described 70% of my life.
Yeah.
So here we go.
Hey, look, something shiny.
Walking into the darker areas of this place now, we suddenly realize that maybe not all is well in Artifice, because this chamber is a chamber of forbidden pleasures.
Ooh.
In fact, these pleasures that you see, once this area is fully occupied, beyond the wonderful smoking incense sensors that Finn helped me put together, as well as the candles and the opulent draperies hanging, will be a man tied upon this whipping wheel, and there will be women tending to the tender needs of his discipline. And of course, couples and individuals will be sitting on these daises observing the spectacle. But you
part of the game definitely rated above PG.
Yes. In fact, the deeper we go, the more non-PG it becomes.
This is the nice one.
So deeper down, you can travel further and come upon another door through which you might be able to peek if you angle the camera properly. And you'll see there's another area and another dais, and in this case, another cage.
V?
V.
Oh, I may try that next time. Here is a chamber very similar, although you'll notice that the draperies are becoming a little more threadbare and a little more worn. And inside of this cage, instead of a man, as there was before, it will be a woman. She will be tortured as well, but this time with hot pokers and branding irons. A little bit worse for the wearer than the fellow before, who almost seemed like he was enjoying himself. She will not be seen to be enjoying herself, and yet this is still all a part of these darker sadistic pleasures that supposedly everyone comes to Artifice to enjoy. All their pleasures are brought to life here. Now, you could try to help her. Perhaps you can. Either way, she will escape and flee, perhaps, but either way, you may continue further downward.
Over there?
Yes, there's an Iron
Put
Maiden
them
over
in
there.
the Iron Maiden.
Excellent.
Execute them.
Bogus. Bogus. Once again, you'll be able to peep inside, but here it gets darker still. For a great cage held by chains from the ceiling still will contain a single occupant in the form of a child. And he will be tortured even more so, as spears taken from these weapon racks nearby are used to poke and prod at him. The blood on the floor shows just how far they're willing to go. Of course, certainly you'll want to save his tender little life. And if you do, he will flee from this chamber through the last of these doors that will take you down, down, further still, into the final chamber, not of Artifice, but of this terrible, terrible area. And here, there's no more joking around. These individuals were not merely tortured for their or others' pleasure. They're gone and dead, and you'll be greeted here by someone who will offer you a choice. Because inside of these bars and inside of this hideous room, stained with the blood of many who have come before them, will be a family who are waiting for you to save them, surely, in your capacity as the Avatar. And you will be told that to continue beyond this place in Artifice, you must pull this lever. Now, I don't want to spoil anything for you, but once you pull it, you'll be able to pass through these doors and the doors beyond. Right now, I don't believe these doors can open, and so we may have to stop our tour here since it's already 9 o'clock. There are more wonders to see deeper inside of Artifice. Mazes of insanity and wonderful throne rooms of both opulence and decay. There will be vast libraries of unbelievable wealth and wisdom, and there will be a terrible forge making terrible weapons. All of these things are deeper still in Artifice, but of course to get through them and to them you must go through this doorway and you must pull this lever.
It looks like a safe room to walk past.
Excellent. Well said, Scotty. Well said.
And there you have it.
And I will fix those fires that are incorrect in those little fireplaces.
He was bothered by the details, but you know, that's why we pay him the big bucks. So thank you all so much for allowing me to kind of blather on about all the stuff I've been working on. Thank you, Sir Frank, again for joining us here and for providing the amazing coins with which we've been able to gift our fans. And to all the fans out there, thank you so, so much for your continuing support of our efforts. We do this all, and I can guarantee you that all of them here are like myself and that we have a passion for this. We want to make amazing things for you to see and to share, and we really, honestly, just can't wait for all of these things to come to life for you all to enjoy and to see what you all think about them. So thank you again for your time. Thank you, Sir Frank, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it very much.
Yeah.
Thank you for allowing us to come on for a bit.
Appreciate it.
Certainly, no problem. And thank you, Finn, for all the amazing support that he's given, the amazing work and help. It'll all continue for all of you, and we'll talk to you again soon. Shall we go?
Shall we drink?
Let us flee.
It is time to flee. It is time to die.
I sense we are close to our 10,000. But meanwhile, our coins that Sir Frank has crafted for us, thank you again once more.
Absolutely.
We gave 7 of these away. Let me zoom in on these. They're so beautiful. For those just coming in, we have these coins that we gave away, and we have a few more left. Yet to give away for the next couple of hours. So stick around. We have these kind of coins and some really other cool prizes, including what do we got down there? I don't think we gave away that yet. That keyboard. I see a keyboard there. What kind of keyboard is that? Because I think it's time for a giveaway.
Actually, this one isn't for a giveaway.
All right. So this is,
everybody.
We're not giving away just yet, but just so you guys know, this is an Alienware Tact X keyboard. So we're not just giving away coins, as beautiful as they are. We have in-game items as well. Really good stuff that I know you guys have wanted. We've given away a few things already, but we also have some of these from our friends at Alienware too.
And they are good friends to have. Alienware, it has some amazing hardware. And if you're unfamiliar with the history of that company, that was Dell purchased Alienware, and the history of their gaming hardware really set the standard for a lot of gaming hardware. When Alienware first started, there were gaming hardware companies, but Alienware really was the first pioneer in saying, no, we're going to build extremely elite gaming rigs that, though they were expensive, that's exactly what they were. They were pre-built elite machines, and now we're seeing them have a lot of competition with others, but Alienware continues to really create some amazing
They're doing great,
stuff.
and they were able to they were able to give us a few things. So we're going to give away some of those prizes. We have at this hour a challenge coin. This is one that's a little bit different than the ones we've shown over the last hour. So we have a challenge coin here. We've given away these on the live stream in the past. Actually, Finn, you want to give us a close-up of that on the camera? These are amazingly beautiful too. Richard, if you would mind, tell us the community a little bit about this coin here. So these are challenge coins. These I think it might be.
Yeah, that's the original challenge coin. Am I correct?
That's right.
So the original challenge coin includes the Shroud of the Avatar coat of arms logo on one side, and kind of game information and title on the other side. And for those that are not familiar with the concept of challenge coins, I know Finn is, and we actually borrowed this from the military tradition of challenge coins. We've modified its use to some degree, but in the military, if you show support for a unit, that unit commander might say thank you by giving you a challenge coin from that particular unit. And then in the future, you're expected to keep that coin with you. And if you ever bump into members of that unit in the future, and you or somebody else who you know has one of these coins, could pull it out and put it down on the bar top table. And if you still have yours with you, sort of they're challenging you to, hey, I'm still proud of this unit, proud of this game in our case. How about you? And if you have your coin on you, then of course you do care, and they have inappropriately besmirched your devotion, and they owe you a drink. On the other hand, if you can't produce your coin, if they challenge you and you are not able to produce your coin because you've left it at home or left it in your other pair of pants, that means you obviously don't care enough anymore, and so therefore you owe them a drink.
And so, speaking of drinks, we just hit, Richard, $110,000. I have to update the board again here. And since I'm the only one in here at the moment, I guess I'll drink with you guys.
All right, drink with me.
Okay.
All right, bring it up, change it up. I'm with you here. All right. And I think pretty soon we're going to be spinning up the game even for the final push.
Where did our marker go? I'm going to do a blue marker. It's time to change to the blue marker.
I just always wanted to do that.
All right, 110. Thank you, backers. Really appreciate it.
110. Boom. I'm going to go get the Don Julio.
All right, we have the Don Julio. Thank you, Finn.
You are not abandoning
110. Your marker is kind of dirty.
Because then I'm coming through. I thought I'd change up the color and have a wrist.
Yeah, you gotta do black.
I don't know
where'd the black go?
Went.
Walk out.
It seems we're behind on spins again. I don't know how that happened. Doesn't seem possible. Lies.
Hey, I'd like to point out here, if you guys can see my screen, that Stephen Donnelly, our wonderful concept artist, we've been talking about a lot tonight about the amazing things he's made, and that we have, been slowly but surely manifesting over the last couple of years. He says he's with us, and he's drinking with us now. He just saw that total go by, so thank you, Stephen. Thank you for your fine work. Thanks for joining us on the Hangout tonight. And thank you. And thank you, community, for continuing to back us. Greatly appreciated.
So, speaking of Steven, if he's watching,
he is.
We did a little homage to you in Release 32. There is an art dealer in Arteris named Caravaggio's Wolf, who sells a very particular style of painting. In fact, it is your concept art, that sells for the gold crowns of the obsidians. So it is, and that is the only art in the game that sells for the gold crowns. So if you're looking for the Shroud of the Avatar concept art paintings and tapestries in the game, you have to buy them from Caravaggio's Wolf the very fine art dealer in Arteris.
And as you can see Star on screen there, he says, awesome. Thank you, Star.
All right. We gave just a moment ago a challenge coin away. We've been giving away these all night. We have a few more to give away. And we have, this is one of my favorite. I almost want to take this home, but I'm going to give it to you, community, instead. Let me go grab it here. We have a Orb Weaver Chroma, not keyboard. That's coming up yet. Keypad. This is the gamer's dream. If you want efficiency in gaming, this is it right here. Chroma keypad. And the winner drum roll goes to Coral. Congrats, Coral, C-O-R-A-L. You have won one of these fantastic Chroma keypads. Congrats. And we have, oh yes, we were breaking it out. All right. So we're gonna unscrew that, I think, or just pop the top off. But we have one more prize I want to give away real quick here. Relics by Real. RelicsByReal.com is offering 50% off if you use the code FINALWIPE today on any of the in-game or the store items, excuse me. But also, Relics was kind enough to give us a few things to give away today, and we are giving away to Mikko Valiant a Grand Tour Infinity Cross cap. So you can go to RelicsByReal.com and search for that cap, check out, see what it looks like. It's amazing. I don't wear caps personally, but I thought actually about buying one of those too. So those are our prizes for the hour, and here is our Tequila Don Julio. I don't know if you want to partake in that.
No, I'm drinking my Jameson's.
Okay, there you go. That's very particular.
I'm on the other side of the ocean. All right. Players, if you'd like to ask us stuff in chat, I'll grab things that we've been collecting in the doc, just general questions that didn't fall in any of our specific hangouts earlier. Have we covered the general points of, like, our stretch goals and all that stuff, or is it good to get those?
Yeah, I think we're good to go on that for the moment.
Okay. All right. So
I went ahead and grayed out everything we've already covered. So
thank you, Gina.
All right. Let's see. So let's see. I think we already talked about the rollbacks. Okay. Striker Sparrowhawk wants to know, will payment plans return for the new bundles that we've got in the add-on store or the end of the pot buying spree? Payment plans won't return for the end of the pot buying spree that's ending in just a few hours. But we have discussed bringing payment plans back for the bundle store. But because of the way that system works, we probably won't be able to bring them back until we do the final expiration of pledges on the 22nd. But if we can get it payment plans in place before then, we'll try. Mario the Great wants to know, would it be possible to selectively claim the reward items instead of having them all dumped in the bank when claiming? That's a request that's come up a lot, and it's actually a very, very challenging one to fulfill. We know that players would like it. We would also like to provide that functionality for you. However, that's a pretty challenging one, so we haven't gotten to it. Probably sometime in the future we might get to it, but probably not just yet. And I see Chris lurking towards the wheel. He wants to do a spin. He just wants to so bad. He wants to.
Hold on, I got it right.
Do it.
Oh, he's got to write in a few things. Okay.
I got a quick update for the community too. We had given away that Razer Chroma keypad to Coral, C-O-R-A-L, just a refinement on that name, Coral from LLTS. Long live the Syndicate is what LLTS stands for, the Syndicate Guild. Coral, congrats again.
Oh, I just realized we lost our spin can.
Oh
what?
yeah, that's right. When we swapped it for 6 hours. Yeah, we'll get a zoom in on this wheel here.
The horror.
I was gonna connect it again.
Oh, it meant something twice.
Oh, one of those is me. All right.
While there's a pause, you guys will find some humor in. I've been texting to my family, the status of where we are in this whole thing, so I just texted Letitia, the where we're at here on the back wall, and she goes like, "Wow, congratulations, you guys are doing so well. Maybe you should sit down an hour early." No, all the in-game things that are planned, all the full tour, all the shutdown plans. No.
We gotta be up early, Richard. Oh, let's just go ahead and shut it down. We need some sleep.
Yeah.
Hey, guess what? Dallas just sent out 112.5.
All right. Well, I'm spinning the wheel not once. I'm gonna spin it once this way, and then just be crazy. I'm gonna spin it once the other way.
All right, crazy man.
It'll be like 0 spins. We are still, I think we're like 12 spins behind or something crazy like that. People were saying we should do this in the Hangouts. Just save the wheel over to the next Hangout and then do it in the next
There you go.
So,
all right, what do we got?
Here we go. You ready? Number 1. Stone Dragons, 20% off.
That's a new one.
Stone Dragons, 20% off.
I'm going to write in, because I don't have time to think about it right now, I'm just going to write in somebody's name. And Viking Town, 10% off.
Viking Towns.
Viking Town bundle.
Viking Town bundle. So we'll get those set up shortly here.
How much is the percentage on the bundle?
10% on the Viking Town bundle.
Now, as a reminder for the community, there are hourly in-game events going on, and at 10 o'clock, we have the World Tour with Star himself and Lord British, who are going to be in the game. There are a select number of towns. You may want to, if you are planning to attend this, get started and make sure that you are in the game and ready to go, because we have a selection of towns that are listed in our...
And we strongly suggest and strongly request, do not zone to us and follow us around as we go. Pick the town you want to see us in and stay there. We will come to you, because if you try to zone to us, it will actually cause the whole system problems.
Yeah, so there's going to be a select amount of towns, and you can go and please wait in one of those. We, as Richard said, will come to you. Do not zone to anybody. We are coming to you guys, and we have a select amount of towns, including Paxlayer, one of the community-owned towns, and a couple of others, including Brittany as well. I believe there's going to be a good spot.
The list is published. The list is published, but the order will be randomized.
Yep,
and
we have the list on the Summer Telethon website, on the front page of the website for shroudoftheavatar.com. Let's go down there, scroll down a little bit, and you'll see the Summer Telethon main post has the list of those cities and towns.
All right.
More questions?
Yes. All right, scrolling through. Wow, we answered a lot of questions so far. Let's see. Merrick asked.
Did we have to drink again? Did I miss it?
Yes.
Crap.
What?
Yeah, we
All
did
right.
the 112,500. We haven't drank for it yet.
Oh, okay. Cheers.
112,500.
Thank you.
By the way, we're almost to the halfway point to Organ Grinder and Clockwork Monkey. That is like totally effing insane.
Yeah. People like monkeys.
All right, 112,500. We have more items to give away at the top of the hour. When are we doing the next spin? Are we way good on that right now? We're pretty good on that, aren't we?
I am standing next to it. And I got the camera working again. So,
oh, that's right. Yeah,
I think that's a good excuse to do a spin.
I think so too. Here's our zoom wheel. Spin that baby. And Finn, who I believe he may have left with his Don Julio.
What?
I think he's still here. He's probably nursing it.
Ben, your name come up on the wheel. You have to drink.
With your Don Julio.
No?
Yep.
So,
I can be Finn. All right, we're gonna
all right,
race it.
false alarm. All right, we got to spin again. Viking Town Bundle. Oh wait, was that the one we just did?
Yeah.
Gotta race them. All right, we're falling apart here. The shots are taking their toll. Hold on.
Go, baby, go. Spin, baby, spin. Drill, baby, drill.
Matt, you have to take a shot.
We should remind everybody about the really cool limited edition thing we have in the store. You know, the thing that's really cool.
Your Pokemon hat?
Do you mean the
No,
one?
it is cool, but I mean the thing that's signed that you can only get today. You know that.
Oh yeah, the poster. Oh yeah, in the game services section of the store, you can get a signed poster, 8 by 11. Oh yeah, here, look, there's a picture of, not a picture, the actual thing. This thing. It's super cool.
Today only, today only, today only.
Today only. It'll be signed and awesome.
Matt, how you doing there, sir?
Cheers.
Cheers to you.
Cheers.
So Matt, what do I tell you every morning?
More pixels, less polys.
All right.
Okay, we got that thing filled. Cool. All right. So let's see here. We've got we are burning through questions here. So if you have any questions that you want to ask, please do so. Join Discord chat, and we are grabbing those.
All right. So let's see. Merrick wants to know: can we have dance emotes from the Peanuts, like the concussion and the ruby slipper vulture?
Interesting question.
Oh yeah, that's those are fun dances. Sure.
Wait, what? What was the question? What?
Can we have the dance emotes from the Peanuts?
Is that like the happy feet thing kind of thing?
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
The Snoopy dance? Like the Snoopy dance with the arms out? Oh, that'd be awesome.
And also the one, with the this one, like.
Yeah, Peanuts dance. Yeah.
Also, Merrick wants to know, when are we going to wear the shroud? Come on, guys, it's the shroud of the Avatar.
Oh, let me take that one because the circumflex is something. We've been online now for long enough that I'm sure we have different people watching now than we did earlier on. But yes, the title of the game is Shroud of the Avatar, and trust me, there will be shrouds. But also, I'm not going to talk about them much because shrouds involve the end game. And while, of course, as soon as we release it into the game, everyone will know very quickly what it is. But versus spoil it this far in advance, we are going to keep that on the down low. But suffice to say that the end game involves the Shroud of the Avatar, and as I mentioned earlier, the end game also has sort of multiple outs, shall we say, or has a mixture of ways that it might resolve itself associated with the Shroud of the Avatar and the prophecy about you. That's all we'll say for today.
All right, thank you, Richard.
All right. Blood Omen wants to know, because of the blood reliquaries, I was wondering if there are any chances that we could get vampires or werewolves in the game.
You know, vampires and werewolves have been asked for before, and I think that in the great span of time, that's a very reasonable request and suggestion. And I think it's fitting with the game and a great kind of expansion of the mythos. So while I clearly it won't make episode 1, but I think it is a very worthy thing for us to put on the Jira stack. In fact, I'm just hitting create issue right now, and I'm going to put vampires and werewolves.
How many times have you guys spun since I was in here last?
Twice. Okay.
Where are we on this document? I'm lost.
Well, we just got
And Blood Omen.
So I think we are on.
I'm all the way down to questions below.
Okay, I'm there. Yay.
And don't forget, Gina, to mute yourself when you're not online because we get echo through you.
All right. Tekka S wants to know, will we get different special kinds of tobacco to grant us special bonuses or penalties with the new pipes? Can I tell about Ultima 8?
Sure, go.
So there was a brief moment before Ultima 8 shipped where there was a podded plant that you could use on a pipe in the game that would cause the screen to color cycle, and the avatar would talk about how hungry he was, and it would temporarily reverse the directions of your controls.
Yeah, and so where is that for this game?
We don't have that in our game yet.
I just updated the board, 115,000 community.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, whoa, we are halfway to Clockwork Monkey Organ Grinder craziness.
Oh my gosh.
Dudes, we can make it. We can actually make it to Clockwork Monkey Organ Grinder. I was doubtful that we could make it, but we actually could make it.
That's crazy. Wow.
I agree, that's crazy talk. But here we go. So here we go. Star, Barrick.
I'm gonna dance. I'm not gonna do another shot.
All right.
I'm gonna do another of the Avatar dance.
This is one of these in the game.
Yeah, this is one of the.
Not as good as the Starleton.
This is the jig. The Avatar dance is a jig. All right.
You keep going. I mean, I'm sure they love it.
That was plenty.
Okay.
All right. All right. Let's see. Are in-game mounts still far off in the future or getting any closer? That's going to still episode 2. Sorry. But
by the way, give that a little longer answer. So no, it's clearly not in episode 1. It'll be post the launch of episode 1. But just so that everybody knows that we clearly believe that mounts are an important part of the game experience, and so that will come in the broad span of time. It just we're going to just knock things off in priority order, and that has a parallel question you didn't ask specifically, which is ships or airships or flying carpets or other forms of transit of that sort, and all those things are in the long-term plan. We just have to get there by hook or by crook as we continue the development of the product.
All right. Let's see. Scanning. There was a question, will there be patches during lot selection times? Yeah, we will be patching during release 32, but each lot selection window is 5 hours long at a minimum. So we believe that allows plenty of time for us to release patches for the game. So yes, there will be patches. We are not forcing patches though, so you don't have to take a patch. You can just use. So if, for instance, we release a patch, but you want to wait to do your patch because it's like your window's about to start and you don't want to have it interrupted by a patch, you can just use the executable and not use the launcher. So you can go directly to your game directory and launch the game via the executable and skip the patch. Okay. I think someone's got the. All right. Let's see. Scanning more.
I am adding a question. We've got a couple of questions on Twitter, responding to our Twitter account, twitter.com/ShroudedAvatar. I'll add those into the doc as well.
All right. Great. Let's see. They want an in-game version of Richard's hat. I'm not sure which hat they're referring to.
It was like a mini cowboy hat.
Oh, the one you were wearing. Oh, I think they were talking about the one you were wearing, Richard. That one. Oh, they want a version of that in the game.
All right. Well, this is my Americana/Texan kind of thing here going on, since I'm out here at politicking.
Let's see. Elgarian wants to know if there will be any add-on store items such as eroded, ruined houses, walls, fences, buildings to purchase, to places dynamic town decorations, or even deco and home lots. Yes, actually, we have a backlog of tasks related to like ruins and things like that. So yes. Let's see. Going through.
Just as a reminder for everybody, join Discord. You can go to shroudedtheavatar.com/chat, jump into the Discord chat, ask your questions. That's where we're pulling them from right now. So we're gathering your community questions on Discord for this AMA hour at the telethon.
All right, Alcides, are there any plans to give us some kind of options to create and label trophies for our player run events? That's a very cool idea. We should definitely.
And by the way, that's not a new idea either. That's something we've bantered around for a while. I don't know if it's in the Jira stack, but I'm going to add it right now. Again, it might be a dupe, but that needs to be brought further to the front to let player-owned, player-run events have trophies.
Let's see, Mousifer says, so when are the upgraded servers going to be used? In the past, we were told you were using worst possible case servers to test on. We answered this. We talked about this actually a little bit earlier, but if you read the release 32 instructions, we're actually in a new hosting facility on all new hardware. We're running on fiber, so starting tomorrow when you guys log in, things should be much, much better. Undra Jawsy Connor, is animal husbandry a potential for future episodes? Yes. Let's see. Are there any? Let's see.
Eric, spin the wheel.
All right. Yeah, I can spin the wheel. We got a full wheel here, guys. Let me, while we're grabbing questions, I have not spun the wheel yet, and I'm pretty good about this thing, so let's see who it lands on. All right, everybody ready? Here we go. Full spin. And we've got, oh, that was so close to Chris, but it went to Matt again. Matt in the house.
Matt,
I feel sorry for Matt.
This thing was rigged.
Matt, we have.
I hope Matt is taking a cab home.
I could use the megaphone. Ooh, okay. I won't do that again to everybody. It's way too late for that. Let me zoom in out on here. This is my megaphone. This is for emergency purposes only. Okay, let me go find Matt. Matt, where's
All right.
Matt?
While he's doing that, Real wants to know how long until someone demonstrates the puke emote. I think Chris is pretty close.
I think it's more barbecue.
Let's see. Daru505 wants to know, would we consider adding voiceovers into the game for basic NPC quests? Absolutely. If we had the funds, we would love to do that.
But, by the way, the answer to that question is no for practical reasons. We're toying with, you will discover tomorrow whether we're toying with a little bit of voice stuff for the Oracle. The Dev Plus folks have seen that. But that's really just a toying. But the problem with giving NPCs voice chat is not only is it an enormous amount of text, it's an enormous amount of text in multiple languages that all have to be synchronized. And so the cost and structural difficulty of that is pretty enormous. So if we are phenomenally successful, we might consider it, but anytime in the near future, likely not.
But it'd be awesome. All right, so Matt, your name came up again. I'm sorry, so you have to do that.
Sorry, Matt.
Oh, wait, but he's going to do something else.
Well, I was also going to do my version of our belly emote.
Oh, no.
Oh,
the guy responsible for the belly dance.
Oh, wow.
animation.
Wow. Well, let's see it.
Excellent.
It's going to be terrible. So
I
everybody
need to
close
step-
your eyes.
I
You're going to
need to
hate
step
this.
back so I'm
This
not on
is
camera.
going to be great. Oh, yeah. Wow. This is really good.
He's done a lot of research.
Wow. Wow.
Somebody's been hitting the gym.
Man,
there you have it.
This is so.
What's great though is you actually really got it memorized because you did every inch of it.
Wearable bundles, 20% off for an hour.
Wearable bundles.
I will go explain. You gotta go answer questions.
Bundles, 20% off.
Scan the doc.
All right, I'm answering
Cheers.
questions. What were you talking about this hour?
And
I actually do
as
not
Matt
know.
as Matt was doing the research for the belly dance emote,
All right, you ready?
that was a good time.
Ooh, the Dagoth, can we get the Pulp Fiction dance Uma Thurman version for the female characters? John Travolta for the male characters. I don't see why we have to limit it 1-to-1 sex. I think I'm pretty sure that we just saw the belly dance there. Yeah, we could see the. That's good. I'd forgotten that part.
Not so
All
much.
that the bureau.
We're drinking that up. That's
Richard's
the,
on the case.
150 stretch goal right there. 150 stretch goal. I just named it. Pulp Fiction dancing. Let's see. I don't know what you guys were actually on. So let's see. Would you consider adding voice? No. We are already covered that.
That was the last one we did.
It's one of those things. There haven't been that many games that have done voice languages.
We already did it. We already did it. Move on.
Right. Yes, it's huge. Don't do it. It's huge and costly. Monkey Smack. Monkey Smack. Could we have special attack or spell attack poses that look more like concentrating instead of preparing for melee attacks? Saint Justin, Saint One and Only, who has performed more miracles than needed to become a saint in the last few days, is the guy who's been who works on that stuff, but he's also the guy that has been fixing crashes and doing so many other things on the team. So we have
fixed up a number of animation things for R32, including the like the bow, where you charge the bow and you actually pull the bow back, and you hold it back if it's a charged bow attack, which was driving Richard totally insane before. So that was fixed. There's a number of other things where we continue experimenting with technologies and the best way to apply. Like, do we apply upper body? Do we apply additive? Do we, overlay? Do we, chop the body animation in half? All those type things. Do we do just the arms? Do we actually do some IK? We've been continually experimenting with those and mostly figuring out what doesn't work. A few times we have managed to figure out what does work, which we're getting closer. But as we get more and more information on that type of stuff, I think it'll open up for more polished animations in terms of, every spell has a special cast. I think Light Spell, has its own custom cast now, but not too many other ones have a custom cast.
Jira added.
Nemesis, will we ever be able to tame the Mimic chest in barrels? Don't we have the chest as... I thought
we have the chest. We're looking for barrel. Oh, we have barrels too, I think.
Yeah, is that pets or are those tamed? I'm not a big pet person, as Cinderia already knows. I know I've seen people with them. If they're already there as just for fun pets, we probably won't add them as tameable. They kind of seem like a weird tameable anyways, even though they would be fun. Can devs confirm, deny? Let's see. Whether they will be authorizing or have already authorized third-party add-ons. So we have already given conditional authorization to one third-party add-on that is basically a log parser that Parallelogram and Spec, and I forget who else has been working on. But it actually looks pretty cool. I have not tried it out myself. I've seen a lot of screenshots of it and looked at what they're doing. So we're definitely going to be doing that. I've talked about this before. One of the things we've wanted to get in for a long time is actually exposing a good number of features through API stuff through Lua, which for those who are not familiar with it is a scripting language that is, it's dead simple. It's easy for us to expose. The problem we've had is it will require us isolating what things we do and do not want to add. We can't we can either expose everything or we can go say expose this, that. And picking those things is kind of the thing that's been bogging us down. So we've not done that yet, but we do expect to expose that so we can let people make even cooler plugins. Let's see.
Gina, what time is it for you? I was just turning off my camera so nobody could see me yawn at this late hour, and I looked over and saw you yawn. I'm about to order myself a double espresso so I can kind of keep up for the rest of this thing.
Well, 6 o'clock there.
Yeah, it's almost 7.
7 a.m.
I've been at it for 12 hours, and I'm a little tired. I am just hardcore, man. Yawning at 7.
Congratulations.
In terms of third-party add-ons, we've had a fair number of talks about what is and is not going to be allowed. I don't know if we've ever really published that list other than to just talk about it occasionally. But the things that are kind of no-nos. Look, Star was just yawning. See, look at Star. Look, he's doing it too.
No.
Totally.
No.
I thought you were hardcore.
No.
But the things that will not be allowed are things like the most evil of evil are things that can generate gold in-game unattended. Those are the type of things that we have to squash pretty quickly. Things that give players advantages in combat, more than just simplifying display of information or something like that. So having something that shows you your DPS is, technically it gives you an advantage, but we don't really care about that. And obviously anything that allows for any hacking of the game. Cheat engine stuff, obviously, we will probably crack down on pretty quick. We will continue adding more and more support for catching that type of stuff. On the server side of things, all information, even you guys who are packet sniffers out there will see that all information does go through the server. We've just kind of been in the habit of not being nasty about it if something seems wrong, because we don't trust our stuff as well as we should, and we continue to improve on that. But now that we are in a final wipe situation, we'll definitely be watching metrics and watching that stuff to see what things we really need to tighten down on, figure out what our error metrics are.
Beware, all of you who choose to cheat. We will find you. We will track you down, and we will draw your blood and sell it. While I've interrupted you, I also want to jump in and give a shout out to our over 500 viewers who are currently watching on Twitch. The first time we've simulcast onto Twitch, and we couldn't be happier with that number of viewers. Thrilled to be with you. Thank you for joining us on Twitch. It's clearly been a shall we say, an underserved audience. We apologize for us taking so long to get there. But this is a new day. We are ending the old world, starting anew, and so very glad to be with you here on Twitch amongst the pantheon of ways that we reach out into the community. Thank you for joining us here today.
So we're just 15 minutes from 10 o'clock. What do you guys have? Have you talked about what you're going to do at 10 o'clock?
Yes, 10 o'clock we're going to do our world tour through the game. So we talked about that at the top of the hour, and we're going to talk about it here at the end too. All right. So let's see. So, have you guys answered?
I've not answered that.
All right. Thoriandan wants to know, since pots are expiring, will there be a way to add NPC buildings via in-game means or add-on store going forward? That's a great question. Good idea. We will take that suggestion and get something in the plan to support that. Lilu wants to know, is it possible to have special houses for holidays, such as a haunted house? Also a, we already, we offer a lot of themed decorations for houses. We hadn't thought of creating an actual whole house theme for
like a haunted mansion. We do have a lot of decos, especially for like a haunted house theme, like at Halloween.
Spiderwebs,
giant spiders, pumpkins, Grim Reaper
skeletons, posable skeletons.
Yeah, those types of things. But the idea of having a house that would complement those decos is a good one.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's a cool idea. Let's see. You guys talked about third-party stuff.
Secret doors everywhere. I'll put it in the
Yeah,
jurisdiction.
exactly. It would be modeled after Richard's former Britannia Manor with the secret passages and.
Yeah. Let's see.
Friend code Jason, card games in game, poker, tarot, etc. Love the idea. We just haven't got to it yet. We did the checkers and chess just because they're really low-hanging fruit and they're kind of supported by the system. Card games take a little bit more effort, but we definitely love the card games and any type of games we can put in-game where you can go and play in a more immersive environment. So yes, eventually, not saying when, but it is something that we love, and we've got a lot of card players up here.
All right. Let's see. Matthias wants to know, will Hometown continue to remain for us to view? Yes, there will be a version of Hometown, probably not till release 33, but Hometown will remain, but not for release during release 32. Oh wow! So we're up to 117,500. So time for another round. Thank you.
Camera.
Time also for some chocolate and peanut butter. Woohoo!
We're inching ever closer to Clockwork Organ Grinder Monkey.
Yeah, let the excitement show in your voice, guys. Come on, guys. Don't fade on me now.
Clockwork Organ Grinder Monkey. So exciting! I can't wait to see it.
I'm behind on my 100K stretch goal here, and I can't drink anymore because I'm going to try to drive myself home. I have not done Let It Go. I know you've been looking forward to it. This is dedicated to my little 2-year-old Maxine. I'm going
to do an interpretive dance while
okay, you go for it.
Oh, okay. Oh.
The snow glows white on the mountain tonight, not a footstep to be seen. A kingdom of isolation, and it looks like I'm the queen. The wind is howling like this. I don't know this part. Swirling storm inside. No, shut up, man. Couldn't keep it in. Heaven, no, I tried. Don't let them in. Don't let them see. Be the good girl you always have to be. Conceal, don't feel. Don't let them know. Well, now they know. Let it go. Let it go. Can't hold it back anymore. Let it go. Let it go. Turn away. I'll stop there.
And slam the
door.
door.
Slam the door.
Well done, sir. Well done.
As for Maxine, when she's 15 years old, she can still be laughing about that.
The internet is for.
No, dude, this Reese's had 3 in it, not just 2. Ooh, I scored, but this fridge.
Wow. That was beautiful.
I know, it's amazing, right?
That was beautiful.
I totally don't know how that first part of the song goes.
Yeah.
And just for the record, I have seen Frozen like maybe twice. But Maxine has this little car that has a button on it. When you press it, it plays the middle part of the song, like the catchy part of the song. It doesn't start at the front of the song. So I think I probably heard that like 3 times ever. So that's why I was totally getting that wrong.
All right,
But that one verse, I really know really well.
I've seen it like a gazillion billion times.
Yeah.
Me too.
3 daughters.
Yeah, daughters. Yeah, daughters. Yeah. Yours is still in the not old. All right. Let's see. Okay. Brown Coat Jason wants to know, when are the other mimics coming? Floor, door. We had grass is one of them in there. We have the concepts for them. They're just in the queue. We just haven't gotten to them, but we love our mimics.
I'd love some tree ants.
I just added a 0 for floor, door, and grass mimics again to make sure they get back up in the queue.
Okay.
Yeah, and they've always been in the queue. One of the things that we are always trying to do is improve the quality of every aspect of the visual presentation of the game. And one of the things that is involved with that is creatures. And you've seen a lot of the results of the work that we've done in that area with regard to armors and other wearables. The next thing in that list is to revisit some of the creatures that we've done, which we feel could use some improvement. That's our first priority, I think. Because first impressions matter. After we do those, though, there's a whole wide range of new creatures that we could do, including the mimics, which are near and dear to Richard's heart. And actually, they're pretty cool. When you stumble upon a barrel mimic or a chest mimic, it's a pretty surprising event. So we want to do more of that kind of stuff. But I think that will be not a long way off. But first, we want to get other things up to snuff. And there are a few things that we want to do before that.
And just to troll Richard, we would have had mimics in the game by now and many other creatures, except we were given a no creatures until children are done edict by Richard.
Yeah, that's correct.
Blame
Richard left out that I just put in back as a high priority, which was the swaddled infant that doesn't need to have any AI, but has to be able to be killed. That I put back in earlier today to make sure no new creatures until you finish. There was one child that wasn't finished. You did boy, you did girl, you didn't do infant. So we need that wiggly little worm thing inside some swaddles.
Is it actually an item or a NPC, or is it an item? Because if it's an item, you can do something like you can use it on a fireplace and make the fire turn red when you throw the baby in or something like that. That seems like right in
That's a pretty cool idea, but no, it needs to be killable.
Wow. Awesome. Okay.
I don't want to write dialogue for it.
I don't know where this came from.
All right. So let's see. So our next segment, as a reminder, Richard and I, as an homage to the end of the beta for Ultima Online, are going to be touring through the land, the list of our destinations, which we will be visiting in a randomized order. is on our website and on the post for the telethon. So you can see the various locations we will be going, like Brittany and Erie and Resolute, among others, and Paxlayer and various other locations. We will be going from town to town, and I'm sure at each location there will be order preserved. There will be no chaos, no attempts on Richard's life, and I am assured that the towns, the safety of the towns is well in hand, and nothing. The citizens will be perfectly safe from any rumors of the citizens' safety being compromised during our tour. I mean, those are not to be believed. So,
hey, I've noticed that the writing staff, all 2 of them, have requested 25% less maniacal infant slaughtering in the game. And I would like to just publicly note that while I recognize that request is denied.
Well, they only requested 25% less. I like that they chose a percent less, not 100% less. They just chose 25% less. I mean, that's a nice compromise.
If we're gonna make them killable, can we make them like a boss mob and make them like a Torque Doll troll strength type thing, so it's at least a challenge? Because my 2-year-old's pretty strong.
Kind of like Chucky.
So
exactly like Chucky.
We actually have now raised $120,000. Players, you guys are amazing.
I have to go get some more alcohol out of the mini fridge.
I don't. It's unbelievable.
You're driving up his hotel.
I am stunned. It's amazing. I'm humbled. Thank you.
I want to spin the thing again.
Spin.
God, son of a.
Oh, Chris, you have to sing or.
I think I'm out of songs.
Oh, Chris.
Did I have one more? I forget if I had another song. I could do the monkey dance, I guess. I think I've got one song left.
It's funny when you have a hard time opening it.
At the time. Yeah, when I was only 17, I could hear the angels whispering. So I droned into the woods and wandered aimlessly about till I heard my mother shouting through the fog. It turned out to be the howling of a dog, or a wolf to be exact. They sent shivers down my back, but I was drawn into the pack, and before long they allowed me to join in and sing their song. From the cliffs and higher hill, yes, we would gladly get our fill. This is really a long time before you get to the actual cool part of the song. I'll stop there. That is
that's great.
Fur by Blitzen Trapper. If you guys haven't heard that song before, go listen to it. It's amazing. One of my favorite songs. Never heard of the band, I'm sure, but Blitzen Trapper, Fur. Just search for Fur. It's really cool lyrics.
All right. That's wonderful.
You like that one?
That's beautiful. Okay.
I didn't get the good part song. If you'd heard the good part, you would have been in tears.
Okay. So we're gonna. So just a few points of order, and then we're going to transition to our next segment. So as a reminder, in 2 short hours, we are expiring player-owned towns for episode 1. So for episode 1, you will, after midnight tonight, you will no longer be able to purchase player-owned towns. Also, after midnight tonight, any pledge purchases you make, they will no longer include a home or a pledge with that purchase. So just those things are expiring tonight. So we're having a telethon, so that's what the big giant number in the Wheel of Fortune and Doom. So what that big giant number means is that so far in the 10 hours we've been on air, you, our amazing community, have spent $120,000, and every one of you who has spent at least $5 today has received a list of amazing prizes. So every one of you that has spent at least $5 today now is eligible for gets the following prizes: a new emote called /fan that comes with a handheld fan. Ooh, it's hot. An aeronaut helmet, a hacked Oracle crawler pet, clockwork wings, Da Vinci style cool cloth and wood things, a hacked Oracle flyer pet, a tiny airship pet. A tiny airship, that's a pet. Who comes up with this stuff?
Who has two drunk people?
A steampunk one-man band musical instrument that works with our musical instrument system. And we are only $10,000 away from everyone who gives us $5 also, on top of all of those things that they've already gotten, also receiving Clockwork Monkey organ grinder.
Okay, $5 gets you all that stuff.
$5.
$5. If you have not given it $5, $5 gets you everything he just mentioned.
Call your friends. $5 gets them all that stuff.
That's right.
All right.
And for those who haven't pledged, don't forget pledging tonight if you're already a hardcore player. Player-owned towns end tonight, and also houses included inside the pledges is also expiring. So those are worth considering if you are joining us in game. Another thing I want to point out too, before we roll into the next segment, is that the next segment is we're going to go town to town in a random order of the towns that are listed on the website. Please go camp your town now, but please do not follow us around or attempt to teleport ahead and catch up to us if you hear what towns we're in next, which I'm sure of course you will. And the reason why is because it will bring the whole game to its knees, as will probably happen anyway. It'll make it much, much worse. And so we'd rather have
400 people piling into one zone. It'll be great.
Yeah. We'd rather have. I have only our actual list up. Does somebody have the website list up and can list the names of those towns for those who don't go to the website and look at it? It'd be nice to recite them. Barrick, you got them?
If you go to facebook.com/showtheavatar, the last news post we posted just a few minutes ago has in the description of that post the towns. The towns are also available on a link to that post. Just click the image and it'll go right to the article. Scroll down. You can do a search for town in the article because the article is quite lengthy. You'll find them there too.
Oh, here it is. Owl's Head, Brittany, Airy, Arterus, Resolute, Spite, Desolus, Paxlayer, Radio City, and Dragomir.
There you go.
And also, please listen to Richard because I believe he is actually playing on a laptop in a hotel with bad connection on a laptop. So have mercy on him, please.
All right. So we're going to start moving into our next segment. Please be patient with us while we get the client booted up and I get all situated. So it's going to take a little bit of time. All right. Here we go.
Trying to make me restart.
We are booting into the game.
Yeah. Okay. So while I do that,
we have some prizes to give away.
Yeah.
How do we do that?
Let's Matthew and fill some screen time.
All right. We've got some really good prizes here. We have. Let's start with store credit. I think we should give away a little bit of store credit. Let me check with Gina here and see what Gina's doing.
And just for a quick nudge, if we get to 122.5 before Star has to leave, are you playing here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Well, if maybe we go 125. At 125, I think Star and I should have a monkey dance-off to use for the modeling for the monkey animation for the organ grinder that's coming up.
That is a brilliant idea. That is so brilliant.
I think Hutch should get in too. I think he's a pretty good dancer.
It's really
pretty fly for a white guy.
So are we doing a dance or are we giving away prizes?
White.
You guys want to dance?
No, we'll do the prizes first.
All right, let's do prizes.
We'll wait till
Okay.
125.
No, wait till
125 anymore.
Okay, all right, sounds good. All right, so we've got some really cool prizes, guys. Store credit. Let's give away. We're giving away $10 of that every time, I believe. So store credit, $10 goes to Lao Tzu. Apologize if I mispronounced that. Lao Tzu, Lao, and TZU for last name. Congrats, you have $10 of store credit. Also, we have, now we're getting really to some more of these juicy items in the game. We've been building up to a couple of houses and pledges that have been saved for the later hours of the telethon here, and I'm excited to announce that this was actually on the wheel for a percentage off, but we are awarding one, a Viking Village home, to Nickel for Your Dreams. I wish I had nickel for every dream I had. Nickel for Your Dream, number 4, nickel number 4, you are dreams. Congrats on the Viking Village house. It's beautiful. Check those out in the website, shroudoftheavatar.com, if you want to go and see what a Viking Village house actually looks like. The next prize to give away, we have a few more here. We have, I'm going to save that one for the last. That one's pretty exciting. Let's change this up a little bit. Comic book. We have a comic book. Relics by Rild has comic books and also a bunch of other prizes that are, by the way, 50% off today. If you go to their website and use the code FINALWIPE, it's code FINALWIPE. But we are giving away a comic book to Nigolo Smelios. That might be a joke. I'm not sure. That very well could be a joke. I'm not sure I want to pronounce it the other way. So, there you go. There is a comic book. I hope you have a few laughs like I'm having a few laughs right now. We have 2 more prizes here. Yes, the cap. I love these caps. Relicsbyreal.com. You can go and see this caps available. They're both with Dark Star's logo and Lord British's logo as well. So you get one of each. But Dark Star's embroidered, by the way, not just any old cap, mind you, embroidered, is being given away to Widsith. W-I-D-S-I-T-H. I wish I was this inventive on naming my characters. This is like half of the fun of walking through the game, is seeing the unique character names. Sometimes they're quite interesting. And then the last prize for the moment, and then we'll give away a few more throughout the 2 hours of our tour. We have this is a pledge. And maybe you could help talk about some of these if you want. Ancestors Pledge. What's included in that? What do we got for an Ancestors Pledge?
Hey. Oops, sorry, go ahead. I had a question for Star, which is, we didn't say where in the towns to meet. Should we meet near the entrances since we're going to be zoning?
Sure.
So everybody, yes, versus go sit in a town square or deep into the map, since we have to move quickly from map to map, and therefore we'll be manually using a dev command to zone from town to town. Meet near the entrance points to those cities that we had listed. Sorry, Barrett, go ahead.
All right, thank you. We are just looking up right now. We've got the Ancestors Pledge.
Ancestors Pledge.
Okay, so what do we got for an Ancestors Pledge before we announce who's the winner of this pledge? What do we got in it?
So the Ancestor Pledge it includes 250 bank slots, an exclusive title, teachable emote Jumping Jacks, tax-free row deed, 2-story row house, the Ancestors Cloak, which is a unique cloak with the Ancestors logo on it, an exclusive title with the honorific title of Ancestor. All of this is yours, and the winner of that is...
Winner of that goes to Trojan V, or maybe it's Trojan 5, I'm guessing. Trojan V. Congrats on winning an Ancestors Pledge. And how many bank slots, just for the new players out there, how many bank slots do you normally start with?
Well, as in this pledge tier, as a founder, you get 250 bank slots to hold your gear. And I'm not sure if this is a benefactor or a founder reward. Sarah, would you?
For the 110?
Yes.
I'm sorry,
I think it's 110 bank slots is what you get with this reward.
Are we going to benefactor or founder?
Ancestor.
Well, it's the Ancestor Pledge reward.
Okay, so if you're given the benefactor version, it's the bottom number.
Yeah, so that's a tax-free row deed, 2-story row house, an Ancestor's cloak, the exclusive title of Ancestor, and 110 bank slots.
110. That'll get you started real well in the game. So congrats everybody on that. Congrats to Chosen 5 again for the Ancestor Pledge there. We have more prizes to give away in the next couple of hours, so stick around for that. And it looks like we're just getting fired up in the game for our world tour. Okay. So we've got Dark Star in the game. We've got Lord British in the game. They're going to be going to several different towns. We are going to be going to these towns and meeting some of the community. If you are in the game or you want to jump into the game, we encourage you to do that now and be ready at one of the towns. The list of towns, do we have, where was that yep, okay, thank you. The list of towns in no particular order is Owl's Head, Brittany, Airy, I think I pronounced that right. Airy, thank you. Arteris, Resolute, Spite, Desolus. Our player-owned town, Paxlayer, player-owned town, Radio City, and Dragomir. So those are the towns. If you want to jump in and just pick one of those, pick your favorite, hang out, dance, party, have fun with the community. For 12 hours, not only have we been partying and dancing, certainly on this telethon, but there are ongoing in-game events right now during the telethon as well for the community.
Don't forget to point out, we have now, this is the final tour has begun. This is the final, we're actually less than 120 minutes now. We are 110 minutes away from the end of the world. And not only are the servers going to come down in less than 110 minutes, but also that total on the back wall is going to be whatever it is in that same period of time. And we were $10,000 away from the Organ Grinder and Clockwork Monkey, the crazy thing that only could be thought of during long 12-hour sessions of evangelizing and drinking. And so don't forget, everybody that gives $5 or more today gets all the list of rewards all the way up through, including that if we make it to it. We have 10,000 to go to get there. Everybody come online, join us in game, join us on the forums, join us wherever you can join us. But thank you for participating, and let's see if we can't make this happen.
So Richard, I have a question actually for you. When you're touring, and this, whether it's tonight for the world tour or just roaming around in the game, the new user experience has been something I know you have been quite involved in, and we have been putting a lot of work into the first few hours of the game. So for the new players out there that are just getting started and hearing about the idea that they can meet you and Lord Darkstar, both of you in the game, and tour some of the spectacular towns in the game. Just go ahead and describe, if you would, what that experience is like. Like, is there any tips that you would like to share to new players just entering?
Well, I think, if you're a beginning player, it's important to note that, first of all, the game is still in early access. And so even though we're doing the final wipe, it is by no means completed. Episode 1 really won't be done till sometime after the end of the year. We think, though, that at least the early parts of the game are good representations of what the final quality of the game will be like, other than some debugging and other kinds of fixes. If you're going through that, other than take your time and observe and take in everything there is to see, I would recommend specifically knowing that you're at the beginning of the game. You can head off on 3 different paths: truth, love, or courage. And right now we've been focusing on the love path. So the Oracle will tell you that. But if it's your first time to play, I would follow that advice. Start on the love path, the bow path, because that is where we have focused the beginnings of our content. And we would love for you to participate. After that, know that the Isle of Storms and Solace Bridge and Sultan and Arteris are the 4 of the main story arc that is being pushed close to its final quality level. After that, it's sort of a mixed bag of high quality and low quality, although we've tried to call it out as you go into those maps, which ones are still under construction, which ones are not. But I think you'll enjoy it. So I think it's a good time to join. At least get in and claim your lot, begin to evolve your character, begin to build out your homesteads, form your guilds, get your friendships aligned, and then participate as much as suits your fancy from that point on forward. Now, Star, are you in the game yet?
Yeah, I am.
And so, by the way, I can't remember. Do we have a broadcast command or not?
Yeah, we're gonna broadcast me here in a second.
Okay, very good. So, and do we want to tell where we are or keep that a secret, except for the people seeing us?
They'll see it on the screen here in a second.
All right, here. So I'll share my screen too. And there we go. We are now in the last 1 hour and 45 minutes. 1 hour and 45 minutes to the end of the world. 1:45 to the end of the world. And so far, everybody here seems pretty civilized.
It looks like we're in Owl's Head. Is that right?
That is correct. We are in Owl's Head. There are some giant bears roaming around. I see 50 to 100 people here around us in Owl's Head at the moment. Looks like the NBNN folks are showing everybody a good time here in Owl's Head.
And Owl's Head is actually one of the first towns that I personally visited, and it's one of the older ones, right?
Yeah, and I want to, if you'll indulge me for a second, I want to give a little bit of an insider peek into Owl's Head. So, I'm the guy who built Owl's Head 3 years ago. It was our first map where we intended on pushing the limits of what we could do in terms of character load and decoration load and player lots. And this is 3 years ago, mind you. So Owl's Head, as I was building this map, I consulted with Richard on things that he had in mind for how he envisioned a town to be. And one of the guidelines that he gave me, or that he helped to guide me with, was that typically we have these countryside lots that feed into a somewhat more fortified area that feed into a exceptionally fortified area, and so that is the layout guideline, the principle that I worked with to create the initial layout of Owl's Head, which was again our very first city map in the game. And as I was working with the terrain, I was sculpting mountains and I was putting backdrop things in, and I swiveled my camera around and I found a mountain or a terrain feature in there that looked very familiar to me from my upbringing as a child. There is an actual town of Owl's Head in the state of New York in the United States, and when I was looking around, I saw this geographical feature that looked very familiar as the sort of signature feature of Owl's Head, New York. And so that is how, and I decided at that point that I was not going to touch that map or that section of the map again, that I wanted to retain that profile. I don't know if it bubbled up from my subconscious or what, but at that moment the town became Owl's Head, and that's how it stuck.
And describe that feature.
So that feature is, if you are looking at Owl's Head and you're looking to the east, there is a very characteristic mountain that goes horizontal, dips down a little bit, and then slopes off again. And we'll see if we can get one of the screen sharers to show that.
We are.
I don't think we're going to be able to
Yeah.
do that right now.
But anyway, if you're in Owl's Head, and say you're on Cow and Chicken Street, if you look directly east, you'll see a mountain feature that is the thing that I saw 3 years ago that reminded me of a real place that I knew.
Okay, right now we have Richard here, Lord British, walking through the game, doing a tour. I have you on camera right now, Richard.
Very good. I'm trying to get over to a clearing over here where I can see.
There it is, right there. Not the volcano. Somewhat to the right. There you go.
And but by the way, I literally just now am hitting create on a Jira associated with the volcano that is right next to that feature, in that we have been slow on the uptick for making that volcano more active, having rumblings in the ground and having eruptions periodically. So we need more eruptions.
And there is no volcano in the real Owl's Head. I'll just say that for the record.
Well, that's okay. This is the real Owl's Head. You mean the earthly Owl's Head?
The earthly one, yes.
What the hell? All right, so we did get to. Wait, what? Are we at another time? Wait, what do I see on the back wall versus what? Where are we shot-wise? Did we get to another one?
We just did a spin, yeah.
No, we're just doing a spin. We just did a spin. Did we get a spin? What did we get?
It was me.
Oh, and we got to Chris again. You should spin again.
Do it.
Just spin again. Just spin again.
I'm saving up for my monkey
I don't know whose
dance.
Diet Coke this is. All right.
Spinning again here. Players requested many times over. Cloaks 15%.
All right.
Cloaks 15% off.
Looks like Reese is out there.
All right.
Yeah, him.
All right. We're gonna. All right. So here we are in Owl's Head. Richard, were there anything you wanted to say to the avatars here?
No, actually, other than the avatars here, thank you so much for joining us here, in Owl's Head. I don't know about you, but I kind of see weird storms kicking up, and I've seen some lightning kind of off into the wilderness in a weird way that I've not seen before. I don't know what's happening here, but I have a fear for the friendly folk of Owl's Head.
Now, Owl's Head is the home of NBNN. NBNN was on the live stream at 3 o'clock today talking about their show. Laz and Jack, they have a show every noon, every day, pretty much, on NBNN. You can go check them out. Do a search for NBNN on YouTube. You'll find them top slot. They're great guys. If you want to, see what's going on in the Shroud of the Avatar community on a daily basis, they're one of the many community groups that are sharing the news of events and activities in the game, like this one right now at our world tour.
But by the way, no, I saw some giants over there at the edge of this hangout of people. Was I correct? There's some big carcass lying there to the south, almost to the northwest.
Yeah, a troll of some sort. Yeah, it looks like there's something going on.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
Maybe not.
No, that's somebody's polar bear. That's nothing bad happening there.
Okay, so maybe nothing is happening.
All right, well, Star, I think it's time for you to take our leave.
Okay, we'll go to the next place since nothing is happening.
That's exactly right, so we better take off.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Hi, good people of Owl's Head. Very nice to know you. I hope you survived the night.
Oh no! Look, there is. Oh gosh.
We got trolls invading Owl's Head.
Here there be trolls.
Yikes!
Trolls have stormed Owl's Head.
Right, I have to take care of something real quick.
Right. the trolls of Owl's Head invading and storming the area, once peaceful and now a bloodbath.
Oh my goodness. Oh, poor people of Owl's Head, I'm so sorry. How could this happen to you?
Okay, I'm back. All right. Oh, poor people of Owl's Head. All right. Let's see. Where are we off to next?
It's a secret.
It's a secret, right?
Secret that we're going to Brittany.
That we just. All right. Okay, I'll meet you at the secret place that we didn't tell anybody.
Yeah, I'll meet you at the secret place of Brittany. Although I'm still loading. Oh, wait, look, I got to 50% there. There we go.
Maybe the secret place you just said on air?
Yeah, that one.
All right,
All right.
The next.
So we're on to the world tour. Maybe it's some more prizes. No.
We're not going to be able to linger long here just because of the load time, Star.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's give away a couple more prizes. We still have a whole bunch of prizes to give away here. We have been giving away some, quite a few coins, and we also have given away some in-game credit. We had Kobold houses and pledges that we've been giving away. We have still quite a bit more here. Let me take a look at my sheet and see what we have. Let's give away this actually. RelicsbyRilled.com is giving everybody who uses the code FINALWIPE 50% off. Relics by Rilled, if you haven't been visiting it yet, is filled with some amazing shirts, caps, beanie caps too. Really nice ones, cups, glasses, all sorts of Shroud of the Avatar swag and coins and a whole bunch of stuff. It's crazy. They got a whole bunch of stuff. But we have a $50 gift card for them, which buys quite a bit on this. It's quite reasonable.
That's awesome.
So we have a $50 gift card, and I am going to consult Gina here to see which person is the lucky winner of this gift card. Let's see. And if you're interested in winning one of these prizes, remember, please be in Discord chat. We have a filled room there with a bunch of people who are talking about the game, eager to win prizes. And you have to be in that chat if you want to win these prizes, because we need to find you. So please, also, when you're in that chat, it would be helpful if you had a name that was the same as your game name, so that when we contact you to send at least these physical prizes to you, then we can get your address, mailing address, and send those out to you. As a reminder for everybody who's
watching, but I don't see any players at the place I landed. Wait, there are some. I see them now.
Uh-oh, we're on the next town, and where are we at, Brittany? Okay.
Excellent. All right, there we are.
All right.
I'm at the bar, of course.
Bottom and Quote and everybody else here. Oh, excellent! I found the party.
All right, we got a party going on in game. Real quick, for everybody who's won a prize or is interested in winning a prize for those physical prizes that we're sending out, you have to be in the United States. If you are international, we have another consideration for you, so don't worry about that. But please be aware that it is challenging for us to send out prizes internationally. Sometimes we just simply can't do it depending on which country you're from. So if you do win something, we will get you that or something equivalent to that as best as we can. So make it easy if you could for us, please, and name your character, name your Discord chat name the same as a game name. We'll make it faster for us to award you these prizes. So, Brittany, let's take a peek. Let's see what Richard is doing here. We have Richard on camera in Brittany with a whole bunch of community members. Wow, this is amazing. Look at that. I recognize a couple of guilds in there too, and I think I see some Hospitaller tags, if I'm seeing that right. So Richard, you see, I think at least a minute ago here, we had a couple of Hospitalers on screen. Hospitalers, we had 3 o'clock hour on the live stream here to talk about it. Hospitalers are, if anybody's just jumping into the game and I'm not sure, what are these tags? These are our community members. Anybody can be a Hospitaler that has the Hospitaler enabled on their account when they're in the game that designates them as somebody who is wanting to help other players. So there's somebody who is eager to help new players. And what is the tag, Richard, that is automatically set if you are a new player, you're just coming to the game and you do want help? What tag is that?
It is called you are a Outlander.
An Outlander tag. So you have a prominent tag for a new player that flags you as somebody who just got started, and then we'll have the Hospitalers around that can help you guys out to get used to the game. And we have a few of those in this wonderful area of Brittany. What section of Brittany are we in right now?
Where the people are.
All right, so we got a central party going on in the middle of Brittany. This is great. So if you're not in the game, jump into the game. We have several towns on this World Tour event that we will be visiting in no particular order. We already visited Owl's Head. We are in Brittany currently. We'll also be...
So some people may notice if you trade with me, I'm giving you something very special. Of course, it only lasts for about an hour and a half now, 90 minutes. But for 90 minutes, you too can wear the crown of the realm. The crown that Lord British wears, which has only ever been worn by Lord British, including the dual ponytail, is yours if all you do is trade with me and I manage to hand you one. So if you're in the scene with me, do a trade with me and I will try to give you the crown.
You're going to get mobbed with all that.
I know, that was the point.
There you go. So fine, Lord British.
Matt, I don't think we ever announced the $50 store credit winner.
We did. We gave it to, thank you, Gina, once again. $50 store credit went to Suspect. A little bit of suspicion there. Suspect. I suspect it's Suspect. Suspect, congratulations.
Okay, start time for us to move on or we will not make our list.
Right. Yeah, don't wait for me, please.
All right,
I don't know if you're probably not watching him chat, so yeah, don't wait for me.
Game crashed.
Yeah, that's why I was telling you not to wait for me, because
we have so many people.
We're experiencing the same stability issues you guys are, so
tomorrow should be much better.
Yeah, tomorrow will be much better for all of us.
Winfield, I see Winfield here again. Welcome back, sir.
Good to be here.
So you were with us at the 3 o'clock Hospitaler hour, and we talked about a whole bunch of community stuff. So while we're on the world tour right now from 10 o'clock to midnight. We got hundreds, probably thousands even, from what I saw just now, players
trolls?
in the
thousands
game.
Of trolls?
Oh, we had some serious trolls too. Owl's Head, man, Owl's Head. They
Troll
were
problems.
attacking Owl's Head. I can't believe it's one of my favorite towns. Just made me cry. All that nut butter. Just
so where are you headed now?
So we it's a secret. We are going to one of the next towns.
Airy.
It's not a secret. We are going to Airy. And the other towns that we will be visiting, so you'll want to be at one of these, if it's not Airy: Arterist, Resolute, Spite, Desolus, Packslayer, you can talk about that.
Okay, Star, you're going to Airy. I'm going on to Arterist because we're behind schedule.
All right.
Airy and Arterist.
You know, we still have an hour and a half.
Yeah, I think we're doing.
Yes, but we have a schedule.
All right.
And
okay,
that'll say 130,000 pretty soon.
Ooh, that's right. Yeah, we're at 125, 500. I don't know if that's
We're not there yet.
Okay, so we've got a couple of other towns, Radio City and Dragomir as well. So Packslayer, while these guys are going to their respective towns, Packslayer is your town, right?
Correct.
Okay,
a bunch of us got together and we're building Packslayer.
Okay, and how many lots and houses and things?
We have 10 player-owned towns that are integrated together.
That's Packslayer.
And to make Packslayer City, there's 10 player-owned towns: Dragon's Watch, Tennekill, Blackbriar. Hold on, I'll list them all. But,
wow. Okay, so maybe it will be helpful once we get to that.
So we call it a cluster. Yeah.
Yeah. When we visit Packslayer at some point during this world tour, we can visit some of those areas of it that you mentioned. So meanwhile, we are at the final hours of the telethon here. If you're in-game, join us in one of these next cities. Aerie and Arteris are the next ones. And we just got, could you go, click on that window over there. Oh, I can do that. Why? I got the mouse in front of me.
And by the way, even though I'm now loading back into Brittany before I teleport over to Arteris, but those who choose to live in Brittany, of course, Brittany is the seat of the greatest influence of the House of Lord British in Novia, and I hope that those who choose to live there in Brittany or its suburbs will stand and live by the virtues. That is my hope for those who choose to live in Brittany.
And I've been informed that we're now at $125,000.
Wait, where's Chris? It's a.
But that wasn't directly up there.
Yeah, right. 5.
Yeah, that was inaccurate.
Yeah.
We will reach that and pass that. Thank you, community, again for all of that.
All right, thank you, community.
You guys have something.
$125,000.
Oh, cheers.
Oh, monkey dance off. That's right. We're doing monkey dance off.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was 120.
So first, this is my daughter. If you ask her how to do what a monkey says, she says, woo, 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 woo. That's what she thinks monkeys do. We've been to a zoo and seen monkeys many times. She doesn't. That's not my monkey dance.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's do monkey dance.
Are we gonna do it at the same time? I don't want you to copy
Yeah.
mine.
Yeah.
Number
Okay.
one.
Let's count. Let's count. 1, 2, 3.
Star wins.
What?
Quite an emote.
Like that's one of the little monkeys that do the grinder thing.
So you let the crowd vote. Let the crowd vote, huh?
That was a monkey on the loose. That was like a wild animal. The monkey on the chain has to do it in place. I think Shooter was having problems if you want to summon him.
All right. So I'm now in Aerie.
Go find the party in Aerie. And for those who live in Aerie, the city of truth, I hope they stand by the virtue of truth.
An Aerie is a map made by our own sorceress Steve Esteban Zaldivar. It's one of the first city maps that he made, and it shows quite a lot of the initial attention to detail that Esteban gives to his scenes, the visual storytelling that has kind of become the signature of what he does for us.
And those of you here in Aerie, I also have a similar trade.
Ooh, what is it? What is it?
You can see on my screen. Although Eclipse Maiden's not accepting it. I'm not sure why. Maybe lag. So, can you tell us a little bit about Aerie, Richard?
Yes, indeed. Aerie is the city of truth. For those who start on the truth quest, you will arrive there within the very earliest time of your travels. Of course, we hope, as I mentioned, I hope the people who live there will live by the virtue, by the principles of truth. I personally, at least, I don't know about Darkstar here, Mr. Chaos, but I expect people to do personally righteous actions, and that the courts there are fair and disciplined, and that those who do not stand by the principle of truth are run off and kept out or brought back into the fold, probably more appropriately. But indeed, I hope they do. Now I managed to get back in the game here too. Let me do my share screen. And I am headed to Arteris.
All right.
Now, Arteris is one of the first towns that you go to when you first start the game, right? That's
In fact, Arteris is the city of love, and is currently it's the town that's being worked on right now to push it to the kind of polished state. For those who go there, you'll find it's not quite there, but you'll see the beginnings of it. The towns before that are more polished, but the NPCs there are getting all their schedules, getting all of their emotes as they move around through their schedules, and all the side quests are being put in, that sort of thing. So it's getting very close, but I hope I can find the Cluster O people that might be in Arteris. I'm realizing whenever we log back in here, we end up at the last place we were in those towns when we zone in. So I'm not exactly to where everybody else might be. I now have to go look for them.
Man, it's amazing the clothing choices everyone makes. Like how unique like everyone has like just a completely different look.
And Arteris, just as a little bit of explanation, Arteris began based off of the very beautiful concept drawings that Stephen Dinelli made for us a couple of years ago. It started as our very first, very large city. Owl's Head was our first attempt at a player town with player lots that could be claimed. Arteris then became our first big city, and as the sort of the hub of the love storyline with the Colossus of Sequana there, Arteris was envisioned as a city of row-lots, mostly, very dense urban housing. And our goal with Arteris at the beginning was to, again, push the limits of what we could do in terms of the amount of player housing we had.
And boy, did we.
Yeah, we sure did. And up until very recently, Arteris was our most performance challenged city, but that has been surpassed. And actually, now Arteris is not our most performance challenged city. But the goal with Arteris was to capture some of the concepts that Stephen did for us, and provide a dense urban setting with a unique visual style that's characterized by water power. There are three principal sources of power in the game: water, geothermal, and wind. Arteris is powered mostly by water, aqueducts, and water wheels. And these are the things that create the power needed to run the city. So Arteris is, as Matthew mentioned, one of the first cities that you encounter in the game after you make your exit from Sultan.
Oh,
yes.
Demons are attacking Harry. Oh, the demons of Airy. Uh-oh.
Oh, demons are attacking.
Watch out.
4 citizens of Airy. Oh, no.
With their staffs or whatever those things are called.
Tridents.
Tridents, killing innocent bystanders. And we have, let's zoom over and see where Richard is right now. Richard, you are currently being attacked by demons as well? Or
no, I have not seen them. We're here by the Sequana statue here in Arteris, the town of love. Everyone around the Sequana statue here is currently enjoying the communal revelry of each other's company.
Yes, and Arteris was inspired by a vaguely Asian flavored theme with the hanging lanterns and the blue tile roofs that are prevalent on the row houses. The statue that you see, Richard, underneath is the statue of Sequana. All of our Titan statues were made by one of our environment artists, Andy Cortez. And each one of these statues dominates different cities in the game that are associated with each virtue. This is the virtue of love.
Very good. And you all should try on these crowns and then try fighting each other, see what they do. Because you never know. Look at all the people dying here. I am so sorry, all of you.
No.
Oh my goodness, what's happening? Are people here fighting each other in the city of love? How can this be?
All right.
Outrageous behavior. So where are you headed to next, Star?
Oh, I'm heading to Resolute.
Ah, very good. I am going to head to Spite.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry I had to leave those of you behind in Aerie fighting demons and dragons. Your deaths are going to a good cause.
In Arteris, it seemed that the city of love, it seemed like people were killing each other. I saw no creatures. Instead, I just saw people murdering each other.
What?
Unbelievable.
No, impossible.
Outrageous behavior.
Impossible.
Impossible. So Resolute, that Star will be entering into, is another one of our, what you might call, capital city, devoted to each one of the three virtues. Resolute is devoted to the virtue of courage.
And if I may offer a slight refinement in terminology, the three principles are truth and love and courage, the principal virtues. So I always like to include the word principle.
Okay, very good. Very point taken. So you'll find in Resolute the Colossus of Granus. Is that correct, Richard?
Yes, indeed.
Granus, the Titan of courage, with fist upraised in confidence. Resolute, as you might remember from the description of Artemis just a moment ago, Artemis is powered by water and aqueducts and water powered. Resolute, by contrast, is powered by geothermal forces. And so around the outskirts of the city, you will find geothermal power turbines, pipes, and that sort of thing. This is one of the other principal ways that the residents of New Britannia and Novia get their power.
So here I am in, here I am in, there's the Titan. Here I am in Resolute.
If there's anyone in Spite, they should announce themselves to me. Whisper to Lord British if you are in Spite. Oh, actually, I guess I can sort by town and find out. Ah, there we are. Ruge. There you are. Oh, in fact, right there. And Hexus. And a few others. Ah, very good. For those of you who have come to Spite, I appreciate the solitude, the relative solitude that we have achieved here.
Spite is a bleak place, Richard. It's bleak.
Spite is a very bleak place, I must admit. Oh, I love the way Lomir Eden looks. He looks very appropriate to this town. He looks a bit dressed very nicely, as if one might be dressed appropriately in this a town full of morgues and mortuaries. There's Hexus. Hexus, very good to see you. And by the way, with these, please don't forget to wear these that you are being given. Wear them right away because you won't have much time.
Yes, yes. Don't forget to wear these prizes from me and Lord British.
So
They
Richard,
will not survive the wipe.
What is the fiction behind Spite?
Spite is a small village on the lake across from the dungeon Despise, and thus is the place. Oh my goodness! There's spiders that have come. We must defend ourselves here. But yes, it's a city of death. It's where people bring their dead to come and be embalmed and entombed for the rest of eternity. And it is also the culmination of the love plot, or it's near the culmination. And so people will, get a chance to see how the world, see how that might wrap up.
Spite is one of the more recent maps that we've completed in the game, made by, once again, made by our very own Esteban Zaldivar. He.
And I'm not very close to the center of the town here where we are, but yes, I'm a big fan of the town square in this town that really does have a sort of gloomy core to the city.
Mortuarium and symbology of death and dead trees and gloomy atmosphere and grim reapers and chapels with ankhs on them. It's all related to the cult of death almost. The passage to Malice across the lake is from Spite.
So people have discovered the nasty side effect of my crown, which is it makes them bald.
Oh. Yes, and people have discovered the unusual side effect of my crown in that it gives them tails.
Ah.
27.5.
It's like that 127.5. What?
127.5.
What? Really?
Really?
What?
What? Who? What? 127.5.
Again? So, while you guys have all been in here,
Oh my goodness, there's giants roaming through Spite.
Dallas, Proxy, and myself have been going over what we're going to do for the final hour closeout stuff. And we'll be announcing 4 final things for the final hour that we have not had yet. Actually, I think a couple of them we have had, but we took off. But I'll announce those in 10 minutes.
Okay, 127.5. Oh my gosh, we are $2,500 away from.
You can't go far. You're on a chain. Stay on your chain, monkey.
No, we don't believe in chains.
Where are you going next?
Keep the monkey down. Keep
This town is being attacked.
Working rider monkeys have broken the chains. They have broken free. Freedom.
Star, where are you going? I'm going to go to Pax Lair.
It was foggy.
I think you're going to Desolus.
Oh no, demons are attacking! Resolute. Oh my gosh, and it's foggy. Ooh, that's cool. That's spooky.
I did edit the percent chance of weather. Seems to
Yes.
be,
Okay. Good. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Where am I off to next? You are going to
Pax Lair. You're going to Desolus.
Well, I want to go to Pax Lair.
Okay, come to Pax Lair then.
Do you have permission to go to Pax Lair?
You need a key. You need a key. Secret. Yeah. It's very exclusive.
Come with me to Pax Lair. We'll go to Desolus.
But we are running out of time though. Wait, let me see.
We're on schedule now.
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
Okay, well then I'm going to go to Pax Lair too. You're going to Pax Lair?
I'm on my way.
So let's talk a little
Where's
bit
the governor of
about
Pax Lair?
Let's talk a
Where's the
little
governor
bit
of Pax
about-
Lair?
Let's talk about Pax Lair, and I think we have with us our very own Winfield.
Winfield.
Okay, almost. He'll be back.
Nope.
He'll be back.
He's
He's
on his
so
way.
excited. He's getting props, I think, for Pax Lair. We actually have a few more prizes. I'd love to give one of these right now.
Do it, prizes.
We have
Prize
a
monkeys.
hardcover.
Are they monkeys?
A pack of monkeys. No, sorry, no.
I'm
Sort of,
excited.
almost as good. Sort of Midris hardcover book.
Monkeys.
With monkeys in it. The Sword of Midris has monkeys in it, right? If you read about it.
With wings.
With wings,
With
yes.
wings.
Sword of Midris, hardcover copy. Everybody who's winning a prize, by the way, gets the audiobook by default. Congrats to everybody on that. But the hardcover goes to Rothana. Rothana. Congrats, Rothana. You get the hardcover of the Sword of Midris. Enjoy the book. We have a couple of more major prizes I just want to mention. We're going to give these away a little bit later, but I'm so excited for these two. We have I really wish could you grab it right there? Yeah, get with that, and I will mention the Edelman Pledge. We have an Edelman Pledge and this lovely Alienware Tact X keyboard. It has 1,000,003,000 buttons, I think. It's programmable.
I'm not sure if 1,000,003 buttons will fit on there, but they figured it out somehow.
Magical.
I think it's molecular technology.
The extra 3 that make the difference.
It's quantum resonance.
They considered it very well on how to fit it on there.
It glows. It has 6.
They considered how to explain how to fit all those buttons on there.
It even has it in.
What are you talking about?
So there you go.
And if you press the buttons in a certain sequence, a clockwork monkey pops out.
That's in here too. That's amazing. Oh my gosh.
Your mileage may vary.
Oh, and this is amazing. for you MOBA gamers or anybody who uses WASD.
Results not guaranteed.
WASD gaming cluster with anti-ghosting technology. I have no idea what that is, but it sounds cool.
We all want to be ghosts.
I'm not afraid of no ghosts.
Anti-ghost.
We have ghosts in the game. Use this keyboard. Never have to worry about them again. All right, so we're gonna give that away a little bit later.
I'm not afraid of ghosts.
All right, where are we at here?
Ooh, it's foggy in Pax Lair.
Wow.
We want to talk
Oh, that's
about
nice and
Pax
spooky.
Lair, and we have with us our very own governor of Pax Lair, Winfield.
How did you already get
Tell us
there?
the
There he
history-
is.
Tell us the history of Pax Lair.
All right, so way back when, Richard Garriott says, when you bring in Pax Lair to Shroud of the Avatar, because he knew us from Ultima Online. Next thing you know, I'm working with Hutch on ideas for player-owned town ideas and templates, and we involved many in the entire community, how to, what people wanted to see and what all could go into it. Release 17, Pax Lair went out as the first basically prototype player-owned town, and marvelously, many people in the entire community just descended on the town, and we filled it up with a complete metropolis with, like 135 buildings of player buildings. Since then, many more templates. Hutch has made many more templates for many more player-owned towns, and I don't know how many have been sold now in total. How many player-owned towns roughly?
330.
230. 330.
There's a dragon in your town. There's a dragon in your town.
There's a dragon. Well, we hired the dragon for the night to protect us, sire.
Look, it actually knocked me down to the ground.
Well, we're protecting us from you. What are your motivations?
Where are you at?
What are your motivations? He's probably.
I'm here at the Hospitaller Circle.
Oh, he's
Where
up
are
on
you
the
at?
castle. Up on the castle lot.
Oh, up at the top.
Yeah, up on top.
So do I need to go north, south, east, or west to reach you?
Well, where is everyone gathered?
They're supposed to be downtown.
Oh,
Which is where from the Hospitaller Circle?
You go straight east, down the hill, don't die.
East, straight due east, don't die. Okay, I'm headed east.
Yeah, that'll get you there.
Due east, okay.
You hit the water, you went too far, you went fishing.
All right, I was hoping to do some fishing here.
I'm gonna slew.
So over time, our Pax Lair turned into a cluster of towns. That's why I mentioned earlier, we have like 10 player-owned towns combined together to make what we'll eventually call Pax Lair City. And and it'll be all like a bunch of boroughs, like New York City has boroughs, like Queens and all that.
Oh man, oof.
Did you take a tumble there, sire?
I did indeed. There was
a
nosedive.
Brushed it right off.
The cliff was gonna fall off.
Slewing isn't helping because it's foggy.
So as you see Lord British running towards the dragon, are you bringing dragon with you, sir?
Sire?
I think I'm kiting a dragon. Yes.
There is a dragon in hot pursuit.
Hot pursuit. We're gonna see what happens when you get to the.
Very hot, perhaps soon.
Now you want to go left? Yeah. Go that way.
Look, there's another one outside the front door.
Uh-oh. He's trying to get into the pub.
Oh,
That's
oh,
our
so he was
tasting
just
pub.
murdered.
About that time.
I thought he was just murdered there by that dragon.
Taken out by the barkeep. We have very strong barkeeps there.
Was in here? Is this where I should go?
I think so. If you see people running around, if you're in the same instance.
I am.
I
Looks
hope
like
we are. They might be down by the docks.
So here's a fun little anecdote that Winfield may remember. As we were starting the production of Pax Lair, which again was our prototype for a player-owned town, the template idea for a player-owned town, we were due to meet up with Winfield to show the progress that we had made and solicit his feedback based on his conversations with community and the idea that we had doing internally. And that morning, Winfield arrived at our offices, and I was putting some final touches on what I wanted to show him as in terms of project progress. And at about 10:30 a.m. that day, my computer had a power surge, which ended up destroying the terrain that I had spent probably at least 5 days working on, and I was unable to. I was completely mortified. I was unable to show Winfield almost anything about his map, but he took it in good stride. We were able to recover a version of the terrain from a few days earlier, and within a couple days after that, Pax Lair went live for the first time.
And what amazed me about that was he would spend solid time about 2 weeks on working on that scene to the benefit of everybody because it became a template. But then he felt so bad, I could tell that it was gone. 5 days of work, and he built it up quickly again because you knew everything you had done.
It goes quicker the second time.
It goes quicker the second time. But that's how it all got started, really, for a lot of people.
We're going to lock the gate. I wouldn't get out. The dragons are behind me, but there's no...
Are all the residents hiding?
Ah!
Oh, no.
It's going to burn down your gate.
The chaos, it looks like, preceded us versus following us, unfortunately.
Yes, I think so. I didn't get to give very many crowns out this place. I'm sorry, Pax Lair.
Yeah, it looks like they started
somehow they must have known
chaos follows us versus precede us, but looks like they got their wires crossed a little bit this time. But
yeah, they're somewhere.
Probably Lark Bottom. I see you there, but I'm stuck.
Seek
all right, so I'm going to move on to Desolus.
If you have a bunny hat, you may want to wear it. Just, the little bunny hat.
If you're going to Desolus, I'm going to Radio City.
No, I'm going to Radio City.
Okay, then I'm going to Desolus.
All right, Desolus, the city of the Cabalists. Those who do not study the past are doomed to repeat its mistakes. There is so much to learn in Desolus. We will see what Richard finds. Radio City, on the other hand, is at the moment the home of the Church of the Dark Star, I believe.
It is.
And where I believe they want you to give a speech of some sort when you arrive.
I think I may have maybe a little longer than normal, so we should do some spinning or prizes or something to take some time.
Radio City, new wave of modernity. Can't wait for that. Okay, I think we should.
Or Richard's in Desolus, so he can.
Yeah, here we go. I'm in Desolus right now.
All right, so what are we seeing here, Richard?
Well, it looks like I have started just at the entrance to the Epitaph. So I'm actually going to go back out from the Epitaph into the main city to see if there are people here. So if there's anybody in Desolus, please let me know. I see people right ahead of me now. Here I come. Okay. I'm going to come join you there. Greetings. Oh, Lady Fire Lotus. Oh, good to see you here.
Yes, and as you can tell, Desolus is in one of our desert maps. It's our desert biome map, which you can also see if you're a player-owned town owner. This is an example of what a desert player-owned town would look like.
Indeed. So here we are by the obsidian shard that is chained to the floor with Brickbat, and Lady Fire Lotus, and Ezer Tagati. And if any of you would like our special prize, please just trade with me, and I will happily hand you one.
All right. So while we're
oh, there's everybody else. Okay. Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
The thing about these shards is it does really strange things to critters. Like I've seen even the most docile beast just turn ravage.
Oh yeah, even the tiniest, most innocent creatures.
Like what?
That is true. These obsidian shards that are chained to the ground, I think, is a really poor idea for decoration. You know, it's kind of like kryptonite to Superman, man. It corrupts your very soul and does significant damage.
all right.
But
So
surely the smallest creatures in the realm would not fall subject to that influence.
Well, I would hope not. But wait, what? Rabbits? Wait, what?
Uh-oh, rabbits attacking.
Oh my God! Oh my goodness! They're giant rabbits.
What?
Giant, deadly rabbits. I've never seen such things before in my life. Truly. Oh wow! And there's actually dead people. Oh my goodness! There's dead people on the ground. Look at those giant rabbits.
Killer rabbits.
All right, we are at top of the hour. Let's get the wheels spin here, folks. All right, here we go. Let's see what we got. We haven't spun this thing in a while.
Moving around on the ground there's crows attacking
Wearable
people.
bundles, 20% off for the next hour. We have 1 hour left of the telethon here, so this is quite fitting. Wearable bundles, 20% off.
It's the final countdown.
We've got 1 hour left.
Final countdown.
Final hour.
Is it to the final hour? Because we did come up with some 3 or 4 special.
It is the final hour.
Yeah.
Francisco, hey, what's up, man?
Hey, good to see you. Good to see you, man. How you been? Good. Excellent.
Francisco.
Where's Risha? I heard
we
his
already
voice.
started.
There he is.
How are
you? Wonderful to see you.
Oh, there we go.
In the wheel.
Hugs, Francisco, hugs.
Hey, how you guys doing? Hello.
Lot deeds.
Those are virtual hugs.
10%.
All right. Wow.
Lots now.
Oh, wow.
Lot deeds 10%.
Can we
Last hour.
Can we do 2 at the same time on a wheel like that?
We already did that one, the other one.
Oh, okay.
What are these? Are these like ghost scorpions?
Yeah, we got some.
Okay. All right, I just want to say hi.
What is attacking this city? Is it like ghost scorpions?
Excellent. Just kind of pop by and say hi to the guys. I'll be here tomorrow too.
Final one.
Yeah.
There's just so much death.
I know.
I've never.
I'm going to Radio City and the Church of the Dark Star.
That's your name, isn't it? Darkstar?
Yeah, I think it's a coincidence.
Yeah, pure coincidence.
That's it. It's been crazy.
Is there a history there?
There is.
Let's see, Richard is still being attacked. It looks like, by some scorpions.
They're ghost scorpions. I've never seen those before.
And a whole bunch of them, too.
Oh, cool. A monkey.
So is the community helping you to attack them, or are they using it to attack you?
Oh my goodness, the rabbits are multiplying like rabbits.
Yeah, look at these incredibly dangerous rabbits just mauling through people in mass. Yeah, these rabbits are like totally laying waste.
Are they dying?
Fire Lotus, I think that's.
I have like a good half dozen around me, so.
Yeah, that's what I was noticing.
That's where I got her coat.
Say hi. You'll be camera.
We don't actually have the camera on.
Oh, well, it's about to go on.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Just come in. People know your face already. You appear in like the website. Just come in.
Come on in and say hi to our community.
Hi. Miriam, hey, how's it going?
Hello.
And you too, Francis.
Oh, hi.
Oh, me? I already.
Richard, wait.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Hello, Richard. Having a good time?
Absolutely. Having a great time.
Very good.
Thank you so much for coming around. Pardon me if I go back to the den of death here.
That's fine. Go at it.
Yeah, we're in the game
All
right
right.
now. We're giving our 2-hour tour to the community who is in the game, also meeting them.
Excellent.
With some fire-breathing bunnies, I think, or something of that order. Scorpions, ghost scorpions. That's
All
what
right, so we're now going to transition over to Radio City.
Radio City. Amber Rain says that Radio City it's built on rock and roll.
Can we switch to the? Thanks.
You want to switch yours?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Radio City is built on rock and roll and home of the Avatar's radio crew. They welcome everyone to enjoy the entertainment that can be found within the walls of their town. Golden Wing Auken is the governor, and Lady Amber Rain is the steward. Today, they will be visiting along with us the Church of the Dark Star, which is in Radio City tonight. The Church of the Dark Star is always happy to open their doors to the entire community, built on chaos, which is something of your thing, I think, Star.
Yep.
But open to anyone who embraces the virtues, order and balance included. Today they will have a special guest, possibly two, which is Dark Star and Lord British. Let's head on over there. I think you're already arrived, and
Yes.
I believe Richard is on
please
his
join
way.
us.
I'm en route.
All right.
So this is a pretty special moment for me, of course. Amber Rain started Avatar's Radio, which if you saw the announcement today, the gift that we're giving everyone who is a backer to Shroud of the Avatar is a portable radio device that you can wear on your head, which was a community effort that was started a couple of years ago. That was built by a community member to support a community-driven radio station that streams community content that's used for community events, and we are giving it as a gift because the community, has made everything that we are doing here possible. So we wanted, as part of all that, to bring it all full circle. We wanted to come here to the Church of the Dark Star, where Lady Amber Rain gives her sermons at the Church of the Dark Star, and other members of the community give their sermons and give us a short talk. So this is the very first time the church was established. I showed up and gave a talk as well. So it's the very last service at the church before the final wipe, before the world starts again. So it's all very means a lot to me personally, and to all of us. So thank you. So here we are. We're gonna jump right in. So Amber's been saying a few things. He says the very first church had Lord Darkstar speaking. It is only right that the very last service, as the world ends, is with him speaking. And thank you both for the gift. It means so very much. And of course, I've got to give Amber Rain a Darkstar crown, because if anybody. 130.
Oh, I'm down here. Check out my sweet office.
Yeah.
You look through Marshall and look at the actual.
We'll be back.
Radio City is located in our mountain pod.
Yeah, so one of our player-owned towns, and this is the mountain template.
In what part of the world?
I don't know.
Western.
Where is it?
It's in Western Novia.
So I'm going to hand out a few crowns.
I see a couple of hospitalers in here in this group as well. It's like Amber Rain, she's of course hospitaler. Zithra.
So we're going to go into the church here.
I see naked people course, I'm not surprised.
I was just going to say, to reiterate something Darkstar said earlier, it's impressive to see the variety of different looks that people have, including unclothed.
So players using our housing system have set up a little gathering area here. I'm going to take a seat while people come in and get ready for us to chat.
Do we have a service starting?
Plenty of seats in the front.
Yep.
All right, come on in, fill it up. Now, the Church of the Dark Star, is it always in the city, or does it move around on a regular basis?
It's actually in several cities. Paxlair has one, Radio City has one, Phoenix Republic has one. So the church is in many different places, and the weekly sermons will rotate around to many different places. If Amber decides to keep that routine and the final persistence, we love seeing the sermons. They're given each week, every morning or every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. Central Time is an in-game sermon about chaos. And then Kazan Phoenix Fire gives the order, and then I'm going to start giving the balance speech every Saturday, and starting this coming Saturday as well. So.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So it's a very, very good time to even emotionally get charged up about things going on here in this world and beyond the rift too.
So we're waiting for the church to fill up here. I'll switch back over to Star's computer here. We have the seats filling in on our 2-hour world-ending party. We only have we're at 45 minutes left.
And then the lights go out.
The lights, literally, the lights go out. But have no fear.
I brought my flashlight.
The world is renewed tomorrow.
Renewed.
Renew! Renew!
Oh, Logan's Run. Yeah, renew.
Yes, exactly.
Identify.
All right. So I just saw. So we're about to start. But before we get started, I was just informed that we have hit $130,000.
Organ grinder.
Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. This is an amazing day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Shocking and exciting and thrilling and crazy all at the same time.
Amazing.
It's the best ever.
Thank you.
Wow.
All right.
That's worth
without
it.
further ado,
That's gonna be worth it.
So I'm not going to be able to probably talk and type at the same time, so I'm not sure how I'm going to do this, but
here, I'll put my camera on and I will repeat for you.
Well, you mean I'll type and you'll talk?
I'll read what you type.
Oh, okay.
Accurately, we hope.
Right? You can only hope. Greetings, avatars, says Darkstar. And people cheer for Darkstar. For those who are not in here this town, I will give you the color commentary as if I am a TV announcer. Thank you for attending this final service, says Darkstar. And Amber says, as the first church stood with Darkstar speaking, so ends the world with Darkstar speaking. That is not final, says Darkstar. More cheering. Chaos is creation. You have taken chaos and created community. Created space. Created change. Created a world. Full of chaos. Full of virtue. Thank you and the team for all the hard work. Oh, thank you to the team for all the work. Hard work, says Grimbone. Full of choice, says Darkstar. Full of possibility. And chaos is about making and having choice. You have choice, and you have made choices. Thank you for making the choice to be here. For making the choice to make this. Thank you. Darkstar performs the Darkstar salute, and there is much rejoicing. Well done on that sermon there, Darkstar.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well said indeed.
Amber gives much more eloquent speeches, I must say. So, I did my best. So, thank you, Amber, for everything you do for the community. You are amazing. Thank you. It's amazing what you do for us, and I can't wait to see all the amazing things you're going to do when the world begins again tomorrow. So I think we're going to move on to our next location, our next and final location for the end of the world.
All right.
To Dragomir for the end of the world party, right? All right. So and while we're doing that,
I have more prizes to give away.
We're going to give away some prizes, and there we go.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, and of course we should probably point out now that Dragomir will become overloaded.
Oh yes, and there will be instances.
Will fail. Not that we haven't had plenty of trouble elsewhere, but this is going to be the worst.
This is the community event that we are joining, so they are already there partying hard, I am sure, and we are going to stop in and Dragomir and see and check it out. So a lot of the community is already there. If you're not there, join us, and we'll see what happens.
Well, of course, I'm sure that means it's probably already overloaded and probably multi-instanced. So we will see where we end up.
And as we head over there, I'd like to just give a shout out to Roper Doc Holiday, who helped put together these 12 hours of events. Maybe it was more than 12 hours that the player community did while this whole telethon was going on. and all the other people who had their 1-hour segments today that they've been teleporting across while they've been listening to telethon and hooting and hollering. And then a few of the devs showed up in different places, and then obviously you are all now headed towards the final hour, which is now final 30 minutes of that World Ends party, day of party that the players put together. So really great stuff.
Thank you, Roper. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Amber Rain, Lace, everybody in the community that we just don't have time to list. Everybody we've been working with, hundreds of people in the game, thousands of people overall. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today on the telethon and just playing the game with you. This is what we love. We love playing the game. We love that you love playing the game. We love that you love playing the game with us. So this is what it's all about.
I did, a funny thought just crossed my mind. I know that Shooter is in the game now, although I haven't seen him on this particular pass. And it for some reason just dawned on me that the only times that I know of personally that Shooter has come into the game is at times when we have a crushing number of people in the game. So the game is basically completely non-functional whenever he is present. And I'm not sure if it's cause or effect or a spurious correlation, but at least to my knowledge, that's always been true. I hope, Shooter, among others, you've had a chance to play the game when it has not had the crush of people in the maps that you might be visiting at the time. But we'll see. It'll be a crush now.
All right, so while we're setting up for that, I have a couple more giveaways, prizes to give away. A couple that I've been really giving away.
Oh. Where are we meeting in Dragomir?
What was that, Gina?
Where are we meeting in Dragomir?
Let's see. End of the world party, closing party. Find that out.
We have chat.
Reese, hook me up. Thank you.
All right, so while everybody's joining us in Dragomir, let's grab this.
Another one.
Yeah, this one we showed it earlier, but we didn't give it away.
Wait, I have a special request. We have someone who needs a special message. I would like to wish a merry unbirthday to Nuria Cuevas, who needs a little special message. So, merry unbirthday
Happy
to
birthday.
Happy
Nuria
unbirthday.
Cuevas.
Right.
You deserve it. There you go. All right, go ahead. Prize.
Okay. So this one is our last physical prize for the evening. We have a Alienware 1 billion key. It's not 1 billion keys.
108 billion.
108 billion key, glowing, multi-glowing, multiple different colors. So it glows in the dark. So you can play your games in the pitch black and know
like it will be after midnight.
Exactly. Like after midnight, this is going to go dark here, and we're going to have this to find our way through the game that is going to go dark, so that doesn't make any sense. But that's okay. So here's a keyboard for one of our last winners. Goes to Jesse C. Jesse C. Congrats, Jesse C, for winning this Alienware keyboard.
Yay.
So Winfield, has it been fun to kind of hang out here this afternoon?
Absolutely, sire.
Sorry, we
plan
didn't
to
get
go into
to
your
do more
office
fishing.
anytime soon, do you? No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Sorry we didn't get to do more fishing.
Yeah, that's true. Well, there's plenty of time because we have many, many years ahead of us.
Indeed, that is true.
You actually caught a fish during Hobloth here, right?
Yes.
That was Hobloth is one of the community events that was put on by one of the community members.
Mm-hmm.
Rustic Dragon, yep, a fantastic guy, helps out a lot with the community. And this was at Richard's property.
Right, at Lord British's property here in Austin, at Castleton, and the Curtain Theater. 100 of us descended on that property. We camped out. It was a 5 or 6 day event. We were always in garb pretty much, and we stayed on the property through torrential rains, and I had an event called Fishing with Winfield. I do that every weekend game, so they said, hey, well, let's have it here. And I actually caught a fish, and it was a some kind of a, it wasn't a trout, no, it was a
it looked pretty big.
Catfish, a blue catfish, I think it was.
Yeah,
And
which by the
anyway,
way, that was a good size catfish.
Yeah, yeah. So we
Did
had
you see
that.
the sale that I put on?
No, it's
Oh,
a
you
sale.
totally missed the sale. I need to announce the sale.
Announce the sale. What was it?
It's actually already active on there. Dallas Surg and I talked these over. We're confident this is what the players need. This is what I want to make. So for the last half hour, to close things out here, we are putting the Kabold City Great Hall on sale for $50 off.
Wow.
Mainly because I love that house and I think it's an awesome, awesome guild house.
Okay.
And we haven't sold many of those at all. And
Comes with a monkey?
Sure.
No. No, it does not come with a monkey.
We're doing, so the problems we had earlier with the pledge issues were not actually an issue. It was actually the problem was someone bought one before the number was changed on one side but not the other. So for the last half hour, we're doing 5% off Duke again, and $5 off Founder. And then the final thing, since pots are going away in 30 minutes-ish, 5% off pots. I'll post those guys again. But
Hey, and Chris, we're discovering a very interesting side effect of the incredibly large crush of people.
Yeah?
Let me share screen and I'll show you this just for a little troubleshooting for the future.
There's no problems in our game, Richard.
Oh yeah, so exactly. So you'll notice that we are at, we're trying to go into Dragomir. We're at 100% where I've been probably for 5 minutes. You might think the game has crashed, but if I go hit the close button, it says, are you sure you want to quit? And I say, no, I cancel that. And this has happened when I went into the other cities that had these crushes of people in it, and it will eventually get there. It just literally is 5 to 10 minutes of load.
Are you sure that's not a bad connection on your side?
Positive. I'm streaming to you, dude.
I know you're streaming to us. Are other people seeing that?
No, I'm in.
Quite as bad. Star just barely made it in there.
Yeah, that was Star, not Richard, I guess.
But yeah, it's a interesting.
Look at all these friend requests.
I can go look at server load. Just a reminder, this is still on the
old servers.
On the crummy old servers. We don't switch to the new servers that are on the fiber and machines that are more than an order of magnitude faster than the other ones. A lot of that stuff is it's sending data that's pulling from Mongo, and the Mongo machine that it was on is woefully inadequate. It's actually on a spinny drive, and I think it only has 8 gigs of RAM and many things. Oh, and also Saint Justin, Saint One and Only, fixed the water. I don't believe it'll be in the live build tomorrow. If you look, the water's the frame behind thing. It will be in the first build, first patch that comes out. So the water will be in a frame behind will be fixed later, probably tomorrow afternoon.
All right, look, I made it in. See, after all that.
Yeah. But no, I am sure we will have plenty of data to look at tomorrow in terms of what's going on here. But yeah, I don't know if that's your computer. Star seemed to get in quite a bit quicker, but he was slower than I would have expected. But yeah, we'll look at the data tomorrow. Sadly, because we have something's going on tomorrow, I forget what it is. But anyways, I sent the main network engineer person home, the person who'd normally look at that type stuff. So we will probably take a look at that data tomorrow because we are all entirely too drunk and tired to look at that right now.
This computer's been slow in general, so this computer's part of why everybody's seeing it slow anyway.
Okay. Well, that's, yeah. We knew we didn't have a good computer for this. This is the about 6-year-old.
I'm sure there's a lot of community members that have 1080 GTX NVIDIA cards or something really spanking new in there.
Every one of us.
Running the game like butter.
Every one of us.
Actually, I only have a 970 at home, and the game runs perfectly. So that's part.
Well, so honestly, if you get in this type of crowd, the CPU bogs it down quite a bit, and that's the thing we're still trying to work on. And that is, again, we were looking for those. I didn't do much tech talking today, but the next version of Unity has a lot of things we believe will be fixed or fixing in terms of performance, in terms of the CPU. That's where they move to. We can do instance rendering, and it just saves a ton of time in terms of on the CPU, not on the GPU, just on the CPU. On the GPU, it does save some, not that much. You giving away things that will be destroyed in 20 minutes?
Yeah, Dark Star crowds.
Richard is here.
Yeah, giving away 15 minutes.
Giving away dragons.
That's good. Perfect.
Wow. Cool.
And just a reminder for anyone who is out there listening right now, the Kobold House, is there a Kobold House in this scene? I was going to say, you guys should show off on those. Again, those things are amazing. If you have not seen one before, they are my favorite house in the entire game.
And they're now part of the new Kobold City bundle, which we should also mark off.
What do you want?
10%.
10% off that?
Yeah.
All right, we'll do the Kobold City bundle. I think that was on the board up here at one point.
Yeah. So mark
Kobold
that
City
10%.
bundle. I'll go make our Dallas surrogate put that at 10% off as well. Yeah, the stuff that you're seeing in terms of low frame rate on Star's screen that's totally CPU bound.
Well, I mean, there's like a gazillion people in the scene. They all have pets.
Shooting off fireworks and all sorts of craziness. Let's go over to Richards and see he's going to take a swim in the lake here. So
by the way, I'm running at 1024 by 768 at fastest frame rate. And
Are there people in there?
He's alone in the lake right now.
Yeah, I don't see anybody else on the screen.
I wouldn't swim in the lake with other people personally.
Not in that kind of water.
Don't put up on you.
Probably eel infested.
Eel infested.
I think I'm running towards somebody, but I don't know. I keep getting not closer. The big town.
Motivational stuff.
All right. Oh my goodness.
All right. Well, we're partying here with a whole bunch of people and fireworks going off. We have one more prize. Should we give that away now? We have one left. It's a pledge. Edelman pledge. Should we save that for a little bit? We have just one more. This is it.
Well, we got a little bit of time.
Okay. All right. 10 minutes. So everybody, we have an Edelman pledge that in a little bit here we'll be giving away.
Do we have any questions in chat?
Oh yeah, that's right. It's questions we still.
I think that Winfield guy was asking, when's fishing going to be improved? Release
Right.
73?
That troll keeps asking us that
Before
question.
the end of the year?
There you go. Before the end of the year is fine.
Yeah. Before the end of the year.
Yeah.
All right, so we're taking a look at the list of questions by the community that's been asking them. For all of you in Discord, thank you for the questions. We really appreciate it. It's been a little bit since we've gone through them, but I think we've gotten through, looks like pretty much all of them. Huh?
Yeah.
If your question by chance didn't get answered on the telethon, we have other postmortems and telethons. We have another telethon coming up next month. It's going to be part 2. This is part 1.
Yeah.
It's going to be another 12-hour, right?
Yeah, and that's going to be on August 22nd, and that's when we expire all the pledges. So that'll be a big one. And if you're in the game and you want a Dark Star crown, just open up a trade with me. If you can manage to find me in the crowd, I'm standing next to a giant wolf and somebody with a wolf hat on.
Hey, believe it or not, we just earned another shot.
No way.
Yes, way.
132,500. That's right. Another
Wow.
shot. I will update the board here.
Amazing.
While I do the wolf dance in the game.
Oh my gosh.
160.
That's it. We were trying to figure out if we made it to 130, what we would do. Like, how could we possibly top?
We couldn't come up with anything.
Clockwork organ grinder
monkey,
and we couldn't. I mean, like, it's like, where do you go from there? Like, how can you top clockwork organ grinder monkey? I mean, I don't know. But the only thing we came up with, which we can't do, but was that all of the clockwork pets would combine into some sort of Voltron giant clockwork pet.
Only if you had them all.
Only if you have them all.
Well, but they would have them all, right? Because they would have gotten all of them. But
hey, look at that. Pelican network congestion caused disconnect. What a surprise.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
Seen that?
We've brought the game to its knees. Imagine that.
Imagine that.
We only just had all of every single player on the live service.
Oh, I got
another shot. Oh my
What?
gosh, wait, so
What?
yes.
135.
135. Wow.
No way.
Wait, 137.5?
137.
That's right, guys. Time is running out. 137.5.
Yeah.
Wow.
What are we going to do at 160?
What are we going to do at 150? 150. We got 20 minutes left.
Something at 150.
150.
What are we at? I totally forgot now.
137.5.
This is 150. We can make 150.
Wow.
I can't see. Dallas put Lord of the Manor thing in there somewhere. I don't know what he's talking about there, if he's suggesting that or what he's doing there with.
No, I think that's something
Oh
different.
no, someone upgraded
that's
to
how
Lord
we
of the Manor.
got there, apparently.
Oh, that's how we got there. Someone upgraded to a Lord of the Manor.
Oh,
Thank you.
5,000 right there.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We need more Lords of the Manor.
Yes, we do. Absolutely.
Yeah. Upgrade. Join us.
We built a bunch of castle lots. So, especially when we added when we added all those island lots.
Jump in now.
Oh wait, that means we need to drink again though. Whoops, we're behind. I'm behind one drink. Where are you guys? You guys are all behind a drink. I'm catching up right here.
I do not know what you're talking about.
Then you better get up and sing a song, then, dude.
Don't do the monkey thing.
Dance. Come on. Do the monkey dance. Come on. Come on, do the monkey dance. I see Star. Star is earned hit.
Got out of the zoo, sire.
Winfield, Barrick, come on.
Do the monkey dance.
I can do the.
You can do the monkey dance, I suppose.
Yeah, I can do the see no evil.
That's
no
the
evil.
gypsy dance.
Gypsy dance.
That's all right. There you go. That's it. That's it.
I'm not that talented. Sorry.
Oh, sure you are.
Right? Little sound effect there?
Yeah, the little sound effect.
Like here I am at 100%. I'm going to load forever. We'll see if I stay loading for the rest of the time or if I actually get in.
And how's Gina doing today? I see you with the lovely Pikachu hat. I want that.
Oh, yeah, better.
It's a little warm.
How much for your hat? I want it. It's only set for sale.
Oh, honey, you can't afford me. I mean, my hat.
150.
Actually, the community knows me with my Pikachu Deadpool costume. Shenanigans.
Yes?
I was gonna wear that to Hogwarts, but I thought that I would be kicked out.
You'd be fishing with Winfield, and you'd be the bait.
Exactly. That's right. Yeah, that was fun. Hobloth 3. Do you know if we're having another Hobloth?
We hope so. We absolutely hope so.
Cool. Well, I do know that we have SodaCon is a community-driven event, community convention. SodaCon is in early November. It's November
4th, 5th, 6th.
Yes, 4th. Thank you. 4th, 5th, 6th.
Baltimore, Maryland.
Baltimore, beautiful city of Baltimore. So if you want to meet some of the developers, I will be there. We have Star that's going to be
Crab there.
Who?
Great Crab in Baltimore.
Great crab meat.
Crab.
I don't think I've ever had crab there. I'll have to try
And
it.
wonderful scallops. Bay scallops.
And we may have a couple more unannounced yet developers that may be attending us, but most importantly, there's going to be the community there in the first convention for Shroud of the Avatar, SodaCon. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait to meet everybody.
It's SodaCon East, and hopefully there will be a SodaCon West that somebody wants to set up. It's kind of being templated for the first SodaCon, and there could be a SodaCon Europe. It's kind of like PAX South, PAX East, PAX Australia. So this could start just something worldwide that people can host and put on and follow the same template and have a blast with 50 people or 500 people. You know, whatever comes together.
And if you're interested in learning more about it, it's sodacon.org.
Correct. Sodacon.org, and I'm one of the coordinators helping out. I help out as much as I can in different things, and I tell you, it's going to be a blast. I'm actually setting up a road rally point in Southern Virginia to help people get from like Appalachia up to Baltimore. People needing rides, want to travel together in case they break down, all that stuff. So I think that's going to be happening. So if you're East Coast-ish, just come on in and try to help people get rides and stuff. I think it'll be a blast.
Yeah,
it'll be a blast.
It's going to be great.
Yeah.
So we have 15 minutes left of our 12-hour telethon. We thank you, community, for sticking with us this long. This is not only our first time on Twitch. We have this on YouTube as well, but we have had a record viewership, not to mention a record pledge to 100, and we're at 137,500.
Still going.
And still going. We still have 15 minutes left. We have, what is this? What
The organ grinder?
Yeah, and that was 130,000, I
That's
think.
130.
Yeah. And we have a couple of others. You can check out the website. Just go to the front page and scroll down to the Shroud of the Avatar Part 1 post that has...
Can somebody relist all the free things everybody gets who donated at least $5?
Yeah, that's a great idea. So
we're up to 140.
We reached at $10,000 the /fan emote. So player fan, oof, it's hot in here. Wow. /fan emote. At 25,000, we reached the aeronaut helmet. Nice helmet on the head for you guys. At 35,000, hacked Oracle crawler pet. I don't know if you want to, Richard or anybody, jump in here and describe any of these as I'm going along. And $50,000, the 130 was my personal favorite actually, but the $50,000 Clockwork Wings goes into the cloak slot. Unbelievable set of wings. And we've gone way above and beyond that as well. I'm going to try to find the list of those.
140.
140,000.
15 minutes. Got to go another 10.
All right, 140. That also means you have a second machine lock.
Shots. All right.
Sorry, I crashed.
That's okay. Pikachu saves you. There you go. Cheers.
240K to our wonderful community. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. We are truly forever in your debt.
Thank you, community. Cheers, Winfield, for stopping in as part of the community to visit us and to say hi on camera. We really appreciate it. We have a very open studio here. If anybody is interested in what we do here at Portalarium, we did have a tour at 2:30 on camera. That was our first 6-hour segment. So you can go on youtube.com/Portalarium. I sound like I'm like one of those advertisers. I never knew I could do sales that well.
QVC.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, you got youtube.com/Portalarium, and you can see the first part of the telethon, which is, I believe, done processing. You can watch it at the 2-hour and 30-minute segment where we have a tour of the studio, and including a very special Lord British tour of the history of his games as well.
And what's going on now at the party?
Yeah, we just loaded back into the party here on Stars Machine. Do you want to drive, Winfield?
Not really.
No, I'd love to drive. Can I do
Please
that?
drive.
Excellent. Okay, great. I'm going to switch over to that.
I'll sit in the back seat.
yeah, just as a reminder, we'll have this second part on YouTube as well, in case anybody missed it or you wish to check it out.
Yeah, and hey, it's great to watch from my perspective here. I can't actually get in. It's so heavily choked. I'm still stuck at 100% trying to load into Dragomir. But I can at least see what's happening there from Darkstar's perspective, which is clearly the most overloaded scene we've ever had in the game to date.
Yeah, we have demons. We have a demon friend here of Darkstar.
We got to give him a crown.
All right, gold crown 2.
No, not the gold.
Oh, no.
The Darkstar crown.
Yeah, where is that? Let's see here.
Under equipment.
Yeah, let's do a shortcut here with the.
There we go.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I should drive. Oh, you're good. Let me get the others.
All right, got to give a Darkstar crown to Kitetail.
140. What? 140? Do I need to make a 150 for the last 10 minutes?
Yeah.
We got 10 more minutes, folks.
All right. Okay, so all right, if we manage to get to 150 by midnight, Clockwork Dragon Pet. Little baby Clockwork Dragon Pet.
Oh, wow. I thought the monkey was
Drake. Baby Clockwork Drake.
A baby Clockwork, baby Clockwork Drake Pet. You know.
That's the most awesome thing ever. Like, wow.
Okay, there you go.
Double your pledges
now. If we get to 150, I'm going to go update the post right now. So, if we get to 150...
Crazy, man, crazy.
Baby Clockwork Drake.
Winfield at the helm.
Oh, and he just crashed as well.
That doesn't mean it's loading. We're loading.
Right, so Darkstar just fell out of the game for a little bit.
So popular. Fell through the world. Wanted to do a tour of the
They want their Darkstar crowns for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
They've got to have them.
Yeah, we've been giving away Darkstar crowns in the game.
Yeah, you can see I'm still stuck at loading in.
Still 100. Yeah, we're at 54% reloading. We should have some motivational videos while things load, sire. You know? What do you think?
Do a song and dance.
Song and dance.
What's that one like 2-person dance or song? No, it's a song or something, and you're like you kind of crying together at the same time, or the community likes.
Do you come up with half the emotes, Beric?
Oh no, I'll have all the emotes I would come up with would be banned from the game. I'd have to ban my own emotes. All right, we got 10 minutes left. We're loading back into Dragomir. Dragomir is have you been to it outside of today? Have you ever visited?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, Dragomir is one that I've been to a couple of times.
Towns, yeah.
We have Richard. How many towns roughly do we have? Well over 100 player-owned towns in the game now, I think, right?
Oh, there's more than 200. It's 230-ish.
120, I think it was. Something to that effect.
300 something. Yeah. Wow.
Woo!
Star, how many pots are there?
330 something, 320, 330 something.
There could be more in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, in 10 minutes, if you guys want the Clockwork Drake.
Yeah, totally, yeah.
Actually, we've got 9 minutes. 9 minutes left.
Wow, oh my gosh, and the world's about to go. Oh my gosh, 3:30. Hutch just confirmed, 3:30.
Yeah, he would know.
So yeah, over 300 pots in the game, player-owned towns. Many, many lots that are going to be filled tomorrow. So the end of the world is coming in 8 minutes left for our telethon here. End of the world shuts down. We have that's the final wipe. We've been working up to this for how many really years have we been developing the game?
Yeah, so as I noted at the top when we started the telethon at noon today, and I linked in the release 32 instructions. We had release 1 in December of 2013, and I went back to look. So each time I release notes, I start by copying and pasting like the previous release notes and then deleting a bunch of stuff and starting to edit again. And so as a lark, I just went. I'm going to go see what the release one notes look like, just to sort of remind myself about how far we've come. And then I was like, well, no, I'm going to actually go link that into my post. I'm like, so people can go and like look at what the release one notes were like as compared to where we are now. So things to consider are, first of all, the amount of content in release one, was about this long. It was about 6 bullet points, whereas our average release notes are about 12 to 16 pages long now, and that doesn't count the instructions. The player instructions, the known issues, which are their own separate documents, which are 40 something, 50 pages long, and oh my gosh, we're at 442,500. We may get a baby Clockwork Dragon in 7 minutes. 7 minutes, we maybe get a baby Clockwork Dragon, and and every month since then, we've slowly, incrementally expanded the functionality, expanded the amount of content, but each time we did it with the feedback that you, the community, provided us. A little bit at a time, you guys got to play the game, got to try it out, give us feedback, tell us what you liked, what you didn't like, and then we responded, and not responded later, like immediately, like 30 days later, we responded. And we did that, and we've done that now 31 times. And it is an amazing process. It is a completely different way to do game development, and I never want to go back. I don't want to go do it the old way anymore.
145.
145. Oh my gosh, we're so close to the baby dragon. It is stunning what you can accomplish this way. I mean, I really do feel like it creates a very, very, not just a different play experience, but a different feeling of community. I think it really blurs the line between, I really feel like there's this very blurry line between us, the developers, and you, the community. Just think about the fact that, Winfield's sitting here on our stream while we're doing this. Think about how often would you see that in any other kind of game development process, and it not be and the fact that we don't even treat it like it's a big deal, like that's just sort of part of the thing, that's something special and unique, and I'm really proud to be part of that, and I'm glad that you guys have been on that journey with us, and it's been really hard and really challenging, and we're not, and by the way, we're not quite there yet. I know we're getting persistent, and we still have a lot of work to do, and I really appreciate the fact that you guys understand that, and we're still working together, and that's the important part. We're working together to get there, and you guys understand that this is a continual process. And that because we're persistent doesn't mean we're stopping. We're just getting started. It's the exact opposite. It's not that we're stopping. We're just getting started. We're just now establishing the baseline from which we're going to make this thing the most amazing, awesome experience you can possibly imagine.
And for those of us who couldn't get into Dragomir, a bunch of us are standing outside Dragomir on the main map because it's a much easier place to reach. Much quicker to instance. Of course, now that I've said that, it's starting to flood with people. But at least for the moment, the
party on the overworld.
The overworld is the place to be, man.
Yeah.
So we have 3 minutes. We need 5,000 for the 150.
5,000 more. 3 minutes to the end of the
world. So I'm a Lord of the Manor. I've enjoyed being a Lord of the Manor. It's helped me get to know these people, and even those who are not Lord of the Manor can come here and get to know these people. But if you want to have a great experience, double your pledge and get us the what are we getting at 150? The
Oh, we're getting the baby clockwork dragon pet.
Yeah, that would be so cool for
Baby clockwork dragon
who've been on this telethon.
Yeah.
We are close, so close.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is so. Yeah, become a duke, become a baron, become a lord of the manor. Enjoy the ride. Believe me, it's worth it.
Yeah. And so tomorrow, just a reminder, so our servers are going to be going down here in just 2 minutes, and they'll be coming back up at 9:30. So don't forget, they're coming up an hour earlier than normal. I know that we've trained you all very, very well for 31 releases that it's 10:30, but psych,
we know
it's 9:30 this time. So it's going to be coming up at 9:30, and then lot selection for Group 1 starts at 11 a.m. So those of you in Group 1 will have an hour and a half to enjoy the new user experience that we've been working so diligently on, trying to get that better for a bunch of the new players we're expecting to come in now that we're persistent. And then you can see your group number for win lot selection, and that's going to be spaced out over the month. And let's see what else is going on. And a reminder, just 1 minute, and then play your own towns. No more purchases left. And houses and basements.
There's people just joining our chat room that are just logged in going like, hey, what's going on? End of what? What's that? What's up? And people are screaming, quick, go buy something. 2 minutes left. Quick, go buy something. They're going, what?
1:40. Oh, not yet.
Oh, well. All right. It has been an amazing telethon with you guys so far. I cannot believe we raised so much money today, $145,000. So we have had months where we haven't even raised close to that amount. So the fact that we've raised this in a single day, I mean, you guys are the most amazing community ever. I just stunned and humbled, and I appreciate you. And it is midnight. The world has ended.
No, it's still up. I'm in the world right now.
What?
It is still up. It says
The world has not ended.
Maintenance goes on in 1 minute. We have
Oh,
one
wait,
minute.
oh, wait.
1 minute. We just got an update. 147,500.
Oh, 147,500.
So close. We may not get.
Okay.
You got 1 minute till the
this system clock is off. I've been looking at the wrong system clock. All right, so we have 1 minute.
1 minute. And correct that number behind you. We're at 147,500.
And just so people know, the server shutdown was set automated just as a delayed timer, so it's not like someone's going to hit a button.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Winfield.
I want to hit the button.
No spot.
Give him a button to
It would be
push.
like a big switch, like one of those big.
Give him a button to push.
Yeah.
The speaker. Uh-oh.
Still there? Still there?
Is it still there?
Let's get the video stream on somebody who's
Less
playing the
than
game.
1 minute.
We can actually see the video stream go.
Something's happening.
Oh, look, there's Richard.
He's still in the game. There for the end of the world.
It's coming
No,
up. I said a bunch of people.
Oh. Are you sure you want to quit?
No.
I can't just log
on.
There it is.
All right.
Screenshot.
Oh. All right. All right. Well, thank you. It has been an amazing telethon. We raised $145,000.
No, $147,000.
$145,000. We raised $145,000. Thank you very much.
You're right.
And it's been an amazing journey, and we cannot wait to see you guys at 9:30 tomorrow morning, where the world begins again after it just ended.
Sorry. And just so people know, don't go to bed right now. I know you may want to, but we're going to put the patch live here shortly.
Oh,
and
right.
You probably want to start the patch for tonight before you go to bed, so you can get up tomorrow morning.
Especially those of you that are Lords of the Manor. the people who get the first round of lot claiming, the early rounds of lot claiming, want to patch earliest because they will want to start camping the spawns, so to speak.
Click, 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 click.
There is a virtual riot in the chat room saying, "Give us the dragons." Like, I think
so close. Well,
Hey,
here's what I'll promise you guys. So we have the telethon, the telethon part 2, which is going to be on August 22nd. We'll make the baby clockwork dragon part of that telethon. So there you go. I'll promise you that. Okay.
Very good.
All right. Thanks again. You guys are amazing. You made this all possible. The world you guys just saw end and will begin again tomorrow. You made that happen. You did it. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you. Thank you, everybody there in that room, both the community, the staff, everybody present. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
And thank you, community. Thank you very much. Cheers
Thanks
to everybody watching.
I would talk more and say more about goodbye, but we'll see you in far too soon a time, I think.
A couple hours. We'll all be back together. Bye-bye.